All video content on the Cultivation Audiobooks channel is summarized in the description. Please read carefully to choose a novel that suits you. Don't forget to like, follow, and share the channel. Thank you. Chapter 195 Promotion in Reunion with Bobby. Dustin nodded his head slightly. It's done. You got 2 extra days for your trip because we were in the middle of final negotiations. What about Luke's transfer? Elsa was more concerned about the FBI's intent to hire Luke than their share of the credit. Dustin nodded his head again. The credit for rescuing the hostages will go to the FBI, and they'll stop trying to poach Luke. Elsa understood. In the Nakatomi Plaza case, the events ranked in order of importance were: reclaiming bonds, rescuing hostages, arresting robbers. In this capitalist country, the bonds that were worth $640 million were certainly more important than anything else. However, this wasn't something that could be said in public. In the public eye, the events were ranked as: rescuing hostages, reclaiming bonds, arresting robbers. The FBI got the credit for rescuing the hostages, which made up for the mistakes they made while on the case. So, the FBI would be considered a major contributor to the case. As for how they would deal with the person who had been in charge, that was a different matter altogether. Now that the FBI had gotten the credit, they stopped trying to poach Luke. The FBI was genuinely interested in Luke, who had demonstrated his capabilities, but he had mostly been used as leverage in this negotiation. He wasn't so important yet that they were determined to recruit him. After a brief hesitation, Elsa asked in a low voice, "Boss, what about me?" Dustin looked at her calmly and said, "Just do your job as usual. I'm not the chief. I can't say anything for sure about your promotion." Elsa got it. Although Dustin wasn't promising anything, he was implying that she would be promoted soon. The latter half of what he said wasn't an irresponsible remark, but a fact. Dustin played a big role in campaigning for Elsa's promotion, but it was the chief who would make the final decision. Until the promotion papers were issued, Dustin couldn't promise anything. If he guaranteed that Elsa would be promoted, he would be disappointing her later if she wasn't. Dustin's subordinates had held it against him before over something like this, so he paid attention to detail now. Seeing that Elsa got it, Dustin said, "You should learn from Luke once in a while. He was bold enough to ask for my permission to take some time off." Elsa chuckled. "I've been a police officer for 8 years, but he's killed more people than I have. I certainly can't sit around and be lazy when I'm not as capable as he is." Dustin smiled with satisfaction. Elsa knew herself very well and wasn't jealous of Luke. "I have to work harder to make her a sergeant this time." Dustin thought to himself, it would be too much of a waste for Elsa and Luke to work as partners. Elsa in a leadership role and Luke working with an assistant detective would be better for the both of them. This was because Elsa was a control freak and Luke was, even more so. They got along well not because Elsa was smart, but because Luke had given in all this time. Dustin could easily tell from the case files how much credit Luke had given away to Elsa in the past few months. The real reason why Elsa and Luke never had a conflict was that Luke didn't want to be promoted. Until now, Luke was the only young officer Dustin had met who wasn't interested in credit. However, Dustin couldn't watch Elsa claim Luke's credit without doing anything. Luke had distinguished himself with his abilities, and Dustin had to make sure that he didn't feel it was unfair. Even though Luke didn't need to be promoted, Dustin couldn't pretend to be ignorant of his contributions. So, if he promoted Elsa as Luke's commander, they could both benefit from Luke cracking cases. As for Luke's new partner, well, wasn't there a girl who had followed him all the way here to LAPD? Thinking that, Dustin continued, "But you should still learn from Luke. Tell me, considering his behavior just now, who do you think was the boss, you or him?" Stumped for a moment, Elsa smiled wryly. "I don't have a choice. In our team, I run the analyses most of the time, while he does the actual legwork." Dustin waved his hand. "That's not the reason. It's about your attitude. Don't do things yourself when you should get somebody else to do them." Elsa was delighted, since that implied that she would be promoted to a leadership role soon. "I got it, boss. I'll pay more attention to that." Dustin nodded. "You can leave now. Just read the case file at home and get some rest if you're tired." Elsa obeyed and left. Over on Luke's side, he went to the logistics division with the certificate to claim his car. He was very satisfied with his new car, not because it was expensive, but because it wasn't an ordinary one. The car was a brand new Chevrolet Impala with many practical modifications, such as a bumper, reinforced suspension, a police communication system, and bulletproof front doors. It was far better than the cars which most other officers had. Luke was quite satisfied. This car was evidently Dustin's acknowledgement of his contributions to the department. He could have given Luke a random new car, otherwise. After obtaining the car, Luke went to a law firm to get the documents that he had previously entrusted to the lawyers to handle. Then, he returned to his old apartment. It had been more than 10 days. He wondered how Bobby was doing. Shira didn't say anything to Elsa about Bobby harassing her again, so Bobby couldn't be doing too badly. Luke knocked on the door, and it was only a long time later that someone answered. When he saw Luke, Bobby suddenly shivered. You're here, please come in. Luke nodded with a smile and entered the apartment. I'll give you 10 minutes to clean yourself up. Then we'll talk. Bobby quickly went to take a shower. Luke looked around the living room. The place was untidy, but not especially dirty. It was just what one would expect of a single man living on his own. There were several sheets of paper and a pen on the table. Luke checked the papers, only to discover that it was a list of information on Larry Page and Google's leadership. Luke nodded slightly. Bobby hadn't known he was coming, so this couldn't be for show. Bobby really was learning the information. Chapter 196. Let's sell it for 500 million soon. Bobby returned in casual attire. Do you want something to drink? I have instant coffee here. Luke said, No, thanks. Let's sit down and talk. After they sat down on the couch, Luke got straight to the point. I've just returned from a trip. While I have the time today, I have a job for you. As he spoke, he took out a pile of documents from his backpack. You can take your time reading them later. They're patents that I've applied for. As for what they are, exactly, check this out. Luke took out a phone with a screen that was larger than normal. He opened an app and gestured for Bobby to take a look. Watching Luke operate the phone for a while, Bobby asked uncertainly, Is this a map? Luke said, That's right. With the GPS on the phone, it can be used as a nationwide or even global navigator, provided that there are enough maps stored in the phone in advance. Bobby was confused. How are we going to make use of this? Luke said, Let's sell it to Google. I'm too lazy to create it myself, so I'll just sell the idea for money. Bobby was suspicious. Isn't Google a search engine? Why would they want this? Luke chuckled and explained how Google could use this navigator. Bobby nodded his head and said, What about the price? Luke thought for a moment and said, Let's sell it for 500 million. There was a reason why Luke had come up with this figure. He had read in his last life about some of the shocking acquisitions that Google made. For example, Google acquired Motorola Mobility for $12.5 billion, only to sell it to Lenovo for $2.9 billion several years later. It was why Luke knew how generous Google could be. Luke had no idea how much Google would invest into a map app, but considering how bright the prospects would be after smartphones were invented, an offer of $500 million wasn't too unbelievable. What if Google refused the offer? Well, Luke had nothing to lose. He could always invent some less costly technology and sell that instead. Despite knowing how things would start to trend, Luke hadn't been able to profit off the knowledge due to his lack of ability and funding, but now that he had learned Tony Stark's 4 elementary abilities, it was more than easy for him to get rich. He was going to sell this map patent because he wanted to earn enough money once and for all. He would be able to live off of 500 million for a long time. He wasn't Tony Stark, and wouldn't spend the money as quickly. Luke left the phone and the app for Bobby to use in his demonstration. He also gave Bobby $10,000 for travel expenses in the next few months. Luke had kept Bobby not because he wanted Bobby to become a good PR manager, but because he didn't want Bobby to be idle all the time. He would even give Bobby 1% of a share in the map technology. So, if Bobby could sell it, he would earn $5 million. With that money, Bobby would immediately become a millionaire. Bobby could only smile bitterly at that, because he had to sell the map technology first. However, he was indeed tempted by the prospect. $500 million might seem a lot, but it was nothing for Google. Luke wasn't scared of a big corporation like that playing dirty tricks, since he had applied for a patent. To establish this patent stronghold, he had shelled out almost $100,000 in registration and lawyer fees. He had even mortgaged the villa that he was living in to get the money for that. The plan with Google would be a lucrative deal in the long run. If Luke wanted to earn a quick buck, however, that was very simple, too. For example, he remembered that he had an uncle who lived in Las Vegas. Nevada was right next to California, and Los Angeles was only 430 kilometers away from Las Vegas, which was a 4-hour car ride or just a 1-hour flight. However, since he still had plenty of money after mortgaging the villa, Luke wasn't in a hurry to make more. At noon, Luke drove his car to USC. The area south of USC was unsafe, and plagued by criminals and gangsters. Roaming around the area in his car for a while, Luke had a quick lunch in a fast food restaurant. He left at 4 in the afternoon to return home. The area that he had checked out was where a gang called WD-36 hung out. The members of this gang had tattoos of WD, or 36, on them, and they dealt mainly in illegal drugs. Luke had tracked them down very easily, because it was this gang which sold weed to Miss Jenny. How did Jenny, who lived in Beverly Hills, find these dealers? It was because she was a student at USC. She was rich and had security guards, so she got the gangsters to deliver the goods to her place. Luke had gotten basic information on WD-36 from Dustin and Elsa during Katie's murder case. Coupled with his own investigation, he figured out which area the gang was active in. Now that he had a personal space, there were a lot more things he could do. After he returned home, he searched the fridge for something to cook for dinner. There weren't any breakfast ingredients, but plenty for dinner. Selena hadn't touched the raw meat or seasoning at all. So, dinner was easy. Luke moved the grill that was barely used out to the backyard, and placed a few fillets of meat on it. Once that was done, Luke searched online for flights to Las Vegas, and worked out how much time he had in his schedule. He also checked for hotels in Las Vegas that had a casino and a good reputation. He had to make sure that the hotels could afford the loss, and that whatever fortune he won wouldn't be coveted by desperados. There were casinos in Los Angeles as well, but Luke was a police officer here. In Las Vegas, he would just be a civilian, and whatever money he won there would be his legal gain. Chapter 197 Barbecue and Night Talk. Luke also had a bit of fun looking up the information which the Las Vegas Forensics Center had on old Grayson while he was at it. Since he was going over, he would have to pay his uncle a visit, and gifts were a must. The gifts should be thoughtful instead of expensive. After all, old Grayson wasn't really short on money. As one of the best specialists in his trade, he charged thousands of dollars for commercial services, on top of his annual work salary. Old Grayson's real interest was in entomology, but Luke didn't know anything about insects. He could only give it up. Checking files and flipping the meat over, Luke waited until 8:30 before Selena got back. "You're pretty late. Do you always get back so late?" asked Luke. Selena was exhausted but happy. "Let's talk about that later. I bought the things you wanted." Luke was speechless. "If you had told me that you were busy, I would have gone shopping myself. There isn't much for me to work with tonight. I guess we'll just have grilled meat today." Selena wasn't displeased at all. She lifted the cover of the grill in delight, only to be stopped by Luke. "Wash your hands first." Selena immediately rushed back into the house. By the time she returned with clean hands, Luke had sliced up the meat. The meat was greasy and fragrant, and right up a meat lover's alley. Next to the meat was a plate of roasted vegetables. Luke was born in Sichuan in his previous life, and Sichuan people barbecued everything. It wasn't just meat. They also roasted chives, cabbages, eggplants, cucumbers, potatoes, carrots and many other vegetables. Of course, Luke didn't have that many vegetables on hand. He simply roasted an eggplant. After he cut the eggplant in half, he covered it with onion, garlic and pepper. The food smelled great. Selena was indeed a foodie who liked all sorts of food. Enjoying her meal, she said, "Darling, it tastes really good. Let's have this 3 times a week, shall we?" Luke said, "I can make this for you if you're fine with holding your butt together when you go to work every day." Selena was surprised. "Huh, what do you mean?" Luke said, "Eating too many roasted vegetables is like when you have too much jalapeno." Selena immediately chickened out. Her parents were Mexicans and liked making Mexican food, but she was born and raised in America, and wasn't as used to spicy food as actual Mexicans. The Mexicans had developed 2 of the top 10 most horrifying peppers in the world. She had no intention of testing her tolerance. She still remembered her experience the last time, when it felt like she was discharging glass pieces whenever she went to the toilet. After enjoying the barbecue, Luke cleaned the grill and the table, and Selena collapsed in a chair once again. But it was already past 9. Luke certainly couldn't let her lie in the backyard like that for half an hour. He could only drag her back into the living room. Then, Luke made her a pot of hot cocoa. She wouldn't put on weight anyway. Selena was so comfortable that she could barely keep her eyes open. Luke asked, "How have you been?" "Very busy." Selena snorted lazily. "A little bit. Donald gave me a lot of things to do." Luke asked, "Such as?" Selena said, "Reading files and analyzing intelligence. I have to write reports, too. So, I have to work late a lot." Luke wasn't surprised. That was how newcomers were usually treated. He could be willful because he had forfeited credit for his contributions so far. Selena certainly didn't have that option. He thought for a moment before he asked, "Did you learn anything?" Selena said, "Rub my belly and help me digest my dinner, and I'll tell you." Luke was lost for words. "If you're so full, why did you fight me for food just now?" However, he did as he was told. He had been away for more than 10 days, and she had been all alone here with no friends or family, just work. Her superior was a middle-aged black man who didn't have much in common with her. It was only reasonable that she was bummed out. Rubbing her slightly bulging belly slowly and gently, Luke continued, "You can speak now." Selena took a deep breath of relief. "Well, I think I've learned a lot of things." "However?" Luke asked. "However what?" Selena thought for a moment, then shook her head. "Donald's only a so-so detective. I've picked up his methods. He barely makes mistakes, but he also wastes a lot of time." Luke nodded his head. "That actually isn't a bad thing. If you were working with Elsa, you might make progress more quickly, but you would have overlooked many details. Donald is slower, but it's not bad for you since you'll be able to keep up with him all the time." Selena nodded her head, then shook it. "We've been working on a case for a week, but I think we'll probably drop it in a day or two if we still don't get any results." Luke asked curiously, "What case?" "The death of a college girl." Selena said, "There's no evidence of a homicide, and it looks like an accidental drug overdose. But somehow I feel that it's more complicated than that." Luke asked, "Where did it happen?" Selena said, "She died in an apartment in our jurisdiction, but she's from USC. Also, she wasn't living in that apartment, the tenant is another woman who's gone missing." Luke immediately knew that there wouldn't be any outcome for this case. The two people involved were dead and missing respectively. Without more clues, the case would soon be deemed an accidental drug overdose, and thrown into the archive room. If it were Elsa and Luke who were responsible for the case, they would have given up after 3 to 5 days without any leads. There were too many such cases to investigate. Luke could only shake his head. "I don't think there's anything else you can do. Just drop it if you can't find any leads." Chapter 198 Robbing friends of food. It wasn't because they were heartless, but because they had limited time as detectives in American TV series. Many detectives would never give up until they got to the bottom of a case. But the truth was that detectives weren't allowed to do that at all. Pursuing one case meant that there were other cases that weren't being investigated. Their boss would have their heads if they obsessed over a single case. Even if they might be interested in a particular case, they could only investigate in their spare time. That was also the difference between police detectives and private detectives. The former were supposed to maintain order in society, while the latter were hired to investigate specific cases. Then, Selena asked Luke about his trip to Paris, and looked at the photos of him and Elena. Selena was quite jealous. She said in disappointment, "Why wasn't I part of this fun trip? I want to shop in Paris and sunbathe in Marseille too." Luke chuckled, "I'm off to Vegas in a few days. Want to come with me?" Selena was delighted for one brief moment, before she shook her head. "I doubt I can. I'm very busy right now." Luke shrugged. "It's all right, we can go somewhere later. Did I tell you that Elsa might get a promotion?" Selena thought for a moment and nodded. "I've heard whispers, but how does that have anything to do with me?" Luke said, "If she's promoted, I can apply for you to be my partner again." Selena was surprised. "But didn't you say that we should establish our own network of connections first in the next few months?" Luke said, "Elsa and I are quite close. I can make use of most of her resources as long as I share the credit with her. We were shut out in the Major Crimes Division back in Houston, but Dustin and Elsa are both on our side here. It's not a problem for us to be partners again." Selena grew excited. "Really?" Luke said, "Yes, I've talked to Elsa about it, and she has no objections, as long as she can become my boss." Selena asked, "How long will it take?" "A year," Luke said. "It'll be 2 months at most, or maybe a month if she's lucky. Selena exclaimed, "Oh, that's great." Luke chuckled, "Are you happy now? Get up and wash the dishes." Selena complained, "I just realized that I'm still full. I still need to rest a bit more." Ignoring her lousy acting, Luke rose and said, "Anyway, it's your job. I'm going to take a shower." By the time he finished his shower, Selena had already done the dishes in the kitchen. Luke shook his head with a smile and started doing online searches again on his laptop. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, Luke and Selena drove their own cars to work. Selena was reinvigorated, because she had had breakfast cooked by Luke that morning. There was even a new batch of cupcakes for her to bring to work. Naturally, she was in a great mood. After they entered the police department, Luke saw Elsa at her desk. She had obviously recovered from her jet lag. She greeted Luke when he went over. Luke put the paper bag he was holding on the desk and said with a smile, "Homemade cupcakes for you as a snack." Elsa was a little surprised. She wasn't a foodie, but she couldn't help but try one of the cupcakes. But she regretted it several minutes later. Privacy and distance were appreciated in America, but who was Elsa? She was one of the most experienced detectives in the Major Crimes Division. She had groomed 5 detectives in this division, who were sort of her students, and she and the rest were close as well. But when friends got too close, they could become unscrupulous. Elsa didn't consider the cupcakes a big deal, but other people certainly did. Dustin happened to pass by the desk. Noticing the cupcakes in the bag, he picked up one and said, "Thanks for breakfast, Elsa." "I didn't have anything this morning." Elsa didn't realize how bad the situation was yet. She was only thinking that the cupcake tasted pretty good. Then, Billy Wong, a Chinese detective, leaned in and said, "Oh, I didn't have anything, either." "Thanks, Elsa." He reached out to take a cupcake. Another female officer named Melinda also came over and said, "Elsa, you remembered that I love cupcakes. Thank you." She grabbed one of the cupcakes and fled. That wasn't the end of it. Several more detectives joined in. They said similar things, and poached the last 2 cupcakes in the bag. The detectives who came late could only scatter without cupcakes. But one of the detectives, who was more shameless than the rest, exclaimed, "Elsa, bring more next time. I brought a dozen donuts last time for everybody in the office." Elsa couldn't have felt any more regretful. She only had one of the cupcakes. These jerks. More importantly, it was quite delicious and could sell for $3 to $5 each at the shops. Was it the same as cheap donuts? Bad decision. That was the only thought in her head. Had she known how good Luke's homemade cupcakes were, she would have kept them to herself instead of leaving them out. Those detectives who had robbed her of the cupcakes were all people she was very close to, and she couldn't ask for anything from them in return. That was the most heartbreaking thing for her. She finally glanced at Luke and said, "Couldn't you give the cupcakes to me when they weren't around?" Luke smiled but didn't say anything. It wasn't his fault that Elsa couldn't protect the cupcakes that he had given her. After Elsa finished her lone cupcake, Luke asked, "What's our new case?" Elsa tossed the case file at him, and Luke read it. "It really is a tricky case." Elsa explained, "The victim is one William Johnson, who was shot in the head in his car. He was in the real estate business. According to our files, he's linked to multiple extortion and injury cases. The word is that he was also involved in several murder cases in some old buildings which he owned." Luke read the file and Elsa's notes, then said, "So, he was the leader of a gang, and it was only a matter of time before he was killed." Chapter 199 Innocent Love and College Widow. Elsa nodded her head. "You could put it that way. But Margaret Haley Johnson, his young wife, has been urging us to solve the case." Luke laughed out loud. "Who is she?" "She wants us to avenge a major gangster ASAP. She doesn't know how many enemies her husband had." Elsa said with an odd expression, "It's possible that she doesn't." Luke was stunned. "What do you mean?" Elsa said, "Based on the information I found, she truly thinks that her husband was a legitimate businessman. Also, she's an art student at USC, and she's only 21. Luke was speechless. "Are you saying that a 45-year-old gangster fell in pure love with a 21-year-old art student?" Elsa shrugged. "Who knows? Anything can happen in this world." Luke continued browsing the case file. "Where should we start?" Since Dustin hadn't told them that the case needed to be resolved, they could give it up if they didn't find any leads in the next couple of days. What if William Johnson's widow still insisted? Whatever. There were too many gangsters in Los Angeles. William might have left her an inheritance, but it was impossible for her to try and push the case up to a higher level. The big shots of WD-36 were rich, too. But could they complain in the media that LAPD didn't care about the murder of an underling? Of course not. Once they learned what the scumbag did before he was killed, the media and the general public would only gloat at his death. Nobody would ever sympathize with such gangsters. Elsa shrugged and said, "Let's go to USC. We have to meet the widow. She's kind of innocent, but she's not a bad person. If she makes a fuss about this case, it won't be a big thing for us, but she might draw the attention of other gangsters and lose her wealth or even her life." Luke nodded his head. It wasn't easy being a boss's woman. If she were a capable woman, she might have been able to helm her husband's gang in his place. But since she was merely an art student, both she and her assets would be obvious targets for other gangsters. Wealth earned through violence would be plundered with violence. That was the rule of the gangs. The patent that Luke had applied for example, could hardly be stolen by the gangsters with violence. Luke had too much evidence to prove that. He was the legitimate owner of the patent, and the judge wouldn't believe the gangsters at all if they couldn't offer any counter-evidence. However, most of William Johnson's wealth was underground to avoid being investigated by the police and IRS. Other gangsters could take control of the wealth as long as they knew where it was. If the widow inadvertently leaked the information that she had it, she would be dead very soon. This time, Luke didn't take Elsa's car. Both of them drove separately to USC. Luke wondered if he and this place were meant to be, since he had just spent half a day investigating the area yesterday. Entering USC, Elsa found a studio. She majors in painting. This is where she usually takes her classes. They opened the door to find a naked model in the room as well as some 10 youngsters who were painting diligently. A middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s looked at the intruders and frowned. Luke looked like a student, but Elsa obviously wasn't one. He was rather irritated about the unannounced guests. After Elsa showed him her badge, the man's expression looked even more awful. He quickly left the studio. Closing the door, he asked, "Who are you? How can I help you?" Elsa said, "I'm Detective Elsa from LAPD. This is Detective Luke. We're here for Margaret Haley Johnson." The man said, "This is a school. Come again when class is over if you want to talk to her." Elsa narrowed her eyes. "Is your class very important?" The man looked at her blankly. "Of course. This is a university. Can anyone study here if they're dead?" asked Elsa. The man's expression turned ugly. "Is that a threat?" Elsa scoffed. "This has nothing to do with you. We're from the Major Crimes Division." The man said with his head held high, "So what? You don't run this place." Luke couldn't take the man's lack of cooperation anymore. "You're a teacher, right? The Major Crimes Division might not be a big deal, except that it handles criminal cases like homicides, gunfights and kidnappings every single day. Do you think we're here to talk to someone for fun?" asked Luke. The man's face changed, but Luke continued before he could say anything. "We take a serious case every other day, and we have to work late all the time. Now, are you going to bring her out and stop wasting all of our time?" The man hesitated for a moment, but finally went back into the studio. He wasn't really an idiot. Luke had made it clear that they were here as part of a serious criminal case. The man certainly couldn't ask the two detectives to wait until the students were finished. Margaret wasn't a distinguished painter anyway. She was only here to practice. He was all about asserting his absolute authority in the studio, but he had chosen the wrong targets this time. Elsa glanced at Luke and said, "You're responsible for convincing and coercing our targets in the future." Luke nodded but said, "Don't you like dealing with disobedient guys best?" Elsa chuckled but didn't say anything. She remembered what Dustin said. A leader should have their trusted subordinates do the work rather than do it themselves. By changing her role, she could also prompt Luke's development, and both of them would benefit. A minute later, Margaret came out. Elsa stepped forward to talk to her. Her advantage as a woman was that she came across as less threatening and intimidating. It was easier for her to strike up a conversation. Chapter 200 Beautiful college student and unexpected encounter. The three of them left the studio for a small park not far away, where they sat down to talk. But there was nowhere for Luke to sit. Elsa and Margaret occupied the iron bench, and it would be too crowded for three people. So, he simply stood next to Elsa and listened to their conversation. While he observed Margaret, he had to admit that Margaret was truly beautiful. No wonder William, the boss of a gang, fell in love with her. She had long blonde hair, fair skin and a very attractive face. Her age and her identity as an art student also added to her sex appeal. The conversation went on for a long time. Luke bought a few bottles of water from a vending machine for the two women. Elsa gradually moved away from asking questions about the case to hinting at the possible danger that Margaret might be in. Elsa felt personally compelled to do so. Actually, LAPD wouldn't be in any trouble if anything happened to Margaret. Or rather, LAPD would be less troubled, because nobody would pester them to work on William Johnson's case anymore. But as a woman, Elsa turned soft-hearted when she talked to Margaret, who wasn't a bad person, but just slightly innocent and childish. Luke didn't interrupt. The super detective system made him ruthless toward villains, but he couldn't be so cold-blooded to Margaret, who was just an ordinary civilian. Margaret wasn't rich because of William Johnson. Her own family was wealthy enough. It was why she was able to pursue arts. If Elsa wanted to give her a warning, Luke wouldn't stand in the way. Elsa was a great talker. After all, she was a seasoned detective with 8 years of experience, and talking to women was one of the things she was best at. Her resoluteness and decisiveness could easily win the trust and favor of meek girls like Margaret. So, an hour later, Margaret had confessed a lot of intelligence on William, and was informed of her current situation. Luke couldn't have convinced Margaret as easily, but it was a piece of cake for Elsa. Luke observed them with great interest. Compared with Elsa, he was actually quite frank. He was more of a doer than a talker. Of course, being physically capable was good, but he wouldn't mind learning Elsa's way with words. He wasn't strong enough to crush anyone yet, and might have to do some smooth talking to achieve some of his goals one of these days. Elsa and Margaret finished their conversation 2 hours later, and exchanged numbers so that they could contact each other more easily in the future. At this moment, Luke heard a most familiar voice. "Huh, why are you here?" Luke raised his eyebrow. "You're here, too," his roommate quickly whispered to him. "We're here for an investigation." Luke's eyes were full of confusion. Selina said, "We're here for Mrs. Johnson." On the other side, Donald greeted Elsa and Margaret, before he flashed his badge and introduced himself. Margaret was at a loss. "What do you want from me?" She subconsciously looked at Elsa. The police department couldn't have sent 2 groups of people to investigate her, could it? Donald said, "Mrs. Johnson, we're here about the apartment building on 27 Lipton Street." Margaret couldn't be any more confused. "Huh," Donald said, "it belongs to you." Margaret said in surprise, "What?" Elsa and Luke listened quietly and soon got it. As it turned out, the case that Donald and Selina were working on, which involved the death of one woman and the disappearance of another, had taken place in an apartment building that belonged to William Johnson. Well, it now belonged to Mrs. Margaret Haley Johnson. Donald was only here as a last-ditch attempt to ask Margaret if she knew anything, but he wasn't very hopeful. Margaret had no idea about the apartment building at all. Or rather, she didn't even know how much of William's assets were now hers. However, at Elsa's reminder, Margaret was prepared to find a law firm and sort through the assets under her name. She certainly didn't hate money, but as an art student from a rich family, she wasn't desperate for it, either. William Johnson's known assets included several buildings that were worth almost $100 million. She could live a comfortable life on that alone. She would get rid of William Johnson's illegal assets as soon as possible. Once that was done, there was no point in the other gangsters looking for her if they wanted to grab the assets of dubious or outright evil origin that William Johnson had left behind. Although she might lose a lot of money, this was the safest move for Margaret, given what she was like. She wasn't a capable woman, nor did she intend to pick up William's mantle. She would be insane if she wanted to keep the illegal assets. In the end, after seeing Margaret off, Elsa traded information with Donald, and Luke talked to Selina. They realized that neither of the 2 teams had any useful leads. Elsa obtained a lot of intelligence on William, but none of it had to do with his murder, and he had too many enemies. Donald was even worse off, because guileless Margaret was too busy being pretty to learn anything about William's illegal businesses after she married him. Luke had used sharp nose on Margaret, and had detected nothing except the smell of pigment. It was true that she had never been involved in any of the illegal business. Although it was still possible that she might be involved indirectly, the chances weren't very high. After a while, Luke suggested that they have lunch together, and offered to treat them. Elsa was certainly fine with it. Donald also agreed after a brief hesitation. It was already 11:30. Even if he refused Luke's invitation, he and Selina would still have to eat somewhere else. Luke took them to Home Taste Tea House again. Different from last time, he chose a private room. The four of them sat in a room that was 10 square meters in size, with a glass window taking up one wall and which looked out onto the street. The room was quiet after the door was shut. Elsa was rather curious. "What is this place?" Luke explained with a smile. "It's a separate dining room, and it charges an additional 20% service fee. You have to reserve a room like this in advance unless you're a regular customer." Chapter 201 Lunch together and terrifying shooter. Elsa realized that Luke was a regular customer at this place and that he wasn't short of money. Few American restaurants had private rooms. What Luke described as a separate dining room was rare, too. It was possible to enjoy better service at a higher service fee, like the different classes on a plane. However, restaurants weren't expected to provide private rooms, which would be discriminatory and unfair to the other customers. Donald had never eaten here before, so Elsa helped him order. Luke, on the other hand, ordered for Selena. After all, he could always finish the food that she didn't like. If Luke was full, he could still pack up the food for Dustin. After the food was served, they stopped talking and ate first. It wasn't until they were full that they chatted over their drinks. Neither of the two parties planned to keep their cases confidential, since it appeared that they would be dropping both cases soon. Hopefully, they might uncover more clues by talking to each other. After all, the two cases had a lot in common. For example, Margaret and the girl who died of a drug overdose were both USC students, although they didn't know each other. Also, the apartment building that the girl died in used to belong to William Johnson, who was notorious among the tenants. This gave Donald a new lead to work on, but Elsa and Luke still had nothing to work with. They packed up the food that they didn't finish and said goodbye to each other. Donald and Selena were going to investigate the apartment building, since the girl's death looked like it could have been William's way of driving the tenants away. Elsa and Luke returned to the police department to check for updates on their case. Elsa also offered the extra food to poor Dustin. It was already past 1, but Dustin probably hadn't had lunch yet. She was amused at herself when she delivered the food to Dustin. She had never been such an ass kisser before. She was close to Dustin, but it was only about work. After all, she wasn't a gentle and considerate woman. But after Luke became her partner, she somehow became a regular food supplier. It was rather unreal. Elsa and Luke remained in the police department in the afternoon. They discussed the case as they looked for information. But it wasn't long before they shook their heads. Too many people wanted William Johnson dead. From civilians to gangsters to competitive real estate groups, it was too easy to put together a list of dozens of suspects who could have attacked him, not even counting the ones underground. Only God knew how many evil things William Johnson had done in secret, and how many enemies he had made. However, Elsa and Luke felt that this might be a hate crime. According to the two high-class escorts who had been with William when he was killed, someone flew over the car's sunroof and shot him in the head. This piece of intelligence was hard to believe, but it was still noted down as both escorts claimed the same thing, and William had truly been shot in the head instead of his face. However, flying over a car going at 80 kilometers an hour and shooting William in the head through the open sunroof. It was surreal. Elsa found it hard to believe, but Luke thought otherwise. Ordinary people couldn't do it, but what about those humans with supernatural abilities? Luke was determined to talk Elsa into giving up this case since supernatural powers might be involved. The criminal was undoubtedly decisive and ruthless, to blow up William Johnson's head like that. What if Elsa's head was blown up too if she found something? As Luke's future boss, Elsa was very important for his future as a police detective. She would allow Luke to do anything he wanted as long as he was efficient in solving cases. Luke could then spend most of his time as a vigilante while using the intelligence he obtained from the police department. A new boss who wanted him around every day would be wasting his time. While he was busy at work, Luke's phone suddenly rang. His expression immediately changed. He had set up a few special ringtones on his phone, and the current ringtone meant that Selena was in grave danger and asking for help. Putting in an earpiece, he quickly pressed the play button for a message recording that Selena had sent. Selena said hastily, "We're in William Johnson's apartment building. There's a terrifying shooter here. Help." Luke grabbed his keys and started running. Elsa was stunned. "What are you doing?" Luke said. Selena ran into a tough shooter in William's apartment building. Surprised, Elsa followed him after a short pause. While it didn't look like it was her business, the odd case that had taken place in William Johnson's apartment building might be related to his death. Elsa and Luke both knew the address of the apartment building. They had just talked to Donald during lunch. Luke got into his police car and rushed out of the parking lot. He couldn't feel any more lucky that he had learned elementary driving. Turning on the siren, he raced down the street. The apartment building wasn't far from the police department, and Luke arrived 7 minutes later. He turned off the siren but kept the lights on, before he quickly charged into the building. He then headed for Selina's location. Luke had put a tracker on Selina, not to monitor her, but to locate her in an emergency. But he didn't need the tracker, he could already hear gunshots. It wasn't a very intense exchange, but they burst out at regular intervals. Activating sharp nose, Luke realized that things weren't looking good. The scent of Donald's blood was in the air. Luke soon climbed to the 4th floor. He took out his pistol. Bang, bang, shooting twice without any hesitation, he forced the person who had been looking out over the stairs to retreat. But Luke didn't relax at all, and was even more alarmed. Chapter 202 Flying female shooter and new ability. He was now much better at shooting than ever. He wasn't sure how many people he could hit after using up the bullets in his gun back in Shackelford, but right now, his precision was practically 100% at a range of 20 meters. The criminals he killed with his gun were the best training targets. During his operations in Paris, he never missed a single target. But the first person capable of avoiding his bullets at close range had emerged, not because she was fast, but because she had foreseen it. The moment Luke raised his gun, she had started to retreat as if by natural instinct. Yes, it was a woman. Holding back his slight shock, Luke focused. Having weathered the attack by the Carlos family, Selina was much tougher than regular female officers. If she said that the woman was a terrifying shooter, then the woman was certainly extraordinary. Bang, bang, Luke shot again, forcing the woman to retreat up the stairs on the 4th floor to the 5th floor. Bang, bang, suppressing the enemy, Luke ran to the corner of the stairs and whispered, "It's me." Selina was hiding behind a stone statue at the corner with a gun in her hand, but she didn't say anything before Luke ran over. He already saw Donald, who was lying on the ground. Donald had been shot in the abdomen. His lips were pale, but he was obviously delighted to see Luke. Everybody in the Major Crimes Division knew how good Luke was. After finishing off almost 50 professional robbers armed with rifles in an hour, he was acknowledged by the Major Crimes Division as their toughest detective. Luke wasn't afraid that the woman would attack them again. His sharp nose had detected that she was moving further upstairs. He quickly lifted Donald's clothes and pressed down around the wound. He was instantly relieved. Donald's wound wasn't fatal. Luke didn't need to be too worried about it. "Did you call an ambulance?" he asked. Selina nodded. Luke said, "You stay here and protect him. Stay alert." He then got up and ran upstairs. Selina said in a low voice, "Be careful." Luke was strong, but the female shooter wasn't any weaker. She had shot Donald in a 2-on-1. Had Selina not been training with Luke in the last 6 months, she might have been shot, too. With his sharp nose, Luke realized that the female shooter had reached the rooftop. Luke was rather puzzled. He planned to fight the female shooter again. Rushing to the rooftop, Luke stopped briefly at the entrance. He determined the shooter's location with his sharp nose and looked in her direction, only to be surprised by her actions. In the next moment, Luke realized what she was doing, and exclaimed inwardly. Not far away, the female shooter had finished the last step of her acceleration. She stomped her foot so hard that the ground seemed to explode, and she jumped from the rooftop to another building 10 meters away at an astonishing speed. Luke raised his gun without hesitation. Bang, bang. The female shooter suddenly twisted in midair and glanced back angrily. She reached into her pocket with her right hand and pulled out a gun, which she pointed at Luke's position. Luke quickly retreated and took cover. He waited to see whether the woman would fall and be killed. But she could probably cover the distance between the two buildings with that jump, and the other building was 1 level shorter. It was quite shocking. Bang. After another gunshot, Luke stretched out a mirror to the side and saw that the female shooter had landed on the other building as she rolled with the momentum. She had instantly sensed Luke's shot just now, and was only hit in the shoulder. Luke was astounded. Despite his interference, the woman had made a jump of more than 15 meters. She definitely wasn't a normal person. As Luke's mind whirled with thoughts, he heard a clink. He raised his head, only to see a bullet hole in a metal billboard not far away. His pupils contracted. What was this? The bullet hole in the billboard was in the wrong location. Basic firearms was the first ability he learned, and he was familiar with its various forms after all these months. After a quick glance at the bullet hole, he figured out the shooter's position, but the location was empty. Then, where was this bullet from? Luke looked in the mirror again, but the female shooter had disappeared from the rooftop. Luke knew that he couldn't chase her anymore. He could also easily jump 15 meters, but that would be revealing his extraordinary power. Also, he had learned a good lesson from the female shooter. It was because she couldn't do anything in midair that Luke had been able to shoot her. But that wasn't really an error on her part. She didn't know that Luke had sharp nose, and was much faster than most people. If it were SWAT, she would have already landed on the other building by the time they reached the rooftop. Frowning, Luke descended from the rooftop. The uncanny bullet hole made him uneasy. It was better for him to go back inside. At that moment, he checked the system notification. System, you have defeated Rebecca and have received a list of her abilities. Rebecca's abilities: basic firearms, basic combat, physical outburst prerequisites, 20 strength, 20 dexterity, 20 mental strength and 1000 credit points. Unavailable curve shooting prerequisites: 20 strength, 20 dexterity, 20 mental strength and 1000 credit points. Unlearnable, Luke exclaimed in shock. Curve shooting, what was that? Fortunately, he had a system. Calling on the system, he found new information on Rebecca's abilities. Physical outburst conferred by the fraternity, curve shooting conferred by the fraternity. Luke was lost for words. What were those? Why didn't he know anything about them? Thinking quickly, he went downstairs and saw that an ambulance had arrived. Selena had called for reinforcements earlier and stated that a police officer was down. Donald was soon taken downstairs via the elevator and into the ambulance. After Selena saw Donald off, Luke asked, "Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" As Donald's partner, Selena had to accompany him until his operation was done. Selena shook her head. "No need, I'll drive Donald's car." Chapter 203 Unexpected Speculation. Luke thought for a moment and said, "I'll join you. I want to know what happened today." After arriving at the hospital, they talked outside the surgery room. What happened wasn't complicated. Donald and Selena had returned to the scene of the crime to look for clues that they might have missed earlier. But somebody was in the apartment when they arrived. They carefully opened the door and saw that female shooter. Luke finally learned that the female shooter wasn't a random person, but the missing tenant of the apartment. Naturally, Donald and Selena were excited. The tenant was definitely a lead. After all, it was strange that she went missing after someone died in her apartment. Since she was alive, she could be the murderer, or an informant. Donald immediately stepped forward to try and take her back with them to the police department. Selena, however, was much more vigilant thanks to Luke's training. She noticed that something didn't look right with the tenant. She hauled Donald out of the apartment, but the tenant took out her gun and shot at them. They then took cover on the stairs. After that, both sides were caught at an impasse. Selena and Donald outnumbered the tenant, though they weren't as good at shooting as she was. They locked her down on the 5th floor. A moment before Luke arrived, Donald got careless and was shot. If Luke hadn't arrived in time, the shooter could have left easily via the stairs instead of having to jump over 10 meters between two buildings. While Luke was asking about the details, Elsa finally arrived. She was also greatly shocked when Selena told her what happened. Luke simply told Elsa that she should turn a blind eye if she ran into the shooter, and that she shouldn't try to arrest the woman, with or without backup, or someone might die. After a long while, Luke finally offered his theory. It was probably this shooter who killed William. Elsa was stunned. "How can you be sure?" Luke said, "Do you remember what the two escorts said?" Elsa asked, "You mean how someone flew over the car and blew William's head up? Was it done by this shooter?" Luke said solemnly in a low voice, "Just now, with my own eyes, I saw her jump more than 15 meters and land on the rooftop of the next building before she escaped." Elsa exclaimed and couldn't believe it at all. Luke said, "Let's just wait. This isn't a case we can handle." After a brief hesitation, Elsa asked, "What about the boss?" Luke said, "You go talk to him. In any case, I won't investigate this case. That female shooter was abnormal. In order to deal with her, we'd have to surround her and barrage her with overwhelming firepower." Elsa fell silent. How could it be that simple? The female shooter certainly wasn't an idiot who would wait to be surrounded. Given her ability to jump 15 meters, it would be near impossible to besiege her at all in this city. After the discussion, Luke and Elsa left, and Selena waited at the hospital for Donald to come out of surgery. Luke and Elsa returned to the apartment building, which had been locked down by the police. It was no small thing that a police officer was shot, much less in a follow-up to a homicide in the apartment. Luke and Elsa went back to the rooftop. Luke examined the area as well as the bullet hole in the metal billboard. In the end, he realized that the bullet was shot by none other than the female shooter herself. Her bullet had indeed curved. Elsa, on the other hand, looked at the footprint where the rooftop had cracked, and was convinced. Though the building was rather rundown, it still wouldn't crumble that easily. Only such a terrifying force could have supported a jump of 15 meters. After figuring out the situation, Luke and Elsa left the apartment building. After they returned, they told Dustin what happened, and Dustin solemnly told them to keep it confidential, before he sent them home to get some rest. Luke shrugged and said, "All right, I'm going to the hospital. You can go home first." Elsa shook her head, "I'm going to find Margaret. I'm afraid that the female shooter." Luke didn't think that it was likely, but it was still a possibility. He simply reminded her, "Remember, keep as far away from the female shooter as possible if you run into her." Elsa smiled bitterly. "Is there a need to be so worried?" Luke was grim. "I don't want you to get sent in for surgery. Don't let anything happen to you." Elsa nodded silently. Nobody wanted anything to happen to their partner. Luke returned to the hospital with a bag of food, water and warm clothes for Selena, since it was inconvenient for her to get them herself. On the bench outside the surgery room, they talked about the female shooter again, and Selena recalled more details. Eventually, Luke and Selena confirmed an unbelievable thing. The female shooter hadn't wanted to fight or kill Selena and Donald at all. If Donald and Selena hadn't blocked the way so doggedly, the female shooter might have left after she forced them to retreat. The female shooter, whom even Luke had failed to take down, could have killed Donald and Selena at any moment, particularly when their guards were down at the beginning. But she hadn't. Luke knew how good she was, even better than Selena did. It wasn't really a problem for a shooter who was capable of physical outburst and curve shooting to kill two people who didn't know anything about her abilities. Selena and Donald were probably only still alive because the shooter had spared them. The reason why Luke had been able to shoot her in the end was also because she only wanted to run, and had no intention of fighting the police. Luke couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Come to think of it, his last two shots had been like an ambush. No wonder the shooter had been angered into taking action, and had used curve shooting after she was shot. Had it not been for Luke's good habit of changing locations frequently, his head could have been blown up. Chapter 204 Harvesting Points, and Partners again. Thus, Selena and Donald hadn't really been in grave danger yesterday, but Luke could have died an unexpected death. After figuring out what happened, Luke sweated hard. This truly was a dangerous world. No, he had to boost his strength to 40 and meet the prerequisite for elementary self-healing. All I need is just another level up. Luke couldn't sit around anymore. Telling Selena to be careful, he left in a hurry. He had nothing else to do, and it was almost 7 at night, which was the perfect time for him to take action. He had been keeping an eye on WD-36 for a while, and he intended to destroy it tonight. Selena had to stay at the hospital tonight. Donald's operation was successful, but he was still in critical condition, so Selena couldn't leave. Luke checked her text message and put his phone back into his personal space. Half an hour later, looking at the huge bungalow before him, he took a deep breath and made his move. That night, 12 people in one of WD-36's nests went missing with a lot of drugs and cash. Nobody knew what happened. At least, nobody in WD-36. On the other hand, a bunch of bodies suddenly appeared in the nest of a gang that was in ongoing conflict with WD-36. The gang, called 23rd Street, disposed of the bodies secretly instead of making a big thing out of it. The 12 bodies included WD-36's third-in-command, who was responsible for money and the goods. 23rd Street would have been ecstatic if the man were alive, but they couldn't interrogate a dead man. Since they couldn't get anything from the bodies, and they didn't want to start a war with WD-36, 23rd Street simply kept it to themselves. However, the heads of 23rd Street had a bad feeling if WD-36's third-in-command could be so easily killed and dumped in their territory, it wouldn't be too hard for whoever did it to do the same thing to them. But before they could reach a decision, one of 23rd Street's nests was turned upside down the next night. 8 people went missing, and the stash and the cash there were gone as well. 23rd Street grew paranoid. Had they been attacked, too? They were quite smart, because it was precisely Luke's doing again. He could store the bodies of a dozen people in his personal space, but he had no time to dispose of them, so he simply dumped them on other gangsters, confident that they would never dare call the police. Thus, he dumped the bodies of 23rd Street's gangsters on WD-36. What if the two gangs thought of the possibility and teamed up to deal with him? Well, that would be even better. If that happened, he could disguise the deaths of the gangsters as the result of a gang fight, and he still wouldn't need to handle the bodies. Luke didn't stop harvesting points after he started. After 5 days, the gangsters near USC were all going crazy. 5 hostile gangs were involved. Regarding them as a free cleaning service, Luke would dump the bodies of Gang A on Gang B, and those of Gang B on Gang C every day. Finally, the gangs couldn't take it anymore. The big bosses didn't meet in person, but had their lackeys communicate with one another, hoping to find the psycho who was slaughtering them. But right then, the killing and dumping came to a stop. On the 6th day, after 15 members of a small gang went missing together, no more bodies emerged, marking the end of the indiscriminate massacre. The gangsters were relieved. 6 groups of people, totaling almost 100 individuals, had died. It was the craziest hunt ever. They could only pray to God that the guy had been killed by a gang. Luke, on the other hand, checked the system notification in excitement. Mission: eliminate drug dealers and destroy the illegal drugs. Total experience: 1,200. Total credit: 1,200. Contribution rate: 100%. EXP plus 1,200. Credit plus 1,200. As experience has reached 10,000 points, the host has leveled up to level 11. Extra stat points: 5. Another level up, finally. What delighted Luke even more was that the stat points he earned from the level up was now 5. He would now grow faster. After his strength reached 40, he had to focus on mental strength. To better utilize his personal space and meet the prerequisite for certain abilities, he had to boost mental strength to 20. Bobby's mental communication, for example, had a prerequisite of 20 mental strength. That was a mental ability. Luke guessed that he had to meet the mental strength prerequisite if he wanted to learn more mental abilities. Elementary self-healing's prerequisite was 40 strength. What about telekinesis and mental control? Would they demand 40 mental strength or higher? Luke went to work in a good mood the next day. Because of his severe injury and his age, Donald had to rest for at least a month, so Selena was left on her own. But that wasn't a bad thing, because Elsa was officially promoted. And the new sergeant was now recruiting more talent for her team. As a sergeant, Elsa needed at least 2 individuals to work for her, and if necessary, their group could work a case with 2 other groups. After the Nakatomi Plaza case, Luke had helped bring in a generous donation to the police department, so it had enough funding now to hire new people. Although the money was meant to be used for improving the police communication equipment and vehicles, some of it could certainly be invested elsewhere. LAPD had always been severely short of hands, and was constantly trying to recruit more officers. So, after grooming Luke for 2 months, Elsa got another rookie detective as her partner to get him familiar with the job. Luke and Selena were back together as partners. While she was sorry for Donald, Selena was actually happy to have her old partner back. Dustin helped out a lot, too, so that Elsa could establish her own team after her promotion. Elsa was the general commander, Luke was the problem solver, and Selena and the new detective were support. Dustin could hence give them some of the tricky cases without needing to get any other police teams to help them. A team that had worked together for a long time was much more capable and efficient than a team that had just been set up. Chapter 205 Case Facts and 40. Strength. Elsa and Luke were no longer partners but still in the same team. They could work on more cases, and their abilities wouldn't go to waste. At Luke's heads up, Elsa found an important lead and solved the William Johnson case. The DNA test on the blood left behind by the wounded female shooter confirmed that she was the sister of the college student suspected of dying from a drug overdose. In the end, it was discovered that the shooter was the elder sister who went missing as a child, and the college student was the younger sister. There was no telling how they met, but the younger sister, who studied at USC, moved into her elder sister's apartment. William claimed ownership of the building not long ago, and wanted to drive out Rebecca, the elder sister, who had signed a long-term lease. But Rebecca wasn't living in the apartment, though she was paying the rent. For some reason, William sent a guy to kill Rebecca's sister and make it look like she died of a drug overdose. After discovering that her sister was dead, Rebecca, with her terrifying skills, easily tracked down and killed William, who had murdered her sister. In fact, after William's death, 2 men in his gang were also shot in the head in their apartments. One of them died the day after William's death, and the other died just yesterday. Nobody had made the connection between these cases before. Thanks to Luke's heads-up and Elsa's deductions, they finally figured out that this was one murder case with multiple victims. Luke and Elsa even guessed why Rebecca, the female shooter, had shown up at the apartment the previous day. Perhaps, Rebecca had returned to the apartment to offer her dead sister the lives and blood of her enemies, so that she could rest in peace. Dustin didn't pursue the case any further. After all, Rebecca had disappeared, and there was motive for the murders of William and his subordinates. Now was a good point to close the case. As for Rebecca, who hadn't been caught yet, all they needed to do was put her on the wanted list. It was impossible to dispatch anyone to capture Rebecca. After listening to Luke's assessment of Rebecca's capabilities, Dustin didn't want any of his men to be killed over someone like William. After a busy week, Luke and Selena went to Elsa. Hearing what Luke had to say, Elsa raised her head from the desk that was overflowing with files. "Are you kidding me? What did you say?" Luke said with a smile. "I'm asking for leave, boss." Elsa leaned back in her chair. "Do you have any idea how busy we are?" Luke nodded his head. "I do, but I'm hoping to visit my uncle. He's in Vegas, so I won't be away for long." Slapping her forehead, Elsa asked, "Do you have to?" Luke put up one finger. "Yes, we're leaving on the weekend and we only need 1 day's leave." Lost for words for a moment, Elsa searched the desk and said, "Since you're going to Vegas, then bring back the test results for these cases from the forensics center there." Luke asked, "Then would this count as a work trip?" Elsa rolled her eyes. "In your dreams. I'll ask the boss to send someone to fetch the results if you don't want to take the job." Luke shrugged. "Okay, do you want any souvenirs?" Elsa glared at him. "What souvenirs can you get from Vegas?" "Chips." Luke laughed. "I can buy you a pair of sunglasses. I heard that the sun is very strong there." Elsa was rendered speechless. "Go away, I'll cut your leave if you're there for too long." Luke saluted her and said, "Yes, ma'am." The next day was a Saturday. Luke checked in at the police department, but soon slipped away. Selena had other things to do in the police department. They would take a flight to Las Vegas that afternoon. They could make the trip by car, but Luke was too lazy to drive. A flight would only take an hour, which saved a lot of time. After making preparations at home, Luke finally added the last stat point. 40 strength. He was immediately seized with unimaginable agony. The muscles all over his body seemed to twist and burn. Biting down on a towel, Luke groaned harshly. "Damn it, I knew it couldn't be that easy." Arg. When his main attributes reached 20, his body was significantly boosted and much stronger than before. What would happen when his main attributes reached 40? Luke had made a couple of guesses when he remembered that elementary self-healing required 40 strength. He screamed for almost an hour, and finally weathered the most painful phase. He still felt uncomfortable and grimaced in pain, but he wasn't screaming wildly anymore. Also, Luke couldn't just lie around on his bed. He knew that he had lost more body fat again in the past hour, but he wasn't happy at all. His smooth skin had turned slightly dry. It was obvious that his fat was being consumed like crazy. Gritting his teeth against the pain and soreness in his muscles, Luke devoured the food that he had prepared in advance. He also injected himself with his own mix of nutritional fluid to replenish his almost drained body. He then started feeling uncomfortable again. The upgrade process wasn't over yet, even the first wave had yet to pass. He had felt better earlier because the system had slowed down the process due to his low energy level. With the new supply of nutrition, the upgrade was activated once more, though it wasn't as painful as at the beginning. Luke simply gritted his teeth and panted heavily, and turned the agony into appetite. Eating, drinking, and injecting himself with the nutritional fluid, Luke finally survived the first phase of the upgrade 5 hours later. He almost burst into tears. It was as terrible as torture, and he didn't even have the luxury of passing out. He had to stay awake and consume a tremendous amount of food and energy to sustain the upgrade. During the process, Luke went to the toilet more than 5 times. When his strength reached 20, he only went to the toilet once. It wasn't just because he was consuming too much food, but also because his body was discharging surplus waste now that it had been boosted to a new level. Chapter 206 Reborn and Recovery. Luke felt rather weak at the moment, but also like he was floating, as if a weight had rolled off him. He aggressively scrubbed himself clean in the bathroom. After the past few hours, his body was covered with sweat and other weird things, and felt quite itchy. The sweat contained a lot of impurities that were discharged during the upgrade. Washing them off with hot water was almost like peeling off a layer of skin. After a 40-minute shower, Luke left the bathroom feeling extremely refreshed, and sat down in the backyard. He felt amazing, as if he had been reborn. His scars and acne had disappeared, and most of his body hair had dropped, too. His face was also better looking than before. The upgrade had also stimulated his hair growth, and he could finally stop worrying about becoming bald. Looking at the sky in the backyard while enjoying a cup of tea, Luke felt wonderful. He checked his stats panel. Luke aka Luke Coulson, Strength, 40 Dexterity, 20 Mental Strength, 15. He had added the additional stat point to mental strength. He hadn't felt very good when increasing mental strength for the first time, but the effect was obvious. His head felt much clearer than before. He knew that it was because his mental strength was still too low. An 8% increase was definitely noticeable. His body that was growing stronger day by day required a more powerful mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to utilize the full range of his physical combat ability. Of course, the most important thing right now was that his strength had reached 40. Smiling, Luke quickly paid 10,000 credit points. The next moment, he couldn't help but frown. Oh, **T. Again, his whole body itched, as if it was recovering from a wound. Gritting his teeth, Luke soon realized what was going on. The upgrade just now had caused his body minor injuries. If he didn't do anything about it, the injuries would recover naturally in a day or two, but since he had just learned Carol's elementary self-healing, it was automatically activated, and was healing his minor injuries. The injuries weren't serious, and recovery felt like ants crawling all over his body. The feeling was gone 5 minutes later. Those minor injuries healed fast, but his left arm, which had been numb for a long time, was still itching. His left arm, which had been broken by the monsters in Wolfkyle, was starting to heal like crazy. Luke was excited. After such a long wait, his left arm could finally go back to normal. The next moment, he felt hungry again. He had no choice but to return to the dinner table and eat again. It seemed that elementary self-healing guzzled energy too. He had better just stay inside. Luke cleaned up the house in passing and cut his own hair. With his strength and dexterity, it wasn't difficult for him to cut his hair using pictures he found online as a guide. Selena came back at 4 in the afternoon. She was rather surprised by Luke's new look. Luke simply made up excuses to her questions and diverted her attention to the upcoming holiday. They took Luke's car to the airport. At 5:30, they got on the plane, and at 7, they reached Aurora Hotel in Las Vegas. The hotel even sent a car to pick them up since they had booked a room earlier. This time, Luke had booked a deluxe business suite, which cost $3,000 a night. Selena ran excitedly around the room and laughed as she played with the facilities. Luke told her that he would get some rest first, so Selena went to the bathroom to enjoy a bath. Leaving her alone, Luke simply went to bed. His body was still changing after his strength reached 40. Luke didn't need to test it to know that he was stronger than before. Based on his observations, when his strength reached 20, it would take a few hours to complete a quarter of such a massive upgrade, 24 hours to complete half of it, and around 10 days for the upgrade to be fully complete. So, he wouldn't see the real effects of 40 strength until 10 days later. That was why Luke intended to get some rest tonight before doing anything. He made a call to Grayson before he went to bed to see if the man was free the next day. Old Grayson was surprised to receive the call, but was happy for Luke to visit. He was busy with an interesting case, so he simply invited Luke to meet him at the forensics center. Luke thanked him and hung up. He was rather excited at the thought of visiting the Las Vegas Forensics Center, which was a holy land for all CSI staff in the United States. After making plans, an exhausted Luke soon fell asleep. At 4 in the morning, he woke up. He washed his face and brushed his teeth. He didn't wake Selena since she was still fast asleep. He had confirmed it himself. There was no telling if Selena had been too excited last night, but she fell asleep on her bed with her limbs splayed, and hadn't closed the door. Luke went to sleep early last night, and had no idea what she had been up to in her room. She was sleeping in nothing but her underwear. Beautiful things were meant to be appreciated. Luke looked at her silently for 10 seconds, before he closed Selena's door and went downstairs, feeling satisfied. Chapter 207 Beautiful Lobster and Diorama Killer. After getting something to eat in the restaurant, Luke entered the casino on the ground floor at 5 in the morning. The casino was still crowded with players who didn't care about the time. There were no clocks or windows in the casinos in Las Vegas, so that tourists could forget the time or wouldn't rest until they had lost their last dime. Luke took out $1,000 worth of chips and wandered among the tables. Same as most tourists, he bet when he was interested and left when he wasn't. After an hour, he had taken a look at almost every kind of game in the casino. His final conclusion was that it wasn't hard to win, but the easiest way to make a fortune was blackjack, which required the least cards to play. As an experiment, he played a few games at a blackjack table. He left the table after winning $100. He converted his chips back into cash, and was left with just $820 after losing the rest. Luke shook his head inwardly. He had spent a lot of time wandering among the tables just now. If he had instead stuck to one game the entire time, he could have lost hundreds of dollars in an hour. It wouldn't be a surprise if he lost thousands of dollars in one day. Gambling is really bad, Luke mumbled to himself and went back upstairs. It was around 6:30. Standing in front of the glass wall with a cup of coffee in his hand, Luke peacefully enjoyed the city skyline before dawn. At 7:30, Selena came out drowsily. Luke turned around and looked at her. "What are you doing?" Selena said. "I'm going to the bathroom." Luke was speechless. "Need I remind you that your room has its own ensuite?" Selena said. "Oh, I thought I was at home." She then returned to her room. Luke chuckled. Selena coming out wasn't a surprise, but did she forget that she wasn't wearing pajamas? What he saw just now was quite different from his view at the door to her room earlier. When she moved and turned, certain parts of her body were truly bouncy. Luke returned to his room with a smile and changed his clothes. He was going to visit old Grayson, so he couldn't be dressed too casually. After he changed, he knocked on Selena's door. She had been in the bathroom the whole time. Did she have that big a bladder? Leaning against the door, Luke knocked on it again. "Selena, get up already. We're going to visit Grayson. We can't be late." A long time later, Selena murmured, "Okay, just let me sleep a while longer." Luke said, "I heard that the restaurant has Australian lobsters today." Selena suddenly came out of the bathroom. "Ah, I want to eat lobster." Luke said, "No problem, but put on your clothes first. I'll be waiting for you outside." Confused, Selena looked down at herself and asked, "Why aren't I wearing any clothes? Did you take them off me?" Luke didn't respond to her slander at all. Did she not remember that she had only slept in her underwear last night? Selena wasn't really bothered either. After living with Luke for months, she had accidentally exposed herself too many times to care. Half an hour later, when Selena came out in a gorgeous outfit, Luke whistled. Well, you're getting prettier every day." Selena did a little turn. "How do I look? I've never worn this before." Luke remarked, "It's beautiful and suits you well." Selena wasn't dressed in the style of an officer. With her brown coat, her black and white plaid shirt, and her gray pants, she looked sexier than usual. Nobody would think that she was a police officer. Selena nodded in satisfaction and went downstairs for breakfast with Luke. She wouldn't have been so gung-ho about getting up if it wasn't for the Australian lobster. After Selena had her fill of Australian lobster and Luke paid the bill, they left for the forensics center. At 10 to 9, they showed their credentials to the guards and entered the forensics center. Selena was quite amazed by the forensics center's interior design, which was quite futuristic. Luke smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't expect to be able to visit the Holy Land for CSI teams so soon. He found old Grayson's office, but nobody was inside. Luke asked a person who was passing by. The man looked funny and had a funny voice, but he was a nice guy and told them that old Grayson was in a nearby lab. Luke and Selena thanked him and found the lab 20 meters away. A handsome middle-aged man was scrutinizing a diorama in the lab as if he were appreciating a work of art. Luke knocked, and old Grayson reluctantly put his magnifying down and looked at the door. He then smiled. "You're here?" Luke asked, "Can we come in?" "That looks like fun." Old Grayson said, "Of course, as long as you don't touch it." Luke leaned closer and observed the diorama for a while. "This is practically a masterpiece. Grayson, When did you become an artist? This is pretty lifelike, and gory. The diorama was in fact a realistic-looking murder scene. Even the blood and the injuries on the victims were perfectly depicted. Old Grayson thought for a moment and shook his head. It's not my work, but an exhibit by a serial killer that we call diorama killer. Stunned for a moment, Luke observed the diorama more carefully. So, this is a calling card left behind by the killer. There must be more than one of them, right? Old Grayson pointed in another direction. There's another one over there. Luke went over to the second diorama, but instead of observing it, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A moment later, Luke turned back with an odd expression on his face. Have you found any leads on this diorama killer? Like, her gender? Old Grayson asked solemnly. Her? Are you saying that the diorama killer is a woman? Luke said, maybe, maybe not. She could be an accomplice, or just the person who helped the killer to make or place this diorama. It's a woman no older than 30 years old. Old Grayson said, are you high? Luke chuckled and said, no, it's just my gut feeling. I doubt that it can be confirmed without proof. Frowning at him for a moment, Old Grayson nodded slightly. All right, got it. Chapter 208 Gift, Inelegant Case Solving, and Hanging Out. Then, the three of them talked in Old Grayson's office. Luke gave him a box. This is a little something for you. Old Grayson raised his eyebrow. Can I open it? Luke said with a smile, of course. There's a user manual inside, but I don't mind explaining it to you. Old Grayson opened the box, only to see an item that looked like a phone. A phone? Luke shook his head. It looks like a phone, but it's actually a voice converter. If you aim the antenna at a target within 20 meters, this machine will record what they're saying and display it as text on the screen for you to read. Of course, the voice recognition might not be very accurate. Selena's eyes glowed as she listened. It was a handy tool for any detective. With an indecipherable expression on his face, Old Grayson said a long time later, please pass on my thanks to Robert. He then put the phone-like voice converter into his drawer. Luke nodded his head with a smile and didn't say anything. Robert had mentioned to him that Old Grayson's mother had a genetic disease that could very likely cause hearing loss. Old Grayson didn't have any hearing problems yet, but this gadget could still be useful for him. The FBI and SHIELD had similar equipment that was usually installed in cars. It could eavesdrop on what was being said within a range of 1 to 200 meters. But the advantage of Luke's gadget was that it was small and convenient. They talked for a while longer, and Grayson asked Luke things about his work and his personal life. Luke told the truth most of the time, but didn't say anything about his side gig as a vigilante. Old Grayson clearly sensed that Luke was hiding something, but didn't pursue it further. Suddenly, Luke sniffed in surprise. Grayson, are cleaners allowed to touch the exhibits in your lab? Old Grayson replied, they might accidentally touch the unimportant exhibits, but certainly not the important ones. What are you trying to say? Luke turned his head to look at a young female cleaner not far away. How interesting. This is a surprise. Unmoved, Old Grayson simply observed the young cleaner along with Luke, until she disappeared around a corner. Luke thought for a moment, then operated his fake phone. Thankfully, there weren't any surveillance cameras installed in Old Grayson's office. So, Luke simply shut the door and asked, Grayson, are you particular about how you crack a case? Like, does it have to be an elegant solution? After a brief silence, Old Grayson said, proof is more important than elegance. This is science. Luke shrugged. I don't have any proof, but I have an answer that is rather inelegant. Would you like to hear it? Old Grayson said, just spit it out. Luke said, the female cleaner at the door just now is the young woman associated with the diorama killer. I don't have any proof, but you could try investigating her. Old Grayson was suspicious. I thought you were high on weed, but it seems that you're even more delusional than that. Luke smiled. I'm sorry. Although the diorama killer is very artistic, I've always preferred to be straightforward. I never thought I would see a serial killer come back to observe how her crimes are being cracked. He knew that Old Grayson had dealt with plenty of serial killers before who were smart and challenging, and that by telling Old Grayson who the criminal was, he had spoiled Old Grayson's fun in hunting the criminal down. Old Grayson's expression was odd, but he nodded his head. Okay, got it, but I'm afraid that I can't have lunch with you if I'm going to investigate her. Luke chuckled. There's still time. We're only leaving the day after tomorrow. Old Grayson nodded his head. Okay, have fun. Luke promptly rose, and Selena followed him in a hurry. Old Grayson got up to see them off. Such a courtesy was rare for him. Even when his boss visited him, he hardly saw the latter off. Luke and Selena were saying goodbye to old Grayson at the door when three people who were chattering non-stop passed up. Old Grayson stopped them. "Nick, where are you going?" Nick turned serious. "Oh, Grayson, we're going to celebrate Henry's birthday." Old Grayson nodded his head thoughtfully. "Take my nephew with you. He's a young detective. I'm sure you have a lot to talk about." He then looked at Luke. "You have fun with them. They know everything about this place." All three of them hesitated, but old Grayson ignored it and demanded, "Take him with you wherever you're going." His back to Luke, he gestured at Nick. Stumped for a moment, Nick nodded his head and gave a wry smile. "Okay, fine." He turned his head and said, "Grayson, he's your nephew, but she isn't your niece, is she?" He noticed Selena. Nobody could fail to notice such a hot Latino girl. Seeing the look on old Grayson's face, Luke extended his hand with a smile. "I'm Luke. Nice to meet you, Nick." The young man had short blonde hair and a square face. His grin was particularly hardening. Nick was a nice guy. He shook Luke's hand and said, "Nice to meet you too, Luke." Luke said, "This is Selena, my partner. We're both detectives from the Major Crimes Division of LAPD." Nick's expression turned shrewd. "Are you?" Luke chuckled. "She's like a sister to me. Also, she's quite easygoing." Selena waved at the three men with a smile. The three young men all smiled back. Since Luke and Selena were both good-looking and were clearly close to old Grayson, they certainly couldn't turn the two of them away. Old Grayson said, "Okay, you can go now." He didn't really care what the three young men's plans were. Old Grayson himself helped newcomers adapt to the job with his special training. He was a prank master, and quite a few of his men had developed a similar hobby. Luke, Selena and the three men made conversation as they went downstairs. After they introduced themselves, Luke and Selena got to know them better. The youngest was called Greg. He was a sunny boy who still looked like a student. The last one was called Hodges. He was almost 40 and balding. He looked rather solemn and uptight. Chapter 209 Happy Birthday and Car Accident. They got along quite well after they introduced themselves. Luke was young and approachable, and Selena was friendly as well as beautiful. Nick managed to handle it, but both Greg and Hodges were obviously attracted to her. On the second floor, Nick stopped and said, "Luke, Selena, we have a special plan for Henry's birthday celebration. Would you like to hear it first?" Luke and Selena certainly had no objections. They soon figured out the plan and agreed to take part. They were here for fun, and the birthday celebration wouldn't take too long anyway. Selena, for one, liked the prank, and volunteered to play a bigger role. Luke indicated that he could also help. Everybody went downstairs now that Selena and Luke were on board. Unable to refuse Selena's request, Hodges gave her the tools he had prepared for the crime, while he and Luke got the substitutes which Selena provided, a new pair of silk stockings. Half an hour later, a man reached the underground car park, humming a cheery tune. Luke almost laughed out loud. Henry, the birthday body, happened to be the funny-looking guy who had pointed out the way to Luke and Selena earlier. No wonder Nick and his fellows wanted to surprise him. The man looked like someone you couldn't help but tease. Nick made a gesture that meant, "Go go go." Luke was lost for words. Did you learn tactical sign language to play pranks? He followed them, while up front, Selena had already grabbed Henry. Henry didn't know what was going on at all. When he smelled Selena's fragrance, he was wondering if it was Lancome Miracle, when his hands were seized in a hold and a few guys wearing big masks with the faces of former presidents on them rushed out. Well, there were also two guys who were wearing black silk stockings over their heads. Henry's head was covered with a hood. The next moment, he was pushed into an SUV not far away, and the car drove off. "Hey, guys, I'm just a regular worker. I don't have any money. I'm just a lab assistant. Did you kidnap the wrong guy?" Henry was so nervous that his voice cracked. He turned his head, only to see that the person who had locked his hands together was Michelle Borg, the incumbent president of America and a Latino woman. Of course, she was only wearing a mask of said president. She had the fragrance of Lancome Miracle, which Henry was quite familiar with as a technician who specialized in analyzing and identifying smells. So, she was really a woman. Right next to Henry was a guy who was wearing the mask of the previous president. He chuckled creepily and said, "Don't try to fool us, Henry." Henry said, "Huh, my name is Hodges. You've got the wrong guy." Hee hee. Don't fool us. Hodges has far less hair than you do. The person next to Henry snorted. The man in the passenger's seat coughed in dissatisfaction. Hodges is much more handsome than he is, all right. Henry said, I'm exactly Hodges. Look at how handsome I am. Everybody was lost for words. The car left the forensics center and quickly drove out of the city. In the car, the man next to Henry continued threatening him. Henry, do you know why you were captured? Henry shook his head quickly. The man glanced at everyone and said slowly, because, surprise. Then, everybody took off their masks and silk stockings. Happy birthday, Henry. Henry didn't know what to say. The guy next to him turned out to be Nick. Hodges was in the passenger seat, and Greg was the driver. As for Luke and Selena, well, who were they? Henry was a bit confused. Nick smiled. This is old Grayson's nephew, Luke, and his friend, Selena. They're here for your birthday celebration. Isn't that great? Henry was rendered speechless. He cursed out his friends for a long time, but then he noticed that the Latino girl, who had been wearing Michelle Borg's mask, was observing him with a smile. Henry finally stopped. Like Hodges and Greg, he was shy and anxious in front of beautiful girls. He unleashed all his fury on his friends and didn't dare look at Selena at all. Selena held out her hand. I'm Selena. I didn't hurt you just now, did I? What could Henry say? Admit that he was weak. He could only shake Selena's hand with a fake smile. Nice to meet you. You're really a great fighter. Selena burst into laughter. I'm just an amateur compared with Luke. He's Grayson's nephew. I'm here with him for fun. Everything got back on track. Luke finally learned that their destination was a place called Henry's Hog Hideout. It was a special rural restaurant that reportedly had the most delicious roast pork. Selena's eyes glittered as she listened. Is it really that delicious? Greg said confidently, trust me. My friend told me about this place. He would have taken us there himself if he isn't sick right now. I'm going to have a proper taste of that meat. Selena cheered. The atmosphere was more lively with Selena around. After a while, Henry suddenly said, every one of my birthdays have been unlucky. I hope we don't run into anything this time. Hodges said in a lofty tone, Henry, there is no data to suggest that certain dates are linked to accidents or crimes. Right after he said that, Greg suddenly interjected, Hodges, are you sure? Ah, everybody in the car screamed. Greg and Hodges, who were in the front, screamed particularly loudly. That was because an old red convertible had suddenly shown up in their lane from the opposite direction. More importantly, the red convertible was headed right for them at a speed of well over 100 miles an hour. Nick, Selena, and Henry were in the last row of the SUV, which had 3 seats, while Luke was seated in the middle of the car. He was the first to react. The moment he sensed danger, he lunged forward and turned the steering wheel. But the SUV had just made a turn before that, and it was impossible for Luke to see what their surroundings were like. Turning the wheel was already the best he could do. Chapter 210 Unexpected Birthday Gift. Thanks to Luke's effort, the SUV didn't crash into the red convertible. The 2 cars brushed past each other, but one of the SUV's front wheels clipped a bump in the road. Luke quickly pulled Selena into his arms. The SUV flipped 270 degrees in the air, and the tire came off. It flew 10 meters and bounced for a moment, before stopping in the barren land next to the road. 2 seconds later, Luke pushed open the deformed door and coughed at the dust as he crawled out with Selena. Then, Luke craned his head and looked back inside the car. Don't be too quick to move. Check whether you feel injured anywhere first. Feeling himself for a moment, Nick shook his head. I'm fine. No broken bones. He spat out blood as he spoke. Luke was speechless. Bro, you're vomiting blood. Nick said, it's my mouth that's bleeding. My teeth might have been knocked around a bit. Luke nodded his head. As a forensic specialist, Nick knew the human body quite well. He wouldn't be wrong. Luke then looked at Hodges. The man said solemnly, well, I don't think I'm dying either. He also pushed open the door and got out. After examining himself, Greg said, I'm fine, too. But Henry said, I think I twisted my ankle. Everybody was speechless. Was it true that the man was unlucky on his birthday? They looked at each other. Nick and his fellows had bruises on their faces, but it wasn't very bad. Luke and Selena, on the other hand, were utterly fine. The others looked at them strangely. When the car was flying just now, Luke had pulled Selena into his arms and protected her without any hesitation. He could have died. Luke certainly couldn't explain to them that with elementary self-healing, his injuries weren't a big deal at all. The pain had already disappeared after he just stood around for a few minutes. Clearly, he had already recovered thanks to elementary self-healing. They checked their phones, only to see that there wasn't a signal. Greg tried to start the car, but to no avail. Luke's modified phone had a signal, and it wouldn't be hard for him to repair the car with Tony Stark's abilities, but he had the feeling that he and the CSI technicians were about to run into something interesting. So, he simply remained silent. He could always make a call when it was really urgent. Nick asked, "What do we do now?" Greg said, "We're less than a mile from Henry's hog hideout." Nick suddenly laughed, and so did everybody else. "Should we continue?" Henry said, "But my ankles hurt." Luke gave him a hand and said, "Let's go. I'll help you." 20 minutes later, they saw a rural restaurant in a valley. On the billboard was a pink pig standing upright and waving its hooves at its customers. Next to the pig was the restaurant's name. This was the place. Everybody was ecstatic, like tourists in a desert finding an oasis. Even Henry moved faster. But a moment later, when they reached the restaurant, their legs turned heavy. Selena even felt like crying. It was because they saw the big notice on the door of the restaurant, which read, "Closed." The restaurant had closed down. When they got closer, Nick read the details on the notice. This restaurant was suspended by the Department of Public Health on the 7th of December 2003 due to an outbreak of hepatitis B. Everybody was lost for words. Hodges said, "So, this place has been closed for 5 months." Nick asked, "Greg, your friend who told you about this place, what is he ill with?" Greg said, "Hepatitis B." Everybody was lost for words. With a complicated look on his face, Henry patted Greg's shoulder and said, "Thank you for giving me hepatitis B as a birthday present." Greg said, "You're welcome, and happy birthday." While they were talking, there was the sudden sound of a gunshot, followed by the sound of glass breaking. Luke quickly took out his gun and gestured at Selena. Selena drew her gun too and moved forward with Luke. Greg and Hodges helped Henry hide behind the building, while Nick followed Luke and Selena to where the gunshot had come from. Luke didn't advance too quickly, as he was using sharp nose. A moment later, he frowned and expanded the range of sharp nose carefully. But there was nobody around. 5 minutes later, Nick returned to collect his fellows. "It's really weird. Let's take a look together." They all went to the restaurant and saw a large hole in the glass. Clearly, this was the source of the earlier noise. Luke and Selena were standing in front of the hole. Seeing that the technicians had arrived, Luke said, "Well, we've found a dead man." They looked through the hole and saw a person who had turned black all over and had collapsed against the counter. Hodges said, "Do I smell roasted meat?" Henry agreed. "That's right, I think he was set on fire." Everybody was lost for words. Why had a roasted man appeared in a barbecue restaurant that had shut down? Luke wasn't surprised. His guess that something would happen if he stayed with these 4 guys proved to be true. They entered the restaurant and checked the weird body. The body was weird because it wasn't just a man. There was also a burned, black raccoon fused to the man's face, as if they had always been one. Luke and Selena didn't step forward. Nick crouched down and observed the bodies of the man and the animal. The victim is holding a .38 revolver. There are no obvious bullet holes, nor any blood around him. Did this raccoon hate him? Observing from one side, Nick discovered that the raccoon's tough snout was glued to the man's right eye. It was probably what had killed the man. Nick said, "Hodges, give me a hand. I need to examine his back." Hodges complained, "I'm not a coroner." Greg quickly stepped forward and helped lift the man's body. Observing the man's back, he said, "There are no obvious wounds on his back. His upper torso looks like it was burnt, and so does this raccoon." Hodges said, "This raccoon looks like quite the specimen. I bet it weighed at least 30 pounds when it was alive." Henry said, "Maybe the raccoon jumped out of nowhere and bit the man's face with its sharp teeth and killed him like a ninja, you know." Everybody was rendered speechless. Chapter 211 Educated Henry said, "Maybe we should call the police." "Oh, I forgot there's no signal. What a great place for a birthday celebration." Everybody was rendered speechless. Henry added, "It seems that they crashed in here from outside." They looked back out the broken window and noticed some metal buckets not far away. They went to check the buckets, leaving Henry, who had a bad ankle sprain, to rest on a chair. When everybody left, he looked at the dead man and asked, "Do you know this place? How does the meat here taste?" The rest of them discovered bone and food residue in a bucket that was facing the broken window. The smell from the bucket was identical to the raccoon man inside. There was a warning on the bucket that said, ethylene. Nick glanced around and noticed a matchbox on the ground. Matches. It seems that somebody had wild fun here. They were all picturing the same thing. A man grinning at a raccoon, which was eating out of the bucket, lighting a match, and throwing it in. Suddenly, Luke's face changed. He told everyone to stay quiet before he returned to the restaurant. Inside, Henry was still talking to the body, and didn't shut up until Luke came in. Standing in the hallway behind Henry, Luke gestured at him to keep quiet. Very soon, a man emerged from inside with a gun, and looked at Henry in surprise. The next moment, Luke seized the shotgun the man was holding with just one hand, and pressed him to the wall with the other. Luke, who was 10 times stronger than a regular man, could easily subdue an ordinary person single-handedly. "Who are you?" asked Luke. The man retorted, "Who are you? Why did you break in?" Nick asked, "Are you the boss of this restaurant?" The man replied, "No, I'm just a worker here." Nick asked, "What's your name?" The man said, "Slick." Nick asked again, "Where were you and what were you doing just now?" Slick said, "I was looking for something in the underground storeroom." Luke and Nick noticed a bag that the man was carrying. It contained a few bottles of hard liquor. Luke and Nick looked at each other, and Luke let go of Slick. The man was no longer a threat now that he had lost his gun. Noticing the body, Slick exclaimed in shock, "Gomez, what happened to you? Did you kill Gomez?" "Sir, we can explain his death. We've found traces of food, ethylene and matches in a metal bucket outside." "Clearly, Mr. Gomez set up a trap, hoping to set that raccoon on fire by lighting the ethylene," Greg explained. Seeing that Slick was listening attentively, Greg went on, "But the match didn't ignite the ethylene at the bottom of the bucket. So, he shot at the raccoon. Then, he and the raccoon were both blown up." After a brief silence, Slick said gloomily, "That should be it. Gomez always had it out for the raccoons. Those damn rodents are thieves that steal your food and mess up your place all the time." Hodges raised his hand. "Sorry to interrupt, but raccoons actually aren't rodents. They're chordata, mammalia, carnivora, procyonidae, procyon. Mice, on the other hand, are rodents." Everybody was lost for words. Slick stared at Hodges silently for a moment, then suddenly gave him a thumbs up. "You are truly an educated man." Everybody finally relaxed and began to ask Slick where they could find a phone or a car. But as it turned out, since the restaurant had shut down, the phone line had already been disconnected. Slick told them that there was a radio in the utility room downstairs. So, Nick and Greg followed Slick to check the radio, and Luke and everybody else took a break in the restaurant. Luke looked at the wood ash in the grill for a long time before he shifted his gaze, a weird expression on his face. In the utility room, Nick found the radio. After he turned it on, it said, "Are you Earthlings? This is Zenith. We've found you. Now, tremble in fright." Crack. The radio popped with sparks as it died and gave off smoke. Nick asked, "Are there any other radios in this place?" Slick said, "I don't think so. You can only try fixing this one." Nick said, "I'll have to find vacuum tubes first. Do you have any?" Slick tried to recall for a moment, before he replied, "We only have vacuum cleaners." "Will that do?" Both Nick and Greg were lost for words. "Why don't you just say that you also have vacuum dust bags?" Greg said angrily, "I'll build a phone on my own if we can't find any." On the other hand, Luke was getting some rest, when he heard the sound of an engine outside. Everybody was delighted. However, something exploded in the next second, followed by the sound of metal objects scattering. Everybody exchanged looks and opened the door, only to see that a red convertible had crashed into the metal buckets, and smoke was rising from the engine hood. A middle-aged woman in a thick gray coat opened the door and staggered out. Hodges said, "Well, I don't think we can use that car. But why does it look so familiar?" Luke smiled but didn't say anything. Selena said, "If I recall correctly, that's the car that swung into our lane and nearly crashed into us." They had finally found the culprit responsible for their car accident. The middle-aged woman was half drunk and didn't notice the strangers until she reached the door of the restaurant. Who are you? Why are you in my restaurant?" She reeked of alcohol, and burped non-stop. Selena asked, "Are you Henry?" The middle-aged woman said mockingly, "Ha, I'm not Henry. I'm his wife. To be exact, I'm his abandoned ex-wife." Everybody subconsciously looked at the other Henry, the birthday boy who was sitting inside the restaurant. Nick and Greg were looking for tools in the utility room. Greg asked, "Slick, aren't there any phones here?" Slick said, "There's one, but it's already busted. Even if it wasn't, we haven't paid any bills for a long time." "Oh, I think there might be a backup phone on the wall. Over there." Greg went to look for the phone while Nick continued looking for tools. Suddenly, Nick saw what looked like someone standing behind a door. Chapter 212. Henry and Henry's ex-wife. Greatly alarmed, Nick approached the door with his gun. Slick said in a panic, "No, there aren't any tools back there." Nick demanded, "Step back and don't move." He also brandished his gun. Helpless, Slick stopped. Nick suddenly opened the door, only to see the body of a gray-faced old man hanging from a pig hook. It was pretty horrifying also. The old man was in the restaurant's work uniform. Could this be Henry, the missing boss of the restaurant? Nick suddenly raised his gun and aimed at Slick. Both frightened and angry, he slowly approached the body. Slick obediently raised his hands and didn't do anything else. Gazing at him vigilantly, Nick approached the body, but felt that something was wrong. He sniffed and touched the cheeks, only to be amused a moment later. "A rubber man." Slick burst into laughter. "It's just a joke. Henry used to scare the newcomers with this. He said that it was much more effective than dead pigs." After a brief silence, Nick said, "I totally get it." He, for one, knew someone who inducted newcomers with real bodies. That person's name was Gilbert Grayson. In the meantime, Greg finally found a phone and a few wires. He ran out excitedly. "Finally, we're saved." In the restaurant, Luke, Selena and Hodges hid in a corner and watched the farce taking place at the counter. Shelley, the middle-aged woman, was talking to Henry about her and her ex-husband, whose name was also Henry. Henry was quite embarrassed when the middle-aged woman cursed her ex-husband non-stop. At that point, he was wishing that he had a different name. Luke, Selena and Hodges left precisely because they couldn't stand her complaints, but Henry couldn't move due to his injured ankle. "Did you know that he suddenly disappeared with all the money in our bank accounts? He only left this." Shelley took out a photo from her purse. Henry was rendered speechless by the note in the photo. He wondered how his namesake could be so shameless. Not only had the restaurant owner run off with all the money, he also didn't forget to send his ex-wife, who was now in massive debt, a postcard to show that he was having fun with a new, young lover in Florida. If the man ever showed up in front of Shelley again, she would probably shoot him. Obviously devastated, Shelley asked in tears, "Have you ever experienced something so miserable?" After a brief silence, Henry shook his head. "No, I'm afraid not." It had never happened to him, but he knew an officer who had caught his wife cheating on him. Enraged, the officer killed both his wife and his wife's lover before he turned himself in. Shelley was no luckier than that officer. Her love, her family and her career were all ruined. Looking at Henry, Shelley suddenly smiled. "Do you know that you're adorable?" Henry didn't know how to respond to that. He could only look away with a shy and awkward smile. With a sultry smile on her face, Shelley asked, "Can you tell me why you're here?" She was already touching his shoulder as she spoke. Henry coughed. "It's my birthday today," Shelley said. "Oh, why don't you have some fun with Aunt Shelley?" She stood up and sat in Henry's lap. Henry stiffened. "Ah, please don't." Shelley's arms went around his neck. Henry said, "Well, I have a girlfriend. We're engaged, actually, we're married, I have syphilis." Shelley said, "What a coincidence." "So do I," Henry exclaimed, seriously. The middle-aged aunt desperately seized his head with both hands and kissed him deeply. The three people in the corner, who weren't visible except for their eyes, didn't move at all. Selena whispered, "Are you really not going to save him? I think he's being suffocated." Hodges whispered in an even lower voice, "Why should we interrupt when a woman has offered herself to him just like that?" Luke said, "I think he's like a poor girl being threatened by a bully." Selena said, "Yes, look at his hands. He's grabbing onto the back of the chair." Hodges remarked, "A person subconsciously clutches at things when they feel extremely comfortable." Luke said, "I think they only do that when they're in extreme pain, right?" Selena said, "His legs are sticking straight out." Hodges said, "Only a man will know why his legs are straight in a moment like this." Luke said, "Are you very experienced? Then why don't you go there and enjoy this instead of Henry?" Hodges said, "I have a girlfriend." "Well, actually, we're engaged." Both Luke and Selena were lost for words. The three disloyal friends simply watched Henry get kissed without doing anything. It wasn't until Nick and his fellows got back that Shelley finally let go of Henry, who felt like killing himself. "Oh, cute little boy. Was I good?" Henry only wanted to burst into tears. Not only had he been kissed by an old woman, her mouth stank of alcohol. But he wasn't as strong as she was. She had done hard labor in the restaurant all this time, while he had only ever dealt with the light tools in his lab. He couldn't put up any resistance. Nick and Greg were dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. A long time later, Greg finally asked, "Henry, is this your girlfriend?" He wasn't very convinced, because this woman was too strange, even for Henry. Henry wanted nothing else but to be alone right now. A moment later, everybody confirmed that the middle-aged woman, Shelley, was indeed the wife of the owner of this restaurant. Even more unbelievably, the woman soon hugged and kissed Slick when she saw him, abandoning Henry, who had almost been suffocated by her kiss. The other people could only look at Henry sympathetically. Nick, Greg and Hodges then went outside to connect the phone to a communication line. Carrying the phone and the wires he had found, Greg had Nick give him a leg up to the simple scaffold on a pole outside the restaurant. Climbing up the scaffold, he then connected the wires to the junction box. Then, Greg heard something he couldn't understand from the phone. He tried to talk to the stranger, but they couldn't understand each other at all. Chapter 213. A coroner's coffee machine. In a psychological report, Luke laughed out loud at the door of the restaurant. The man was speaking in Mexican Spanish. He was probably an illegal immigrant. Greg could only switch to another line. It was free this time. Excited, Greg hurriedly dialed a number. "Catherine, it's great to hear your voice. You won't believe what happened. God knows what we've been through." A moment later, they all went back inside, feeling relieved. Nick said with a smile, "All right, the police and the coroner are on their way. Listen, Shelley and Slick, you need to come with us and give your statements." But the boss's wife and the worker turned a deaf ear to them and kept on noisily kissing and cuddling each other. Very soon, the officers and the coroner arrived. After a few simple questions, the officers were about to take Shelley and Slick to the police station. But Luke stopped them. "Wait." He pointed at the grill in the restaurant and said, "Officers, I think you better get the coroner to examine the grill. There's something unnatural in there. Get it out and ask Shelley and Slick about it." The officers looked at him in confusion. Then, a graceful blonde woman said, "Let me do it." Nick said, "I'll give you a hand, Catherine." It wasn't until then that Luke realized that she had the same name as Robert's wife. A moment later, some half-burnt human bones were found in the ash of the grill. Everybody looked at the boss's wife. Shelley got up in fear. "It's none of my business. I have no idea why that's there." They looked at Slick, who was right next to her. Slick quickly shook his head. "I don't know anything either. I'm just a worker here, all right." Everybody was lost for words. "There's definitely something fishy going on between the two of you." An hour later, they were immensely relieved to be back at the forensics center. It had only been half a day, but they had encountered the most bizarre things. Curious, Luke went to the morgue. There was an old man with white hair and prosthetic legs inside. He was listening to country music as an espresso machine ground beans next to him. Luke felt that this scene was familiar somehow. Old Grayson dropped by. He nodded at Luke and went up to the old coroner. "Al, where's the report I asked for?" "Al," the old coroner said, "it's over there. Do you want a cup of coffee?" Surprisingly, old Grayson didn't turn him down. He enjoyed the cup of coffee that Al gave him and asked casually, "This is a great coffee machine. Where did you get it?" Al was also savoring his coffee. "Bought it as part of the morgue's inventory." Old Grayson was confused. "You managed to buy a coffee machine with public funding?" An expensive espresso machine definitely wasn't a necessity for a morgue that only had 4 coroners. Al smiled casually and sipped the coffee again. Nobody wants to know why a coroner buys anything. Old Grayson, Nick, Luke. Seeing that old Grayson was about to leave, Luke couldn't help but ask the old coroner, "Drive. Robbins, do you know a forensic doctor named Mars? He works in a town in Texas." Thinking for a moment, Al nodded a moment later. "If his name is Mars Kubrick, he should be one of my students. But I haven't seen him after he completed his internship." Luke nodded with a smile. "Well, just as I expected." Al asked, "How do you know him?" Luke knew that what the old coroner was really asking was why Luke knew they were connected. Luke explained with a smile, because Mars has to have a cup of coffee and listen to some music before he starts work every day. Al chuckled. He must have bought the coffee machine with his own money. Hee. His tone was rather complicated. Luke stopped interrupting Al, who was clearly another great specialist since old Grayson was much nicer to Al than he was to his boss. So, Luke certainly had to show the old coroner respect. After they left the morgue, Luke said goodbye to old Grayson. Old Grayson was too busy working on the diorama killer case to spend time with Luke. He could only tell Luke to meet with him one more time before Luke returned to LA. Luke agreed and left with Selena. In his office, old Grayson thought for a moment before he called Nick. "Hey, it's me. Did you pay attention to what my nephew did today?" "That's fine. Write a report on what he did today and conduct a psychological analysis." "What? It's not a job. Think of it as a test. Try and finish it in your spare time." Luke looked back at old Grayson's office in between the officers who were blocking the way. Shaking his head with a smile, he entered the elevator with Selena. It was already 4 in the afternoon. They left the forensics center at 9:30 that morning, and the trip to and from Henry's hog hideout had been around 6 hours all up. Selena wasn't in a bad mood. She had enjoyed the prank, the 2 bizarre cases, and the spectacle of a woman kissing a reluctant man today. But she was really hungry. "Darling, I'm really hungry. I want to eat roast meat." Luke nodded with a smile. "Let's go back to the hotel. Then we'll have some fun in the casino." They took a cab and returned to Aurora Hotel. Although Selena claimed that she wanted roast meat, she also ordered lobster, escargot, croissants, onion soup, and a fruit salad, before she finally stopped. Luke paid the bill and dragged Selena, who was too full to walk anymore, to the casino. Not wanting to move at all, Selena sat down in front of a slot machine. Luke chose the slot machine not really because he was drawn to it, but because the chairs in front of the slot machines were the most comfortable. Glancing at the slot machine, Luke pointed at the electronic screen on it with a smile. "Do you see this? There's $973,662 in the pool. We'll be rich if you can win that." Selena was neither interested nor naive. "I'm not stupid. The money in the pool is from other players who wanted to win this prize themselves. Just leave me here. Go play any game you want." Chapter 214 Using Abilities to Win Money. Luke stroked her head with a smile. "Stay vigilant in case someone steals your purse." Selena simply waved her hand, too lazy to talk anymore. Luke stood up and converted $10,000 into chips, before he went to a blackjack table. He found an empty seat and sat down, and started to place bets. An hour later, the chips before him had increased to more than $30,000. But barely anyone paid attention to him, not even the dealer. In Las Vegas, it wasn't unusual for lucky dogs to win $100,000 with just 1,000. Luke didn't pursue consecutive victories, and gave up when the number was close enough. He was simply betting on chance. Suddenly, someone walked past and sat down opposite him. Luke glanced at him and felt like laughing. Why was this guy here? Shouldn't he be at Caesar's Palace Hotel? Although Aurora Hotel and Caesar's Palace Hotel were on par with each other in Las Vegas, their styles were quite different. Aurora Hotel was famous for its new pool and its recreational and entertainment facilities, whereas Caesar's Palace Hotel was known for luxury and top service. Thus, people who wanted fun would check into Aurora Hotel, while the rich and powerful who wanted to show off usually stayed at Caesar's Palace Hotel. The difference was partly reflected in the names of the two hotels. Aurora was glamorous and fickle, while Caesar's was certainly majestic. But though Luke, as well as most people nearby, recognized the person who had just sat down, the person had clearly forgotten who Luke was. The man was laid back, and Luke easily detected more than one type of perfume on him, along with the smell of makeup and alcohol. Luke knew that the man had been fooling around with at least 3 women just now, but hadn't returned to his room yet. Since the man didn't remember Luke anymore, Luke certainly wouldn't greet him. He remembered what a bad temper the man had. Different from the other gamblers, the man threw in chips worth $5,000 without looking at his cards. Luke put in $500 as per usual. He had been increasing his bets slowly as he won more money. After a few games, the newcomer complained, "This isn't fun. You go away, I'll be the banker." The dealer said, "Mr. Stark, please wait a moment. I'll have to ask for permission." Yes, the arrogant newcomer was none other than Tony Stark. He was a superhero on the side of justice, but he wasn't the most approachable person. Tony Stark's characteristic ego and pride prevented him from getting along with other people. Even the Avengers could barely get a nice word out of him if they weren't gorgeous ladies. He could be quite mean to someone even if he secretly admired them. He was the stereotypical arrogant genius. Of course, it was also because of his pride that he dared to stand up to any enemy. Only a few minutes later, Tony Stark took the banker's place. Happy, the fatty who was the head of his security detail, didn't move. It was another bodyguard who dealt the cards. Tony Stark, on the other hand, idly enjoyed his drink and gambled against the other people, including Luke, without moving his fingers. A moment later, Tony suddenly gave Luke a strange look. "You're quite good, aren't you?" When Tony Stark became the banker, most tourists started to lose, while Luke was the only one who won as many times as he lost. In the last round, however, he won $5,000. It was highly unnatural. Luke knew the reason. Blackjack was one of the few games where mathematics really mattered. In the movie, 21, some geniuses from MIT won a fortune in Las Vegas with their math models. Tony Stark had probably invented the prototype for Jarvis by now, and he was winning money from the tourists instead of the hotel. So, the hotel wouldn't step in even if he played any tricks. Luke knew that Tony Stark was wearing a micro earpiece. It was possible that the Jarvis prototype was counting the cards for him. Cheating. It definitely wasn't cheating. How could it be cheating, when the man was using his abilities to win money? Luke, for one, had also been changing the cards in the card box remotely with his personal space, which was his own ability. He had figured out more functions of the personal space, including the ability to store or release items remotely, but that was limited to a range of 5 meters. Also, remote storage and release demanded more of mental strength. To put it simply, it was easier for him to move smaller, inert and uncovered objects. A card couldn't be more than 5 grams in weight, and Luke could store and release them hundreds of times a night. Luke simply smiled at Tony Stark's compliment. "It's just luck." Tony snorted. "Really? You're very lucky, so why are your stakes so low?" Luke chuckled. "I'm only playing for fun. I don't like big bets." Tony said, "You think the chips on this table are big?" Everybody was lost for words. "Do you think everyone is as rich as you?" Tony frowned at Luke, who smiled but didn't say anything. He suddenly thought that the young man seemed familiar. He whispered something, and Jarvis did a check of Luke's identity. A moment later, Tony was dazed. "You're that young police officer from Houston." Luke smiled but didn't say anything. Tony had a strange expression on his face. He had paid a small price previously to get the young officer and his beautiful partner transferred to Los Angeles. But he had been so busy attending end-of-year pageants that he forgot about them. Luke had been sitting in front of him for quite a while now, but Tony hadn't recognized him at all. "Interesting. You have enough money for this place. Aren't you a police officer now?" asked Tony. Luke said, "I'm on vacation and I'm playing with a few $1,000s. I don't think I'm the only person in this country who can afford that, right?" Tony couldn't argue with him. "All right, let's play," said Tony. Luke found that odd. "Aren't we playing already?" Tony said, "I'm talking about a game between us." Luke said, "Whatever." Chapter 215. I've won this game. The other tourists were smart enough to stop playing. They all knew what Tony Stark was like. It was much more fun to watch a game between a rich guy and a poor lad than to be part of it. The bodyguard dealt again. 2 minutes later, Tony grew impatient. $500 every time. How long do you want to play this game? He and Luke had won similar times in the past few rounds, and the amount of chips they hadn't changed very much. Luke asked, "Is there a rule here that the bet has to be higher than $500? Tony was rendered speechless. $500 a round was quite high. Even in Las Vegas, most tourists bet much less. While Tony was rich, he certainly couldn't make up random rules for the casino. Tony said, "This is too slow. Let's go bigger. 1 million each time." Luke shook his head. "I don't have that much money." Tony said, "Then just play with all the money you have." Luke chuckled. "Why would I? If I leave now, I can take more than $20,000 with me. That's half of my annual salary." Tony realized that it made sense, so he offered, "I'll take your chips as twice their value." Luke thought for a moment and asked, "But there should be a limit, right? I'm too busy to play the entire night with you. After all, you've got too much money to lose." Everybody secretly whispered, "You're telling a billionaire that you're busy." This boy didn't know what he was doing. Tony's expression was pretty dark. "I've got too much money to lose. Are you sure you're going to win? Let's play for 10 minutes, said Tony. Luke shook his head again. 10 minutes? If your bodyguard deals faster, we can play 5 to 10 rounds. You're asking me to bet with all my chips in every round, so if I lose just once, I lose everything. Do you think I'm an idiot? Tony was lost for words again. He was so eager to humiliate Luke that he had overlooked that. How do you want to play it then? Luke said, $1 million. Once I win over $1 million, our game's over. Tony thought for a moment. Following this rule, the game would be over if Luke won 3 to 5 times in a row. Fine. Tony still decided to go ahead in the end. He was too lazy to check how much money Luke had. Luke tossed his bank card onto the table and said to a hotel manager, I'd like to state that the money on this card is for the upcoming game with Mr. Tony Stark. You can keep the card first and calculate the result when the game is over, okay? The manager didn't immediately take it, but looked at Tony. Both parties had to agree to the game for it to start. Tony said impatiently, that's fine with me. I'm not scared that he'll run away with his debt. The manager bowed and backed away with the bank card. Then, the bodyguard dealt the cards. Luke secretly laughed at his card, which was a K. He put his hand on his hidden card, as if he was studying it, then simply stood up. All right, I've won. Saying that, he approached the manager and said, transfer the money I won to my card. Also, issue me an income certificate, okay? The certificate was necessary since he had won quite a lot of money. Without it, Internal Affairs Division would come knocking on his door. What? The hotel manager was dumbfounded. Tony Stark frowned. What are you doing? Smiling, Luke pointed at his card and said, your card isn't AA, K, Q, J or a 10, so it's impossible for you to even reach a draw. You can take a look at my card for yourself, but of course, you can always refuse to pay. Tony was lost for words. How much money do you think you have? You think I can't pay? He gestured at Happy, and the fat bodyguard turned over Luke's hidden card. It was an A. Blackjack. Double odds. The audience all exclaimed. That was too freaky. The poor lad got a blackjack in the first round against the magnate. It was like a slap to Tony Stark's face. Tony's expression couldn't be any more unsightly. He had the hotel manager check the balance on Luke's bank card. The hotel manager hurriedly had a security guard take out a POS machine, only to be dumbfounded himself. Silently, he gave the POS machine to Happy. Happy also secretly exclaimed at the figure, but he had no choice except to hand it over to Tony Stark. Tony couldn't help but curse. How the hell did he earn $600,000? The audience exclaimed in shock again. Very soon, someone figured out how much Luke had just earned. They couldn't be any more jealous, because Luke had won at least $2.4 million in the game. Actually, Luke had slightly more than $675,000 in his account. Plus the $30,000 on the table, Luke's ante was around $1.4 million. Since Luke had blackjack, Tony had to pay double. That meant that Luke had won more than $2.8 million in this round. **T. Tony cursed inwardly, and wasn't in the mood to play anymore. He got up to leave. Mr. Stark, about the money, the hotel manager reminded him. Without even looking at him, Tony snapped his fingers at the bodyguard who had been dealing. The bodyguard immediately said, I'll handle it. Let's make the transfer over there. Looking at Luke, who had disappeared among a bunch of slot machines, Tony felt quite bummed out. How had that guy won against him twice in a row? Luke smiled. It was really fun swindling Tony Stark out of a fortune. The money wasn't very important to Luke, since he had confiscated $500,000 by destroying the gang nests near USC. Though he couldn't openly use that money, he could buy special materials and parts through underground channels, as long as he kept his identity hidden. He was feeling great right now, not because he had won a lot of money, but because he had won it from Tony Stark. Also, nobody would think that Tony Stark was trying to bribe him by playing this game with him. Tony was too powerful to ask a minor detective like Luke for help. If he truly had a favor to ask, he would talk to the leaders at the highest level in the police department. Chapter 216 Jackpot. An old friend. More than 100 people witnessed Luke winning money off Tony. It certainly couldn't be kept a secret. With so many eyewitnesses, the Internal Affairs Division and the IRS wouldn't suspect it of being illegal income. Finally, Luke returned to the slot machine which Selena was playing. At that moment, Selena was holding a drive, pepper in one hand as she lazed in the chair, while she pressed a button on the machine with her other hand every now and then. Luke nearly laughed out loud when he saw that Selena was only betting 5 cents. She was obviously killing time instead of really playing. Luke asked, "How about it? Did you hit the jackpot?" Selena looked at him like he was an idiot. "Don't you know that the machine will shout like crazy and let everyone here know that you won if you hit the jackpot?" As she spoke, she put in all her remaining money and pressed the start button on the machine without checking what she had bet on. That was because she was in a hurry to leave. She was only playing the slot machine because someone told her to go away if she wasn't gambling. So, she put $200 into the machine to claim her seat. Luke grabbed her purse with a smile and helped her get to her feet. But Selena leaned against him as if she was boneless. "This place is boring. Can we go back and sleep?" Luke chuckled. "I heard there's an open-air swimming pool on the rooftop where you can look at the vast sky at a height of 200 meters. Selena perked up. "Are you serious?" Luke said. Walla. Walla. Clang. Clang. Wah. Wah. Woo. Woo. The slot machine suddenly screamed with a whole lot of noise, giving them quite the shock. Did the machine just go crazy? Not only was it screaming, it also flashed with many different colors. Soon, they were surrounded by people who were shocked and jealous. In less than 20 seconds, several hotel security guards arrived. Luke said, "Hey, I didn't do anything. It started acting up on its own. You're not going to ask me to pay for damages, right?" Selena suddenly laughed and kissed Luke's face hard. "Ha ha, silly. I won the prize. I hit the jackpot. Ha 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 ha. $1 million. I have $1 million. Luke could hardly believe it. How important were slot machines in Las Vegas? To put it simply, they took up the most space and had the most players in major hotel casinos. 30% of a casino's profits were from these unattractive machines. The machines might even take cents, but all that spare change could accumulate into a huge fortune. Nobody knew how much money those slot machines made each year, but it was undoubtedly in the billions. It truly wasn't easy to win money from a slot machine. It was as difficult to win from a slot machine as it was to strike the lottery. However, right after Luke made fun of Selena, she won an enormous prize. "Did I steal too much of Tony Stark's luck, and I can influence the people around me now?" Luke couldn't help but ponder the magic question. The hotel manager had arrived. He was stunned to see Luke again. "Mr. Luke, did you win the prize?" He couldn't be so lucky, right? The manager grumbled inwardly. He won another $1 million right after winning $2.8 million off Tony Stark. What were the odds? Was he God's bastard son? Luke quickly shook his head and pointed at Selena, who was jumping for joy. She did. Everybody saw it. The hotel manager looked at one of the security guards, who nodded slightly. That meant that the surveillance room had observed how Selena won the prize. She hadn't cheated, but had won the money legitimately. The manager was even more jealous. "Even the girl you brought won $1 million so easily. How lucky are you?" Of course, it was inevitable that anyone who didn't have Luke's luck would think that. Very soon, the manager handled the money transfer for Selena and wrote a certificate for her. After learning that the beautiful girl needed a certificate because she was a detective as well, the manager was even more jealous. He could imagine how she would fawn on Luke for his money later. Well, the manager was too naive. Selena only fawned on Luke when she wanted food from him. Selena and Luke both got back their bank cards with their earnings transferred to them. They then changed into swimwear and went to the open-air pool on the rooftop. Selena hadn't brought a swimsuit with her, as she hadn't expected to swim in Nevada in February, but since she had just made a fortune, she spent $800 on a bikini. Luke could only chuckle inwardly. The bikini was nothing more than 2 pieces of cloth as wide as the palm, and it cost $800. It really was easy money. Selena selected a style from the brochure, and an attendant measured her. Soon, the swimsuit was delivered to Selena, who was sitting by the pool. The swimsuit was expensive for a reason. Luke didn't buy one, not because it was too expensive, but because he didn't like a crowded pool. He had read some reports on people getting dermatitis after swimming in a public pool. Luke certainly didn't doubt Aurora Hotel's sanitation measures for the pool, but he was still reluctant to dive in. Selena didn't really care. Or rather, most people who went to swimming pools couldn't afford to care, or they might lose the courage to jump in. While Luke was enjoying a drink and observing the scantily clad girls in the pool, he heard something and looked at the elevator. It was an elevator reserved for VIPs. Although Luke was staying in a room that cost $3,000 a night, he wasn't qualified to take that elevator. The elevator wasn't important. What was important was who walked out of it. Luke was almost amused by how they kept running into each other. Chapter 217 Terrifying Woman and Petty Magnate. The newcomer was none other than a certain magnate who had just lost $2.8 million to Luke. Next to him stood a beautiful woman who had a unique air about her. Luke's entire attention was almost instantly focused on the woman. The woman glanced at him, as if she had sensed something, but then turned indifferent. Luke somehow sensed danger. The woman felt terrifying. He stopped observing her and recalled how Tony had come out of the elevator with her just now. After being a police officer for a long time, he had picked up the habit of observing and analyzing people. Sometimes, people would reveal their true feelings through the way they moved, or in even subtler ways apart from their expressions or words. Recalling what he saw just now, Luke soon realized why it had felt weird. It was because Tony Stark was behaving too obediently. Generally speaking, Tony Stark always acted cozy with girls in the news. While he might not be intimate with all of them, he was almost always up close and personal with the young and beautiful women around him. So what Luke saw earlier wasn't quite right. Tony's face, movements and distance from the woman all suggested that he both respected and was somewhat intimidated by her. This definitely wasn't Tony's normal reaction to beautiful girls, much less to such an outstanding one. Though her breasts weren't remarkable, her legs were long enough to reach Tony's waist. That was right, the woman was half a foot taller than Tony Stark. Perhaps it was due to her high heels, but she really dwarfed Tony when she stood next to him. Thinking that, Luke glanced at Selena, who was in the pool. A moment later, Selena seemed to notice his staring. She swam over to him and got out to sit down in a chair next to Luke. "What evil plan are you up to?" Luke was at a loss. He had been too busy thinking to notice his surroundings just now. Selena rolled her eyes at him and put on a robe. "Stop pretending. You're just appreciating the pretty girls, aren't you?" Luke finally noticed that he was looking at the backs of two girls in bikinis not far away. He was immediately amused. He had been wondering about the relationship between Tony and the woman, and didn't have time for boobs. He subconsciously looked at the other side, only to see that Tony and the woman had disappeared around a corner. Stumped for a moment, Luke shook his head and abandoned his thoughts. Although the woman was unusual, nothing that happened to Tony, as the son of destiny, was really a surprise. Selena tried to talk Luke into swimming, but failed. She could only swim on her own for a while longer. Luke was enjoying his drive, pepper, but then noticed people looking at him. Most people had ordered alcohol or soda since they were here for fun, but Luke and Selena were the only two who had caramel carbonated drinks. Furthermore, Luke looked like a high school student, which was also the reason why other people were laughing. How did a little kid like this wind up here? Although Luke was obviously an adult, rooftop pools like these were actually social gathering places for people older than him. Many of the young and beautiful girls in the swimming pool had actually been found by the hotels on purpose. Of course, they weren't prostitutes, but girls who were hoping to get to know the rich and powerful here. Some of them wanted to marry rich guys, and some were here to look for sugar daddies to cover their living expenses. So, Luke was quite out of place, mostly because he looked like someone from a middle-class family and couldn't be too rich. Luke, however, was as calm as ever. He didn't really care what these men or women were up to, and he didn't need to feel embarrassed. Suddenly, he saw Tony appear from around the corner again with 4 bodyguards. Luke thought for a moment, then activated Sharp Nose. He found that the woman had disappeared. More importantly, he detected the woman's scent in the sky. The scent extended from the rooftop to the sky. Luke was pretty certain that no aircraft had passed by just now, not even any big bird. The woman couldn't have left by air without advanced technology or supernatural abilities. As Luke expected, Tony was a magnet who attracted unusual people. Luke had an enormous secret of his own as well, after all. He felt like laughing, and indeed laughed out loud when he saw that Tony had noticed Selena, who had just come out of the swimming pool, and was speaking to her with great interest. A few seconds later, he looked in the direction Selena was pointing, and his face turned dark. Luke smiled brightly at him, and Tony snorted and left without looking at Selena again. Selena went over to Luke, puzzled. "Are rich people all so incomprehensible?" Luke gave a towel to her with a smile. "What did you say to him?" Selena said, "Nothing. He invited me to dinner. I said I had company, and he asked who it was, and wanted to talk to you. Luke said. Then, he got mad and left. Selena nodded her head. That's right. Oh, is it because of what you did last time? Is he really so petty? Luke chuckled and said in a low voice, he's not petty. I just 2.8 million won dollars from him downstairs. Selena exclaimed, what, are you kidding? Luke described what happened just now and concluded, he's not regretting the money. 2 million for him is like $200 for us. He just can't accept the fact that he lost to me again. Chapter 218 Learn from Tony and refreshed abilities. As a matter of fact, Tony would have lost even if the game had continued. However, it was obviously a trap since Luke kept the balance on his bank card a secret and proposed to end the game once he won $1 million. As long as Luke won just once, Tony would lose $1.4 million, even if Luke didn't get blackjack, and the game would end. Why did Luke have $600,000 on his card? It was the remainder of the loan that he had taken out by mortgaging the villa which Takagi gave to him. Luke had taken out an $800,000 loan. He had spent more than $100,000 on the patent application and legal matters, and he had less than $700,000 left. Without that money, it would have been difficult for Luke to win a fortune here. Chances were that he would be blacklisted by the hotels in Vegas. The MIT students who had made a great deal of money with their brains, for example, were blacklisted by the casinos here. This decision was even upheld by the court. Selena's mouth dropped open. A long time later, she finally said, that doesn't feel right. Why are you still richer than me? Luke rolled his eyes. When have you ever been richer than me? The furniture and appliances in the villa that Takagi gave me are already worth more than 1.2 million, alright? Also, don't forget that you have to pay a tax on the money you just earned. Selena was frustrated. I forgot about that. Luke thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, keep some of your prize for yourself, and give the rest to me to invest. Selena nodded, but found it odd. Invest in what? Luke said, I'm starting a high-tech business, and hopefully, I'll earn some money from Google. It'll pay well if you buy some shares now. Selena nodded and said, how much do you want? I can give all the money to you. Luke shook his head, I don't need so much. Let's talk about that later. Bobby had a 1% share in the company, so it wouldn't be too much if Luke gave Selena a 5% share, right? Tony had paid a huge price to get Luke and Selena transferred to LAPD because he was interested in Selena. So, Luke definitely had every reason to give Selena some money. Tony didn't have a good temper, but he was a generous man. Why else would all the transmigrators go to him for help? Why did nobody go to Obadiah? It certainly wasn't because he was ugly, but because Obadiah was too shrewd and would hardly ever give anybody a large sum of money for no good reason. Luke was determined to be as rich and willful as Tony Stark. Even though he wasn't as rich as Tony yet, he could solve some of Selena's practical problems with a small amount of money, so why wouldn't he? Selena's attitude toward money was complicated. On one hand, she could compare supermarket prices fastidiously, but on the other hand, she could easily give Luke half of her money, just like that. Actually, there weren't many things that she needed to buy, as a detective who was busy every day. She stayed away from alcohol and drugs. Her clothes and makeup were simple. She was hardly ever home, so she didn't need much furniture. Her only hobby was eating, but Luke always made food for her. She wasn't short of money. Luke had been paying the bills with the illegal money he had obtained. She had barely touched her paychecks in the last few months. Luke tried to approach the corner where Tony and the woman had been talking just now, only to be stopped by the two security guards there. But he was still able to detect more of the smell, and discovered that the woman did leave through the air, but not necessarily by flying. Based on the trajectory of her scent, it was more likely that she had jumped off and glided downward, except that she had leapt an unbelievable distance. Luke wondered what Tony and the woman had talked about in this place. Mulling it over for a bit, Luke sat down and checked the list of Tony's abilities in the system, only to find that nothing had changed. He tried to talk to the system, but the system didn't respond. Luke wasn't disappointed. He thought for a moment with his eyes closed, then smiled. While Tony's abilities seemed the same, they had actually been refreshed. Luke had wondered about this before. For example, what would happen when he defeated the superheroes or villains who had yet to grasp their abilities? Tony had now given Luke the answer. When Luke considered the creation and modification of certain equipment, something popped up in his head. To be more exact, it felt like new knowledge had suddenly been added to a database, ready for retrieval. The new knowledge was about an additional 5% on top of what Luke already knew about Tony's 4 abilities. It was all invaluable knowledge on cutting-edge technology. On the other hand, Luke considered how frequently he should refresh Tony's abilities. It would be unnecessary to do it too often, since Tony wouldn't learn so many new abilities over a short period of time. Since there was only a 5% increase of new knowledge after 3 months, Luke felt that refreshing the abilities twice by 2008 would be enough. As he pondered, Selena had had enough fun, so they left the swimming pool. After showering in their suite, they didn't go to the casino again but watched the free show presented by Aurora Hotel. The show was quite spectacular, even for Luke, who had seen plenty of shows online in his previous life. There were dances, juggling, and magic and talk shows, all performed by famous names. The show was coming to a perfect close, when there was a mishap during a dance which was the last segment of the show. Countless white, flying ribbons hung above the stage. A dozen beautiful and graceful dancers swung among the ribbons with jaw-dropping moves and postures, like fairies flying in the air. It was a really creative dance. Chapter 219 Grand Entrance. Suddenly, a man was thrown down through the curtain on one side of the stage. Before the audience realized what was going on, the man hit a few ribbons before crashing onto the stage. After tumbling, head over heels a dozen times, he stopped with his ass above his head. Since the man had crashed into the ribbons, 2 dancers that had been moving in midair lost their balance. Screaming in panic, they were about to fall from the ribbons. They were 5 meters above the stage, and might be slightly injured if they jumped down. However, both of them were upside down with their legs wrapped around the ribbons. If they fell like this, they would probably be killed when their heads hit the stage. Luke certainly wouldn't turn a blind eye to it with his system. Saving the 2 girls would mean about 50 experience and credit points. Besides, it wasn't hard for him. Well, it wasn't hard for him, and nobody else had time to react. By the time everybody noticed something was wrong, Luke had stepped onto the back of the seat in front of him and sprung more than 10 meters forward, like a dragonfly. He rolled when he reached the stage and stopped below the 2 dancers who were screaming and falling. He then jumped and grabbed them in midair. The girls' momentum forced him to do an awkward roll. He hit the stage and bumped and rolled, but firmly protected the 2 dancers in his arms. The brunt of the impact that the dancers would have taken to the heads and their upper torsos was blocked by Luke's arms. After reducing the momentum of their fall with the roll, Luke came to a steady stop on the stage. Actually, he could have tossed the 2 dancers back up to the ribbons easily, but that would be exposing his extraordinary abilities. What he did just then was how a gymnastic coach would protect a falling athlete. It was something that an ordinary person was capable of. The hall was quiet for a moment, before everybody started shouting. They were all confused, shocked and delighted. Most fortunately, the 2 beautiful dancers hadn't died in front of them. Most people in the world would rather not witness the destruction of beautiful creatures. Selena was about to quickly join Luke, but he stopped her with a gesture. She looked around warily. Luke's gesture meant that it was dangerous and she shouldn't come any closer. Luke wasn't looking at the 2 dancers he had just saved, but at where the man had been thrown onto the stage. It was a window high up, which was broken now. Through the broken glass, Luke saw a figure jump and run in this direction. After a quick glance, Luke immediately ran off with the 2 dancers in his arms. The person outside definitely wasn't a normal person, and a dozen more dancers were still hanging above the stage. They might be wounded if a fight burst out on the stage. The 2 dancers had no idea what was going on. All they knew was that someone had grabbed them when they were falling, before running off the stage. "Hey, why are you so strong? Our breasts hurt a little." Both girls were stunned. Luke had no time to care about something like that. After taking them off the stage, Luke dashed toward Selena and both of them rushed off. A moment later, Selena and Luke observed the stage from the gap between the half-opened doors of the hall. On the stage, the man whose ass was hanging above his head was human. He looked more like a monster than a human, though his clothes and body were that of a human, except that his red skin and the weird black patterns on it made him look like a cosplayer. Even Luke could untwist his body so that his butt was above his head. "That man is quite flexible," Selena remarked in a low voice. Luke nodded in agreement. "Yes, but I'm more interested in the person who threw him in." The next moment, a tall person landed on the stage. Luke's eyes twitched. The person had jumped in through the broken window that was almost 10 meters up and made a classic superhero landing when she hit the floor, kicking up the dust around her. Luke was surprised to realize that the person was actually a woman. Then, the female superhero slowly rose with a whip in her hand. Her hand moved quickly as she lashed the red-skinned weirdo with her whip. Suddenly, the weirdo whose ass was above his head turned blurry, before he disappeared and reappeared behind Luke and Selena. Alarmed, Luke swung around with a kick without any hesitation. The red-skinned weirdo disappeared again, and Luke's foot hit nothing but the wall, leaving a deep gouge in it. The woman on the stage jumped more than 30 meters and landed at the doors. She glanced at Luke when she passed him and finally said, "That was a nice kick. Are you a soccer player?" Luke said, "No, but I used to play football." The woman said, "All right, get away as soon as you can. That guy is very vengeful. It's possible that he'll come back because you tried to kick him, and kill you." With a complicated look on his face, Luke nodded. "Got it." The woman didn't say anything else. She continued her pursuit and left. Noticing the sword and shield on her back, Luke's eyes glittered. Watching the woman leave, Selena couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Who on earth is she?" Luke chuckled and rubbed her head. "Forget it, she's from a different world." So, Selena stopped asking. People were already gathering together in the hall behind them, led by the two dancers who were wearing white, skin-tight costumes. Most of the time, it was Selena who was the center of attention when she and Luke were together. A young and beautiful girl was always more attractive. At that moment, however, everyone had gathered for Luke. Chapter 220. We all need a sense of security. The two dancers whom Luke had saved approached them, followed by their fellow dancers. They all asked Luke, with glowing eyes, "Sir, may we know your name?" Luke smiled. "My name is Luke." At that moment, the girls surrounded Luke. Even Selena was squeezed out. "Mr. Luke, you're really good. Are you a dancer too? Or a gymnast? You're really strong if you can pick up Lanchi and Trinity at the same time. Are you a kung fu expert? Who's that girl over there? Are you together? What was that red monster? Can you tell us?" Luke was rather amused. "Why are you not only asking me questions, but also groping me?" He could only say, "I'm a police officer. It was my duty to save you." "Okay, sorry, I have things to do." He then slipped away, and didn't have the time to call Selena. Escaping from the onslaught of girls, Luke finally remarked, "A man's life sure is tough when women get together." Once the bold one set an example, the other girls hadn't hesitated to take advantage of him. Of course, it was his face that mattered most. After his strength reached 40, Luke was already a certifiably handsome guy. He was strapping and charming. It was no wonder that the girls were so quick to feel him up. One of them had even squeezed his butt without him noticing. It was true that he was a man, but he was still creeped out by a dozen girls eyeing him like wolves eyeing a rabbit. He called Selena, and Selena simply told him that she would be back soon. Luke wasn't bothered. She was unlikely to get into trouble anyway. He took out a bottle of soda from the fridge and stared at the city that was ablaze with lights through the window. The woman just now was very interesting. Her face had been obscured by a hazy light that prevented anyone from remembering it. Also, she didn't carry a scent. It was quite interesting. It was likely that she had used some unusual method to disguise her appearance and her identity. However, she should have covered her long legs. With Luke's keen observation skills, he connected the long legs to another pair that he had seen earlier. There were very few women with such long legs, and Luke had just seen one a short while ago. Did she really think that she could hide herself with her little tricks? Superheroes were already appearing around Tony. But exactly who was this woman? While Luke was thinking hard, the door to the suite opened. Selena called out to him from the door, "Darling, someone is here for you." Luke turned around, only to see three women at the door. With a brilliant smile, he said, "It's you. Can I help you?" Selena walked in and stepped to one side, pretending that she wasn't here. The two girls were slightly dazzled by Luke's sunny smile. A moment later, after Selena coughed pointedly, one of the girls finally came back to herself. She said in a hurry, "Ah, Detective Luke, thank you so much for what you did." Luke said, "Just call me Luke." "Right, don't you need to get some rest? You should rest up well after the shock just now." Selena simply watched and didn't say anything. The other girl said, "Our manager gave us 2 days off. Well, after what happened just now, we can't perform again until we're cleared of trauma." Luke nodded and said, "Okay, let's talk elsewhere then. Selena, go pack your things. This place isn't safe. Let's go to Caesar's Palace Hotel. The three women were all stunned. A moment later, the four of them left for Caesar's Palace Hotel. Luke talked to the girls in the car. The two girls were naturally Trinity and Lanchi, the two dancers that he had saved. They were students at an art college. The dance group that they were in was quite famous. If they had died in the accident, it would have been a major blow to the dance group, even if it wasn't the group's fault. The manager of the dance group gave them some time off for their own safety. After all, the dance group still had many backup members. But the two girls were promised that they would still have their spots as main dancers once they recovered. So, they tried to relax by talking to Luke, who had saved their lives. Of course, if Luke had looked like Obadiah, they would have only thanked him politely at most. If he had looked like Danny Trejo, it would have been a miracle that they even thanked him at all. Thankfully, Luke's face, which had become more handsome, and his gentleness were much more appealing. A sense of security was what the two girls and Luke needed most right now. That female superhero mentioned earlier that the red-skinned weirdo was the vengeful sort. So, Luke simply moved into Caesar's Palace Hotel, which was Tony's territory, and Tony was obviously close to the female superhero. The red-skinned weirdo had just been disfigured by that terrifying woman. Luke didn't think he would dare break into Caesar's Palace Hotel, but if he did, Luke had no qualms killing him. That guy wasn't the only person in the world who had super abilities. In Caesar's Palace Hotel, Luke reserved another deluxe suite, which cost $3,800 a night. Selena, however, got herself a deluxe suite too, claiming that she wanted to use some of the money she just earned. Luke's face was quite complicated when he heard that, but eventually, he didn't say anything and simply saw Selena off, before he took the two girls upstairs. The girls were slightly overwhelmed by the spacious room, but Luke's face quickly appeased them. He had turned into a much better talker after working for half a year as a detective. In no more than half an hour, both girls were already giggling at his jokes. The atmosphere was even better when they left to look for wine. Luke called Selena in the bathroom. "You're really not coming back tonight?" Chapter 221 Met two girls. Selena said, "Do you really not know why I'm not coming back?" Luke, "Got it, thanks." Selena said, "I'll be shopping for the next 2 days. Don't bother me." "Got it." Luke said, "Okay, but you have to call me every day so that I know that you're safe. Also, that red-skinned weirdo can be very dangerous. You have to be careful." Before she hung up the phone, Selena suddenly said, "Go for it. I have high hopes for you, young man." After knowing that Selena wasn't coming back, Luke was reassured. If the red-skinned weirdo did come back, he would definitely go after Luke rather than Selena, who hadn't been the one to attack the man. It would be safer for Selena if she kept her distance from Luke for a day or two. When Luke returned to the living room, the two girls were already enjoying their drinks. Luke couldn't help but shake his head when he saw what they were drinking. "This wine is too lousy. Let's change to a different bottle." He quickly found a Chateau Latour, a brand that he was very familiar with but had never enjoyed, and filled the girls' cups. As for himself, he simply had soda water. Between the two girls, Lanchi was gentler and less talkative, while Trinity was more proactive and straightforward. She simply asked, "Why are you not drinking? Are you trying to make us drunk, so that you can?" She laughed as she spoke. Lanchi blushed slightly, partly because of the alcohol. She also looked at Luke with a smile. Luke shrugged. "I'm a detective. I'll be less vigilant if I have alcohol, and it'll also make my hands shake, so I never drink." Neither of the girls were convinced. "But don't a lot of officers go to a bar when they get off work?" Luke chuckled. "I'm different. Sometimes, I have to carry out dangerous missions." The girl's eyes glowed. "Really? Like James Bond?" Luke was briefly lost for words. He's a special agent. His main business is to hit on girls, while his secondary objective is to acquire intelligence from them. It's rare when he finally remembers what his actual job is. He certainly can't compare with me. The girls laughed at the same time. After Luke returned, he had sat down between the girls, and they didn't show any reluctance. Now that they were laughing, the three of them were even friendlier than before. Gradually, they talked less and started acting more. In the end, both girls fell asleep from exhaustion, but Luke was still as energetic as ever. His physique was now 10 times that of a regular person, and his body had been sending him strong signals about his explosive energy after his level up. That was the reason why he had said yes to the two girls so quickly. Although it wasn't a big deal for many people, he had never really tried it before. 40 strength was already so amazing. Should he continue increasing strength in the future? Maybe he should consider it. He was a man determined to enjoy all the beauty that the world had to offer, and stamina was definitely necessary for that. In the next 2 days, Selena talked to Luke over the phone but never showed up in person. So, Luke went around Las Vegas with the two girls and took plenty of photos with them. After their drunken episode on the first day, both girls let go of their worries and enjoyed the unexpected holiday. Luke wasn't short of money, so they could visit any place they wanted. After 2 days, he realized that Lanchi, who seemed gentle, was actually wild and passionate, and Trinity, who seemed proactive, was shyer and more innocent. But when Lanchi unleashed her wild and passionate side, Trinity was able to set her nature free, too. Naturally, Luke enjoyed the company of the two girls. After he woke up on the morning of the third day, he got dressed and left the room. He reached the forensics center before 8 o'clock and found old Grayson reading files in his office. Seeing that Luke was here, old Grayson gestured at him to close the door. A moment later, old Grayson shifted his gaze and said, "You look quite relaxed. Did anything good happen?" Luke chuckled. "Yes, I met 2 girls who were quite nice." Old Grayson was astonished. "Two?" Luke nodded with a smile. Pondering for a moment, old Grayson nodded slowly. "That's not bad. You should try to relax like that once in a while. It'll be good for you." Luke wondered what Robert's reaction would be if he knew what old Grayson was telling him. Noticing his expression, old Grayson said casually, "Many mercenaries relax and readjust their mindset in various ways, and women are an effective and widely used method." "That's not a problem." Luke thought for a moment before he nodded. "Got it." Old Grayson changed the subject. "We nabbed the diorama killer. It really was the female cleaner. Is there anything else you would like to add?" Luke shook his head. "No, I hope you don't blame me for ruining your fun." Old Grayson said, "You didn't. Well, fine, I am slightly disappointed, but I must thank you for giving me the answer, since we can stop her from slaughtering more random, innocent victims." Luke chuckled but didn't say anything. Old Grayson had to be bummed. It was like 2 evenly matched opponents playing chess, and a bystander suddenly volunteering to play a move for one of them and checkmating the opponent. The loser would feel like crap, but the winner wouldn't be happy either, because he hadn't won through his own efforts. After saying that, old Grayson fell silent. He had never been a talker. Had it not been for Luke's special identity and condition, he wouldn't be wasting so much time talking to him. Now that Luke had an effective method to help him relax, though it was a little premature for an 18-year-old, old Grayson lost interest in helping him. After chatting for a while, they said goodbye and agreed to meet more often. Chapter 222 Aftermath and Authenticity. Seeing Luke off from his office, old Grayson shook his head. Although they said that they would meet more often, both of them knew that they were too busy to do so. They would barely be able to meet a couple of times a year. However, he could call Robert later and tell him the good news that his foster son had bested him. At the very least, Robert didn't have a girlfriend, let alone 2 female friends, for a long time after graduating high school. Well, fine. Old Grayson's main reason to make the call would be to mock his cousin, whom he had never seen eye to eye with. After Luke left, he met Hodges in the elevator. Both of them smiled and greeted each other, and Luke asked him how the barbecue restaurant case was coming along. Hodges didn't keep it a secret from Luke since he had been there as well. The outcome of the case was quite astonishing. The dead person, of whom only bones remained, turned out to be Henry, the boss of the restaurant. However, it wasn't his wife who killed him, nor Slick, who had been sleeping with his wife. Instead, it was Gomez, the chef who had been crazy enough to set a raccoon on fire, only to be burned to a crisp along with the raccoon. It wasn't a complicated investigation. A lot of Henry's ribs had been skillfully removed from the grill. Henry went missing just as the hepatitis B outbreak happened in the restaurant, plus he had the disease as well. The postcard from Florida, which his wife thought was from Henry, was in fact mailed out a month after the hepatitis B outbreak. The writing on the postcard was Henry's, but how could a dead man send a postcard? Later, Gomez became a suspect. From the criminal database, the police discovered that Gomez had a history of faking paperwork. Furthermore, there were fingerprints on the postcard which belonged to Gomez's mother, who also had a criminal record and who lived in Florida. It was very clear what happened in this case. Gomez killed Henry and burned his body, which resulted in the hepatitis B outbreak in the restaurant. Then, he wrote a postcard in Henry's handwriting and had his mother send it from Florida, making it look like Henry was alive. His objective was simple. This was meant to cover up the fact that he murdered Henry, faked Henry's signature, and withdrew $250,000 from Henry and Shelley's shared bank accounts. Because of the postcard, Shelley thought that Henry had run off with a lover and the money. She never knew that Gomez had killed him. Luke was lost for words after hearing the whole story. He didn't know what to say about Gomez. As a criminal with past convictions, this man murdered someone for money, but blew himself up just a couple of months later. There was no telling if he had used up all the money yet. After hearing the story, Luke said goodbye to Hodges with the suggestion that they hang out again in the future. Hodges nodded with a smile and saw Luke off. After the elevator doors closed, Hodges murmured, "You're such a pretty boy that I'll only be outclassed if we hang out. I certainly won't go out with you." Outside the elevator, Luke was lost for words. They were still very close to each other and the elevator doors had yet to close all the way, so Luke heard Hodges clearly. This man turned out to be much funnier than he seemed. After he left the forensics center, Luke returned to his hotel room. Lanchi and Trinity had just woken up, and they greeted him with smiles when they saw him. They had lunch and chatted in the room. Mostly, the girls talked about their experiences in New York and the fun they had there. But as they talked, they moved the conversation to the bed again. It wasn't until later that night that Luke finally tried out some new things in the bathroom with the girls. 2 hours later, both girls were tired and drowsy when they came out of the bathroom. They were already snoring by the time they hit the bed. Luke made a call in the living room. A manager soon arrived with 2 security guards to deliver a metal case. After examining the money in the box, Luke asked them to leave. Closing the door, Luke took out the stuff in the box and returned to the bedroom. The 2 passionate and flexible girls were sound asleep. Luke gently rubbed their ears for a moment, before he drew back his hands and nodded in satisfaction. After that, he left the room with his suitcase. Luke met Selena that night and they went to the airport. On the plane, Selena observed him curiously. "Did you have fun the last 2 days?" Luke smiled and didn't say anything, but his eyes gave him away. Selena asked, "Don't you find 2 girls exhausting?" Luke kept smiling. "With my physique, I'm still far from exhausted." Noticing the look on his face, Selena snorted. "Fine, forget I asked." Luke chuckled. "You bought a lot for yourself, didn't you? Look at your clothes." Well, the latest Chanel product. Isn't it worth $12,000? How does it feel to be rich?" Selena said guiltily, "I only bought this one. It can't be refunded." Luke said, "Then just keep wearing it. I don't think the rest of your clothes match this coat, though." Looking at Selena's sweater and shirt, which had been bought on sale, Luke shook his head and knew that together, they still cost less than even a single button on her new coat. He just hoped that Selena's coat wasn't the type that couldn't be washed. If so, she would certainly regret it when the coat became dirty. Selena was creeped out by Luke's gaze. "What are you looking at? Why are you giving me such a pitying look? This is a genuine product that I bought at a Chanel store." Luke chuckled. Chapter 223 Natural Partners. Luke could only say, "Don't wear this coat to work." Selena said, "Do you think I'm an idiot who'll go to work in a coat worth more than 10 grand? I'm not a celebrity." Luke thought for a moment and realized that it made sense. Selena suddenly changed the subject. "You didn't take any pictures this time. Alina's pictures last time were very beautiful." Luke chuckled. "No, Vegas has nothing special, and I'm a terrible photographer." Selena remembered how beautiful Alina's pictures were, seeing how the latter was an art student, and what an eyesore Luke's own photos were. What she didn't know was that Luke had taken a lot of photos when he went around Las Vegas with the 2 girls, but the SD cards were in his inventory, so it was impossible for him to show them to Selena. The plane soon landed in Los Angeles. They went home in Luke's police car, which he had left in airport parking. Selena took off her new coat the moment she got home and carefully hung up the precious treasure in her closet. All her clothes and shoes combined didn't cost as much as this coat, of course she had to be careful. Luke threw his suitcase into his room and called Elsa. "Boss, just letting you know that I'm back." Elsa said, "Well, you certainly enjoyed every second of your holiday, didn't you?" Luke chuckled. With more than $3 million in legal cash and after enjoying himself with 2 flexible and passionate dancers, he certainly wasn't in a hurry to go back to work. After complaining for a bit, Elsa immediately got down to business. It's good to have you back. Get here early tomorrow. I have 2 cases for you. Luke didn't ask about the details, because he was afraid that Elsa wouldn't be able to stop talking if he did. All right, boss, I'll get to your office half an hour earlier tomorrow. Try to get some sleep, or you may get eye bags. Good night. Luke quickly hung up. Elsa almost choked. She couldn't help but look at herself in the mirror that was on her table, only to immediately place it face down. No, I have to get enough rest, or he'll definitely mock me tomorrow. She had been busy at work because she had just been promoted. She had to prove herself worthy of her new position. Soon, Luke took a shower and said good night to Selena. Both of them went to sleep. In a certain suite in Caesar's Palace Hotel, Trinity woke up. She felt very comfortable. The white sheet and quilt felt so nice on her naked skin that she didn't want to move at all. Eyes still half closed, she dozed for a while, and suddenly smiled as she recalled the way mischief flashed in the eyes of a certain someone. When they first met, she thought that he was a good guy who was solemn in nature. But after 2 days, she discovered that there was a playfulness hidden under his gentle appearance, which made him even more likable. Remembering the past 2 days, she chuckled now and then absent-mindedly. Suddenly, she sensed someone draw close to hug her. Trinity opened her eyes helplessly. Lanchi, didn't you say that you wouldn't learn from Luke? Next to her, Lanchi had woken up as well, and she smiled at Trinity. Hearing what Trinity said, Lanchi quickly tickled her, mischief in her eyes. Trinity burst out laughing and struggled, but to no avail. She was so exhausted, as if she had run a marathon. She really had no strength left. Lanchi, on the other hand, still had a bit of energy, and naturally, could play however much she wanted. It wasn't until 30 seconds later that Lanchi finally released Trinity, who was almost crying with laughter. She asked, "Why are your lips sweet?" Trinity was angry. "Because of the ice cream and chocolate you bought, of course. I'm definitely going to gain weight." Lanchi chuckled and asked, "You don't like them?" Lost for words for a moment, Trinity admitted, "Fine, they don't taste bad at all." Lanchi patted her head and comforted her. "When we go back, you can train harder to get rid of the calories." Trinity nodded. "Fine. You're always so smart." Wait, what's this? In the dim light, something glimmered in Lanchi's left ear. Baffled, Trinity reached out to touch it. Trinity was blank. Since when did you put in an earring? As dancers, they barely wore any accessories because it was inconvenient for them. While hanging out with Luke, they had never returned to base either, and didn't have anything on them except their phones and purses. Grinning, Lanchi got off her and turned on the lamp, which illuminated the bed. Lanchi lay down on the bed again. "It's not just me. Aren't you wearing an earring, too?" Trinity subconsciously touched her right ear and felt something cool. Lanchi pushed her hand away with a smile. "I'll help take yours off, and you take off mine." A moment later, they were each holding an earring, baffled. This had to be a farewell gift from a certain someone, right? But why had they each been given one earring instead of a pair? Also, they realized that the 2 earrings belonged to the same pair. What was that about? Both girls mumbled to themselves. In the end, Lanchi rolled her eyes as she got it. Chuckling, she said to Trinity, "Don't you see? He's obviously implying that we're a pair." Trinity was confused. Really?" Lanchi said, "Of course. Otherwise, he could have given each of us a pair, right?" Let me look around. That guy likes tricks the best." Then, after searching for a while, she returned with her purse. Sitting on the bed, she unzipped her purse and poured out everything. There was a mirror, lipstick, a makeup kit, an eyebrow pencil, eyebrow tweezers, mascara, a keychain, and some cards, coins and bills. Chapter 224 Familiar Faces and Familiar Cases. Among the items was a tiny box that had the distinctive Tiffany icon on it. She opened the box and read the paper that was inside. Is that guy actually rich? But I don't think police officers earn very much, right? Trinity was too tired to move. She simply asked, "What's in it?" Lanchi said, "An invoice and a certificate for my earring." Trinity grew curious, but she really couldn't move. She could only say, "Let me have a look." Lanchi glanced at her and said, "Wait a minute. I'll find your invoice." A moment later, Lanchi returned with Trinity's purse and poured out everything onto the bed. She found Trinity's box too. She opened it and showed her the invoice. "Look at this. It's from that guy." Opening her eyes, Trinity glanced at the invoice, and her eyes bulged. "How much is this?" 5,200. Lanchi scoffed. What are you thinking? This is elementary math. Trinity was lost for words. She had only chosen the career of a dancer because her grades in elementary school were terrible. Lanchi said, it's $52,000. Mine's the same. So, this pair of earrings costs around $100,000 in total. She checked the certificate and examined the earring more carefully. That guy engraved your name on the earring. Trinity checked the earring in her own hand, and indeed, it had an extremely tiny engraving of Lanchi's name on it. Lanchi shrugged. Fine, they won't get mixed up now. As she spoke, they exchanged earrings. Trinity said, is it okay for us to accept this? Lanchi stared at her and said, are you trying to say that you aren't a professional escort who charges for sex? Trinity lowered her head in embarrassment, but that was exactly what she was thinking. Lanchi suddenly chuckled and kissed her again. Stop dreaming. $52,000 for 2 days is way too expensive for any escort. You wouldn't be able to earn so much even if you were one. Trinity bit her lip and said, I'm not. Lanchi giggled and said, of course you're not. He would have given you maybe $2,000 if you were one. The fact that this gift is so expensive means that he doesn't take you for an escort, alright? Besides, forget it. Trinity was annoyed when Lanchi didn't finish her sentence. Hey, can't you finish what you were going to say? Why do you sound more and more like Luke now? Lanchi didn't say anything, and simply put the items that were on the bed back into their respective purses. After cleaning up, Lanchi poured herself a glass of wine and enjoyed it on the bed. Trinity couldn't keep it up. Like a child, her anger faded as quickly as it had appeared. Pour me some, please. Lanchi didn't tease her this time, but quickly poured her a glass. She also helped Trinity, who could still barely move, sit up. Sipping the wine, Trinity suddenly asked after a brief daze, does he like me? Lanchi didn't give her a straight answer. She sighed inwardly. Silly girl, look at the gifts we received. He likes the two of us together, not separately. The two girls chatted in the dim light, mostly about a certain someone who had left. In Los Angeles, Luke was energetic after he woke up in the morning. After the trip to Las Vegas, he felt like he was on fire, and ready for something big. With his excessive energy, he first prepared a delicious breakfast, plus dessert for Selena, before he woke her up. The very first thing that Selena did after she woke up was to check her precious Chanel coat in the closet. Seeing that it was still hanging there, Selena was relieved. Great, it wasn't a dream. Leaning against the door, Luke asked, what did you think was a dream? That you won the lottery. Selena chuckled. I dreamt that I paid $10,000 for a coat, and my heart ached when I took out the money. Luke asked, does your heart not hurt anymore now that you've woken up and seen it for yourself? Selena said, it still hurts, but the pain is worth it. Luke, he never should underestimate a woman's determination in the pursuit of prettiness. After breakfast, they went to work in their car. Luke had barely greeted Elsa in her office before she threw a stack of files at him and said, look into this case first, and try to find something as soon as possible. Luke gave the files to Selena to read first before he asked Elsa, what's the situation? Elsa said helplessly, a bunch of WD-36 gang members have been active in our district recently. They confined their activities to the USC area previously, but they're in our district now for some reason, and have committed quite a few major crimes. Several people from our local upper-class neighborhoods have complained about them. Interested, Luke nodded and said, but it can't be too serious, right? Elsa said, they barged into Beverly Hills and even harassed Shira. Luke raised his eyebrow. They're so gutsy. Elsa said, I don't know if they're crazy or not, but they went looking for Shira and told her to pay them a shish load of money for the weed that she ordered, before security drove them out. Luke asked, a shish load of money? Elsa said, they're charging $20,000 for a pound of weed. Luke was lost for words. What are they thinking? That's 3 times the market price. Elsa said, that's right. Shira called me. She's afraid that it could be a trap to spread the rumor that she's purchasing a tremendous amount of weed. Luke thought for a moment and realized what that meant. A pound equaled 16 ounces, or about 450 grams. Most people smoked 1/8 of an ounce of weed each time, so 1 pound of weed was enough for more than 100 people. If this got out, many people would believe that Shira was having a large gathering of people to smoke weed together, and her reputation would be tarnished. No wonder Shira was so anxious. Luke understood why Elsa had given him the case. That was because he had met Shira before, and they could trust each other. Chapter 225 Old Friend of an Old Friend. If it was another detective carrying out the investigation, Shira probably wouldn't say anything in case rumors started to spread. Luke said, "So, what do you want me to do?" Elsa said, "Find out why they're messing around in our district. The best would be if you can capture some of the hoodlums so we can put them in jail for a couple of months to teach them a lesson." Luke nodded. "Got it. Have you talked to Shira?" "Yes, I have. If you need any backup, just call me," said Elsa, who saw that Selena was already eager to get going on the investigation. Luke nodded. "Of course. You've always been the strongest shield that backs us up, boss." Elsa said, "Quit playing around and get to work." Lost for words, Luke put a paper bag on the desk and said, "I don't feel happy about giving you my cupcakes now that you've said that. We're leaving. We'll be in touch." After they left, Elsa quickly hid the paper bag in the bottommost drawer of her table. When Luke brought her cupcakes previously, she didn't have her own office yet, and her shameless friend stole the cupcakes one after another until there was only one left for her. She knew better now, and hid the cupcakes well so that she would have something to eat when she was too busy to get proper food. Giving his boss the cupcakes as a gift wasn't a big deal for Luke. After all, it made little difference whether he was baking 30 or 50 cupcakes at a time. It only required 10 to 15 minutes of prep work before he put the cupcakes into the oven. The ingredients cost even less than fast food, but the cupcakes were certainly priceless for those who didn't have time to cook. They certainly couldn't taste bad, judging by how much Selena praised them. Of course, Luke had found a myriad of recipes online, and he switched out the flavors every other day in case Selena grew tired of the cupcakes, if she ever would. Leaving the police department in his car, Luke drove off to Beverly Hills. He was driving because Selena had to sort through the intelligence and read it to him, sort of like a secretary, so she couldn't drive. She also had to contact Shira, who was generally too busy to meet anyone without an appointment. However, they were certain that they would be able to see Shira today since Elsa had called her last night. When they reached Shira's villa, Luke was prepared to show security his officer's certificate. Unlike most of the time when he simply flashed his badge, he thought that the certificate would be needed since he was meeting a big star. As it turned out, he didn't have to show either one before he was let in. He was quite surprised. Clearly, the head of security, who had followed Shira and Luke around when they examined the villa last time, remembered Luke's face. Shira welcomed Luke at the door, which made him even more surprised. He wondered why Shira was being so friendly. After they sat down inside, Shira couldn't help but ask, "Is that Bobby guy all right?" Luke raised an eyebrow. "Has he been harassing you again?" Shira shook her head quickly. "Not really, but I haven't heard anything about him in a long while, so," Luke chuckled. She was clearly uneasy now that the person who had been harassing her regularly had suddenly gone missing. Of course, it wasn't like Shira was suffering from Stockholm Syndrome, she only wanted to know for sure that Bobby was still under Luke's control. "I found something for him to do. He'll be busy for the next couple of days, so don't worry about him," said Luke. Shira was immensely relieved, but then realized that she shouldn't be too obvious about it. She said quickly, "Do you want anything to drink? Coffee? Meryl, please let the detectives know what we have." Luke asked, "Do you have green tea? If not, soda water will be fine for me." Selena said, "I would like a cup of milk tea or a cappuccino." Meryl nodded respectfully and went to the kitchen to prepare the drinks. Without wasting any time, Luke said, "Miss Shira." Shira raised her hand. "No need to be so polite. You work with Elsa, and you did me a huge favor, so you're a friend. You can just call me Shira." Luke nodded and said, "Okay, Shira. Let's focus on business. What's with those drug dealers? Are you sure that you don't know them, personally or otherwise?" Shira shook her head quickly. "No, hesitating for a long moment, she finally said in a low voice, "Earlier, well, you know that Bobby was really bothering me, right?" "So?" Luke interrupted her. "I know, so," Shira said, "but I really have never been in contact with those WD-36 gangsters before. Elsa told me a thing or two about them, and I'm positive that I've never met them before." Luke and Selena looked at each other, unconvinced. Human beings were strange creatures, who often lied unconsciously even though it was unnecessary. Maybe because they didn't want to talk about it, or maybe just for the heck of it, they would twist the facts until their memories changed accordingly. It was also why time was of the essence in an investigation. The longer the delay, the less reliable the memories of important eyewitnesses became. Thinking for a moment, Luke asked, "Do you have any suspects? I mean, whoever you think might have gotten you into this mess, including but not limited to acquaintances, neighbors and friends." Shira hesitated again. At that moment, Meryl served green tea and a cappuccino. After Meryl left, Shira said in an even lower voice, "I suspect that it's the house over there that attracted them." Luke was actually surprised that she did have a suspect. "Keep her voice low," Shira said, "I think it's the place where the daughter of the president of the Tiger Foundation lives." Luke and Selena were both astonished. Luke had told Selena about Katie's case before, including the minor fuss caused by Jenny, the daughter of the president of the Tiger Foundation. This was a real-life lesson for Selena. Chapter 226. I'll remember to wear pants. Jenny had left a deep impression on Selena, as she was the typical example of a suspect who wouldn't help with the investigation because they were guilty themselves. Luke suddenly wondered if he had something to do with all this. It was WD-36 that had provided Jenny with weed. They were one of the largest gangs in the drug business in the USC area. Previously, Luke had destroyed 6 gang bases in 6 days to get enough experience and credit points. He recalled that he had killed WD-36's third in command. But Luke didn't say anything and only continued with his questions. Half an hour later, Luke and Selena rose and said goodbye to Shira. At the door, Luke thought for a moment before saying to Shira, "Shira, I'll try to resolve your problem in a week. Don't worry too much, and just focus on your own things." Shira wasn't surprised. She knew that Elsa trusted and thought highly of this young man. She nodded and said, "Call me if you need anything from me." Luke nodded with a smile. "You, too. You have my number." Selena put on a weird expression. After they got in the car, Selena suddenly asked, "Are you interested in her?" Luke was puzzled. What she said at the end was very strange. "If you need anything from me, isn't she in her 30s? Said Selena playfully. Luke said, "She's only 29. If you say that she's in her 30s to her face, she'll get her security to kick you out." Selena said, "I believe she would. If she calls you in the middle of the night and says, 'I must have you, baby,' are you gonna run over naked?" Luke said, "No, I'll remember to wear pants." Selena, "I must have you, baby." Luke, "What?" Selena, "Why are you still wearing your shirt? You said yourself that you'd only be wearing pants if you heard that." Luke, B-starred. As they talked and laughed, they reached Jenny's villa. A security guard came over after they pressed the doorbell, and it wasn't any of the ones whom Luke met before. The man asked, "Can I help you?" Luke showed the man his badge and said, "I'm Luke from LAPD. This is Selena. We'd like to talk to Miss Jenny about some local happenings." The security guard frowned and said, "You can ask me." Luke nodded and asked, "Do you know that some dealers are peddling weed in this area?" Shifting his gaze, the security guard said, "No, I don't." Luke chuckled and said, "Have any of the neighbors mentioned it before?" The security guard shook his head. "We aren't familiar with our neighbors. This is Beverly Hills, you know, not an apartment building." Luke nodded and said, "Then sorry for disturbing you." Then, he and Selena got into their car and left. Selena said, "That security guard was too cold. Why does it seem like he didn't like us?" Luke chuckled, "Who knows? I didn't see him last time. The security guards have changed." Selena saw that Luke was driving in an odd direction. "Where are you going?" Luke said, "The front door is fine, but most accidents happen at the back. We need to take a look." Selena didn't really understand, but she knew that Luke had his reasons, so she stopped asking. Luke was thinking that if Miss Jenny was still buying weed, the transactions would only happen at the back door. So, it wouldn't hurt to check it out. At the back, Luke slowed down and rolled down the window as he observed the environment. How things had changed. The last time he came to this villa, Elsa had still been indifferent to him. A Ford SUV suddenly blew past them. Luke took a sniff and hit the brake. Thinking for a moment, he eased up on it and slowly drove on. This place had changed. The back entrance, which had been almost directly facing the house across the street, had moved. Luke observed from the car for a moment, and knew that the back entrance was now out of the range of the surveillance camera across the street, which belonged to Smith. Jenny had adjusted her own surveillance camera, too. It was installed behind the back door and wouldn't capture a view of anything else. It seemed that Miss Jenny hadn't given up after the videotape incident last time, and was continuing with her little hobby. The rich could indeed do whatever they wanted. But of course, weed wasn't really a big deal in America. Everybody had the odd friend or two who had smoked weed before. Observing the environment and taking deep breaths, Luke turned the car around and sped up. Selena asked, we aren't getting out to check out the area. Luke said, no need. Miss Jenny is in the SUV that just passed us. There's no need to be concerned with her villa now. Selena was confused. She left her house. Luke said mockingly, well, I don't know if she went willingly, but there are 4 men in that car, and none of them are her security guards, so what do you think? Selena didn't question his judgment, and merely frowned. 4 men who aren't her security guards. Has she been kidnapped? Luke said, I can't say for sure, but we can track them. The 4 men didn't smell as clean as security guards, and reeked of weed, heroin, cash and gun oil as well as gunpowder. They were all probably drug dealers. With elementary driving and sharp nose, Luke caught up to the SUV just several minutes later. This SUV was pretty shabby and old, but all the windows had been upgraded with dark tint. It was thus impossible to see what was going in the car except through the windshield. Tinted windows weren't rare in California, where the sun was strong, and they certainly weren't unusual on a car that had 4 drug dealers and a girl. Selena waited, only to realize that Luke was just following the SUV. She thought for a moment before she asked, are you hoping to catch more of them? Luke chuckled and nodded. Miss Jenny doesn't like us anyway, so we'll just let her enjoy the company of 4 men with strong body odor. Selena had no objections. After all, she didn't know Jenny, and she always supported Luke unconditionally. Just like that, the 2 cars left Beverly Hills and entered a neighborhood south of USC. Luke sped up and parked the car on the side of the road 30 meters away before the people in the SUV got out. Chapter 227 Long time no see. Luke said quickly, back me up from here, but don't shoot until I give you the signal, in case you expose yourself. Selena examined her pistol and her magazines, before she nodded and said, got it. Pay attention to your surroundings, or someone may sneak up on you from the back, Luke reminded Selena. Selena rolled her eyes. Isn't that what you want to do to me every day? Luke. Really? Well, that did sound rather tempting, but he laughed the next second. Haha, I don't think Miss Jenny is enjoying this trip. Not far away, 2 men were taking a woman, who was in her nightie, out of the SUV. Naturally, that woman was Miss Jenny. One of the 2 men reached out to push Miss Jenny forward when she seemed reluctant to move. And both Luke and Selena could see that the man didn't just push her. Miss Jenny screamed and pitched forward before looking back at the man in fear, but the man just hooted. Luke smacked his lips and said, see that? I said that they liked the back, but Selena simply looked at him in disdain. He hurriedly said, I'm not like them. Trust me. Selena said, you men are all the same. Luke shrugged. I'm a police officer who's here to save her. Remember, don't let anyone sneak up on you from, fine. I'm going. Sensing Selena's unfriendly look, he dropped the joke and quickly got out of the car. He moved quickly but stealthily along the cars parked on the roadside, and soon reached the Ford SUV. Then, he quietly tailed the 4 men and the woman. None of them paid any attention to their backs. Miss Jenny, who was half naked, was terrified and helpless. She was shivering. Her skin burned from where the man had touched her just now, as if it was corroded by vitriol. Of course, it was just her illusion, and her skin was just as fair and smooth as before. The 4 men, on the other hand, were obviously too captivated by Jenny's sexy body to notice the stranger behind him. It wasn't until they reached a bungalow 10 meters away and one of the men pushed Jenny inside that a male voice suddenly rang out behind them. Ah, Miss Gwennis, it's been a while. I didn't expect to see you here. Stunned, they all turned around, only to see a kid who looked like a high school student smiling gently at them under the golden morning sun. His smile was as pure as an angel's. FCK, kiddo, you want to get yourself killed? One of the men immediately yelled. Jenny was at a loss, and couldn't recall who Luke was. Ignoring the man, Luke took out his wallet. The 4 men felt that something was wrong. Why did this wallet and this pose seem so familiar? The next second, the wallet was opened to reveal the badge inside, and Luke said, LAPD. Miss Gwennis, do you remember me now? The 4 men's faces changed, and Jenny was ecstatic. Though she didn't remember this boy. Help, they're kidnappers. That was exactly what Luke had been waiting for. As if on cue, all the 4 men reached for their waists. The smile still on his face, Luke suddenly stepped forward and kneed one of the kidnappers hard in the groin. There was the sound of something rupturing, and the kidnapper's eyes popped out. Clutching his groin with both hands, he slowly fell to his knees. After that knee attack, Luke swung around with his right arm curled to hit the face of a second kidnapper. He then smashed in the face of a third kidnapper with a left hook, before kicking the fourth kidnapper, who was also the one who had opened the door, in the abdomen. In less than 2 seconds, the faces of 2 of the kidnappers were bleeding, and the other 2 had collapsed as they clutched the lower parts of their bodies. Luke stepped forward and pulled Jenny behind him. "Don't scream, don't move, and stay still." As he said that, he kicked the heads of the 2 kidnappers clutching themselves on the ground, knocking them out. It was actually a relief for them. Protecting Jenny, Luke slowly retreated. A few seconds later, 2 bald men in fancy jackets came out. Seeing the 4 unconscious men, one of them shouted, "Ah, there's trouble. Over here." Pain exploded in his head and he collapsed, the pistol he had just drawn dropping to the ground. The other bald man wasn't as quick, and was only just reaching for his gun when he saw his partner get knocked out. Then, a fist loomed before his eyes. Bam! His head went blank and he spun around twice in the air before finally falling to the ground. Luke glanced at Selena, only to see that she was gesturing at him. With his sharp nose, he had already sensed that there were a lot of people in the house. There were more than 30 people, as well as plenty of guns, weed and heroin, which indicated that this was a major base for WD-36. In the next second, he picked up Miss Jenny and rushed off, and gave Selena a signal. Selena started moving as well. Less than 10 seconds later, he put Miss Jenny behind a car. "My partner Selena will take you to my car. Don't scream and don't run." He then ran back to the drug dealer's Ford SUV. Taking out his gun, he flashed his badge. "LAPD, you're surrounded. Lay down your weapons and get down on the ground." The dozen people who had just run out of the bungalow were all stunned to hear that. But they exploded with rage in the next second. One man with one pistol had them surrounded. Was he an idiot? The dozen gangsters, who looked like zebras with the tattoos on them, took out their guns. "FCKU, kiss my ass, you son of a b***tch. I'm going to cut your balls open." For a moment, all of them were cursing and yelling. Chapter 228 Use this for now. Ignoring the approaching gangsters, Luke shouted again, "This is LAPD. Drop your weapons and follow our instructions, or I'll open fire." His provocation riled them up again, and they cursed and yelled once more. At that moment, a dozen more people ran out of the bungalow, and some of them were especially trigger-happy. "Ah, cops, go to hell." Bang, 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 bang. One of them raised his gun and fired at Luke. Galvanized by how gutsy he was, the man's colleagues raised their guns and shot at Luke too. Distracted by Luke, nobody noticed that Selena had moved Miss Jenny to their car 30 meters away. Selena was also talking on the police intercom. "We're under attack by a group of armed thugs. There are more than 30 of them. We need backup. Repeat, we need backup." Sitting in the backseat, Miss Jenny observed the battle through the windshield in fear. After Selena was done, Jenny finally asked in a trembling voice, "You're not going to help your partner?" Selena didn't look at her, but simply observed their surroundings with the cameras on the car. Luke himself had installed those cameras. There were 12 of them on the left, right, top and bottom of the car, leaving no blind angles. The glass was bulletproof too, and the important parts of the car had a double layer of bulletproofing. Luke had modified the engine using Bell's and Tony Stark's abilities, otherwise it wouldn't be able to power this bulletproof car. So, there was no reason for Selena to get out. She was now in the driver's seat. If anything went wrong, this car itself would be a great weapon that could kill a lot of people when it was fast enough. It would be much more effective than shooting. Also, Luke's signal had indicated that he didn't need her help for now. Luke had already slipped away from the Ford SUV. According to the simple test he had performed that morning, his strength was now 12 times that of a regular person. Together with his dexterity, which was 4 times that of a regular person, he was able to dash 20 meters in 2 seconds. Observing the environment for a moment, he confirmed that he was safe with his sharp nose. He chose a few possible locations for cover, then raised his gun. Bang, bang. 2 guys who were busy shooting and yelling cried and collapsed with bullets in their legs. The WD-36 gangsters were stunned, with no idea what happened. How had that boy shot their people when he was hiding behind a car? Luke took out a mirror and looked into it. He was surprised that none of the gangsters were facing his direction. He craned his head again. Bang, bang. Another 2 gangsters screamed and fell, gripping their legs. If he had the instincts of a super shooter, he wouldn't need to aim at all, and would be able to hit a couple of targets using the instinctive reactions of his body. But instincts could only be nurtured with both talent and experience. Luke had enough strength and dexterity, but he had no experience. With that in mind, it might be better for him to add 20 to mental strength. To activate a number of super abilities, it was a prerequisite that all his basic attributes reach 20. Physical outburst and curve shooting from the female shooter Rebecca, for example, demanded 20 mental strength as a prerequisite. He had to level up and increase his mental strength. He only needed 1 level up for that, anyway. Thinking that, Luke looked at the confused WD-36 gangsters. Last time, he had killed the gang's third in command. Could he wipe out the top 2 leaders of the gang in this quest to reap experience? That way, the case that Elsa gave him could be closed. After all, if WD-36 was completely destroyed, it wouldn't be able to sell weed in Beverly Hills anymore. As his thoughts flashed through his mind, Luke looked at the gang members in his mirror, and craned his head again when nobody was looking at him. Bang, bang, ah, this time, it wasn't just the victims of his gunshots, but several of the other more high-strung gangsters also screamed before they fled. Luke was lost for words. Why are you running when you haven't been shot yet? Their cries were so loud that some neighbors opened their windows to see what was going on. Luke could only switch positions and hide in the flowers and grass. Pa, 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 pa. Using the plants as cover gave him more time, and he hit another 4 gangsters. At this point, the gangsters seemed to finally realize what was going on. They yelled and looked for cover. Luke, however, had moved to a different location. Hiding in a tree behind the bungalow, he smiled at the stupid gangsters. He had taken down a dozen of their colleagues before they finally realized that they needed cover. Clearly, they had slow reflexes. Their lousy performance wasn't surprising, however, since these gangsters only took advantage of ordinary people or other gangsters who weren't any stronger than they were. In the car, Miss Jenny asked in shock, "Wait, is this all the work of Detective Luther?" Selena glared at the rich girl in the rearview mirror and said, "His name is Luke, not Luther, all right." Miss Jenny said awkwardly, "Well, I was too scared just now, and I didn't quite catch his name." Selena chuckled coldly. Jenny couldn't help but shiver at the sound. She asked, "Can I borrow some clothes?" Selena rolled her eyes and searched in a box, before she threw something into the backseat. "There's nothing but this," Jenny said. "Isn't this too small?" What Selena had given her was a common towel that was 50 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide. It could only serve as a short skirt at most. How could she ward off the cold with that? Selena said, "We usually leave our house dressed, not like you coming out naked." After a brief silence, Jenny argued timidly, "Actually, I didn't come out willingly, they kidnapped me." Sigh, "Just a minute." Selena did find it outrageous to just give her a towel. Chapter 229 Persuasive Detective Luke. Selena searched under her seat and found a vest. "Here, this should work." Stunned, Jenny let Selena throw a vest over her head. A moment later, Jenny took down the vest from her head. She hesitated at the LAPD printed on the vest, but still put it on in the end. Selena looked at her in the rearview mirror, then shifted her gaze before she said, "It's not bad, right? Bulletproof and warm." Jenny quietly complained, "Can't you see that my breasts are still exposed to the air, or that my butt can't be covered by this vest at all?" However, this vest was the only thing that counted as clothing in the car. Jenny was still slightly cold. She could only put the towel around her neck to block the gaps in the vest and keep her neck warm. While the 2 women were locked in an unfriendly exchange in the car, Luke was engaging in a different sort of exchange that was even more unfriendly with the WD-36 gangsters. Looking at the gangsters who were hiding or scurrying around in fear, Luke didn't really want to kill them. That was mostly because Luke would be in a lot of trouble if he went on a killing spree outside his own district. Thus, he didn't kill any of the gangsters, and at most only injured them. If he really wanted to finish them off, the best solution would be to make them disappear. No bodies, no blood, and no reports meant no cases for the police department. Finally, 2 police cars approached in the distance with their sirens blaring. The WD-36 gangsters were obviously in a panic. Some of them fled, and those who stayed behind were also looking for places to hide. However, there were always those who thought differently from everyone else. When the two police cars were dozens of meters away, some of the gangsters started shooting at them. The two police cars hurriedly pulled over. The officers got out quickly and shouted, "LAPD. You're surrounded. Drop your weapons and get down on the ground." Of course, nobody obeyed them, but the four officers from the police cars raised their guns and started firing at the gangsters 2 seconds after the warning. Obviously, they hadn't meant it. Luke watched the show from the rooftop of another building further away. Now that other police officers had arrived, he didn't want to take action anymore. Everything Luke had done after confirming Jenny's abduction had been on purpose. After injuring a dozen or so gangsters, he let the backup officers take care of the rest. Any of the officers who wanted to claim the credit would then say that they were the ones who had injured the gangsters, so Luke wouldn't be held fully responsible for everything. A few minutes later, more sirens echoed in the air, and a dozen police cars pulled up and surrounded the entire area. Luke knew that it was almost over. There were 30 officers here, and only a handful of WD-36 gangsters. The latter wouldn't be able to keep resisting for long. Also, the longer they resisted, the more severe their punishment would be. Luke slipped back to his car and got into the passenger seat, before he smiled at the shivering lady in the backseat. "Hello, Miss Gwennis, what an honor to see you again." With a complicated expression, Jenny said, "Ah, it's good to see you too, Detective Luke." Luke said, "Can you tell us what happened today?" Jenny was apparently too embarrassed to talk. Luke shook his head and said, "Jenny, look, I didn't read you the Miranda warning. This isn't an interrogation, but simply a private chat. Nothing you say here will be recorded. We're only trying to find out the root cause of everything. After all, 10 of those gangsters are already down, and we'll need an explanation." Jenny hesitated for a moment, but finally confessed the basic situation. The matter wasn't complicated at all. She wanted to buy weed, and made a deal with the WD-36 people at the back door, but they suddenly kidnapped her this time. Finding it odd, Luke asked, "You're a regular client, why did they abduct you?" Jenny was a loyal customer, and wasn't reluctant to pay. If Luke's guess is correct, the pound of weed which was delivered to Shira had actually been Miss Jenny's order, except that it was sent to the wrong place. That pound of weed had been sold at 3 times the market price. If Miss Jenny was so generous, why would they kidnap her? It wasn't a smart thing to mess with the rich, especially an influential tycoon like Jenny's father. Jenny, however, fell silent again. Selena was enjoying the drama. Seeing that it wasn't going to continue, she rolled her eyes and gestured at Luke. Luke thought for a moment. He then got out of the car to get into the backseat. After that, he took off his coat and covered the pitiful, shivering girl with it. "Do you feel better now?" Her head lowered. Jenny was silent, but she suddenly threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. Selena continued enjoying the drama. Luke snorted and gently stroked Jenny's back. It was a trick for soothing someone, similar to stroking a cat or a dog. Very soon, Jenny's wails turned into low sobs. Luke took a box of tissues from Selena and gave Jenny one. There, you're safe now." He sounded gentle and calm, like the baritone of a midnight radio show host. Jenny cried so hard that she couldn't stop hiccuping. She accepted the tissue and wiped her tears. A moment later, she finally said gloomily, "After my father found out about that thing last time, he changed my security guards and told them to watch me. But I couldn't take it anymore, and contacted the gang to buy weed. To avoid the new security guards, I pretended that I was sleeping before I slipped down to the back door." Luke and Selena looked at each other, both amused. "It's almost like you wanted something to happen to you." Her head down, Jenny didn't see their expressions. Sobbing, she continued, "But I didn't know any of the people that came to my house. They snatched me after taking my money." She was silent for another long moment. Selena couldn't help but look at Luke suspiciously, but Luke simply shook his head, hinting for not to be hasty. Chapter 230. Same old trick. A moment later, Jenny continued, "They put me in their car and said that they wouldn't let me go until I gave them a huge sum of money." As she talked, she suddenly turned around and cried hard in Luke's arms. They said that they would rape me and record it. They said I had to listen to them in the future, or they would sell the recording to USC. Both Luke and Selena were struck with realization. They should have seen this coming. It was a shameless but effective trick, particularly on a young and wealthy woman who was still in college. Even though Jenny was the victim, she would still be under a tremendous amount of pressure later. Not everybody would sympathize with her. Many people would gloat and even maliciously spread what happened to her. No wonder Jenny was so wrung out. She had just been pulled back from the brink of ruin. Chances were that videos of her would have been forever preserved on the hard drives of some shut-in nerds even after she was dead. That explained why the WD-36 gangsters had the guts to kidnap her. Blackmail and threats were cliché, but they worked almost all the time, which was why criminals loved using them. While Luke was talking to Jenny in the car, the police officers had captured most of the WD-36 gangsters and invaded their nest. Several armed gangsters were hiding in the house, so the officers were within their rights to break in and arrest them. A lot of things were discovered in the house. Luke was too far away to identify the drugs and guns, but he clearly saw 5 girls in makeshift coats being led out of the house. Their bare legs suggested that they were probably wearing nothing under the coats either. Their expressions were sluggish and dazed. It was obvious that they had been drugged. If Miss Jenny had been pushed inside just now, she would probably have ended up in exactly the same way. Thinking that, Miss Jenny calmed down. She was tired of crying. Luke told Selena to take care of the rest. Mostly, they needed to let the director of the local police department know what had started the gunfight and about the injuries sustained by the dozen unlucky gangsters whom Luke had taken down. Hearing that the 2 detectives had cleaned up a dozen gangsters, the director was suspicious, but didn't say anything. There would definitely be an investigation later, as this was a major case in which more than 30 gangsters publicly and violently refused arrest. The illegal items and the 6 girls in the bungalow were a shock as well. The case would definitely be thoroughly investigated. Selena talked to the director for almost an hour and completed all the necessary paperwork, before she finally returned to the car. Seeing the 2 people in the backseat, she said angrily, "Hey, Miss Gwennis, don't you think it's time you let go of my partner? He's still a boy." Jenny felt a lot better. It was too noisy outside for her to sleep, but she didn't want to leave Luke's arms. After hugging Luke for such a long time, she would be a fool not to have felt his muscles. She even casually measured those muscles with her hands. Besides, Luke was clean and didn't have the typical smell of an unwashed man. There was only a vague, pleasant shampoo fragrance. Well, it was probably just Jenny's illusion. But of course, she preferred to be comforted in the arms of a sunny, handsome man than to be held captive by 4 gangsters who stank. Luke gestured at Selena, who could only roll her eyes as she started the car. They took Jenny back to her villa in Beverly Hills and handed her over to the security guards. She left the car, but after taking a few steps, she hopped back to Luke and kissed him deeply. "Thank you, Luke." Luke smiled. "You're too kind. I'm a police detective." Jenny reluctantly let go and entered her house, turning back to look at him a couple of times. A moment later, Luke and Selena returned to the car. This time, Luke drove. Selena snorted. "What do you have to say about this rich young lady?" Luke said, "Well, she certainly smelled great." Selena said, "Ha, you're truly shameless. Just wipe your face already." She threw a tissue at him angrily. "Why didn't you dodge when she kissed you?" Luke said, "Would you believe me if I said that it's for work?" Selena said, "Fine, if we need to work with a middle-aged lady next time, you can offer to kiss her." Luke said, "Fine, I'll admit it." Selena asked, "Admit what?" Luke said, "I have to admit that I'm a superficial man who can't kiss an ugly person. I can't sacrifice myself, even if it's for work." Selena was lost for words. "Let's go get lunch. It's on you this time." Luke. "As if you've ever paid for lunch." They went to a 3-star Michelin restaurant. Luke had plenty of legitimate money now, so he could afford to be more extravagant. Halfway through the expensive lunch, Elsa called him. "Where are you? Why haven't you returned yet?" Luke said, "We're having lunch. We worked really hard in the morning. We're starving." Elsa said, "Come back as soon as you're done. What you did was quite big." Luke said, "All right, do you want me to pack some of the food for you, boss?" Elsa said, "You know what to do," before she hung up. Luke chuckled. He certainly knew what to do. After the phone call, they couldn't take the time to enjoy lunch anymore. They finished the exquisite food as quickly as possible and packed up the food that they'd ordered earlier, then paid the bill and left. In the car, Selena complained, "We should go to a different place next time. The food here is expensive and the portions are small." Luke asked, "It doesn't taste good?" Selena hesitated for a moment. "It's delicious, but don't you want to feel full after lunch?" Also, something that's tasty and greasy would be great. I'm still hungry after our meal. Luke got it. I'll take you to have sume next time. Selena asked, what's sume? Luke said, it's fried, roasted and grilled meat that I guarantee is oily and greasy. Chapter 231 Hard, black, thick and long thing. Selena nodded in satisfaction. That's exactly what I want. Let's have it tonight. Luke said, no problem. Appeasing his partner with food, Luke drove the car into the police department's parking lot. They went to Elsa's office and gave her the box of food they'd packed. Elsa put the box in the bottommost drawer without looking at it. It was the special place for her food. She needed to stash it first and eat it later, in case it attracted her colleagues like hungry wolves. Elsa glared at Luke and said, what have you done? You turned South Los Angeles upside down. Do you know what the news is saying? Some idiot reporters are saying that the police fought 100 terrorists in the area and that there are countless casualties. Luke smiled, unconcerned. Boss, why don't you have food first, and we'll talk later? Elsa said, my stomach is cramping because of you. I can't eat anything. Luke grinned and stopped talking. He hinted for Selena to finish the report. Selena immediately stepped forward to explain what happened that morning and ease the tension. Of course, they both knew that Elsa wasn't really angry. She had to fake it, however, or she would be under a lot of pressure if Luke did something like this every other day. As they talked, Selena opened Elsa's big drawer and took out 2 cupcakes, one for herself and the other for Elsa. I wasn't full after lunch. I have to share your stock now, boss. Elsa could only roll her eyes. She realized that Selena was becoming more and more like Luke. But she wasn't really angry, as she wouldn't have gotten any cupcakes if it wasn't for Selena. Also, it was Selena's indirect reminder that Elsa should eat something since it was lunchtime. As Elsa listened, she had the cupcake and also enjoyed the coffee which Luke made for her with the coffee machine outside. After a long while, Selena finally finished explaining what happened in the morning as well as the aftermath. After a long silence, Elsa wiped her lips with a napkin and nodded helplessly. Fine, you did a good job, but try not to turn it into such a huge thing next time. Director Brad actually asked Dustin why we were doing Homeland Security's job. Luke and Selena were both silent. They knew that Elsa and Dustin had to cover for them if they wanted a share of the credit for the case. Rescuing Miss Jenny alone would already be very rewarding, and a lot of illegal items had been found in the gangsters' nest. The only problem right now were the media reports. After the police department figured out everything and made sure that it was an accomplishment and not a mistake, it could hold a press conference, and the media's attitude would change. Elsa stopped acting cold toward Luke and Selena. She believed that Luke could understand why she had acted the way she did. She said, all right, you can get some rest for now, but stay in touch. You have to come back if you're needed for an investigation. Luke and Selena hurriedly declared their loyalty to Elsa again before they slipped away. They had yet another holiday, although it was only a temporary one. They couldn't go back to work until this case was completely sorted out. After leaving the police department, Selena stretched and said, ah, what a wonderful sunny day. Why don't we take a bath at home? It's been days since I used the bathtub in the backyard. Luke said, of course, but we have to buy you dinner first. Selena was confused. Have you forgotten the sume? Do you want to come out again after you go home? Asked Luke. Selena shook her head quickly. She would be crazy to want to leave the big bathtub in this sunshine after she got in. Luke found a famous sume restaurant and all the food that Selena was interested in. After they got back home, Selena enjoyed afternoon tea, the sunshine in the bathtub, and Luke went to the garage. Taking out the half-completed trinkets and various components from his inventory, Luke worked carefully. It wasn't until Selena cried that she was starving that he finally stopped, satisfied, and looked at the 2 pistols that he had assembled. One of them was an M1911 with a modified load and barrel. Luke had been using the gun for a long time as a vigilante since most gangsters had this gun. His hands had grown larger after his strength reached 40, and he had to modify the gun for a more comfortable grip. The other gun was a revolver that was based on a Smith & Wesson M500. The barrel of this gun had been lengthened slightly for increased accuracy and penetration. Also, Luke had modified the surface of this revolver and covered it in matte so that it wasn't as conspicuous. He was quite satisfied with his work. Luke liked this kind of hard, black, thick and long weapon the most, which might not look fancy, but could easily blow up the head of an enemy. The bullets for the two guns were also tweaked so that they could hold more gunpowder. This could significantly improve his combat ability and increase his options. In the meantime, he had made the barrels of both guns himself, so there were no records of them at all. While Luke appreciated his new masterpieces, Selena was already calling him darling in the sweetest voice. He could only let himself be interrupted as he yelled back, "I'm coming. Just clean yourself up and be ready for dinner." Then, with a thought, the two guns disappeared and were stored in his inventory. Putting the scraps in the garage into his inventory as well, Luke turned off the lights and left the garage. He washed his hands and heated the sume which he bought at noon, before he made a salad and shouted out into the backyard, "Dinner's ready." A moment later, Selena dashed into the house. Chapter 232 Young ladies visit. Luke was stunned when he saw Selena. "What's the meaning of this?" Selena, who was wearing a bikini under a thick bathrobe, was confused. "What are you talking about?" Luke was lost for words. "Didn't I tell you to clean up for dinner?" Selena said, "I'm very clean right now. I spent the whole afternoon in the bathtub." Luke asked, "Aren't you worried that your skin will get wrinkly from all that water?" Selena chuckled, "I was in the water for a bit and then in the sun for a bit after that, all right." Luke said, "Sure, whatever. Let's just dig in." He was too lazy to care about Selena eating in a bathrobe. They were eating when the doorbell rang. They looked at each other, finding it odd. They had some friends at the police department, but since they were busy, they had never entertained any of them at home. Also, they had often been out for work since arriving in Los Angeles. Nobody except Dustin and Elsa in the Major Crimes Division knew their address. They didn't have other friends in the area. So, who could possibly be visiting them? Taking a sniff, Luke found it strange, and opened the door himself. A tall and slender girl was standing outside. When the door opened, she greeted him in delight. Luke said with a smile, "Oh, Miss Gwennis. How did you find my place?" The girl outside was none other than Jenny, who lowered her head when she heard Luke's question. "I'm sorry, but I lied to Sergeant Elsa and said that I forgot to tell you something in the morning, so she gave me your address." Luke thought for a moment, and realized what Elsa was thinking. Jenny was a girl from a rich family, but her family background wasn't too complicated. Actually, he should thank Elsa. After a moment, Luke said, "Oh, please come in." Jenny entered the house eagerly, and Luke took her to the living room. While she was looking around, she heard a female voice. "Darling, who is it?" Stunned, Jenny turned her head, only to see a beautiful chick in a bathrobe chewing on a greasy roasted goose leg. As they looked at each other, the girl in the bathrobe tore off a huge chunk of meat from the goose leg. Dumbfounded, Jenny looked at Luke. "Are you," Luke said casually, "we're roommates and partners." Jenny was lost for words. She wondered if that was true, but it wasn't unusual for partners to be roommates. Luke, however, didn't give her time to think. "Have you had dinner? If not, you can have some of this." Now that Luke mentioned it, Jenny felt her stomach crying out for meat. She hadn't eaten much during the long day. Seeing how gluttonous Selena was, she suddenly became hungry. Somehow, she nodded her head and said, "Ah, okay. Thank you." Luke pointed in one direction and said, "You can wash your hands there. Do you want to take off your coat?" Jenny subconsciously took off her coat, but Selena, who was enjoying the drama, suddenly whistled. Jenny abruptly came back to her senses and put her coat back on. Luke found it odd. "Why are you out wearing this?" Just now, he saw very clearly that this girl was only wearing a thin nightie under her thick coat. It wasn't the same one that she had been wearing in the morning, but it was just as charming. Jenny lowered her head. "I had a fight with my dad." Naturally, Luke knew better than to ask further. "Should I bring you some clothes?" "Thank you." Jenny nodded. Luke said, "Go wash your hands first. I'll fetch you some clothes." Jenny obediently went to the bathroom. Luke gestured at Selena, a question in his eyes, but Selena quickly shook her head. Luke shrugged and simply went to his room, where he found a thick t-shirt. When Luke returned, Jenny was wiping her hands. She subconsciously stood straight again. Luke gave the t-shirt to her with a smile. "You can wear this for now. It's clean. I hope you don't mind." Jenny said quickly, "Not at all." Luke pointed at the bathroom and said, "You can put it on inside. There are laundry baskets in there, you can put your clothes in one of them." Jenny nodded again. "Let's have dinner after you change, okay?" said Luke. After Jenny nodded again, he went to the dining room. In the dining room, Luke glared at Selena, who was grimacing. It's just clothes. Why are you unwilling to lend her any? Selena snorted. Of course I am. Also, I'm telling you that you can't let her stay here tonight. Luke was lost for words. Do you really think I'm so horny? Selena said, if this was a few days ago, I would say no, but after all the fun you had recently, I'm afraid that you're already used to it. Luke said, didn't you have a hand in my fun too? Selena said, that was in a hotel, and this is home, okay. Luke said, fine, whatever you say. But wait, when did I say that I'm going to sleep with her? That's just your speculation. Selena said, it's just a kind reminder in case you swoon over a rich lady. Luke said, fine, can she at least have some food? Selena said, do you really think I'm so petty? She's free to have all of this if she can. Well, she better leave half of it for me. Luke said, how generous of you. In the bathroom, Jenny took off her nightie and put on the thick t-shirt. Before she took a look around, she realized that there were only female products in this bathroom, and that there was only one toothbrush in a feminine style. So, the two people outside really were just roommates. Details like these were hard to cover up, and could reveal the true relationship between a man and a woman. She wasn't wrong. This bathroom was Selena's, and Luke only used the ensuite in his room. Naturally, their stuff wasn't placed together. After she changed and walked to the dining room, Luke greeted her with a smile. Here, have something first. Jenny sat down next to him obediently, but she felt rather uncomfortable when Selena gave her a cryptic smile. Chapter 233 Rich Father and Rich Daughter. Luke glanced at Selena and said, just focus on the food, okay? Selena snorted and continued eating. Luke picked up some food with the serving chopsticks and put it on Jenny's plate. Try it. This is delicious Chinese food. Looking at the greasy food and smelling the fragrant meat, Jenny couldn't help but drool. She peeped cautiously at Selena as she had a bite. Selena didn't cause any trouble, and everybody finished dinner in peace. Selena finished 1/3 of the food, and Luke had approximately the same amount, but Jenny only had a little bit of it. Obviously, her stomach wasn't as much of a threat as Selena had imagined. After supper, Selena did the dishes, and Luke made a cup of hot cocoa for Jenny. The two of them talked in the living room. Luke was utterly unmoved when he heard Jenny's story. It was the typical family drama. Jenny's birth mother died a few years ago, and her CEO father married another young and beautiful wife who bore him a son 2 years ago. So, Jenny lived in Los Angeles by herself. Her father had been pissed when Jenny got herself in trouble by buying weed. They had a huge fight over the phone, and Jenny drove off in her car. That was why she was here in her nightie. There was absolutely no new information for Luke. After all, it was purely happenstance that she was kidnapped, and she didn't know much about WD-36. When it was slightly past 9, Luke offered to send Jenny home. Just as he was closing the door, Selena gave him the middle finger. Luke bowed to indicate that he accepted the blessing before he left. After they left the house, Jenny suddenly said, I don't want to go back. Luke was confused. Huh, Jenny said, I'm alone, without family. Luke thought for a moment and proposed, should I send you to a hotel? Jenny was slightly shocked, not expecting Luke to be so straightforward. Although she had been prepared for it before her night visit, she wondered if they were going too fast. However, she didn't say anything in the end, and silently agreed with Luke's suggestion. A while later, Luke parked his car in front of a hotel Jenny didn't know, called Bellier. Observing the interior after they entered, Jenny confirmed that it was a 3-star hotel at best. It wasn't exactly horrible, but it was nonetheless rather weird for someone like her who had never stayed in anything less than a 4-star hotel. Noticing the look on her face, Luke smiled and said, I'm just a small-time detective. I can't afford a 4-star hotel. Jenny finally remembered that not everybody was as rich as she was. At the very least, this man had taken her to a 3-star hotel, not a motel that might only cost dozens of dollars for one night. They checked in under Jenny's name and went to the room. Jenny was slightly nervous. She had the feeling that the man behind her would suddenly pounce on her with a hideous grin. Well, fine. She was only uneasy, and not really scared. She wasn't a little girl who had yet to experience anything. After Luke entered, he turned on the stereo and adjusted the lights. Then, he took out a bottle of wine and said, would you like some? Jenny promptly accepted the offer. Talking to someone over a glass of wine was basically the most familiar thing for her. The two of them chatted and had drinks on the couch. Luke learned a lot more about Jenny. For example, she had been the little princess of her family until her mother suddenly passed away 3 years ago. Her father had been in business negotiations when her mother died, and didn't return until the funeral 1 week later. She had been living in Los Angeles since then. The villa was something her father had given to her out of guilt. Father and daughter could have made peace with each other eventually. However, her father married a young and beautiful woman less than half a year later, and his new wife gave birth to a son 2 months after the wedding. Jenny finally grew suspicious. Her father certainly wasn't an idiot. He would never acknowledge a random newborn baby as his son without a paternity test. She investigated and discovered that her father had gotten himself a young lover after he and Jenny's mother fell out. Just before Jenny's mother died, her father had actually been with his young lover, who had just gotten pregnant then. So, father and daughter had a huge fight, and barely saw each other anymore. Luke even speculated that Jenny had done all that partly to see if her father still cared about her. However, her father was too busy looking after his new wife and son to bother with her. Jenny was a senior in college, but she had almost been kidnapped and recorded by drug dealers. Family really was important. Luke couldn't help but feel lucky. Robert was practically a model dad compared with Jenny's father. The man didn't have any shortcomings except for the fact that he didn't have a lot of money and usually wasn't good at expressing himself. After that, Luke and Jenny talked about various other things, from tidbits about their lives to work. Miss Jenny had never worked before, so she had a lot of fun listening to all the funny incidents that Luke encountered as a police officer. Unless Jenny, who was completely focused, Luke actually checked his watch every once in a while. When it was past 11, Jenny still wasn't drunk even though she had had a lot of wine. Luke was rather speechless. He had plans for the night. Had he known that she was such a greater drinker, he would have brought a bottle of vodka. Switching tactics, he could only move from funny stories to suggestive ones. Half an hour later, Jenny was blushing in his arms as they kissed. She was red not because she was shy, but purely because of the alcohol. Luke's hand moved where Jenny couldn't see it. Swirling the wine in the glass, he then fed it to Jenny, who was already half drunk. Chapter 234 No blood and no bodies. Jenny felt nothing wrong as the alcohol ran down her throat. Luke gently kissed her neck and her ears while he rubbed her body softly. In less than 5 minutes, he felt the girl in his arms go limp. He carried her into the bedroom, took off her clothes, then covered her with the quilt. Before he left, he cleaned the wine glass and refilled it with more wine. He opened the window, threw out his grappling hook, and jumped out. He closed the window behind him, but didn't lock it. He pulled himself up the rope to the top of the building. When he reached the rooftop, he took out a plastic mat and a big bag from his inventory. Opening the bag, he quickly changed his clothes and switched out his gear before he stored the clothes he had been wearing earlier in the mat in his inventory. Throwing out the grappling hook again, he took a few leaps before stopping at a building several hundred meters away. He hailed a cab and hid his face inside the hood of his shirt. There wasn't any traffic at night, and he soon reached West Adams Street, where he disappeared down a dark alley. Another half an hour later, he reappeared outside a 2-story building. Turning on his fake phone and confirming that there was no high-tech surveillance equipment nearby, he snuck inside. There weren't any surveillance cameras here, but there were a lot of guards. 10 people were guarding the spacious yard, but almost all of them were slacking off. Or rather, they didn't know how to work security professionally. Most gangsters didn't have enough skills for that, otherwise they could have gotten work as security guards. They were often too lazy and lacked the grit and courage to change themselves. Luke dashed nimbly toward one side of the building and jumped, grabbing a windowsill on the 2nd floor and activating his sharp nose. A moment later, he quietly pulled himself up and climbed into the room. A man and a woman were having sex in the room with their backs to the window. Luke swiftly approached them and knocked them out. Looking at the man and going through the profiles in his head, Luke twisted the man's neck without any hesitation, and his body disappeared in the next instant. He turned the unconscious woman around, but didn't find anything on her in his memories. He fed the woman a tiny pill and left the room. In less than 5 minutes, he cleaned up the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was clearly for people with higher positions. There were only 3 men and 1 woman here. All the 3 men disappeared, and the woman was left unconscious. Luke went upstairs unhurriedly, and eliminated the men in the 5 rooms on one side of the stairs. Some of them were sleeping, and some were busy packing goods. Of course, Luke destroyed the goods after wiping out the men, as usual. Eventually, Luke reached the living room, where 5 men were scattered around. Fortunately, they didn't have clear lines of sight to each other. 2 of them were watching TV, 2 were drinking, and the last one was cleaning his gun at the table. Luke calculated for a moment, then took out a few modified yo-yos. He had used them before on Daniel, the cab driver in Paris, but that had been a trial version back then. Now, Luke had improved it, and he gave it a new name, rope dart. With his inventory, many problems concerning quality were resolved. The head of the gadget, which served as a weight, was made of a special alloy, and the rope of an extremely hard steel. The only thing he needed was practice. He had invented this gadget because his USC purge last time had left too big an impact, and he might be exposed if he did it again. For American police, a body with blood and bullet holes would mean a homicide. Even though the victim was a gangster, it would have to be investigated if too many of them were killed. But what if there was no blood or bullets? No investigation would be carried out at all. Luke threw out 2 rope darts, which wrapped themselves around the necks and bodies of the 2 who were drinking, until their hands were tied up too. They barely realized what was going on before Luke ran out and knocked out the man who was cleaning his gun. He threw out another rope dart, binding the man's body to a pillar nearby so that he wouldn't fall over. In the meantime, he hurled out 2 iron balls that hit the 2 men who were watching TV in the back of their heads. Since they were on the couch, they didn't make a sound as they fell to the side. The other 3 had either been armed or were sitting in chairs, and Luke didn't want them to make any sound that would alert the people outside. The moment he threw out the iron balls, he approached the 2 trussed-up men, who were struggling to break free of the ropes. Luke reached out and twisted their necks. With the sound of cracks, both of them stopped struggling. He spent 2 seconds collecting the 2 bodies. Then, he cleaned up the body at the table as well as the bodies on the couch. Now, there were only 2 guys left in the basement. Luke thought for a moment, but didn't go down to the basement. Instead, he snuck out of the house. Leaving the 2 men who were smoking and chatting at the front door, he started with the people in the corners. Whenever the rope dart flew out, it wrapped around someone's throat so that they couldn't scream, and they passed out from a hit to the back of the head in the next instant. Finally, the 2 guys at the door realized that something was wrong. Why was it so quiet? Why couldn't they hear the sounds of their fellows anywhere in or outside the house anymore? Frightened, they reached for their guns. 2 rope darts flew out to tie them up, and 2 iron balls hit them in their heads. Both of them passed out, but were held upright rigidly by the thin steel ropes, so they didn't fall. Then, a shadow emerged from behind them to drag them back into the house. Chapter 235 Dependable Man. 2 men were having a conversation in the basement. "Boss, after the huge drama last time, the cops are demanding an explanation," said a brawny man to a middle-aged man who was seated behind a table. The middle-aged man was a Latino with a well-trimmed mustache. He wasn't handsome, and his eyes were dark and ruthless. After a brief silence, the mustached man said, "What explanation? They can send those idiots to jail if they want. We have plenty of people anyway. Damn it, if Alfonso hadn't been killed by that ghost-like butcher, we wouldn't be caught up in such a disaster." The mustached man was upset. He couldn't help but curse again. Those idiots kidnapped the daughter of a magnate when they were told to deliver the goods. They could have just let her go and claim that she was there to buy weed. I don't believe that woman would dare confess everything to the police. But no, they took out their guns and shot at the police. Idiots. They deserve to go to jail. After a brief hesitation, the brawny man said, "But, hey, no buts. If the cops think they're good, let them come and arrest me. It's not like I've never been caught. My life is just as great in jail. Do any of those jail wardens dare piss me off? I'll kill their families if they do." The mustached man sneered. Thinking for a moment, he continued, "Right, who's the young officer who stole Jenny and later? We can't let him go after all this. Also, if he has any family, toss them into the ocean too, huh?" He narrowed his eyes and looked behind the brawny man. The brawny man reacted fast enough. He turned around swiftly and took out his gun. But that wasn't much help. Halfway through his turn, pain exploded in his head and he passed out. The mustached man behind the desk was unafraid. "Who are you?" It was a mad iron ball that answered him. He was knocked out, and he slumped over his table. Luke chuckled inwardly. "You want to sink my family in the ocean? You might as well sink first today." Getting rid of the brawny man and the mustached man, he searched the basement. A moment later, he found a safe. The safe had both password and fingerprint locks. He activated the fingerprint lock with the mustached man's finger, and opened the second lock with his gadgets. Looking at the pile of cash inside, Luke was utterly unmoved. There couldn't be more than $1 million in here, which was nothing compared with the money that Tony had lost to him. Thanks to Tony's wealth, Luke had grown a lot more immune to the temptation of money. A moment later, he closed the safe and left the room. Since his inventory was full, he stuffed the excess bodies into a Benz at the gate and drove away, leaving only the naked unconscious woman on the second floor. Driving all the way to the coast, Luke found an appropriate location and extracted the garbage from his inventory door and let the car slide off the cliff and into the deep ocean below. As a dependable man, he fulfilled his vow to make the gangsters go missing. Watching the car sink into the water, Luke turned around and started running. After quite a while, he finally encountered an empty cab. He got into the cab with his head down and his face hidden in the shadow of his hood behind his face mask, and he returned downtown. He climbed up to the top of the 3-star hotel with his grappling hook and changed back into his original clothes on the mat again. After storing his disguise and the mat in his inventory, he rappelled down to the window of his room and entered. Retrieving his grappling hook and closing the window, Luke took a deep breath and said, "Nailed it. Mission: eliminate the WD-36 gangsters and destroy their headquarters. Completed. Total experience: 2,000. Total credit: 2,000. Contribution rate: 100%. EXP plus 2,000. Credit plus 2,000. And the notification for the mission in the morning was, Mission: rescue the kidnapped girl, clear out a major WD-36 nest, and destroy the illegal items. Completed. Total experience: 1,000. Total credit: 1,000. Contribution rate: 45%. EXP plus 675. Credit plus 675. Luke was very satisfied. He had probably gained most of his experience from killing WD-36's second-in-command in the middle of sex on the second floor and the number 1 leader in the basement. The massive destruction of illegal drugs also meant an abundance of experience and credit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to earn more than 500 experience and credit points for eliminating 25 gangsters. He had truly earned a lot from WD-36. In 3 raids, WD-36 had given him almost 4,000 experience and credit points. It was definitely a fat lamb. However, Luke had to restrain himself. He had learned his lesson from his Paris trip. If he didn't want to talk to a shrink, it wasn't the smartest choice to be too focused on elimination operations. After everything was done, he took a shower in the bathroom and returned to the bed. Looking at Jenny, who was still sound asleep, he secretly apologized to her before he hugged her and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, Luke was contemplating his plans for the next few days when he felt the girl in his arms move. He lowered his head, only to look right into blue and green eyes that just opened. After a brief silence, he smiled and said, "Hi, good morning. Did you sleep well?" The owner of the blue and green eyes suddenly asked, "Are you gay?" Luke's smile stiffened. "What?" Strangely, Jenny sniffed her hands and blew on them. Then, she subconsciously touched her breasts, before immediately dropping her hands. While Miss Jenny's breasts weren't small, they certainly weren't big enough for Luke to do it there. "I don't have a lot of experience, but I'm pretty sure we didn't do anything." Her eyes widened, and she asked suspiciously, "So, you really just slept through the night with me in your arms?" "Luke, I'm really not gay." Chapter 236: How to Prove That You're Not Gay. Jenny was still suspicious. Luke said defensively, "You were drunk last night. How could I touch you?" Jenny chuckled. "Bullshit. Do you know how many men have tried to get me drunk over the years, so that they could sleep with me? From my classmates in high school to my friends in college, many have tried, but you're the first man to succeed. Yet, you did nothing. And you're saying you're not gay?" "Luke, I can prove it." Jenny, however, stroked his face and slowly rubbed his chest. "It's fine. I'm not biased against gays. In fact, my gay friends are easier to get along with than those little b*tches. Tisk, tisk, look at these muscles. They would go crazy if they saw you." Luke said, "Can you go further down?" Jenny subconsciously did so, only to draw her hand back in shock. "Ah, that's impossible. You're so pretty. You have the skin and temperament of a woman. How can you not be gay?" Luke could only chuckle. Miss Gwennis, you seem to have forgotten who rescued you from the gangsters yesterday. Could any of your gay friends have done that? Jenny stammered, mostly because of the iron proof that she had just touched. Slightly overwhelmed, she said, no, I don't think they could. Smiling, Luke leaned closer to her. Now, would you like me to prove it personally? I guarantee that it'll be quick, Miss Gwennis. Jenny. What? A long time later, Jenny moaned intermittently. Didn't you say that it would be quick? Liar, Luke grinned. I was saying that it would happen very quickly. I didn't say that it would end quickly. To be honest, it's going to be quite a while. You should be patient. After a whole morning, Luke finally convinced Jenny that she hadn't slept with a gay guy last night. They had lunch in the room and cuddled after that. Selena called during lunch and said, I know you probably did it last night and probably this morning, but could you at least send me a message in the morning to tell me that you aren't coming for lunch? Do you know what I had for lunch? Luke thought for a moment and replied, pigswill. Selena said, exactly. The hot dog stand outside the police department only serves pigswill, and that's the only thing I can eat. So, are you coming back tonight, darling? If you say that the hot dog stand serves pigswill, what does that make the officers who frequently buy from there? Luke was secretly amused, but he said, I'll be sure to be back tonight. Selena. Moi, I love you, darling. Remember to have your recipe ready first. Luke. You make me feel like your cook. Selena. Better a cook than a secretary, alright. Do you have any idea how many boring reports I've written for you? They had to submit at least 10 reports for the operation yesterday, which was quite troublesome. Luke immediately backed down. I'm glad you like my food. I'll make something delicious for you tonight. Deal. Bye. Elsa's calling for me. She's probably going to call you later. Remember that you're resting at home because you caught a cold. Selena reminded him before she hung up. Luke shook his head in amusement. Even though she sounded mean, Selena had helped him apply for leave and had finished his work for him. She was a real sweet secretary. At 4 in the afternoon, Luke left the hotel with Jenny, who was exhausted but exhilarated. Luke dropped her off at her house in Beverly Hills. At the door, Jenny suddenly asked, would you like to be my boyfriend? Stumped for a moment, Luke shook his head. I'm sorry, but I love my current job, so I don't intend to get a girlfriend yet. Biting her lip, Jenny said, why? Why are men always like this? Luke knew why she was angry. Jenny was quite sensitive because of her CEO father. Pondering for a moment, he said, Jenny, I love helping the innocent and cracking down on criminals as a police officer. I don't think we would have met or gone through what happened yesterday if it wasn't for that. So, please understand my choice, okay? Jenny opened her mouth, but had nothing to say. Although girls could get away with being unreasonable, she hadn't really met Luke until yesterday, so it wasn't her place to be unreasonable. Logically speaking, it was precisely because of Luke's decision as a police officer that she hadn't been caught by the WD-36 gangsters yesterday. After a brief silence, Jenny calmed down, and good humor soon overrode her anger. Then, are we still friends? Luke smiled. Of course, I can't pretend that nothing happened today, can I? I don't have enough time for a relationship, but we can be friends, all right? Staring at him for a moment, Jenny suddenly hugged him and kissed him deeply. They didn't separate until a long time later. She said in a low voice, we can still do this as friends, right? Chuckling, Luke pinched her bottom and said, there are a lot of other things we can do, if I have the time. Jenny moaned and said, when do you have time? Luke thought for a moment and said, let's talk over the phone. You know what my job's like. I don't know when I'm free. Jenny was slightly disappointed. A detective of the Major Crimes Division in Los Angeles was really too busy. No wonder Luke turned her down. Looking at her, Luke suddenly remembered something. As I recall, you major in business administration at USC, right? Jenny nodded and said, yes, it was my father who asked me, forget it. Let's not talk about him. Luke chuckled. Do you feel that you have a knack for business? Chapter 237. Future secretary. Frowning and thinking for a while, Jenny said uncertainly, the subjects in school seem easy. I even won a scholarship in my freshman year. The stuff that my dad taught me wasn't difficult to understand either. Luke said, in that case, you should work harder, and I can hire you as my secretary later. How does that sound? Jenny was surprised. A small-time detective offering to hire a rich girl as a secretary. Really? Luke chuckled. I mean it. I have a small business that hasn't made much progress yet. If you're skilled, you can apply your talents there. Jenny hesitated. But I don't actually have practical experience. Books are just books. I don't think I'm capable. She was a lot shrewder when they talked business. Luke hugged her and kissed her. It's fine. Even the highest skyscraper has to start with a foundation. Are you not confident that you can be a good secretary? Jenny looked at Luke. Should I really try it out? Luke nodded with a smile. Of course. Chances are you might be able to expand my company until it's even bigger than your father's. Don't you want to see the look on his face then? Haha. Jenny was rendered speechless. The Tiger Foundation that her father controlled was itself worth almost $1 billion, and dealt in billions of dollars in cash flow as well. Luke sounded too audacious. However, hope flickered in her heart. It wouldn't be bad at all if she started out small and went on to develop a company until it was worth $100 million. Luke looked at her and smiled. Everyone should have a dream, because anything can happen. Jenny was lost for words. It did sound inspiring, but didn't Luke say last night that the dreams of the rich were dreams, while the dreams of the poor were just daydreams? So, wake up already and stop fantasizing. Luke had no idea that Jenny was absent-mindedly thinking about his joke from last night. He simply kissed her again and said, "It's a deal, then. I'll be waiting for your application, Secretary Jenny." Jenny. Fine. Then, Luke watched her enter her villa. He got back into his car and chuckled. If she really knows what she's doing, she can help me do all the work in the future. Jenny had no idea what was on Luke's mind, or she would have demanded a different position, like general manager. Luke didn't really know whether Jenny had the capability or not. If she didn't, she could work as a simple assistant. If she wanted to quit, she could leave anytime. Either way, Luke had nothing to lose by hiring her. At the end of the day, Luke went to the police department and entered Elsa's office. But Elsa wasn't there. When Luke came out, he saw her waving at him from the door of Dustin's office. Luke walked to her with a smile. "Boss, you're here to report, too." Elsa glared at him and said, "Let's talk inside." Dustin stared at Luke and didn't say anything after the door closed. Luke just kept smiling. Eventually, it was Dustin who gave in first. As the head of the Major Crimes Division, he couldn't waste time with Luke. "Tell me, did Miss Gwennis give you any intelligence?" Dustin got straight to the point. Luke thought to himself, "She didn't give me any intelligence, but she gave herself to me. Does that count?" Murmuring to himself inwardly, he shook his head. "Not much, but I think I can convince her to work with us and testify against WD-36. Dustin and Elsa exchanged, "Just as I thought, looks." Dustin said, "I don't think this will be a difficult case. The two leaders of WD-36, as well as their trusted subordinates, have gone missing. Now, WD-36 has no leaders, and they can no longer cause any problems." Luke didn't offer his input, and simply waited for Dustin to finish. Dustin looked at Luke, a little put out. He found it impossible to get a rise out of the boy. He could only say, "So, your holiday is over. Get back to work." Luke nodded. "Okay, where were you last night?" Dustin asked out of the blue. Awkwardly, Luke said, "That's personal." Dustin said, "Cut the crap. I'm not recording your confession here. Tell me, what were you doing last night?" Luke chuckled and looked at Elsa. "I was completing the mission that Elsa arranged for me." Dustin and Elsa both exclaimed, "What?" Their expressions weren't exactly the same, but they both had some surprise on their faces. Elsa asked, "What mission did I arrange for you?" Dustin looked confused too. His gaze moved silently between his two capable subordinates. Luke said, "Didn't you want me to calm Miss Jenny down?" Elsa was lost for words. "When did I ever ask you to do that?" Luke said matter-of-factly, "You told her my address last night. Did you want her to have dinner at my place? It doesn't take a genius to know that you expected me to calm her down so that it'll be easier to convict WD-36 later." Elsa was lost for words. However, that indeed had been her plan. After the huge drama yesterday, the police operation might draw criticism if WD-36 wasn't convicted of Jenny's abduction. But a lot of rich people were unwilling to testify, since it was troublesome and could lead to the criminals retaliating against them. As a young girl, if Jenny claimed that she hadn't recovered from the shock, the police wouldn't be able to ask her to testify, which would be tricky. By giving Luke's address to Jenny, Elsa had truly been hoping that he would use his pretty looks to take care of her. Chapter 238. An abundant offering. Looking at his subordinates, Dustin suddenly asked, "How exactly did you convince her?" Luke said, "We spent the night at Bellier. I'll only say it this once, though, I'll never admit to it after this." Both Dustin and Elsa were lost for words. That was the end of the embarrassing topic. Luke had disclosed personal information, and the whole thing had started with Elsa leaking his address. What could Dustin say? If Luke were a woman, Elsa would have been reported to the Internal Affairs Division. But thankfully, Luke was a guy, and Jenny was a young and beautiful girl. After Luke shifted the blame to his superior, Dustin kicked Luke out of his office. Before he closed the door, he saw Dustin speaking angrily to Elsa, who looked a little awkward. Luke chuckled secretly. "I'm sorry, but for the sake of my vigilante career, I'm afraid you'll have to take this for me, Elsa." He saw Selena, who was busy dealing with all the paperwork in front of her. He thought for a moment, then quickly left. He had to appease Selena with a lot of food tonight, or she would fly into a rage. Not only did she have to eat pigswill, she also completed the paperwork and lied for him. How great was she? She certain deserved at least 2 courses. Luke went on a shopping spree at the supermarket before he returned home, whistling. Even with his high stats, he was busy for more than an hour in the kitchen before he was finally done. He had prepared an abundance of food for tonight. Cooking also suppressed his desire to go out and get experience and credit. Luke didn't plan on becoming a puppet controlled by desire, it was more fun to just enjoy life. Self-restraint was necessary to prevent you doing anything stupid in your recklessness. Now that he had 15 mental strength, he could multitask to some extent. While cooking, he read the news digest on the tablet he had put together, and started making plans. Selena finally returned after 8, half dead. She threw her purse and her coat into her room, before she lunged at Luke and cried, "Ah, you jerk. I had to clean up the mess you made. So annoying." Luke raised his hands in surrender. "You're my angel. Please forgive me my sins. I've prepared an abundant offering for you. Only demons demand offerings, no." Although she said that, her eyes glowed and she ran to the kitchen. Luke hurriedly stopped her. "Wash your hands first, okay? Do you have any idea how many things you touch during the day?" Selena said, "It's all because of you. HMPH. I'll wash them." She quickly ran to the bathroom. A minute later, she dashed into the kitchen again, and Luke didn't stop her this time. Now that the glutton had come home, dinner should be served. She certainly wouldn't work hard for him if he couldn't keep her full. A moment later, Selena was stealing bites in the kitchen while Luke moved the food to the dinner table. Luke had made the food more than once. He ate it if it tasted ordinary, and threw it away if it tasted awful. It was one of the reasons why it had taken him so long to prepare dinner. The food now wasn't exactly the best, but it was above average. Since it was sweet and meaty, it would probably be enough to alleviate Selena's fury. He was pretty sure that Selena's anger had already vanished. It was hard for anyone to fly into a rage when they were biting into a lobster in the kitchen. It took Selena almost an hour to finish dinner. Luke did the dishes himself, and didn't disturb her as she enjoyed her post-dinner doze on the couch. Eventually, Luke offered her a cup of milk tea and said with a smile, "How about it? Do you feel better now?" Selena was about to respond, but thinking quickly, she said, I think I'm going to feel bad for another 5 days." Luke was speechless. "Is this your time of the month?" Selena hesitated. "What about 3 days?" Luke simply snorted. Selena said gloomily, "Let's make it 2 days, okay? Or, maybe, dinner tomorrow. Just 1 day, okay, darling." Luke said, "All right, you said it yourself. Only 1 day, tomorrow." Something struck Selena. "Wait, 1 day isn't enough." Luke rubbed her belly with a smile. "I bought a lot of ingredients. They can't be wasted, can they? But I can't make so much food for you all at once. 3 courses each day for 3 days. Will that be okay?" Horses. Selena moaned comfortably. "I love you, darling." Luke said, "I think what you love is lobster, roast pork, roast chicken." "Stop. I'm already full, but I want to eat again now." Selena put a stop to Luke's mental abuse. Luke chuckled. "All right, it's been a long day. Just take a shower and go to bed, okay?" Selena was already yawning. It really had been a busy day for her. She had gone through tons of paperwork and made infinite calls. Luke's phone would have exploded with calls had it not been for her. Luke hated the complicated formalities more than anything else. He loved investigating cases because it came with experience and credit, but writing reports was hardly rewarding, although it had to be done. Luke didn't trust anyone else to write the reports for him, since the Internal Affairs Division would come knocking if his abnormal behavior during an op was noted down in a report. Therefore, as a helper that he could absolutely trust, Selena was irreplaceable. Selena was already half asleep by around 10. Luke called out to her, only to discover that she was too lazy to move. He could only draw a bath for her and put her in it. Half an hour later, he heard nothing from the bathroom, and could only open the door. As he expected, Selena had already fallen asleep. He could only take her out of the bathtub and put her in a bathrobe. Thankfully, she had wrapped up her hair first, otherwise he would have to dry it. He wiped her down with a towel and tucked her in. Chapter 239 Kiss the boss's ass. Seeing that Selena had no intention of waking up, Luke secretly chuckled, and wondered if taking off a girl's clothes counted as an elementary skill. He rose and closed the door. Then, Luke turned completely calm. A moment later, he dashed out the back door and disappeared into the dark. The next morning, Selena shook Luke awake. "Speak. What did you do to me last night, pervert?" She looked down at him, her face half blocked by her magnificent breasts. Luke yawned and said, "Didn't you feel anything? Did I really have the time to do anything to you?" He murmured inwardly, as he checked the system notification. Mission: clean up WD-36's major warehouse and destroy the illegal drugs. Completed. Total experience: 1,500. Total credit: 1,500. Contribution rate: 100%. EXP plus 1,500. Credit plus 1,500. WD-36 was too fat a lamb. If he hadn't seized the moment and raided the warehouse, the drugs and cash in it would have been swallowed up by someone else. Thus, he had been busy all night. Apart from the drugs he destroyed, he even found more than $1 million in cash. The operation had been so taxing that it was already dawn by the time he returned and fell asleep. Selena, however, had no idea what he had done. She simply asked, "So what? About breakfast? Don't you think you should make up for what you did?" Luke said, at once, "All right. But before that, can you put on some pants first? Although it's just as revealing, underwear is different from a bikini, okay?" Selena snorted. "HMPH. I put it on this morning. I don't remember going to bed at all last night." Luke rose unhurriedly and put on his clothes. He slept in a sleeveless tee and a pair of shorts, so he wasn't afraid of exposing himself. "Of course you don't. Do you remember taking a bath? Do you smell?" Selena said, I don't think so." Luke rolled his eyes. "Of course you don't. I put you in the bathtub, or you would have passed out from your own smell." Selena said, "That's bullshit. I don't smell." Luke said, "That's a bold statement. In that case, I won't give you a hand next time, but please keep your distance from me, since I'm scared of the stink." Selena: Darling, don't bother with the details. Just make breakfast. I need to take a shower and get dressed." She then slipped out of the room. 40 minutes later, the two of them headed for the police department. After they arrived, they went straight to Elsa. Regular detectives wouldn't visit their superior's office so often since they couldn't crack cases that fast. They certainly wouldn't talk to their boss if they weren't making any progress on a case, since that would just be putting their shortcomings on display. Luke and Selena were different. They were solving their cases very quickly, and Elsa wouldn't squander their abilities. If they couldn't find any leads for a case after a couple of days, it would be handed over to other detectives, so that they could work on as many other cases as possible. Only youngsters with distinguished abilities like Luke and Selena could handle the pressure. Even seasoned detectives often couldn't stand being given tricky cases all the time. It was also the reason why Luke and Selena started to gain more and more respect in the Major Crimes Division. After they entered, Elsa simply threw a file in front of her at them. Luke picked it up and gave it to Selena, who promptly sat down to read it first. Elsa said, "Fine, whatever you did yesterday, that's on me. Now, look into this case." Luke asked, "What's the situation?" Elsa said, "The situation is that you will be kissing our boss's ass someplace else, and Deputy Director Kondra will be cleaning up your mess for you." Luke was confused. "What?" Elsa said, "There's a serial murder in Woodsburg, and one of the victims is our Deputy Director's niece. Now, the Deputy Director knows that you're very capable, so he's demanding that you find the murderer who tortured and killed his niece." Luke was lost for words. "But what about the boss's boss? We don't have law enforcement power over there, and if we want to find the serial killer, Elsa said, "I've vouched for you. You didn't have law enforcement power back in New York, but you did a great job, didn't you?" Luke said, "You really do trust me, don't you?" Elsa chuckled and said, "All right, enough. To tell you the truth, Deputy Director Kondra has spoken to them. You're allowed to use your firearm in an emergency." Luke immediately got it. The support of an LAPD deputy director was definitely a big thing. Woodsburg was only 100 kilometers away from downtown Los Angeles, and was itself part of Greater Los Angeles. They were sort of connected. It was why Luke had permission to use his gun. Although he was only supposed to use it in an emergency, he was free to shoot as long as he didn't cause a major problem. What counted as a major problem? For example, hitting an innocent person when he was aiming at the murderer. However, Luke was the only one who knew that his combat ability wasn't limited. 2 guns. The permission to use guns was more like the local sheriff's indirect acknowledgement that he could work on the case there. As long as he didn't officially arrest anyone, he was free to use any other means necessary during the investigation. Thinking that, Luke chuckled. "Is this another holiday?" Elsa looked at him and snorted. "Let Selena tell you the details of the case on the way. You must be very careful." Stunned for a moment, Luke turned solemn. "Of course, boss, I'll be prudent." Elsa nodded in satisfaction. "Okay, now get the hell out of here." Luke snorted. "Can you be a tad gentler? For example, like me." As he spoke, he put a paper bag as well as a sealed box on her desk. Elsa was lost for words. "Just go away." She finally caved into Luke's shamelessness after the awkwardness yesterday, when he had shifted the blame to her. Luke left, grinning. Selena rose and approached Elsa. "Boss, it's a big meal that took him more than an hour to cook last night. You can't leave the door open when you're eating it." Elsa snorted and said, "Got it. Remind him to be careful. Actually, it isn't a problem even if he can't find anything. Nobody can crack every case." Selena nodded with a smile. "Got it, I'll get going, boss." Seeing them off, Elsa put the packed food in her special drawer, before she left for Dustin's office. Chapter 240 Serial Killer in Disguise. Elsa needed to talk to Dustin about Luke's case. She had to make sure that Deputy Director Kondra wouldn't vent his fury on Luke and Selena if they didn't find anything. That wasn't entirely impossible. Nobody would be in a good mood after their niece was killed and put on public display. Elsa believed in Luke's capability, but she had to have a contingency plan in place for her most trusted subordinate. While it might affect Kondra's impression of her, getting a promotion wasn't the only thing that Elsa cared about. Luke and Selena left in their car. Soon, Selena grew solemn. "Luke, this case is rather troublesome." Luke said calmly, "Oh, tell me about it. It happened 3 days ago. The victims in the first murder are 2 high school students, a boy called Steve Earls and a girl called Kathy Becker, who is also Deputy Director Kondra's niece. Yesterday, a suspect called Billy Loomis was arrested. He's the victim's classmate, and was arrested for assaulting Sandra, his girlfriend," said Selena. Luke was confused. How could the case be troublesome when the suspect had been caught? Sandra said, however, Maureen, the mother of the suspect's girlfriend, was killed in a similar way a year ago. At that time, a suspect called Cotton Worry was arrested, and he's now still in custody. He'll likely be sentenced to death if he's convicted. Luke said thoughtfully, "So, the suspect this time might be a suspect in this other case." Selena said, "Yes. More importantly, Billy had ample time to commit the previous crime. Of course, he doesn't really have a motive, but the victim was his girlfriend's mother, after all." Luke nodded. "If he's a serial killer, we won't necessarily understand his motives. What other complications are there?" Neil Prescott, Sandra's father and the previous victim's husband, is supposedly on a business trip, but the police department can't reach him, Selena continued. Luke chuckled. "Interesting, very interesting. The primary suspect in most murder cases was the person in a physical relationship with the victim, including but not limited to a spouse, a divorced spouse, a boyfriend or a girlfriend. It was common for suspects to decide to resolve a family conflict or adultery with violence. Was in this case, the high school victims were a couple. The suspect Billy and Sandra, who was lucky to have survived, were also a couple, while Sandra's mother had likely been Cotton's lover, and now her husband Neil had just gone missing. It sounded like a case with a lot of family drama. It was probably the reason why the sheriff of Woodsburg had accepted Kondra's request and allowed Luke to head over. The longer it dragged on, the bigger the case would become. This was a serial murder with 3 victims, 1 survivor, and 2 suspects, one of whom might be getting the death sentence. The case would probably receive national attention soon. After all, it did seem creepy and weird. If some idiotic young men worshipped and imitated the killer, a dozen copycat psychos might pop up across the country. Luke had Selena stop reading the case file and get some rest. The case was too complicated, and reading the case file wouldn't help much. They would probably have to investigate everything on their own. The car headed southeast. Woodsburg was located in Orange County, which was 100 kilometers southeast of downtown Los Angeles. Due to the traffic jam, it took them 2 hours to reach the place. They saw plenty of news vans in town. Many reporters were talking to cameras with microphones in their hands. Luke counted them. Good God, he counted 8 TV channels along the way, 2 of which belonged to some of the biggest nationwide stations. This case had gotten so big. Luke pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he suggested to Selena, "What do you say we investigate the case as students this time?" Selena was surprised. What? It wasn't a problem for Luke, but Selena didn't look like a high school student, even if she was still young. Luke nodded. "You're saying that you're too old for that, right? Fine. You can pretend to be a new teacher trying to get a job here." Luke realized that he had been on the brink of death just now. Selena finally shifted her furious gaze away and nodded in satisfaction. "That's right, I can apply to be a PE teacher." Luke was caught by surprise. "What?" Selena said, "I can teach Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It's very similar to women's self-defense skills anyway." Luke said, "Then let's hope that we can successfully get those identities." They drove to the local police department but didn't go in. Instead, Luke called Poke, the local sheriff, who came out to meet them. Poke was a bald man who was around 50 years old. They met in the woods behind the police department and introduced themselves, before Luke explained his plan. Poke frowned. "Are you sure that'll work? The murders were obviously committed by someone who lives in this town and is familiar with the environment. If we investigate the case outright, they'll evade us just like how they're avoiding you, Sheriff Poke," said Luke with a smile. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "You can tell the school headmaster that we'll be entering the school as a student and an intern teacher, but keep our real identities to yourself, and just say that we're distant relatives." Poke was deep in thought. "Are you sure about this?" Luke chuckled. "Sheriff Poke, thank you for your full support, but it's likely we'll alert the criminal and they might flee if our identities are made known." Thinking for a moment, Poke realized what Luke meant. By investigating the case in disguise, they would draw less attention and wouldn't embarrass the local police department. If they investigated the case openly as help brought in from elsewhere, Poke would be put in an awkward position as the sheriff. Chapter 241 The right way to call a sister. Wouldn't it be proof of the local department's incompetence under Poke's lead if he had to ask for reinforcements when he couldn't solve the case? Shouldn't he just retire? Thinking that, Poke nodded and said, "Let's do that. I'll call Headmaster Siberi and tell him that you're my niece and nephew who just moved here, and have him show you around the school." How does that sound? Luke and Selena both agreed to the plan and thanked him again. It wasn't unusual for people new to a place to check out the school environment first before deciding whether or not to study there. They didn't even have to change their names. After all, it was normal for cousins to have different last names. While Poke made the call, Selena chuckled at Luke. "You should call me sister now." Luke said, "Okay, elder sister." Selena glared at him angrily. "Don't stress the elder part, alright? You got it, elder sister." "That's not a problem, elder sister." Luke continued trying to get himself killed. Selena was just about to lunge at Luke, when Poke turned around and said, "Alright. Luke, Selena, you can go straight to Headmaster Siberi. He'll make the arrangements for you." Selena could only stop mid-attack. They thanked Poke and left. They would drop by Poke's place that night to read the case files and learn relevant information in order to reinforce their cover stories. They successfully entered the school as Poke's niece and nephew. Several news vans were at the school too, with reporters talking and pointing excitedly. Luke could only shake his head. This case was really blowing up. When they found Headmaster Siberi, it was clear that the murder case was giving the man a headache too, since both the victims and the suspect were students from his school. It was a nightmare. If Poke hadn't personally asked him to take care of his niece and nephew, Siberi wouldn't have met them at all. After hearing what they wanted to do, Siberi didn't hesitate and agreed to their request. They were only here to check out the environment for now, so temporary ID cards would be enough for the both of them. Siberi summoned his secretary and had Luke and Selena go with her. They left the secretary half an hour later, ID cards in hand. Hanging the cards around their necks, they began to wander around the school. They weren't designated any class in particular. Selena didn't have to teach, all she had to do was observe the other teachers. It was the same for Luke. He was free to attend any of the 12th grade classes, as nobody cared that they were roaming the school, as long as they showed their temporary ID cards. Selena was very satisfied. Wow, darling, you're really smart. These identities truly are a convenient way of looking around without raising suspicion. Luke said, "What do you want?" Usually, Selena only called him darling when she wanted something. Selena said, "Isn't it time for lunch?" Luke realized that it was indeed noon. As it happened, the bell suddenly rang, and students started to flood out of the teaching building. Gradually, the crowd petered out into groups of 3 to 5 and then lone individuals. Looking at the teaching building, Luke suddenly nodded. "Let's go. We'll eat there." They fetched a box from their car, which contained plenty of delicious food. When Luke and Selena left Los Angeles, they made a pit stop at home and packed up the leftovers from last night for lunch. They sat down near a fountain right across from the teaching building and enjoyed the food. The fountain was 20 meters away from the building, and the sunlight at noon was quite warm. Around the fountain were green trees and early blossoms as well as chirping birds, which added to the peaceful atmosphere. Luke and Selena took off their coats. They didn't look very much different from the students around them. Not everybody went home for lunch. Many students, as well as some lazy teachers and their family members, were having lunch and chatting in various spots around the school. A dozen people or so sat down near the fountain. The fountain was quite huge, and 4 students, 2 guys and 2 girls, were talking on Luke's left. 3 of them seemed relaxed, but one girl didn't look very happy. Selena noticed their conversation as well. She gave Luke a questioning look, but he shook his head slightly. There was no need to go over and ask them questions, they could learn a lot through eavesdropping. These 4 seemed to be close friends, since they talked about everything. A moment later, Selena glanced at Luke again, clearly asking how he knew that they would discuss the case here. Luke shrugged, hinting that it didn't matter. The gloomy girl was none other than Sandra Prescott, who had survived a crisis and gotten her boyfriend Billy arrested by the police. Also, it was her testimony a year ago that sent Cotton, the other suspect, to jail, and the victim then was her mother. That girl was the center of the incident this time. As for the dead victims, even though Kathy was Deputy Director Kondra's niece, it appeared that they were just the prelude to the slaughter. Luke didn't go to question Kathy's parents, because the local police would have already done so in their search for leads. His investigation relied primarily not on words, but on more concrete things like smell. For Luke, the last thing he was afraid of was a serial killer on a murder spree, since they couldn't hide their smell from his sharp nose. When his strength reached 40, his physical traits were significantly enhanced too, along with his sharp nose, which was far more sensitive and accurate than before. There was no way that the serial killer would be able to hide from him. Chapter 242 Next Victim and Women's Self-Defense. Compared with the diorama killer who could almost be called an artist, this killer in Woodsburg was brutal and could hardly be called elegant. After a rough overview of the case, Luke had noticed a lot of mistakes that this killer had made. The horrible thing about serial killers was their stealthy and unexpected behavior. Once they were found out, however, all it would take was a couple of shots from a police officer to take them down. Luke remembered what all 4 students smelled like, but he paid special attention to the girl who was cuddling with her boyfriend. The girl was fair and quite pretty. More importantly, she was wearing a thin gray sweater, the number 10 on it stretched out by her breasts. She was certainly big for a high school student, and much prettier than Sandra at least. Selena leaned in close suspiciously. "Why are you staring at that number 10? Luke nodded solemnly. "I think she's going to be the next victim." "Why?" asked Selena curiously. Luke said, "Because she has huge boobs and is making out with her boyfriend in public." This is the sort of character who usually dies in the first 30 minutes of a horror film. Selena couldn't help but look at her own breasts and feel that she was in danger too, although she didn't have a boyfriend yet. Luke chuckled when he saw her face. "Don't worry, the killer only targets residents of this town, even if your boobs are much more magnificent than hers." Selena subconsciously lifted her chin and felt proud at Luke's compliment. Suddenly, 2 masked men ran out of the teaching building after a few shrieking girls. Luke glanced at them, but didn't move at all. Selena, however, got up and charged over. Luke opened his mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. This actually wasn't a bad thing. A detective would inevitably come up against complicated situations, and he couldn't be there for her every time. Selena wasn't wrong to react that way at all. As for Luke, however, his sharp nose and keen eyes had already told him that it was a prank. As the girls shrieked and ran, Selena stopped the two masked men behind them. She threw one of the men to the ground, and grabbed the hands of the other. She didn't look very happy, because she had noticed that their daggers didn't look like metal when she got closer. Thus, she didn't draw her gun or use her full strength. Selena was lost for words when she took the daggers off the men. They were just rubber toys. She then took off the masks of these two men, revealing the faces of two boys who were probably in their junior year. Selena asked, "What are you doing? Do you want to get carted off to the police station?" The boy whose hands were locked together stammered, We were just having fun." Selena said coldly, "Fun? You mean you want to be identified as murder suspects, right? Do you? If you do, I can bring a reporter over and have them broadcast your face to the entire country." This boy was clearly scared, but the one whom she had tackled earlier asked in surprise, "Really? I can be famous? That sounds awesome." "Yes, and everybody will remember you as the biggest high school moron in America." Selena scoffed at the young man. "With any luck, people will forget you by the time you get to college." "Oh, I forgot. No college will take in someone as stupid as you, and you'll stay here as the village idiot forever." Both boys lowered their heads, unable to say anything to this hot woman who could rip them to shreds with both her tongue and her prowess. They were impressed by how Selena had taken them down. And it wasn't just them, a lot of other students were also looking at Selena with bright eyes. It was mostly because she had been very awe-inspiring when she attacked and berated the boys, but also because she was gorgeous. The boyfriend of the number 10 girl, who had been making out with her, ran over to watch the show. The number 10 girl suddenly looked at Luke and walked over to him. "Hi, is she your girlfriend?" She nodded at Selena. Luke shook his head with a smile. "No, she's my cousin." Dazzled by the smile, the number 10 girl suddenly forgot what she wanted to say. Looking at her face, Luke could only say, "Is there anything I can help you with?" The number 10 girl came back to herself. I was only wondering why your cousin is so good." "Is that kung fu?" Luke thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Not exactly. It's sort of a women's self-defense technique." Gracie, the king of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, would have exploded with fury if he heard how Luke downplayed the art. The number 10 girl was interested. "This women's self-defense technique is so awesome. Taking down two boys in 3 seconds was definitely impressive for a high school girl." Luke chuckled. "You can do the same after a long period of training. Though, I don't think you can, with those breasts." Luke secretly chuckled. Big breasts could be a burden in any kind of physical exercise. Even if a woman could bear the burden, it was still possible for their opponent to use it to their own advantage. The number 10 girl had no idea what Luke was thinking, but she vaguely sensed that the handsome boy was looking at her breasts. She wasn't shy, and instead, was rather happy. "Can you do this self-defense?" Luke said, "I'm sorry, but I'm a man, and I'm not very good at women's self-defense." He didn't really mean it. Chapter 243 were different. It was actually Luke who had taught Selena Gracie's women's self-defense. "I don't think you're a student here, are you?" asked the number 10 girl. Luke said, "Well, I'm only here today to check out the place. Chances are that I'll be finishing the last year of high school here." The number 10 girl grew interested. "Oh, really? That's fantastic." Luke didn't know what to say. "Why are you so happy when you already have a boyfriend?" On the other side, Selena had returned. Siberi had taken away the boys, who had been having fun chasing the girls, and the two unlucky idiots would probably be kicked out of school. The number 10 girl's boyfriend also came back. Noticing that his girlfriend was talking to an unfamiliar boy, he glared at Luke angrily. "What are you doing? Stay away from my girlfriend." Luke smiled and pointed behind him. The boy said angrily, "What are you pointing at? Just talk. Are you dumb?" Luke said, "I'm trying to say that you're blocking my cousin's way." The boy turned around and saw Selena. His face immediately changed. "Hi, nice to meet you. May I know your name?" "No." The boy glared at Luke, who had been the one to refuse. Luke chuckled. "Boy, stay away from my cousin." Stunned, the boy felt that something wasn't right. In the end, He said, I was talking to your cousin, it's none of your business. Luke said, I was talking to your girlfriend, it's none of your business. The boy roared, how can a girlfriend and cousin be the same? How can someone with a girlfriend and someone without a girlfriend be the same? Luke smiled. The boy was confused. What's that supposed to mean? Luke said, it means that I'm speaking for my cousin, who's reluctant to hurt the feelings of little boys. The boy turned around, only to see Selena smiling silently. He was immediately enraged. You think you're awesome, you're just too id. Selena suddenly stepped forward and grabbed his neck. Language, kid, shut up and go home, if your words are as unpleasant as your fart, got it? The boy turned red, not because of the humiliation, but because Selena was almost suffocating him. Seeing the fear in his eyes, Selena loosened her grip. All right, go away, but don't talk to me anymore. She casually pushed the boy away and wiped her hands with sanitizer, as if they were contaminated. The boy gritted his teeth and left. The number 10 girl, however, didn't move, and looked at Selena in admiration. She was truly awed by Selena this time. 10 meters away, the boy noticed that his girlfriend wasn't following him. He roared, Tatum, we're over. Over. The number 10 girl was dumbfounded. What's wrong with you? She stopped looking at Selena and hurriedly chased after her boyfriend. Selena finally sat down. What were you doing? You hit on a high school girl and I had to get rid of her boyfriend for you. Luke said casually, it's only been half a year since I graduated high school. I'm not even 19 yet. Selena choked. Indeed, it wasn't strange for an 18-year-old boy to pursue a girl only 1 or 2 years younger than him. They finished the rest of their lunch in peace. They roamed the school again that afternoon and visited the crime scenes after that, which included the spot where Deputy Director Kondra's niece was killed as well as Sandra's home. They were only familiarizing themselves with the environment, and didn't expect to find any leads, partly because the case happened 3 days ago, and partly because scant evidence had been left behind at the crime scenes. Luke didn't find anything from Sandra with his sharp nose either, though the suspect who had assaulted her was her boyfriend Billy. Billy had gone to see Sandra the night of the crime, which was why he was suspected of being the serial killer. However, there wasn't enough of his smell for Luke to determine that he was the criminal. It gradually turned dark while they were checking out the town, and the residents quickly and solemnly went on their way. Housewives returned home with their babies, and children playing in the yard were summoned back to the house. Most women in places like bars also paid their bills and went home. Luke could only shake his head. This is unbelievable. He had never seen a situation like this, where one murderer could make the people of an entire town hide in fear, which seemed rather absurd. That was precisely the panic that a serial killer could cause. After all, nobody could be sure that they wouldn't be the next victim. They certainly valued their own lives more than leisure. Polk also said that a curfew had been implemented until the serial killer was found. But Luke wasn't very hopeful. The residents would only tolerate the curfew for half a month at most. If it was prolonged, chances were that Polk would lose his position as sheriff. That explained why Polk was friendly to Luke and Selena. He was too stressed to care about reputation any longer. That night, Luke and Selena went to Polk's home. Polk took them to his study. Although nobody except his wife was at home, he remembered what Luke said about the importance of confidentiality. While Luke and Selena browsed the case files, Polk opened the window and lit a cigarette. But he coughed after smoking for a short while. Luke glanced at him and said, Sheriff Polk, it's been a long time since you smoked, hasn't it? Polk said with a bitter smile, call me Polk. I quit smoking, but the last few days. Luke thought for a moment, then said, how about this? While Selena reads the files here, you can show me what you have at the police station. Polk asked, are you a forensic scientist? Luke provided validation without blinking an eye. My uncle is an administrator at the Forensic Center in Las Vegas. Polk's eyes bulged. Really? Luke spread his hands. I wouldn't have become a police officer so quickly if it wasn't for the guidance of my family elders. He wasn't lying. If Robert hadn't pulled strings for him, Luke wouldn't even have been able to become a security officer. Chapter 244 Billy's acquittal. Polk was enlightened. Like most police officers who saw Luke for the first time, he had been wondering why the Major Crimes Division had taken in such a young guy. It made perfect sense after Luke's explanation. An administrator at the Forensic Center in Las Vegas would definitely be one of the greatest technicians nationwide. It definitely wasn't a problem for a professional like that to use his social connections to get his nephew into a police department as a detective. Without further ado, Poke led Luke to the police department. A lot of officers were still on the clock. There were tens of thousands of people in this town, and naturally, there were a lot more officers in the police department here than in small towns like Shackelford. Some greeted Poke when they saw him come in with a stranger, while some were too busy to pay attention to them. Poke casually drove everybody away and took Luke to the evidence locker. He opened a few boxes that contained the evidence sealed in bags. Luke asked, "Do you have gloves here?" Poke shook his head. "I can get you a pair from outside." Luke declined. "Forget it. That'll draw too much attention." As he talked, he opened the evidence bags with a pen that he had on him. He didn't touch the evidence with his hand, but only raised and turned the items with the pen. Poke sweated as he watched, impressed by Luke's attention to detail and fully convinced that the boy had an uncle who worked at the Las Vegas Forensics Center. Luke put most of the evidence back shortly after examining them, but he spent 5 minutes scrutinizing the clothes of Kathy Becker and Stephen Earls, the victims. Then, it was a mask, found outside Sandra's house and supposedly dropped by the criminal. Luke observed it for about a minute. During his observation, he closed his eyes now and then, as if he were contemplating something. Poke grew curious. "Why do you keep your eyes closed when you're examining the evidence?" But Luke didn't explain, and Poke was too shy to ask. After 15 minutes or so, Luke nodded. "This is enough." He quickly sealed the bags and put them back into the boxes. Poke then placed the boxes back on the shelves. When they left the evidence locker and stepped out into the hall, someone called out to Poke. Poke took a look and asked, "Dewey, what's up?" Dewey was a young officer with a mustache, who was around 25 years old. He looked at Luke and hesitated, a discomfited expression on his face. Poke turned around and signaled subtly to Luke, who took the hint. "Uncle Poke, I'll wait for you outside." Poke nodded. "Okay, I'll take you home in a bit." After 10 minutes, Poke came out with a dark face. They talked in the police car parked outside the entrance, and Poke whispered, "The killer just made a threatening call to Sandra, who's staying at Dewey's place for the time being." Luke was stunned. "What?" Then, he realized what that meant. "Does that mean Billy is innocent?" Poke nodded and fumed. The biggest suspect was innocent. They had to start all over again with this case. That certainly wasn't great news. Thinking quickly, Luke nodded and said, "Poke, you go do what you need to do. I'll go back myself, and Selena and I will leave after we're done reading the files." Poke waved his hand impatiently. "Since we're pretending that you're family, it wouldn't make sense for you to live outside. I have a couple of empty rooms at my place. Beverly can get them ready for the both of you." Luke didn't turn him down. "Okay, thanks, Poke." Poke nodded and drove him to his house. After speaking to Beverly, his wife, for a moment, he left again in his car. Beverly was the typical housewife, slightly plump and naggy, but overall a nice person. She greeted Luke with a smile and left to get the rooms ready for them. After Luke closed the door, Selena put the case files down and asked lazily, "Did you find anything?" Luke said, "Poke just received word. The killer made a threatening call to Sandra." Selena was surprised. "Huh, Billy isn't the killer." Luke chuckled. "Don't jump to any conclusions yet. Many serial killers have accomplices." Selena nodded, deep in thought. Luke continued, "So, it's a good thing if Billy is turned loose." Selena considered for a moment and ventured, "Are you saying that he'll commit another crime?" Luke said, "Why else would he have his accomplice make the call to justify his innocence so quickly?" Selena was shocked. "It's really him." Recalling his findings in the evidence locker, Luke nodded. "Very likely, but he probably has a partner who helped him." Selena asked, "Who is it?" Luke said with a smile, "You've already met him." Frowning, Selena thought for a long while, but shook her head. "I can't think of anyone. We met a lot of people today." Luke said, "Hint, we had a minor conflict with him today." Selena immediately recalled the incident. "You mean that number 10 girl's boyfriend?" Luke nodded. "Yes, but I don't have any proof yet. We'll have to watch out for their next performance." Other people might have asked Luke why he suspected it was the number 10 girl's boyfriend, but Selena knew that Luke had his personal reasons for keeping things close to his chest. Naturally, she didn't dig, and just continued with the investigation from that point. She frowned. "I don't have Stu's files, but Billy's from a rich family and has never been mistreated. Why would they kill people in such a horrible way when they're only high school students?" Luke said, "Do you remember what Poke said?" Selena asked, "What are you talking about?" I would have sworn up and down that he wasn't the killer if this was 20 years ago, but kids nowadays, who knows? Luke casually repeated Polk's words. Selina fell silent. It was already a well-acknowledged fact that kids were maturing faster and faster. In an age of information technology. So, it wasn't unusual at all for Billy and the number 10 girl's boyfriend to do something as insane as this. Chapter 245 Party Invitation. America ushered in an age of affluence ahead of many countries in the world. Many people didn't need to work too hard to live nowadays, so thrill seekers weren't unusual. After telling Selina his findings, Luke asked Selina, "What about you? Did you find anything suspicious?" "With what you just told me, I do have something suspicious. For example, the details of the murder of Sandra's mother a year ago are worth reviewing." Sandra patted the case file in her hand. Flipping to a particular page, she said, "Here in Sandra's testimony, she claimed that she saw Cotton Worry running away from her house at 10 p.m. Her exact words are, 'I saw the killer escape through my bedroom window.' That was why Cotton became a suspect. What do you think?" Luke thought for a moment and said, "Sandra's room is in a corner of the house, so maybe she only saw his back. Also, it was late at night." Selina shrugged and said, "That's right. When the police investigated a year ago, they found a coat stained with her mother's blood in Cotton's house, but Cotton was drunk when he was discovered, and couldn't tell them what he had done at all." Mind whirling, Luke said, "Let's go for a walk." Selina asked, "What are you going to do?" Luke chuckled, "They have tricks, but I have high tech." Selina was confused. They talked to Beverly and left the house. Slightly worried, Beverly called Polk after they drove away, but Polk simply said, "Got it. Don't worry about them, they know what they're doing." Luke's plan very simple. Based on the case files that Selina had read, and after a call to Polk, they found out where Billy lived and headed over. Then, they went to Stu's house. He was the number 10 girl's boyfriend, as well as the guy who had argued with Luke earlier. Luke hid quite a few cameras in the trees around both houses and made sure that there weren't any blind spots. He then installed 2 signal boosters in a couple of inconspicuous spots nearby so that he would be able to receive the camera feed in most parts of town. The cameras wouldn't be on all the time. Instead, they turn on automatically at night, and the batteries would last 3 nights. Luke believed that was enough. He didn't think the 2 high school students were very patient. After everything was done, they drove back to Polk's and said goodnight to Beverly before they retired to their respective rooms. Luke read the files on gangs in LA until 4 in the morning, before finally going to bed. The next day was also warm and sunny. Luke and Selina went to school, but before they could enter, they heard a broadcast: "School will be suspended for a week because of security risks. Please stay at home and do not go out, for your own safety." Ecstatic, the students exploded with cheers, applause and loud whistles. Selina and Luke looked at each other in bewilderment. A moment later, Selina turned around and asked gloomily, pretending to be a student and teacher, "Secret investigation?" While Selina and Luke wondered what they were going to do, a young man in a police uniform came out of the building with 2 girls. One of the girls was excited to see Luke. "Ah, it's you." The officer was also stunned for a moment. "You're the kid with Polk, right?" Luke smiled and said, "Nice to meet you, Dewey. I'm Luke, this is my cousin Selina. May I know the name of this gorgeous girl here?" The girl was none other than the one with the number 10 sweater. She couldn't be happier. "I'm Tatum, I'm Dewey's sister." Luke chuckled. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Tatum." Mind whirling, Tatum said, "Right, there's a party at Stu's tonight. Would you like to come?" Luke and Selina were both lost for words. Holding a party when the entire town was intimidated by a serial killer. How exciting. Luke nodded with a smile. "All right, we'll be there tonight." Tatum said, "Do you want me to show you the way?" Luke said, "It's fine. You better keep your friend company." He looked at Sandra, who was the other girl with Dewey. Tatum nodded regretfully. "All right, if you don't know the way, just ask Dewey to take you there." What a shame. Tatum had been hoping for a chance to talk to this handsome boy. Watching them leave, Selina warned Luke, "Don't be hasty. She asked you to look for her later tonight, didn't she?" Luke said, "You didn't notice where the party is going to be held." "I'm thinking about work, not sex, all right." Recalling what Tatum said, Selina immediately got it. "You're saying that Stu is up to something at his place. If you're going to hold a party at someone else's place, you definitely need to ask for their permission first, right?" said Luke. Selena nodded and said, "So, tonight," Luke grinned. "There are 2 mini cams in the car. Let's go to the party tonight. Chances are we'll catch some interesting pictures." Selena said, "You sure it's not going to be the kind of interesting pictures you took with Elena?" Luke said, "Feel free to take those sorts of shots if you want, but I'm going to be focusing on the killer. I have to say that a certain someone is getting dirtier and dirtier." Selena gnashed her teeth. "Do you really not know who is the dirtier one between the both of us?" Luke, "Hee, it's still the morning. What should we do for the rest of the day?" asked Selena. Luke said, "Let's just keep an eye on those 2 brash young men." Cracking a case usually wasn't half as exciting as most people thought. It wasn't unusual for 2 detectives to sleep and eat in their car for days while monitoring a suspect. Luke hardly ever did this sort of thing. Most of the time, he would rather go out and look for leads. Selena, on the other hand, had tailed a lot of suspects when she worked with Donald, so she was quite familiar with the routine. It was a peaceful and boring morning. Thanks to the signal boosters that Luke installed, the 2 of them could still roam the town in their car. They had the local special at a restaurant at noon. The food didn't taste bad. Selena didn't complain, at least. When it was slightly past 5, Selena suddenly said, "Huh. Is Billy out?" Chapter 246 Mr. Billy's little tales. Luke's eyes immediately zeroed in on the makeshift tablet in Selena's hand. On screen, Billy was slipping out the back door in a hooded shirt with a bag on his back. Luke smiled the moment he saw Billy. "He can't be up to anything good dressed like that." Selena said, "Hoodies are common, all right. How can you be sure that he's up to something?" Luke hesitated and said, "Well, do you usually lower your head to cover your face when you're doing a good deed?" Selena said, "That makes sense." Luckily, Luke got away with that explanation without revealing his own vigilante clothing habits. They followed Billy some way behind him, and made sure that they were on the right track. A moment later, Billy led them to the school. What was his plan? School was suspended, and there were only guards on campus now. Frowning for a moment, Luke suddenly thought of something. "Do we have Headmaster Siberry's number?" Selena said, "Yes, I have his card." Luke said, "Call him and ask him if anyone else is at school." After the headmaster picked up the phone, Selena said, "Huh. No students and no teachers." "Oh, thank you," Luke suddenly interjected, "Mr. Siberry, are you still at school?" Siberry answered over the phone, "Yes, I'm just about done with work at school, and I'm on my way out." Luke and Selena looked at each other, before Luke quickly got out and ran toward the school. Selena said, "Are you still in your office? We'd like to consult you on something." "Oh, okay, we'll be there soon." Hanging up the phone, Selena shouted, "He's in his office." Luke waved his hand in acknowledgement as he rushed inside. The school guard yelled, "Hey, what are you doing?" Selena had run up by then, and she stopped the guard and showed him her temporary ID card. "I'm sorry, that's my cousin. He needs to ask Headmaster Siberry something, but Headmaster Siberry said that he was leaving, so my cousin was anxious." "I'm sorry." The guard's anger dissipated at the pretty girl's explanation. It had been a long time since a smile like that had been directed toward him. Luke didn't run at full speed, because it was unnecessary. Billy had only just entered the school. He couldn't go through the front doors or anywhere else that was covered by the surveillance cameras, so he couldn't be faster than Luke. Luke rushed to the 5th floor a moment later without hiding the sound of his footsteps. He entered the headmaster's office without knocking. "Mr. Siberry, are you in there?" As he spoke, he looked around the room and activated sharp nose. Siberry wasn't here, and Luke detected Billy's scent downstairs. The guy was probably looking for a way to climb the building. Thinking for a bit, Luke called out even louder, "Mr. Siberry, are you here? There's something that my cousin and I need to talk to you about." Billy immediately stopped moving when he heard Luke's voice in the headmaster's office. There were 2 other people in the office. Billy hesitated, and then left, disappearing into the woods outside the building. He didn't notice Luke angle a mirror on one side of the window to watch him leave. Suddenly, someone opened a door. "Ah, you're the kid from Polk's family, right?" Luke quickly withdrew the mirror and smiled. "Yes, I'm Luke. Are you getting off work, Mr. Siberry? Let's talk while we walk. You know, this suspension might affect our future arrangements, so we wanted to ask you for your opinion." Siberry was slightly puzzled, but it was true that he was heading out. He had only gone to the bathroom just then. Hearing what Luke said, He picked up his suitcase and said, "That is an unfortunate coincidence, and I can't do anything about it." After all, they were Poke's family, and he couldn't just say that he only worked office hours. They met Selena on the way, and chatted together as they left the building. In the end, they watched Siberi get into his car, and followed him to make sure he got home, before they finally turned around and drove to Stu's house for the party tonight. Selena asked on the way, "Did Billy really go after Siberi?" Luke said, "He was right outside the building when I arrived, and Siberi was the only person inside. He didn't slip away until I called for Siberi out loud." Selena suddenly hesitated, "But since we're here, we can't just watch and let them kill anyone else, can we? How are we going to link them to the previous cases?" Luke shrugged, "We can help the victims." Selena was blank. "Huh," Luke said, "for example, we can give them a taser in case of danger. How those two young men are injured after that isn't our problem." Selena was speechless. "We can do that." She had never done anything like that when she worked with Donald before. In fact, neither had Luke. Most of the time, he stealthily took care of the criminals himself without getting the victims involved at all. As they talked, they soon reached Stu's house. Like most high school parties, the house was crowded with teenagers who were laughing and dancing as the host, Stu, was wandering the house in crimson pajamas. Selena snorted, "Is that guy really Billy's accomplice?" Billy looked intimidating but could still be described as handsome. Stu, on the other hand, really did seem to be a brainless idiot. Luke chuckled, "I think he's as crazy as he looks." They hid in the woods some distance away from the house. Selena kept an eye on the surveillance cameras, and Luke observed the surroundings. When it turned completely dark, Luke suddenly said, "Someone's here." An old Ford showed up and drove past them on the road and into the woods some 30 meters away. The spot that Luke and Selena were hiding in was quite dense, and it was impossible to see the car amidst the trees and bushes. So, the driver of the car didn't notice Luke or Selena. Luke smelled someone familiar through the car's half-open window. He gestured at Selena to stay quiet, before he slipped out of their car. He reached the unfamiliar vehicle in less than 10 seconds. Looking at the two people in front of him, Luke grinned and said to himself, "Gotcha, Billy." He raised the camera that he was holding. Chapter 247 Family Reunion. Next to the Ford, Billy was dragging a trussed-up middle-aged man over the ground. He said, "Neil, your wife was a SLT. You couldn't get her under control and just let her hook up with any man in town, until my mother caught her in bed with my father." The middle-aged man called Neil moaned in fear, only to be punched in the stomach by Billy. "Shut up. It was precisely because you were useless at controlling your wife that my mother left home without so much as a letter for me. I became an orphan." Neil gasped in pain. "We saw your SL*TTY wife again that night. She must have thought that she was Sharon Stone, winking at every man in the square and showing them some leg. So, we fulfilled her wish and got her in our car. Haha, she can continue being a SLT in hell now." There was nothing but insanity on Billy's face. Catching his breath, he continued, "Everything will end tonight. Tonight, I'm going to FCK your daughter and make her as much of a SLT as her mother. Then, I'll kill her. Haha, how does that sound? You happy? Relax, you'll go to hell along with your precious daughter. Your family will be reunited there." Luke whistled inwardly. "You tended to give away all your secrets when you talked to an enemy too much." Billy had definitely been involved in the murder a year ago. Listening to the crazy young man's monologue, Luke wasn't worried about Billy killing Neil anytime soon. This Neil was Sandra's father and a potential suspect, who had been missing for half a month. It seemed that Billy was up to something big tonight. He was also planning to blame it on Neil, because this man indeed would fit the bill as the murderer. His wife was murdered on this exact day a year ago. It was practically a perfect excuse for a slaughter. Luke quietly returned and told Selena what just happened. Selena was lost for words. A moment later, she said, "So, we can at least put Billy in jail now?" Luke nodded. "I think so. But you can never have too much evidence. Let's take action. You watch Stu and I'll follow Billy. Don't hesitate to shoot if you're in danger." Selena said, "Got it." Billy had already dragged Neil into the backyard of the house. Now that both suspects were in the house, Luke and Selena didn't need to watch the perimeter anymore. They were about to slip in through the back door, when there were shrieks and a sudden burst of noise from the house, before a bunch of teenagers ran out and drove away. Selena asked in a low voice, "What's going on? Should we follow them?" Luke took a few deep breaths, then said, "No need, the stars of the show are still in the house." That might have only been a distraction. According to his sharp nose, neither Billy nor Stu had left, and Billy was already in the house. Luke and Selena quietly slipped inside. It was easy to sneak into a house of partying teenagers. As a lot of people had driven off just now, there weren't that many of them left in the house. Selena quietly hid in a guest room on one side of the hallway. The messy bed inside suggested that someone had just had a lot of fun here. She frowned. Teenagers were truly vigorous, and wouldn't hesitate to do it whenever they had the chance. Through the half-open door, she observed the living room. Everybody had their backs to her, and nobody had noticed her slipping inside. A boy was watching a horror movie in the living room. Billy had just come in, and was on the second floor with Sandra. Dewey was also here, but he was busy courting a mature and attractive woman. They were talking and giggling in a corner. Luke, on the other hand, went to the garage at the back of the house. In the garage, Tatum was confronting a man, and Luke could hear them through the dog door on the garage door. "Oh, what do you want me to do? Pretend to be scared? Fine. Ah, I'm so scared, someone help me," said Tatum unconcernedly. "Have you had enough fun? I'm here to grab a beer. Get out of the way." Tatum thought that the masked man in front of her was just one of her classmates messing around. But she screamed the next moment. Observing the situation inside with a tiny mirror, Luke saw that the man had cut her arm with a knife. Thinking for a moment, he stuck his camera in through the dog door. Then, he grabbed 2 iron balls. In the garage, the masked man and Tatum struggled, but the man clearly wasn't taking it seriously, and wasn't in a hurry to kill Tatum. Finally, Tatum grew frantic and threw the beer she was holding at the masked man's abdomen. The masked man doubled over in pain. Then, she immediately threw a second bottle at him. The masked man managed to raise his hand and prevent the bottle from breaking on his head. Seizing the moment, Tatum ran out from where she had been trapped in a corner and tried to make a break for the door that led back into the house. The masked man, however, waved his knife at her, forcing her to retreat. Panicked, she searched for a way out, and suddenly rushed toward the dog door. Luke was lost for words. This woman seemed to be underestimating how big her breasts and butt were. Did she really think that she could crawl out of the dog door? The next moment, Tatum's head poked out of the opening, but half her magnificent breasts were stuck. She struggled so hard that she didn't even notice that Luke was observing her in admiration. Luke was quite dazzled by the way the girl's breasts bounced in her vehement struggles. Then, the garage door started to go up, and Tatum looked at the top of the door in fear. If the door went up like this, she would be squashed. Because of her wriggling, she was now leaning on one side and couldn't exert any strength as she was lifted up by the garage door. Chapter 248 Rescue and Escape. Tatum couldn't help but scream, "No, help. Somebody help me, Tatum." The voice was the sweetest sound she had ever heard. She managed to raise her head, and saw a somewhat familiar person not far away. "Huh, it's you, help. Someone's trying to kill me." Luke immediately said, "What? Where is he?" Tatum said, "He's right inside. He's opening this door to squash me. Help me." Luke said, "Don't be scared. I'm here to help." Then, he slipped under the half-open garage door. "Stop, you murderer," Luke demanded inside. Tatum was almost crying. "Just take him down already. Can you really stop a murderer with words?" Luke yelled, "You almost killed her, and you aren't going to stop." Tatum watched the upper edge of the garage door get closer and closer in despair. She had already been lifted off her feet. "Don't just shout, do something," she roared in desperation. Luke, however, wasn't in a hurry at all. If he used his full strength, he would easily tear off the garage door. Enlightened, he suddenly took out a white object and said, "Right, check this out." Swoosh, bam, the garage door suddenly stopped moving. In the next moment, Tatum felt someone grab her legs and support her butt. "Relax and raise your arms. I'll get you out." Tatum hurriedly did as she was told. With Luke's help, she easily fell back through the dog door. Luke let go and Tatum landed on the ground. She subconsciously grabbed Luke's waist. "It's all right now." Hearing the gentle male voice, she raised her head and saw a sunny smiling face. Thank you, thank you." She couldn't stop sobbing in gratitude. She had almost died just now, after the masked man tormented her for so long, and she almost collapsed with despair. "It's fine now. Let's see who this masked man is first," Luke said as he walked over to the man lying on the ground. Tatum was too frightened by the masked man to look at him. No, let's call the police. Dewey. Dewey's in the living room. Luke ignored her. He went forward and unmasked the man. I think he's your friend, right? Stunned, Tatum craned her head and cried, that's impossible. She didn't notice that Luke was recording the man's face with the camera in his hand. Okay, more evidence. Luke chuckled secretly. Luke found a rope and tied the man up. While Tatum was still in a daze, he also handcuffed the man. Then, he gave Tatum a shoulder to lean on as they returned to the first floor. Before he left, he pressed a button to close the garage door, in case anyone else saw what was inside. When they returned, there was still only one boy as well as Dewey and the mature lady in the living room. Tatum was about to blurt out everything to Dewey, who was a police officer and her brother, but Luke stopped her. Don't let everyone know what happened. You don't want to be under the spotlight, do you? Remembering how Sandra had been hounded by the media, Tatum immediately shut up. Luke said, Dewey, please come here. There's something I'd like to talk to you about. Dewey regretfully said something to the lady before he walked over to Luke. Luke stepped back and made a, keep quiet, gesture at Dewey in the hallway. Pointing at Tatum, he said, don't alert anyone else. Let's talk over there. Seeing that Tatum was weeping in fear, Dewey grew anxious. Luke grabbed him and covered his mouth. Don't shout. That woman is a reporter, right? You want her to report everything here. Dewey couldn't say anything else. He thought that Luke had done something to his sister. But after Luke told him what happened in the garage and his sister confirmed it, Dewey said in shock, Luke pressed against his neck again and whispered, calm down, okay. Dewey turned red at the way Luke was suffocating him. He could only nod. Luke said, call Poke and get him to bring some men here and make sure none of the reporters notice, especially not the one you brought here. Don't tell her anything. Dewey could only nod. He took out his phone and made the call. A moment later, Dewey was done. Poke will be here in 10 minutes. Luke said, let's go check the suspect first. I knocked him out with a baseball and tied him up. The three of them went to the garage. Tatum stuck close to Luke, clinging to one of his arms. Luke could only chuckle, as he sensed how certain enormous parts of her body were pressed up against him. A moment later, they were looking at the empty garage. The clothes, the mask and the rope were there, and nothing else. Dewey was speechless. Where is he? Luke frowned. He took a sniff and his expression darkened even more. The man had escaped. More importantly, how had he escaped? Luke didn't sense anything wrong. He had tied the man up tightly and even handcuffed him. Also, he had been in the house just now. Could the man have escaped through the dog door too? However, the scent in the air indicated otherwise. There was no trace of his scent moving toward the dog door at all. It was almost like he had just vanished into thin air. Suddenly, Selena shouted from upstairs, freeze. Stunned for a moment, Luke left Dewey and Tatum behind and ran up the stairs. Dewey and Tatum just heard a swoosh, and Luke was gone. Looking at each other in bewilderment, they could only follow Luke. When Luke got to the second floor, his sharp nose picked up the intense smell of blood. The next moment, he appeared behind Selena, who was aiming her gun at a man by the window. A half-naked boy on the bed had been stabbed deep in the neck, and his blood was splattered everywhere in the room. Chapter 249 Disappearance of the Real Killer. Luke narrowed his eyes. The boy on the bed was Billy. The man standing by the window, on the other hand, was Stu. Covered in blood, he held a knife to Sandra's neck. The girl was naked and covered in blood, fear all over her face. Stu, however, glanced at Billy with a creepy smile. Billy, your father is AB*TCH2. You think he's anything good? He seduced my mother when Maureen left. Both of you should die. Stu was stunned for a moment when he saw Luke. He shouted, you won't catch me again. Then, he moved the knife, ready to cut Sandra's neck. Luke sneered and pushed Selena's gun down before he flung his baseball again. Bang! Stu fell back against the window and Sandra pitched forward, free from him. Luke chuckled, haven't I already caught you? But both he and Selena were shocked in the next second. Stu's body on the ground suddenly twisted, like some sort of special effect, before he disappeared like smoke, leaving nothing but bloodstained clothes on the ground. What exactly was going on? Luke immediately realized that it was a super ability. He didn't know how Stu had gotten this ability to vanish into thin air, but what he now knew for sure was that Stu couldn't be a normal person. No wonder he had disappeared from the garage just now. He hadn't been rescued, but had simply resorted to using his super ability. But Luke was slightly confused. Why hadn't the system acknowledged that he had defeated Stu when he knocked the guy out twice with a baseball? Dewey and Tatum finally arrived. Luke let Dewey pass, but stopped Tatum. He then said, "Dewey, secure the area, then get your reporter girlfriend out of here." Dewey said, "Okay, wait, you." Luke was already nowhere to be seen, but Dewey still subconsciously asked, "Who are you to give me orders?" Then, he noticed Selena, who was holding a gun. He drew out his own gun warily and said, "Drop your weapon." Selena rolled her eyes and slowly put her gun back into the holster, before she flashed her badge and said, "LAPD." Dewey didn't know what to say. Taking Tatum upstairs and blocking the female reporter from doing the same, Luke whispered to Tatum about what happened. Tatum found it hard to believe. How is that possible? "Stu," Luke covered her mouth and said in a low voice, "There's a reporter over there. Don't say anything." Tatum got herself under control, but her tears continued to flow. "Stu, is he really?" Luke nodded. "Don't be too sad." A few minutes later, Polk arrived in person with another 2 police cars, whose lights and sirens were all off. Altogether 6 officers, including Polk, entered the house, and had everybody else leave. Some of the officers would take them to the police department to take down their statements, while Polk would take care of the investigation here. It was what Luke and Polk had agreed on earlier, so that his and Selena's identities wouldn't be exposed. He certainly didn't want his face shown to all the criminals and serial killers in the country. This was the best way to get things done without drawing any attention. After all, Luke had accepted this case as a favor to Deputy Director Kondra, and it wasn't like the Woodsburg Police Department could give him a promotion or something. Half an hour later, Polk returned with a strange look on his face, and had Luke and Selena meet him in his office. Closing the door, Polk said after a brief silence, "We received word that Stu went to Billy's place with his classmates just now. He wasn't at home." Selena was deep in thought. Polk said, "Are you sure that you saw Stu kill Billy?" Luke asked, "What about Neil?" "He didn't see Stu." Frowning, Polk nodded slowly. "Neil said that Billy kidnapped and imprisoned him. It was Billy who took him to Stu's that night, too." "He didn't see Stu." Luke said, "Just bring Stu in and interrogate him. You'll find out everything you need to know." Polk shook his head, "But he's disappeared. Stu left right before we reached his location." Luke and Selena looked at each other. Wasn't that around the time when Stu vanished into thin air in front of their eyes? However, Luke and Selena kept mum. Stu's disappearance was too bizarre for anyone else to believe. Chances were that Polk would suspect that something was wrong with their heads if they told him what happened. Polk talked to them in private to verify the details. Luke thought for a moment, then gave him the memory cards from his cameras. Of course, he had already copied the files on the cards to his laptop earlier. "Polk, here's a video I shot. With this video, you can issue an arrest warrant even if Billy and Stu have alibis. Also, both Billy and Stu are involved in the murders," said Luke. Polk was stunned. "Huh," Luke shrugged. "You know that evidence is of paramount importance for us. Since we don't have body cameras, I prepared my own." Polk silently accepted the 2 memory cards from Luke. If the video was useful, he would be able to close the case by claiming that Stu had killed all the victims, including Billy. If Stu felt that he had been wronged, he could turn himself in so that the police could investigate him. Polk, however, had the feeling that Stu wouldn't be showing his face ever again. Putting the memory cards away safely, Polk said, "Another piece of news. Hanks, Billy's father, died in his own home in exactly the same way as the previous victims." Thinking for a moment, Luke said, "Why did the students run out just now?" Polk said, "Billy's neighbor's house caught fire, and they all went to watch the show. Then, they saw that the door to Billy's house was wide open, and there was blood on it. They called the police, and we found Hanks murdered." Luke realized that had been none other than Stu's distraction. It was impossible to tell whether Billy had been aware of it, since he was already dead. Luke said, "Billy's father and Stu's mother probably had an affair. It's likely that Stu killed him." Chapter 250 Increased Training. Polk was stunned for a moment. "What?" Luke pointed at the memory cards and said, "I recorded it." Stu said it himself. "You can also ask Sandra." Polk nodded. "Okay, but she's still in poor shape, and hasn't woken up from the sedative yet." Luke said, "All right, we'll see if we can find Stu. If we can, things will be a lot simpler." Polk hesitated for a moment, then said, you're free to shoot if you run into any danger. I guarantee that nobody will make trouble for you. Luke nodded with a smile. Thank you, Poke. Seeing the two of them off, Poke sighed and shook his head in his office. Do kids nowadays all solve their problems with murder? After a while, he began to issue orders and deploy officers to investigate Stu's whereabouts. Luke and Selena drove southeast for a while, then stopped 10 kilometers away from the town. Selena asked, "Why did you stop?" Luke shook his head and said, "Not without regret, I don't think we can catch up to him. Let's go back." It was pure wilderness outside town. To make things worse, it was raining and the wind was strong, and Luke's sharp nose could only track Stu up to this point. Surely this couldn't be the last they would see of Stu. Luke could only sigh inwardly. Stu's ability was truly weird and baffling. Luke wondered why the system hadn't acknowledged Stu's defeat when Luke knocked the guy out twice. Naturally, Stu's ability wasn't on the list of abilities that Luke could learn. Luke had a theory about that. For example, how could Stu appear at Billy's house and in his own garage at the same time? Other people might think that Stu had disguised himself somehow, but Luke would rather believe that it was Stu's ability. Only a super ability could make two Stus appear at the same time and make them disappear into thin air. The system judged that he hadn't defeated Stu precisely because of the unknown features of this super ability. What a shame. Selena looked at him and said, "Why do you have a constipated look on your face, like you have blue balls? Didn't you spend at least 12 hours with a woman just 2 days ago?" Luke brooded for a moment, but perked up again. "No, I'm going to stay for a few days. Maybe Stu will come back for revenge." Selena was suspicious. "Is this about the high school student with the number 10 sweater?" Luke said, "If that's what you think, there's nothing I can say." Selena rolled her eyes, as if you only just remembered her. Luke rubbed Selena's head with a smile, only for her to avoid his hand and scoff at him. He said, "If we go back so quickly when the case isn't over yet, Deputy Director Kondra will think that we didn't work hard enough on it." 3 days later, Luke returned dejectedly. Stu never came back. Like a bird that had escaped a cage, he was gone without a trace. Neither the surveillance cameras Luke had installed nor his personal sweep with sharp nose picked up any signs of the man. When their car finally left Woodsburg, Selena's eyes moved away from the rearview mirror. She glanced at Luke. "Looks like you did a great job. Were Tatum's legs trembling after the two of you got back from your excursion?" Luke said brazenly, "Yes, we visited a lot of places, mainly to try and draw Stu out." Selena could only chuckle, as if Luke was thinking about other things. After he returned, he would devote more time to training since his physical stats had increased significantly. He needed to better conceal his combat ability. For example, Bob Munden, the man who held the world record for the fastest gun draw, could draw and fire his gun at an unbelievable speed. His record was 0.0175 seconds. On top of that, he could still instantly hit 2 balloons 2 meters away from each other. He was completely inhuman. With someone like that as an example, it wouldn't be too surreal for Luke to achieve a similar feat. The mishap on this trip was a reminder. He didn't lose, but he hadn't won, either. This world wasn't an ordinary one, but had all kinds of unpredictable abilities. It wasn't a big thing that he hadn't defeated Stu and acquired his unusual ability. There were so many more amazing abilities out there. However, danger could pop up at any time, even in a small, seemingly peaceful town. Not only did he have to work hard himself, he also needed to train Selena. How much potential did humans have? It was unlikely that a regular human being would ever be able to defeat Hulk or Thanos. But take the Punisher, the dark anti-hero, for example. The Punisher had terrifying combat skills that allowed him to take down criminals who had super abilities. He was the epitome of a human being who was at the peak in combat skills. Nick Fury classified the Punisher as a level 10 shield agent. This level 10 wasn't just a title, but was based on his genuine combat ability. The other level 10 agent in SHIELD was the Black Widow. But the Black Widow was someone who had been enhanced with drugs, whereas the Punisher earned his level exclusively through his own battle skills. Luke didn't really plan to turn Selena into another Punisher through sheer training. Excluding Luke, Selena was probably in the top 3 in the Major Crimes Division in terms of fighting ability. No more than 5 people in the Major Crimes Division had the courage to fire at 10 armed bandits without chickening out. Her physical stats were outstanding too, and her body fat ratio had always been under 20%. After training with Luke all this time, she was as good as a professional boxer. With her physical build, it wasn't impossible for her to become half as good as the Punisher in the future if she continued training. And unlike the Punisher, Luke was confident he could find useful items for his family and friends to make it easier for them to protect themselves. This was a world full of extraordinary powers. He didn't want those important to him to be killed by random criminals. What good was enormous strength, when the flip side was loneliness? Chapter 251 I can't take it anymore. Selena felt very uneasy when she noticed Luke's eyes. It wasn't a lascivious expression, which wouldn't have been scary. Instead, it seemed like he was planning something dangerous. Selena really knew Luke better and better now. She could tell from his eyes that he was up to something. Returning to the police department, they greeted Elsa first before reporting to Dustin. Dustin frowned. That Stu is so good. Even you couldn't catch him. He never thought that anyone would be able to escape from Luke once the latter found them. Considering Luke's performance before, how strong must this Stu be? Luke shook his head. He's too vigilant. He ran off immediately when his plan failed. We kept an eye on his girlfriend, but he never returned. Dustin nodded his head. It was impossible to ask Luke and Selena to wait in town for Stu indefinitely, since they were among the most capable detectives under Dustin's command and were indispensable. Luke thought for a moment before deciding to tell Dustin about Stu's weird ability. He said, "Boss, I didn't tell the local police department any of that." Surprised, Dustin pondered for a moment, then patted Luke's shoulder. "I'll talk to Deputy Director Kondra. Your efforts won't be ignored. Do you need a rest? You can come to work tomorrow." Luke shook his head. "No need. It's still early. I'll see if Elsa needs us on anything. We'll start working in the afternoon." Dustin nodded in satisfaction. "All right, you can go now." They left the office and went to Elsa. Skipping the formalities, Elsa simply pointed at a case file on the table. "Martin and Roger have been working on this case. It's dangerous. As usual, you can work on it for a few days and give up if you don't make any progress." Luke nodded. "Can we go now?" After a brief hesitation, Elsa asked, "About your previous case, did you?" Luke shrugged. "It depends. If the deputy director is reasonable, he'll feel that he owes us a favor." Elsa frowned. "What happened?" Luke said, "The killer is vigilant and unusual. He disappeared and never returned after his failure. We didn't catch him." Pondering for a moment, Elsa asked, "What did Dustin say?" "He said it was fine and he would report to the deputy director," said Luke. Elsa was relieved, because Dustin could have only told Luke that when he thought that Luke and Selena had done a good job on the case. "Okay, you're free for the rest of the day. You can start the investigation tomorrow," said Elsa. Luke chuckled and said, "Thanks, boss." Selena also bade Elsa farewell before leaving with Luke. Elsa, on the other hand, wondered if she could apply for another group of detectives to work under her if the deputy director owed her a favor. That way, her team would be stronger than before. She wouldn't have accepted the case in Woodsburg if it didn't promise any returns, NS. If the case was solved, both she and Luke would be able to leave a good impression on Kondra, which was why Elsa had taken the case. After they left the police department, Luke drove home. Selena said, "Did you mean it when you said that we would start the investigation this afternoon?" Luke said, "Studying the case file and making preparations at home is part of the investigation." Selena argued, "But haven't I always been the only one to study the case files?" Luke said, "Excuse me, but I have to tell you a piece of good news." Selena asked, "What?" Luke said, "Starting from today, we're going to up our training. We'll be working on more aspects like shooting, boxing, driving, extreme parkour, swimming, running and more." Selena, "Are you crazy?" Luke, "This is just to prevent you from putting on weight since you've been eating too much every day." Selena, "Will you still make food for me every day?" Luke, "Of course." Selena, "Deal." Anything was negotiable as long as there was delicious food. Besides, nobody else would be able to get Luke, probably the strongest man in the country, to help with their training. What Selena didn't know was that Luke was only the strongest ordinary person, and that there were many extraordinary people out there. Luke quickly made lunch after they returned home, and they ate 20 minutes later. Selena then washed the dishes and cleaned up the kitchen as usual. Luke was never interested in doing that sort of thing. Then, Selena studied the case file as she digested her food. They were supposed to start training in an hour. Luke, on the other hand, went off to create and modify equipment in his garage workshop for himself and Selena, given how dangerous this world was. At 5 in the afternoon, Luke dragged Selena out of the training room. She was in no better shape than a dead dog. The girl declared, "No, let me go. I can't take it anymore." Luke chuckled. "No, we have to practice shooting today." Selena said, "But I think I've reached my limit. It's hard for me to improve. As you say yourself, it's hard, but it's not impossible. So, stop resisting and start firing guns with me." Luke threw her into the bathroom and went to take a shower himself. He was still vigorous, thanks to the stat points that he added to strength. Even on just 2 hours of sleep a day, he was still as energetic as ever. He was never exhausted or injured in training, because he always instantly recovered with elementary self-healing. However, in order to create powerful equipment, he needed money first. Thinking that, he called Bobby. "Hey, this is Luke. How's the negotiation coming along? Any progress?" After a brief silence, Bobby said, "It's the third time they've turned down my request for a meeting." So, Luke wasn't surprised. "So, you're saying that you didn't make any progress?" Bobby said truthfully, "I'm sorry, but that's right." Chapter 252 Unexpected Client and Unexpected Order. Also, the receptionist at Google told me that our navigation system is hardly practical unless the user carries a monitor around with them, so our product is useless for them, Bobby reported honestly. Luke laughed and said again, "Just keep trying to get in touch with Google and EasyGo." "That's all for now." Hearing Luke end the call, Bobby was confused. "That's all." Luke pondered for a moment, then called Jenny. "Hello, is that Jenny? This is Luke. There are some files that I need you to look into. It's like this." A moment later, he hung up the phone and shook his head at the bathroom door that was still closed. "Fine. This is just the first day. The training was indeed too intense. I probably should give her more time to adapt." He walked to the bathroom door and said, "Okay, this is all the training for today. We'll continue tomorrow." He barely said the words when cheering burst out in the bathroom. A moment later, Selena jumped out and said, "Don't go back on your word." She then lunged at the couch. Seeing that Selena was about to fall asleep, Luke shook his head with a smile. "Your body can get some rest, but not your brain. Read the files. I don't want to waste too much time on this case." Selena said, "You want to take more cases?" Luke shook his head. "No, we need more time for training." Selena turned listless. "I think it's better to focus more on cases." Luke said, "What if we run into weird criminals like Stu again? He used his ability to escape, but what if he used it to attack you? You could easily be killed by people like that if you don't improve yourself." Selena thought for a moment before she nodded helplessly. "Fine, I guarantee that I won't slack off, but I don't have as much stamina as you do." Luke didn't know what he could do about that. His vigor came from the system, and it wasn't something that could be given to someone else. He could only see if he could make any equipment that could strengthen Selena and increase her chances of survival. Just then, Luke's phone buzzed. It wasn't his regular phone, but the fake one. He checked his fake phone, only to be confused. Why did those two want to meet him? Thinking for a moment, he typed something into his phone and sent off the message. In an abandoned factory in Los Angeles, Damon gave his phone to Mindy. What did he say? Mindy glanced at the text and said, "He's agreeing to meet us, but he'll decide when and where." Damon nodded. He's as cautious as ever. At that moment, Damon was still dressed like a homely man, and Mindy looked like a cute little girl in her pink shirt and jeans. However, the guns and equipment in front of them weren't homely at all. After dinner with Selena, Luke left in his car. Selena didn't ask where he was going. She knew that Luke often went out at night, but she never asked about it. Luke must have a good reason never to mention it, and she knew better than to ask. Actually, she and Luke had a regular routine at home. Outside that routine, whether Luke worked in the garage or quietly left the house, Selena would never ask. It was a mutual understanding that they had formed after working together for so long. Luke parked the car at a distance and walked a block that didn't have any surveillance cameras around it before he ended up in a parking lot. A moment later, an old Ford drove out. 30 minutes later, in an abandoned factory to the south of USC, he sent a text on his fake phone. 10 minutes later, Damon and Mindy appeared. Both of them had completely covered their faces, and were keeping some distance between them so that they wouldn't fall into a trap at the same time. Luke walked out of a corner and said, "Nice to meet you. It's been a long time." Both Damon and Mindy were lost for words. Mindy couldn't help but remark, "We've known each other for a while. Do you have to be so cautious?" Her complaint was understandable, since Luke wasn't using his own voice, but the familiar voice of a famous NBC anchor to speak to them. Smiling, Luke quickly typed, "It's not that I don't trust you, but that I don't trust your ability to hide yourselves." Both Damon and Mindy felt rather embarrassed. They didn't know who the guy was, or if he was a guy at all, but the guy knew their identities and names. Damon decided to skip past the embarrassment and simply asked, "We would like a set of your surveillance and anti-surveillance equipment." Raising an eyebrow, Luke typed again, "Didn't I send you a set already?" Damon and Mindy looked at each other and said, "That's not enough. We were almost caught last time." Luke said, "I don't offer after-sales service." Mindy snorted, "What a petty man." Luke rolled his eyes. "Sorry, what did you say?" Mindy fell silent. Damon chimed in, "She's just a child, don't mind her." Damon said, "We'll pay you in full, including what we owe you from before, but we want the best equipment that you can offer in this order." Luke said, "The best? That will cost $1 million at least. Are you sure you need it?" Damon hesitated and said, "Well, that's slightly over our budget." Luke asked, "What's your budget?" Damon said, $500,000. Luke said, "Well, it seems that you got yourself into quite some trouble this time. Otherwise, they wouldn't be paying so much money for equipment." Seeing that he wasn't agreeing to the deal instantly, Mindy pouted. "Hey, you're not going to turn us down, are you?" Luke wasn't angry, because the girl was too lovely. "Fine, for $500,000, I can provide you a set of reasonably good equipment, but it'll take 10 days. Damon said, 10 days. Okay, that's fine. Luke said, "For your generosity, I can offer you some complimentary trinkets." Mindy asked, "Huh, what trinkets? See for yourself." Luke took out a laptop. Chapter 253 Everybody loves donuts. This laptop was sturdy but had lousy performance, so Luke only used it to demonstrate his products on his field trips. Mindy nimbly caught the laptop that Luke threw at her and turned it on. Damon didn't approach Luke. He raised the box in his hand and said, "Here's the payment. $700,000 in total, including what we owe you from before." He opened the box and poured the cash out onto a table. He was demonstrating that there weren't any tricks in the box, and that it wasn't padded with newspaper at the bottom. After that, Damon joined his daughter, and they checked the laptop together. Actually, the two parties trusted each other. Damon knew that Luke was aware of his identity, but it had never leaked. Luke, on the other hand, had worked with Damon before and knew that the man was trustworthy. Luke casually examined the cash but didn't take it. Damon found that weird. "What's wrong?" Luke asked. "You must have covert suppliers who won't reveal your personal information, right?" Damon said, "Yes, do you want to?" Luke nodded. "Yes, I'll write you a list of materials later, and the money here will be my payment. If it isn't enough, I'll pay the rest." Damon said, "Since you're helping us make the equipment, you don't have to." Luke raised his hand and interrupted him. "No, I don't think your money is enough. Also, you must be careful and don't let anyone track you. What I want is absolute security. It's okay if you can't purchase some of the materials on the list." Damon was suspicious. "You're not trying to buy biochemical or nuclear materials, are you?" Luke chuckled. "Of course not. I'm only afraid that you might be too careless. I recognized you before after just a quick glimpse of you." Damon was lost for words. "Will you let it go already?" Mindy's eyes glowed as she looked at the equipment displayed on the laptop. "You call these trinkets? They're so cool. I can use them to catch anyone." Luke looked at the girl's legs. "You can't catch anyone right now only because your legs are too short." Realizing what Luke was looking at, Mindy said angrily, "I'm only a child. I'll be much taller later." Luke was silent, but he thought to himself, "It's fine if you can't grow taller, but please don't grow fat." He would hate seeing the girl's cute looks destroyed by fat. After negotiating for a moment, Luke wrote a list on his laptop and gave it to Damon. "This is the list. Get the raw materials to me in 3 days, so that I can assemble what you need. I'm leaving." "Right, remember not to expose yourselves." Damon and Mindy were speechless. "Why are you still talking about that? You've mentioned it 3 times already in this meeting." Satisfied, Luke returned home after teasing Damon and Mindy yet again. He was very pleased with the deal. It would have been tricky for him to purchase the raw materials himself, and he would have to waste a lot of time disguising himself each time. He had little patience to spare to purchase the assortment of items that he needed. Now that Damon was running the errand for him, Luke wouldn't be affected even if Damon's purchases were found out. Before their meeting, he had examined the environment and confirmed that it wasn't a trap. Like he said, it wasn't that he didn't trust Damon, he was just afraid of someone tracking him down by following Damon. There were people with super abilities in this world, after all. Selena was still reading the case file when Luke returned home. Seeing Luke, she dropped the file and yawned. "I'm tired. I'm going to bed." Luke nodded. "Do you want me to take you to your bed?" Out of his expectations, Selena nodded. Yes. Luke was speechless, but eventually, he carried her to her bed. It was unnecessary to take off her clothes now since she was only wearing her pajamas. Taking a shower and making a cup of green tea for himself, Luke mulled things over on the couch. Damon and Mindy were mostly active in New York. They could be potential allies. Such allies didn't have to help him in battle. As long as they provided intelligence or other support for him at the right moment, they were irreplaceable. They would also be connections he could use. Even Tony Stark had friends and connections in the military as well as the support of formidable stakeholders of Stark Industries. When Tony lost the support of these people, he was kicked out of Stark Industries by Obadiah, and his influence as a super magnate instantly disappeared. Luke didn't plan to walk Stark's path, so he had to treat his allies and friends well. Thus, he wasn't really making much of a profit from the deal with Damon, which was already hard to believe since he was using Tony Stark's abilities. Even experts who weren't as skilled as Tony would have charged $1 million for such an order. But most of these people didn't lack money to begin with, and without connections, Damon couldn't ask them for help. Besides, the equipment that Luke made for them was highly practical. Electronic surveillance and anti-surveillance devices, gadgets to hide your tracks and to walk on walls, special bulletproof armor, and so on. Luke focused on the file again. On their way to work the next day, he noticed that Selena showed no signs of exhaustion. Luke recalled that Selena seldom fell ill or suffered overexertion ever since he got to know her. Did she have an unusual gift as well? They didn't need to go to the police department today. Since Selena had studied the case yesterday and talked to the detectives who worked on it previously, they would go directly to the crime scene. They got out when they arrived at their destination. Luke looked at the signboard above the store, which was a gigantic circle that was hollow in the center. He was amused. Everybody loves donuts. This was a store that sold various kinds of donuts, which were hard for Americans, who loved sweets, to resist. For police officers, donuts were also indispensable. Chapter 254. Two shooters. Unlike Luke, who could make dozens of cupcakes in 10 minutes, most police officers chose to snack on donuts. After all, donuts had enough calories, could be eaten with one hand, and most importantly, were cheap and often sold 24 hours a day. So, the officers who had to work nights became loyal donut customers. It was also the reason why the case that Luke was supposed to help with had happened in a donut store. Luke and Selena didn't go in but simply observed the closed store from outside. The glass windows of the store were shattered, allowing them to see most of the interior even though they were outside. While they were observing the scene, a car stopped nearby, and someone said, "Hey, Luke and Selena. You're here." Luke and Selena turned around and greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Roger, Martin." Roger was black, and Martin was a handsome middle-aged white man who had a messy beard. It was Roger who had greeted them just now. He lifted the cordon and had everyone enter the store. It happened at 5 in the morning yesterday. Two shooters opened fire on this place with 9mm automatic weapons from a motorbike. Two customers were killed on the spot, and the worker manning the store was injured by broken glass. The killers didn't come in. According to the worker, there was another customer who went missing. He was at the same table with the victims, and had come with one of them. Luke nodded his head, showing that he got it. It was described in the case file, but Roger didn't know how much they knew, so he repeated the key information for their benefit. Looking at the body outlines in the nearby environment, Selena pictured the attack in her head. Luke, on the other hand, stared at the bullet holes in the wall. He asked, "Has ballistics run the tests?" Roger said, "Yes, 2 guns were fired, but," Luke interjected, "but one of the guns didn't shoot as many bullets." Roger was surprised. "Did you talk to the forensics department already?" Luke shook his head. "No, I was guessing." Then, a woman spoke from the door. "Well, it seems that I'm late." Everybody turned around. She turned out to be a beautiful young brunette. With her hair tied up, she was wearing a suit, and both the suit and the shirt underneath weren't buttoned all the way, revealing a hint of her sexy collarbones. Roger said, Agent Palmer, you're not late. We arrived early. This is Luke and Selena, our colleagues. They'll be helping us with this case. The detective named Palmer shook hands with them courteously. We could really use your help. She then asked directly, have you found anything? She was asking Luke the question, because she and Roger had already investigated this place yesterday, when the bodies were still on the ground and the blood had yet to dry. Now, only the body outlines remained. She was genuinely curious to know what Luke and Selena might have found. Were there any eyewitnesses? Luke asked. Roger shook his head. No, it was 5 in the morning. There was a homeless woman who was drawn in by the gunshots, but she only saw the surviving customer leaving the store. Luke asked, what about the duration of the attack? Roger shook his head. That homeless woman doesn't have a sound mind, and the worker is still in shock, and can't tell us anything yet. So, we can only make a rough guess at the duration of the attack. Luke nodded, deep in thought. Palmer couldn't help but ask, is there a problem? Luke said, if the killers didn't stop the motorbike when they fired, it's a big problem. Martin's eyes glowed. You've noticed. Luke chuckled. Let's stop talking in riddles. You go first. Martin broke his silence when he learned that a colleague was thinking the same thing. I reached my conclusion after I read the forensics report this morning. Roger complained, wow, and you didn't think to tell your partner sooner. Martin said, well, I would have to repeat myself to everyone even if I did tell you earlier, right? Only one of the shooters was the real killer, and the bullets that hit the victims all came from his gun. If the nervous worker is to be believed, the attack might have only lasted 2 seconds. Palmer found that odd. Didn't she say that she couldn't remember anything? Martin said, her exact words are, I feel like I've spent a year in Afghanistan. So, everybody was lost for words. This worker was obviously too overstimulated for her brain to function normally. But 2 people had been killed by a barrage of 30 bullets. It would have been strange if the worker didn't suffer mental trauma from that. However, most of the bullets were fired from one gun. They destroyed most of the store, but missed the victims. Martin continued, the way I see it, it's hard to shoot when you're driving a motorbike at 50 kilometers per hour, so this is understandable. So, it was the person sitting behind him who took action. He only fired 2 shots, and both victims were shot in the head. Palmer was surprised. His shooting was so precise. Hitting 2 targets in the head with just 2 shots while moving at high speed was unbelievable. Yes, and it gets worse, said Martin. He pointed at the road outside. The parking bays outside were occupied then, and the 2 shooters could have only shot from a range of about 10 meters from the store. The driver even sprayed the parked cars with bullets. Chapter 255 Traitor and Abandonment. Luke nodded inwardly. He had already felt that the barrage of bullets were unlikely to be from 2 guns. Martin's detailed analysis confirmed his assumption, and he grew more interested in the shooters. So, Agent Palmer, what intelligence do you have for us? Palmer wasn't from LAPD, but was an agent with the DEA. She was here because one of the victims was her partner Jimmy Watson, who was also a DEA agent. Palmer said, to put it simply, Jimmy was here to negotiate with Femira, the other victim. The man had some critical information that we needed. Noticing the look on Luke's face, she added, I can't tell you exactly what it is, but the information was very sensitive, so Jimmy was here to talk to him. I was supposed to come too, but I was delayed by something else and didn't make it. Luke suddenly asked, you suspect that someone leaked details of the meeting? Palmer remained silent, but her expression indicated that was her suspicion. Luke understood why the case was difficult. DEA had more information, but they were unwilling to disclose it on grounds of confidentiality, so Martin had no leads to work with. It would be very difficult if they wanted Palmer to spill anything. Since there was a possible traitor lurking in the DEA, the agency certainly wouldn't want the scandal exposed to LAPD. Luke thought for a moment, then asked, what about the survivor? Who is he? Roger said, he's a lawyer. Femira brought him along for negotiations. He's just a regular guy. We tracked him down last night, but he said that he didn't know anything, and that he was only there to help his client with the negotiation. Luke found that odd. Wasn't he afraid that he could be killed? Roger said, the man said that he didn't really know everything about his client, or he wouldn't have taken the case at all. Luke could only shake his head. It didn't seem like there were any leads for now. The lawyer might know more than he was letting on, but it was tricky trying to keep a lawyer in custody. Those people made a living by playing with the law, and they could easily demand compensation if the police made any sort of mistake. They could be utterly shameless when it came to making money. After some discussion, it was eventually decided that Roger and his partner would follow up on the lawyer, since he might be the next person to be killed. As for Luke, however, he had already mentally dropped the case. The trickiest cases were the ones without leads or where an internal conflict was involved, such as with this case. If he discovered the traitor in the Dia, would the Dia really feel grateful to him? Obviously, the Dia might pretend to be happy, but they certainly wouldn't be. Luke simply reminded Martin, "You can investigate that shooter. Such a skilled shooter can't be a Mr. Nobody. You might uncover some leads if you look for remarkable shooters in previous cases." He said that to Martin because Martin was a Navy veteran who was a great shooter himself. There was only a limited number of people in the circle of top shooters, and they definitely knew a thing or two about each other. Martin nodded, and they bade each other farewell. When Luke said goodbye to Roger, he noticed that Martin and Palmer were talking and laughing. He asked in a low voice, "What's that about?" Roger said, "They're seeing eye to eye. When it happens, right?" Luke smiled and waved goodbye at Roger. He got in his car and glanced at Selena, who was next to him. "Why are you staring at me?" Selena said, "You rarely look me in the eye." Luke rolled his eyes at her. "You mean this?" Selena did exactly the same back to him. "Yes, thank you very much. I feel a lot better now." That was the end of the topic. They knew very well that their relationship was different from what Luke and his female friends had. As long as he was willing, he could invite his female colleagues out for a drink when they got off work, and it wouldn't be hard for certain things to happen naturally after that. Female officers were as busy as male officers, but they also had to scratch the itch sometimes, and wouldn't demand more when the night was over. It would be all too easy for Luke, so he never wasted his time on that. A partner that he could completely trust, on the other hand, was hard to come by. Back in Nakatomi Plaza, Detective John fought hard for his wife and daughter. But the truth was that he and his wife were already separated, and were going through a divorce. To make things worse, it wasn't over money, but a difference in attitude toward life. A detective's partner might be even more important to them than a spouse. Marrying the wrong wife might be a waste of time and money, but having the wrong partner could get them killed or sent to the Internal Affairs Division for investigation. Luke and Selena went to a special shooting range. Selena practiced regular shooting in one corner while Luke practiced his quick draw. Luke had read a lot of files on quick draw. Many of the opponents he defeated used it too, but it was included under the basic firearms ability and wasn't listed independently. Luke speculated that it was because their quick draw wasn't good enough to be listed as an independent ability yet, just like how the system wouldn't acknowledge that bilingual speakers boasted basic language proficiency if they weren't fluent enough. Should he find Bob Munden, the god of quick draw, and obtain the ability from him? Luke dropped the idea. His physical stats were good enough, all he needed was more practice with quick draw. Chapter 256 Welcome, and take the blame. It wouldn't be too hard for him to master quick draw with more practice. After all, Bob Munden was an old man who wasn't half as strong and as agile as Luke, but the man could still draw his gun astonishingly fast. Luke had much more strength and dexterity, and he wasn't new to guns. It would be weird if he couldn't grasp quick draw. He was using a revolver, which was a gun necessary for practicing quick draw. He had a modified revolver in his inventory, but he couldn't use that Smith & Wesson M500 in public. Also, its barrel had been lengthened, which made it unsuitable for quick draw. The essence of quick draw was speed and precision. Thus, a common revolver was more suitable for practice. With his tenfold strength and his elementary self-healing, his hands didn't get sore at all. With his cheat, Luke began to burn through guns as training. He stopped to analyze the flaws in his movements every now and then before he continued. He was also able to reload his gun much quicker than other people. It wasn't until an hour later that he finally stopped, satisfied. He tried a dozen revolver models of varying caliber, and some of them overheated while he was shooting. Luke was very satisfied. After an hour of practice, he had more or less picked up quick draw. With his strength and dexterity, he was fast and ruthless at shooting inside a range of 10 meters. Most of the time, an officer's combat range with a pistol was 20 meters, and their precision would decrease sharply beyond this range. Luke was practicing quick draw primarily as part of his identity as a police officer, so precision within a range of 10 meters was good enough for now. More practice with quick draw later would help him further improve the speed and range of his shooting. Selena had been dutifully shooting pistols with earmuffs on. Focused on her training, Selena didn't talk to Luke. It wasn't until she used up the bullets in her magazine that Luke patted her shoulder and indicated that it was time to leave. After they returned home, Selena took a 30-minute break before starting on the exercise regime which Luke had drawn up for her. The house had 5 extra rooms, so they converted 2 adjoining rooms into a gym and a training room. Luke went to the garage workshop and began creating new equipment for Damon and Mindy. Most of the raw materials hadn't been delivered yet, so he was only working with whatever he had on hand. Also, the items he was making for them were experimental products, and he was expecting them to give him feedback. Of course, that meant that there were risks in using this equipment, but the risks certainly wouldn't be as high as if Damon and Mindy went on missions without the equipment. Luke worked until it turned dark outside. By the time he finished, Selena was exhausted and lying on the couch as she went through the training plan that Luke had drafted out for her. The plan was rather flexible. She only needed to know what aspects she had to work on, and she could decide when to undertake the training herself. "I'm done with training. I'm waiting for your dinner." She gave Luke a quick glance before she continued reading the documents. "You seem rather energetic." Luke chuckled and began to make dinner while Selena rolled her eyes. Now that both of them were busy, Luke dropped the complicated dishes that he had cooked before, and instead made simple but delicious food. Selena was always satisfied as long as the food was delicious. While they were eating, Selena's phone rang. Her mouth full of food, her expression indicated that Luke should pick up. Luke looked at the caller ID and picked up the phone. "Hi, Roger. What's up?" Bang, bang, bang. He heard gunshots. FCK. Roger cursed and said hastily, "Luke, we've run into some trouble regarding the donut store case. Can you drop by?" Luke asked, "Where are you?" "West 35th Street near USC, said Roger. "Copy that." Luke rose and left with Selena, who was already wiping her mouth. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the location, and easily found a gathering of police cars. They squeezed their way through with their badges and went over to Roger. "What happened?" Roger looked at them and said, "Someone was here to kill the lawyer, but luckily, he escaped. Now, the criminal is hiding in the building with hostages. This lawyer was truly lucky to escape death twice." Luke said, "You didn't call for SWAT." Roger said, "A SWAT team went in earlier, but the criminal set off a bomb and injured multiple agents." Luke raised an eyebrow. "So vicious." Generally speaking, officers and criminals in big cities had a tacit agreement where they would only use firearms as weapons, and would retreat if they didn't hit the enemy. Not every officer was willing to sacrifice themselves for their job, at least, Luke wasn't. Roger quickly gave them a rundown of the situation. Now, 2 criminals were in the building with 2 hostages. But the tricky thing was that the criminals had detonated a bomb, and there was no telling how many more bombs they had. Even more troublesome was the fact that there were a lot more residents in this 6-story apartment building who were stuck inside their homes. If the police were to press the assault, the criminals might slaughter the residents in the building in their agitation, and the police would certainly be blamed for it. Luke was lost for words. "So, you got me to come over to share the blame with you." Roger, however, didn't feel guilty. "Is there anything you can do? I know that you're the best fighter in the LAPD, so you're the only person I can ask for help." Ignoring Roger's flattery, Luke simply asked, "Where's Martin?" Roger said bitterly, "He's observing the environment and preparing to kill those 2 criminals if he can." Luke knew that Martin was a great shot, but his strategy wasn't a guaranteed success. If one of the criminals survived, and detonated the explosives, Martin would definitely be punished. Luke thought for a moment before he said, "All right, we'll put on bulletproof vests before we go in." He then led Selena to his car. Chapter 257 Who Shot Me? In his car, Luke adjusted the windows to darken them, before the both of them put on their equipment. They put on the special bulletproof vests that Luke made, then the police vests, and also strapped on the walkie-talkies which Luke had invented himself. His instructions might wind up being in violation of certain rules of the police department, so it would be better to keep a police communication line open after they went in. They examined their guns and magazines, and carried smoke and stun grenades made by Luke. He also gave Selena a grappling hook, but as with the smoke and stun grenades, it was only designed to be used in a critical moment. Selena was unsurprised as she had already tested the equipment before. Once they were all set, they got out. They hung their badges around their necks, in case the SWAT team accidentally injured them. Finally, they took a detour and entered the apartment building from a back street. Roger had spoken to the captain of the SWAT team, who agreed the moment he heard Luke's name. Roger was both delighted and bummed, since his young colleague seemed to have much more influence than he did. What he didn't know was that this captain had been on the Nakatomi case, and Luke had left a deep impression on him. After all, an officer who could eliminate 50 armed criminals on his own was hard to come by. They didn't go through the door. Instead, Luke gave Selena a boost so that she could reach a ledge on the second floor, before she pulled Luke up. It was just for show, Luke could easily jump up to the third floor, but he didn't dare do so. A lot of people close by were watching, and it would be a big problem if any of them captured that with a camera. Moving quickly, Luke and Selena entered an apartment through a half-open window. Flashing their badges at the lovebirds in the unit who were shivering in a corner, they quietly opened the door and left. Luke had confirmed that the two criminals were on the first floor. Instead of immediately going downstairs, he told Selena to hide and watch the stairs while he searched the floors above them. With his sharp nose, he soon confirmed that there weren't any bombs set up on those floors, which was a relief. At the very least, the two criminals weren't crazy enough to plant bombs everywhere in the building. 10 minutes later, he rejoined Selena on the second floor and went downstairs. Bang! There was a gunshot, and Luke quickly lay flat on the ground and kicked Selena into a corner. Get down. There's a sniper. In the command van outside the building, Roger and the captain were startled. The captain asked through the walkie-talkie, "Who opened fire?" Nobody responded. A moment later, someone said, "Captain, I just saw someone open fire from the building to the northeast." "That's York's position." The captain said, "York, come in." The walkie-talkie was silent. The captain said darkly, "All units, switch to the backup channel." He then cut the communication. A moment later, a team member in the van reported, "Captain, everybody has switched to the backup channel, but York is still silent." The captain said coldly, "A1 squad will go check up on York. You're free to open fire if you find anything wrong." Roger seemed quite worried. "Captain, about Luke," the captain thought for a moment and said, "B1 squad, how are the two detectives doing?" "They're hiding after the emergency just now, but I think Detective Luke was shot," someone said over the walkie-talkie. The captain and Roger were silent. "This is B2 squad. We see them. They're fine. They're still moving," another person suddenly said. "Are you sure?" the captain asked. "Positive. Luke's movements are normal." He's running even faster than us. He's entering the lobby on the first floor." Bam, 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 bam. Gunshots burst out inside the building again, and then Roger's phone rang. "It's me, Luke. The criminals have been subdued. The hostages are safe. There's a bomb inside a vase in the lobby. Try to avoid it." The captain and Roger looked at each other. "You're done already. Where's the shooter who fired at me?" asked Luke calmly. Roger looked at the captain. The captain picked up the walkie-talkie, but before he could say anything, gunshots burst out from the northwest again. It was followed by a series of screams. The walkie-talkie suddenly connected. "Captain, we're under attack. We have 3 dead and 2 injured." The walkie-talkie fell silent after a scream. The captain looked awful. "B1 squad, are you really monitoring the area? You can't find anything," someone said over the walkie-talkie. "B1 didn't find anything. A1 is in our blind spot. There are no signs of attackers." Roger secretly got out of the van without hanging up his phone. "Hey, Luke, did you hear that?" Luke said, "The guy who just shot me is in the building with gunfire." Roger said, "Yes, a SWAT team just went in, but they're probably, Luke had already hung up. Roger said helplessly, "SH*T. At least let me finish." On the other side, Luke calmly put down his phone. "Selena, watch them and hide there." He pointed at an open unit. Selena looked at him worriedly. "Were you shot just now?" Luke shook his head. "I'm wearing 2 bulletproof vests. Look, there's no blood." Realizing that he didn't seem heavily injured, Selena nodded. "Be careful." Luke nodded and left quickly. After leaving the apartment building, he rushed to the building in the northeast. His sharp nose could already pick up the smell of blood dozens of meters away. His heart turned heavy. There were 1, 2, 3, 6, 9 victims. There were 8 people on the SWAT team that had just arrived, plus an earlier sniper. Now, they were all dead. Chapter 258 Shield, Quick draw and a tie. The moment he entered the building, Luke pressed a gear on his left arm, and it split open into a tiny shield. The one lesson a person could take from Captain America was that the best weapon anyone could need was in fact a hard shield. However, this shield wasn't huge, and it was attached to his left arm. He didn't take out his gun, and his right hand only rested above his holster. Watching out for any movements in front of him, he went upstairs quietly and quickly. When he reached the 6th floor, he didn't go forward immediately, but took a deep breath and raised his left arm. Bam! Clang! A bullet hit the shield that protected his head. In the meantime, Luke fired his revolver. He had locked onto the enemy in advance with sharp nose before he opened fire. Bam! He almost heard the sound of a bullet hitting flesh. Bang! Bang! Another 2 bullets were shot. Luke jolted from being hit, but he didn't stop firing his M686 at all. Bam! 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 However, the enemy seemed to have anticipated it, and retreated to a corner. Luke backed up to the stairs as well. He put the M686, which only had 1 bullet left, back into his holster, before he drew out the Glock and quickly approached the corner. Suddenly, something was flung out from around the corner, and Luke raised his arm. Clang! The object was blocked by his shield. With his keen eyes, Luke saw that it was a black dagger. Narrowing his eyes, Luke moved faster, but his speed still didn't exceed what an ordinary human being was capable of. Another 3 black daggers flew out in the next moment. Luke immediately stepped back. However, the 3 daggers flew in an arc from both sides and deflected off each other 2 meters in front of him to bypass his shield as they aimed at his back and lower torso. **T. Luke cursed in his heart and rolled backward, before he knocked the daggers aside with his shield. Before he could charge forward again, another 5 daggers flew at him from around the corner. Even Luke himself felt his blood freeze. Not only were there so many daggers, they were also unpredictable. Luke could only retreat again. He avoided 3 daggers at the turn of the stairs and knocked away the other 2 with his shield. Just as he was about to sigh with relief, he sensed danger again and quickly ducked his head. The dagger that he had just dodged hit the wall behind him. At that moment, Luke detected with his sharp nose that the guy was leaving from the roof. Frowning, Luke quickly headed up the stairs. He craned his head out the door to the rooftop, and saw a man gliding away from the building. The man seemed to have expected Luke, and pulled the trigger the moment Luke poked his head out. Sensing danger, Luke hurriedly pulled back and crouched down. Bang! A bullet whizzed past his head and hit the wall behind the door. Luke sweated hard. Where was this shooter from? It was almost impossible to take precautions against him. More unbelievably, the guy was as adept at guns as he was at knife throwing. Wait, no, perhaps knife throwing was what he was best at, and guns were only a second choice. Luke thought for a moment, then withdrew and stopped pursuing the dreadful shooter. That was because a lot of reporters with cameras had surrounded the place. If he displayed his full capability, he would probably hit the headlines of many newspapers the next day. But when he got downstairs and saw the 8 bodies on the 5th floor, he sighed. Well, this place is going to hit the headlines anyway. Luke had smelled the blood of another person on the rooftop, which must have belonged to the sniper. Together with the 8 victims here, 9 SWAT team members had died. The reporters would definitely be focused on this piece of news for quite a few days. Luke met Roger and the captain downstairs. The captain asked earnestly, "How did it go?" Luke shook his head. "I'm sorry, but your teammates," everybody knew what he wasn't saying. The captain's face twisted. "Damn it, who did it?" Luke turned to Roger. "Would you like to tell him?" Roger was confused. Luke said, "If my guess is correct, it was the shooter from the donut store. I didn't see his face. He escaped from the roof." The captain was stunned. "The roof?" He spoke into his walkie-talkie. "B1 squad, did you see a target?" "Stanley." Everybody reported negative, but Stanley, a sniper deployed on the rooftop of another building, didn't say anything at all. The captain almost went crazy. "Go check up on Stanley." A moment later, someone said through the walkie-talkie, "Captain, Stanley's dead." The captain threw his walkie-talkie to the ground, his eyes bloodshot. "Damn it, I swear that I'll catch you and string you up before I cut you into pieces." Roger was silent, and Luke secretly shook his head. It was going to be very difficult to catch the guy. Even Luke had almost been killed just now. Unless they could surround the man and bombard him until he died, it was highly unlikely that the captain and his men would be able to avenge their dead teammates. Luke didn't know if the shooter was an extraordinary human being, but the man's skills in shooting and knife throwing were truly remarkable. However, the man's name wasn't made available in the system. It seemed that the system determined the fight between Luke and the man to be a tie. It was easy for Luke to figure out why. The fight started when Luke was shot. At that moment, the two bulletproof vests that Luke was wearing stopped the bullet. Later, when they fired at each other on the 5th floor, he hit the man in the shoulder with quick draw. In the meantime, Luke's metal shield blocked the man's bullets. After that, he took the enemy's bullets the hard way with his double bulletproof vests, forcing the enemy to stop him with daggers and escape. With the enemy's escape, one of Luke's ribs was broken, and he had internal bleeding. Of course, the injuries were already halfway through healing, and they didn't impair his movements, although they itched and hurt a little. Chapter 259. Do you want to go back to Houston? That mysterious shooter hadn't bled after he was hit in the shoulder. Clearly, he had been wearing some sort of bulletproof vest as well. In conclusion, both of them suffered injuries in the brief fight, but Luke's were heavier. Without elementary self-healing, he would have had to wait for an ambulance after he was shot the first time. Thank God he had learned elementary self-healing for fear of possibly dying in strange or unusual ways someday. This wasn't a game or a movie. When Tony ran into Whiplash, Whiplash at least wasted some time talking so that Tony had time to put on his suit. However, this shooter could easily shoot Luke from 800 meters away without giving him a chance to speak. For Luke, who had a system, he could continue to get stronger as long as he was alive. This case was already quite huge after the death of 10 SWAT members. The captain of the team regretted underestimating the two criminals in the apartment buildings and sending the snipers to the rooftops alone. Luke, however, didn't think that the man had made a mistake. After all, it was a bunch of police officers up against two criminals, who were surrounded. Besides, if the captain had sent another team member along with each sniper, there would have only been 2 more victims. Luke was only able to fight the shooter because of his elementary self-healing and his bulletproof vests. 2 extra SWAT members wouldn't have changed anything. He told Roger to handle the rest, before he took Selena with him and left the area. On their way back, he had Selena call Elsa to tell her what happened. Dustin had already let Elsa know after Roger briefed him on the gunfight. After hearing Selena's report, Elsa simply told them to stay in touch and to rest up. When Luke and Selena arrived at the crime scene, they subdued the 2 criminals, rescued the hostages and discovered the explosives, all without making any mistakes. Even if the mysterious shooter got away in the end, nobody could blame Luke for it. The man annihilated an entire SWAT squad, but Luke returned in one piece after a fight with the man. This proved that Luke really was strong. When they got home, Luke told Selena in detail what happened with the dreadful shooter. Shocked, Selena asked, "What should I do if I run into someone like that?" After some thought, Luke said, "Your best bet is to keep your distance and don't linger in one place. Also, his shooting skills are only mediocre at best compared with his knife throwing." Selena was lost for words. "You call that mediocre?" Luke nodded and said, "I was able to counterattack when he used his gun, but when he started throwing daggers, I couldn't find an opening to shoot at him." There was no need to mention that he was far nimbler than ordinary people. Selena was well aware of the gap between her strength and Luke's. Luke would never let Selena think that she should try to approach the man and kill him. The man was so good at knife throwing that he would always hit his target however he flicked his hand. Fighting a close-range battle with such a man was too dangerous and should only be considered as a last resort. After their discussion, Luke urged Selena to train. Selena was dumbfounded. It's almost 9. Luke said, "It's 9, not 12. There's still a long way to go until bedtime." Selena roared and charged at him. She punched him hard for a while, then said, "Okay, I'm going to train. Leave me alone." Luke didn't resist at all, because Selena hadn't pulled her punches. Her hands had to hurt far more than he did. After sending Selena off to train, Luke returned to his workshop to continue working on his equipment. If it wasn't for the bulletproof vest that he had been wearing, the sniper's bullet would have torn open a hole in his body. The special bulletproof vest he had made was extremely tensile, thanks to a particular alloy which Luke created with Tony's abilities. However, the alloy was costly and difficult to make. Luke couldn't mass-produce it, and could only make it for his own use. Every last bit he created went into the bulletproof vests for him and Selena. Although the vests weighed no more than 5 kilograms, the raw materials cost Luke more than $500,000. But the cost was definitely worth it, considering how the bulletproof vest saved his life. With this vest and his elementary self-healing, Luke practically couldn't be killed. Even Selena would only sustain an injury, when she would otherwise be killed if she wasn't wearing the vest. After reflecting and working for a long period of time, Luke completed his modification goals for the day. He then went to the gym to check on Selena. Selena wasn't practicing the technical moves that Luke had told her to, but was using far more violent movements. Luke asked, "Aren't you supposed to be practicing the technical moves?" Selena ignored him and simply continued attacking the human-shaped target in front of her. After a long while, she finally stopped, breathing hard. "I'm not an idiot. If I don't work hard, I may be killed if I run into the guy from today again." After a brief silence, Luke suddenly asked, "Do you want to go back to Houston?" Selena rolled her eyes at him. "Do you think I'm an idiot who wants to spend my entire life dealing with street fights and family drama every day? Without you, I would just be on street patrol," Luke said, "but you'll run into more danger if you follow me. Are you really sure you don't want to reconsider?" Chapter 260 The Mastermind and His Muscle. Selena rolled her eyes. "Hee, too late. Also, didn't I run into that female shooter with Donald? And back in Shackelford, we clashed with those shooters from the Carlos family. There's danger everywhere. When I'm with you, at least, I can grow stronger." After a brief silence, Luke nodded. "Fine, since you understand our current situation so well, let's train for another half an hour." "There's still something wrong with your movements." Selena's eyes bulged. "What?" Luke said, "My demands are higher so that you can live longer." In the end, Luke had to carry Selena to the bathroom. She was too exhausted to walk on her own, and could only tell Luke to draw a hot bath for her. When Luke called her name again half an hour later, she didn't respond. Luke opened the bathroom door to find that Selena had already fallen asleep in the bathtub. Shaking his head, Luke picked her up, wiped her down and dried her hair, before he put her in bed. Selena simply moaned and showed no sign of waking up. Sitting on the bed and looking at Selena, who was sound asleep, Luke sighed and left. He returned to his workshop after he left Selena's bedroom. Now, the sense of crisis he felt was stronger than ever. He had run into two tricky extraordinary human beings one after another, and both had escaped. He had never been so scared of this world before. He had to work hard if he didn't want to become one of the unknown casualties on the news. With his strength and his elementary self-healing, he only needed to sleep 2 hours a day. Hence, he could work for an extra 6 hours each day, which was plenty of time for him to accomplish many things. The next morning, Luke made breakfast and woke Selena up. "Gorgeous, while you did a great job yesterday, you still have to go to work today." Selena threw a pillar at him angrily, but Luke grabbed it and threw it back. "All right, there's food waiting for you." As if a switch had been flipped, Selena bolted upright. "What food?" Luke said. "Not breakfast, but dessert. However, need I remind you that I had to put you to bed last night?" Selena quickly lay down and covered herself with the quilt. "Go away and close the door." Luke smiled and left. After all the ice cream he had in the morning, he was feeling mellow and slow to anger. A few minutes later, Selena came out. "What's the food?" Luke was having breakfast. "I put it in the mini fridge in our car." Selena asked. "What? There's a fridge in our car?" Luke said. "Yes, I installed it last night." Selena was lost for words. "You're kidding." Half an hour later, Selena looked at the box-like object in the middle of the backseat, shocked. "Is that really a fridge?" Luke shrugged. "There's no space in the front, we can only put it in the back." "Hey, you just had breakfast, didn't you?" Selena said. "I love how it tastes." "Right, should you give Elsa some of this?" Luke said. "If you're willing. After all, what she eats is up to you." Selena thought for a moment before she nodded. "We should give her some." Luke reminded her, "She doesn't have a fridge to keep the tiramisu." Selena said, "She can keep it. With Dustin." Luke said, "I'm afraid that Dustin will finish it before she can. I packed the cupcakes you didn't finish yesterday. You can give her that." Selena. "Fine." Just before they entered the police department, Elsa gave them a call. "Come to the boss's office." They did as instructed. Closing the door, Dustin said, "We made progress on last night's case." Luke raised an eyebrow. "Since 10 SWAT agents died, the DIA finally shared some of their intelligence with us." Here's the file on last night's mysterious shooter. Take a look. Dustin tossed a case file at them as he spoke. Luke picked up the case file and read it himself instead of giving it to Selena. He was truly curious about exactly who the shooter was. Then, he saw a name, Wilson Grant Fisk. It didn't ring a bell. A while later, he slowly raised his head. Kingpin, Dustin said coldly, that's him. Frowning, Luke skimmed through the rest of the file and soon found the name of the mysterious shooter, Lester. He shifted his gaze and saw another word, Bullseye. Luke frowned. According to the file, Bullseye was Kingpin's best fighter. Luke had heard a thing or two about Kingpin before, but not very much. He only knew that the man was the leader of a major gang. More information on Kingpin was listed in the case file. The super big shot originally known as Wilson Grant Fisk and currently addressed as Kingpin was growing more and more powerful, and the FBI, DEA and IRS hadn't been able to do anything about him. Kingpin hid himself well and stayed behind the scenes to control his criminal group, which was getting bigger and bigger. He was mostly based in New York, but his influence was spreading throughout the country. That was why he was revered as Kingpin by the gangsters, who all respected him as a ruler. Quickly reading the rest of the file, Luke tossed it to Selena and looked at Dustin. Boss, what's the plan? After a brief silence, Dustin said, there's no plan. Kingpin isn't Sergey. NYPD hasn't been able to do anything about him for years. Do they think we can help them capture this guy? Luke nodded. He felt exactly the same way. Kingpin was too powerful to be apprehended by ordinary people. Even extraordinary human beings would hardly be able to take him down. Bullseye alone could kill most of the people who approached him. What about Bullseye? Luke asked. Dustin shook his head. It's none of our business now. The FBI has taken the case. Luke said, so, there's nothing we need to do now. Dustin nodded. I asked you to come here mainly to warn you that you should keep an eye out. After all, you were the only one to survive that exchange with Bullseye. Luke chuckled. I'll be prepared if he comes back for revenge. Dustin said, additionally, the FBI wants to talk to you about what happened last night. Director Brad agreed to the request, on the condition that they meet you in our police department. Chapter 261 Old Acquaintances from the FBI. Luke smiled and said, thanks, boss. Dustin must have done something to obtain this privilege for him. Luke was free to say whatever he wanted in his territory, and the FBI wouldn't get to play any tricks. A good boss always defended their subordinates in crucial moments. Dustin waved his hand. You work for the Major Crimes Division, of course we've got your back. That's all for now. Don't take any cases in the next few days. Luke knew that Dustin was scared that they would be ambushed by Bullseye while investigating a case. He simply nodded and said, okay, we're leaving. Dustin nodded, and Elsa left with them. Just like how Dustin supported Luke in front of the director, Elsa being in Dustin's office was also meant to show Dustin that she fully supported Luke. She was also making her position clear to Luke and Selena. Elsa took them to an inquiry room, where 3 FBI agents were waiting. Luke and Selena were both amused to see them. Oh, it's been a long time, Agent Charles and Captain Wales. The FBI agents responded with smiles. They remembered Luke when they read his file. Elsa was slightly stumped. Do you know each other? Luke said with a smile, we met Captain Wales back in Houston. Since they knew each other, the meeting went a lot smoother. Luke had nothing to hide. He explained last night's case as well as the donut store case to illustrate Bullseye's abilities. An hour later, Captain Wales stretched out his hand. Thank you for your cooperation, Luke and Selena. Luke shook hands with him. You're too kind. I also hope the guy will be caught sooner rather than later. He's too dangerous. Wales shook his head with a bitter smile but didn't say anything. If Bullseye was so easy to catch, he would have been thrown into the prison for special criminals a long time ago. Besides, Bullseye always attacked from dark corners at long range. It was hard to say how many cases were his handiwork. It was truly difficult to capture Bullseye in a big city full of skyscrapers and people. After seeing Captain Wales and Agent Charles, everybody returned to Elsa's office. After Selena closed the door, Elsa sighed. Why does this keep happening to you? Luke asked, are you willing to give me a vacation, Elsa? Elsa said, you had a trip to New York and another one to Paris. Then, you visited Las Vegas and Woodsburg. Now, I have to give you yet another vacation. Luke shrugged. I didn't really ask for it. Elsa said, fine. By the way, the application was approved. 2 rookies will be starting in a day or two. You can train them if you're free in the next few days. Luke said, all right, just have them come look for us. Elsa said, fine, off you go, leave me to my exhaustion in my office. She sounded rather despairing, but could she blame Luke? Of course not. Luke was definitely more likely than other detectives to run into these sorts of situations because of his capability. If he wasn't such a capable fighter, Roger wouldn't have asked for his help, and there wouldn't have been any trouble. However, if Luke hadn't gone in his backup, Roger and his partner could have ended up in the morgue. It was the greatest news in the Major Crimes Division when nobody died on a case. As they left the department and headed for their car, Selina said, I should probably share some of the tiramisu with Elsa. It's almost noon, anyway. Luke knew that Selina was only taking pity on Elsa, who was so busy. Go on, then, I'll wait for you. Selina generously gave Elsa a large portion of the tiramisu, before she and Luke returned home. The next 3 days passed without incident, except that Luke went out one night to retrieve goods. The goods were the materials which Damon had acquired for him. The materials sped up Luke's progress in making the equipment. Damon had bought almost half of the materials on his list, and there was enough to last Luke for quite a while. Luke even made himself a new phone when he was free. After testing it out for a day, he called Jenny. Hey, how've you been? Jenny was surprised to receive his call. Are you free? Luke said helplessly, I'm in the middle of something and can't meet you yet. Jenny was disappointed. Okay, is there anything I can do for you? Luke said, our company is getting new business. You need to go with my useless PR manager and talk to Google. Jenny. Luke. That guy has been contacting Google, but hasn't even been able to see one of their senior managers, so I can only count on you. Jenny. I'll try. Luke said, I'll give the necessary things to Bobby, my PR manager. Just contact him. Jenny. Mr. CEO, are you really not going to inspect your company once? Luke smiled bitterly. Of course he wanted to. But he didn't know if Bullseye was gone yet. That man had no scruples. I'm occupied with a case. I'll come look for you when it's over, said Luke. Then, he met Bobby at the police department and gave him the new phone he made as well as the navigation app. He also told Bobby about Jenny. After a long hesitation, Bobby said, I'm not qualified for the job you gave me. I'm thinking about quitting. Luke waved his hand. Don't. You've been doing a great job. Bobby was confused. Getting nothing done was doing a great job. Luke said, you've never done PR before. It's already good enough that you found out why they aren't interested in the navigation map. Even Jenny might be unable to make a deal with them, but we have to try. Just do your best to help her. Bobby asked, how should I help her? Luke looked at him. You haven't forgotten your ability, have you? Don't tell me that you haven't made any progress. Bobby hesitated, then nodded. I'm a little better at it now, but I can only sense someone else's emotions vaguely. I don't see how that can be useful. Luke said, that's enough. It'll become more useful as long as you keep practicing it. All you need to do is tell Jenny what the guys handling the negotiation are feeling, got it? Chapter 262 Training Rookies. Bobby nodded. Luke said, that's all for now. Contact me if there's anything else. Your salary will be transferred to your account regularly. Bobby felt slightly guilty. He didn't think that his recent work was worth an annual salary of $100,000. Luke stopped talking and told Bobby to contact Jenny. By involving both Bobby and Jenny in the negotiation, he was hoping that they could both help and restrain each other. Also, he couldn't let Bobby get away, or the man might go and harass Shira again. More importantly, Luke coveted Bobby's mental communication ability, and he would have to waste time looking for Bobby if the man disappeared again. He wasn't scared of Bullseye discovering him through this corporation. The corporation wasn't directly registered under Luke or Selina, but through an offshore company. It wouldn't be hard for the FBI or IRS to discover that Luke controlled the company, but hoodlums like Bullseye certainly wouldn't find it easy. Luke wasn't doing this to evade tax, but purely to avoid trouble. On the 8th day after Damon dropped by, Luke and Selina went back to work. Neither of them had been idle during the past week. In addition to their own training, they had to groom the 2 rookies that had just been transferred to Elsa's team. The 2 rookies were Billy Walter, a young black man, and Elizabeth Parker, a white female. Elsa sent them to learn under Luke and Selina. Different from other seasoned detectives, Luke didn't keep the tricks of investigation to himself. He didn't act like a superior, since Elsa was the rookie's boss and not him. He was just a tutor for the two new detectives. He conversed with the two rookies mainly at the police department. He didn't do anything for them, but only pointed out to the rookies the best way of doing things at the right moment. As for the legwork, the rookies had to do it themselves, and Luke didn't step in. The two rookies respected Luke. When they transferred to the department, Elsa had related Luke's achievements to them. In the recent tragedy where a SWAT squad was annihilated, Luke was the only person to survive after fighting the mysterious shooter. Elsa's reason for telling them this was simple, and that was to curb the rookies' arrogance. Watching Luke and Selena's shooting training was an eye-opener for the rookies. Selena was only 24 and a woman, but she was one of the best shooters in the major crimes division. Nothing needed to be said about Luke. When he was practicing quick draw, 2 targets 10 meters away were hit almost simultaneously. They could completely imagine that they wouldn't survive 1 second if they encountered a shooter as skilled as Luke. Elizabeth even declared admiringly that Luke had to be the fastest man in the world. Luke quickly refused the title. "You should say that to Bob Munden. I'm not as fast as he is." Elizabeth asked, "Who's that?" Luke said, "He holds the world record for quick draw at 0.0175 seconds. He's in his 50s, but he's still young." Elizabeth was lost for words. Elsa's burden was reduced now that Luke was helping to train the rookies. This week wasn't as tiresome as she had thought it would be. When Luke and Selena returned to work, they didn't feel like they were coming back from a vacation since they had still been coming to the police department every day for the past week. Taking a new case from Elsa, they studied it at their desks. Luke's expression was complicated when he read the case file. He wondered if the perpetrators were Damon and Mindy. 8 drug dealers in his district had been killed in a house last night. 2 of them were shot, and 6 were killed with a blade. While Elizabeth and her partner had taken the case, they were actually only going to be helping Luke and Selena out and learn from them. Pondering for a moment, Luke told Selena that they would be checking the crime scene. It was a decrepit building in a terrible neighborhood. Even before Luke entered, his sharp nose told him that his guess was correct. This was indeed Damon and Mindy's handiwork. "But why did you have to do it in my district?" Luke felt complicated. He went into the house and saw blood everywhere on the walls and the furniture. Remembering Mindy and her unique long saber, it wasn't hard for Luke to picture the battle in his head. As for the 2 men who were shot, Luke could easily tell that it was Damon who had done it from outside the building as cover for Mindy. After figuring it out, Luke immediately lost interest. Could he really catch Damon and Mindy? They were doing exactly the same as Luke when he went out as a vigilante. It was just that they were more blatant about it. He should remind them to keep a low profile later. It would be more convenient for the police if they had made the scene look like the drug dealers had killed each other. When the investigation was over, Elizabeth asked, "Luke, what do you think of the case?" Luke said solemnly, "It's probably a gang conflict. If you want to look into it, you can follow up on the case for a few days, but drop it if you don't find any leads." Elizabeth knew that Luke was implying that he wasn't hopeful about the case. She and her partner had quite a few cases on hand. Now that Luke expressed his lack of interest in this case, they weren't really motivated to pursue it further. After they left, Luke thought for a moment, then sent Damon a message to pick up his equipment tonight. Chapter 263 Bullseye again. They can't stay in Los Angeles anymore. They're obviously here to compete with me, Luke murmured to himself. If the father and daughter could hide themselves well, Luke wouldn't mind at all because there were too many gangsters in Los Angeles. However, those 2 obviously had no intention of cleaning up after themselves. They simply killed gangsters, looted their cash, destroyed the drugs and left, unlike Luke who just made the gangsters go missing without turning everything into a homicide case. If it wasn't because he was worried about Bullseye, Luke could have earned 1,000 experience and credit points in the past week. On the other end, Damon received a message and gave his phone to Mindy. "Mindy, translate this." Mindy threw her butterfly knife into a pillar not far away and read the message. "V said that the goods will be delivered tonight." Damon nodded. "Delivery 2 days ahead of the deadline. Not bad. We don't have to hang around unfamiliar territory anymore." Mindy said, "New York is much better. We know which gangs there are rich." Damon, however, turned grave. "But Frank convinced Kingpin to send Bullseye after us. If it wasn't for the tools that Mr. V provided earlier, Bullseye would have tracked us down when we attempted to sabotage their business. We'll just fight him if we can't avoid him," Mindy declared aggressively. Damon shook his head. "Don't even think about it. Bullseye is a formidable man. The best way to deal with him is to ambush him without giving him a chance to counterattack. After we get our equipment, I'll try to lure him into a trap and kill him. Mindy was suspicious. Will he fall for it that easily? Damon said, at the very least, we can teach him a lesson. He'll just keep chasing us like a rabid dog if we don't show them how good we are. He's also in Los Angeles now. I'm very certain that he was the one who killed the SWAT team the other day. Luke didn't know that Bullseye had followed Damon and Mindy to Los Angeles. He was still putting the final touches on the equipment. Since he had a lot of spare time in the past few days, he had made a complimentary vest to go with the equipment that Damon ordered. The vest was made from the leftovers of his own special bulletproof vest. It was too small for a regular-sized adult to wear, but Mindy as a little girl could still use it. It was a special privilege for the cute little girl. Night had fallen by the time he was done. He had Selena turn on the house alarm system before he left. He put the equipment in an abandoned factory and set up surveillance before he sent a message to Damon. 10 minutes later, Damon and Mindy arrived. Luke had barely gotten out when he heard a warning in his earphones. Unknown cars detected. As he walked, Luke pulled up the surveillance video on his fake phone. He saw 2 trucks, followed by 3 cars, enter the gate of the abandoned factory. Pondering for a moment, Luke disappeared into the dark. With the equipment he had just upgraded, he quietly approached the intruders. At that moment, he heard another warning in his earphones. 36 targets detected, 30 with automatic weapons. Luke frowned and observed them with night vision goggles which he took out from his inventory. He scanned the gunmen, then focused his attention on the people who got out of the cars. The 5 people, who were in black suits, were clearly different from the other shooters who were equipped with battle vests and helmets. However, they didn't look like SHIELD agents like Cheney, but more like gangsters. Eventually, Luke fixed his attention on the last man. He was the only person from the cars who wasn't wearing a suit. However, his cool leather cloak and the weird bullseye tattoo on his forehead reminded Luke of something. Bullseye. It was Bullseye. Thinking quickly, Luke took out his fake phone and sent a message to Damon. Then, he took out his equipment and quickly put it on. A moment later, he was covered in a set of pure black armor. Aside from protection, the armor could also completely disguise his body shape, as he didn't want to be recognized by Bullseye. After everything was done, Luke aimed the M4A1 in his hand at the enemy. 100 meters away, Bullseye, who was watching his subordinates advance, felt a strong sense of crisis. Without any hesitation, he ducked his head and hid in the shadows of a car. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots broke the quiet of the factory. Luke secretly chuckled. He knew that it wouldn't be that easy. Bullseye wasn't an opponent that could be finished off in one ambush. However, now that Luke had initiated the attack, he wouldn't stop so easily. He aimed his M4A1 at the car, finger on the trigger. As long as Bullseye was hit once, the system might determine that Luke won, because Luke hadn't been shot this time. When he used up the bullets in the magazine, Luke began to move quickly. Bang, bang. The sound of a pistol wasn't as obvious amidst the noise from the gunman's submachine guns, but 2 bullets struck where Luke had been standing. If Luke had moved half a second late, he would have been hit in the face. Luke, however, was more excited than ever. It had been forever since he unleashed his full capability, given his identity as a police detective. Finally, he was facing a challenging opponent, and he was no longer Luke Coulson, but V. Luke jumped off the building with his grappling rope. After he landed, he moved forward in an erratic pattern. In the meantime, he heard an electronic warning in his earphones. 2 enemies 12 meters to the left, 1 enemy 23 meters to the right. Chapter 264 Fierce Battle. It was a battlefield radar system which Luke had invented recently. It could lock onto his enemies and inform him of their locations based on the surveillance cameras which he set up earlier. Naturally, the system wasn't as advanced as Jarvis, and with his keen senses, Luke didn't need to rely on it too much. But as he continued to upgrade the system, his team and friends who didn't have super abilities would also be able to use it. Luke wasn't in a hurry to eliminate the shooters. Instead, he moved quickly and let those people live in order to interfere with Bullseye's observations. Bang, bang, bang. After Luke shot 3 times, Bullseye, who had just dashed to a corner, jerked back, and 3 bullet holes appeared in the wood in front of him. He stepped back and sneered. With a flick of his hand, 3 daggers flew out in a strange arc. He had barely thrown out the daggers, when his face changed and he dropped to all fours and quickly crawled several meters away. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 bullet holes appeared behind him. Bullseye turned cold. He knew that he had run into a dreadful opponent. The 3 daggers he flung out hadn't hit the enemy. Furthermore, the enemy even used them to pinpoint his location and shoot back at him. Luke couldn't be any more excited. Bullseye was really great at knife throwing. Luke had started running after his first shot, otherwise he would have been hit in the back of his head. He was wearing a helmet, but he wasn't planning on finding out if Bullseye's daggers could penetrate it. He didn't know anything about Bullseye's abilities, or whether the other man had better skills that he had yet to display. Damon and Mindy were quickly putting on the equipment in the abandoned factory after Luke warned them that Bullseye was here. Not only that, Luke also briefly explained Bullseye's abilities to them. The man basically wouldn't miss a target within 100 meters, and his daggers could even curve and deflect to kill his enemy. Luke also specifically warned the father and daughter to use the new gear to stay away. Damon and Mindy weren't scared of Bullseye as they were seasoned killers themselves, but they wouldn't dismiss Luke's opinion. They put on the new equipment and carefully observed the battle outside with the new surveillance devices that Luke had supplied them with. They had always been curious about this Mr. V. What kind of person was he? Exactly how strong was he? They hadn't been able to tell how good V was from their encounter in New York when they eliminated the drug dealers, since those drug dealers were too weak. Now, the infamous Bullseye from New York's underbelly was about to battle it out with V. V specifically asked them not to intervene, so they decided not to step in unless V was losing. But there was a problem. They observed for a while, only to find it hard to differentiate between the 2 men. Both men were in black, and there wasn't much light in the factory. The 2 men were also moving as swiftly as ghosts. Whenever gunshots rang out, they would dodge and disappear. A moment later, the father and daughter found a way to discern who was who, and that was through their weapons. V was using an M4A1, whereas Bullseye was using a Beretta. The sounds the 2 guns made were utterly different. However, it didn't make much of a difference to Damon and Mindy, who sweated hard after just watching for a minute. Even though they had surveillance equipment and weren't involved in the battle, they could barely track the 2 men as the latter opened fire. This only suggested that Damon and Mindy were incapable of fighting at such a level, and they might die in under a minute if they meddled. Luke had completely forgotten about Damon and Mindy. As he adapted to the rhythm of Bullseye's attacks, Luke's movements became quicker and more aggressive. He had never fought an extraordinary, albeit fitting, opponent like this before, so he had a lot of shortcomings. Now, his battle experience was increasing quickly, and he was making use of advanced tricks that never came into play when he dealt with common criminals. He was becoming more and more familiar with his battle abilities. Bullseye was the best whetstone to hone himself with. Even though Bullseye was flinging daggers at Luke from the least expected spots, Luke wasn't scared at all. He was excited, but his head was extremely clear. He was enjoying the skirmish. While the 2 experts were engaged in battle, the gunmen caught in between suffered. Even though they were shooting at the enemy incessantly from behind cover, they didn't hit anything in the end. Since they were even weaker than Damon and Mindy, it was even harder for them to differentiate between the 2 men in battle. As for the 2 experts, these gunmen were only pawns on the battlefield, and their submachine guns were more like toys than weapons. Bullseye even once blocked Luke's bullets with one of the gunmen. However, the 2 men crazily fighting on the battlefield both knew that Luke was gradually winning. There were 2 reasons. Firstly, Luke had unleashed his full strength in this battle. His quick movements were quite a headache for Bullseye. If Bullseye were less skilled at shooting and knife throwing, he wouldn't be able to stop Luke's attacks. In the end, Bullseye even aimed for Luke's legs, hoping to injure him and limit his movements. Secondly, Luke basically had a never-ending supply of bullets in this battle. He had dozens of magazines in his inventory. Bullseye, on the other hand, had used up the bullets in his Beretta 92 FS. He had to grab one of the gunman's submachine guns. Once he used up the bullets in this submachine gun, it would be yet another dangerous moment for him, whether he had to look for a new magazine or grab another submachine gun. Even more critically, Bullseye was running out of knives as well. Chapter 265 Blow up everything. If you think you're good. Bullseye never thought that he would encounter an enemy whom he couldn't kill with 50 daggers. He could still fight without the knives, but he couldn't fully demonstrate his talent without his special daggers. His knife attacks were the easiest and most formidable. This opponent he was facing was stronger than he was in the first place. Without his special daggers, he might be killed instantly. Finally, Bullseye coldly gave his first command since the start of the battle: scatter and attack with everything you've got. The 20 gunmen who were left carried out his command without any hesitation. Immediately, gunshots rang out. Even Luke had to retreat in the face of this barrage. Not only were they shooting, they also threw out multiple grenades. If he was cornered by these gunmen for even just a moment, Bullseye might be able to stab him with his daggers. The next second, however, Luke knew that something was wrong. Bullseye jumped into a car and drove off. In the meantime, the men in suits who had never once participated in the battle got into the other 2 cars and fled with him. Luke rose and was about to shoot them, when the gunmen close by suddenly exploded. Yes, they really exploded. The thick dust and smoke created by the explosion instantly blocked Luke's sight. Luke crouched down and cursed. He had smelled bombs on those gunmen earlier, but hadn't paid much attention. Now that he thought about it, he realized that the bombs might have been a precaution on Bullseye's part. In the next 10 seconds, all the gunmen exploded, including those who had been killed earlier. Luke quickly retreated, an awful look on his face, and sent a message to Damon. He had smelled a huge amount of explosives in the trucks as well. The trucks hadn't exploded yet, probably because Bullseye wanted to lure him closer before he detonated the bombs. It was common to chase someone down the exact same route. If Luke didn't have sharp nose, he might have really fallen for the trap. He ran out of the factory, went around the trucks, and rushed to his own car. At that moment, the trucks suddenly exploded, and shards of debris shot out with the violent force. Luke had no choice but to hide behind a wall. He wondered how many bombs Bullseye had packed into the trucks. Thankfully, the trucks were 100 meters away from the factory where Damon and Mindy were, and the 2 of them had already evacuated after Luke sent the message. Luke sent another message to Damon, telling them to get out of Los Angeles as soon as possible. He got into his own car and quickly chased after Bullseye. Very soon, he caught a whiff of the 3 cars. The car he was driving was a modified one and was only meant to help conceal his identity, so it wasn't top of the range either. Bullseye's 3 cars, however, were the best Benz cars, and the drivers were also quite skilled. There were few cars on the street at night. Bullseye's cars even ran the red lights. Of course, Luke had to follow them. He wondered if the system would punish him for the traffic violation. But the system acknowledged that he was pursuing villains and didn't penalize him for it. Luke frowned as the 3 cars ahead of him drove on. After reaching a highway, Bullseye's cars charged forward at full speed without taking any turns. Their cars were better than Luke's, and they ignored the traffic lights, so Luke couldn't catch up to them. The car chase was quite a scene. Police cars were already arriving. They had yet to catch up, but as was LAPD's procedure, a helicopter would be deployed in 10 minutes at the very latest. 5 minutes later, there were sirens closing in from all directions. Clearly, the race between Luke and Bullseye on the highway had attracted the police's attention. By then, the cars had reached the coast. Suddenly, the Benz at the back exploded. Luke couldn't help but curse out loud. He jerked his steering wheel and swerved into another street to avoid the blast from the explosion. Then, he gritted his teeth and resumed pursuit. Damn it, you're not escaping today. Blow up your own car if you think you're good enough. A moment later, the second Benz car exploded too, which created even more distance between Bullseye's car and Luke's. After another 2 minutes, boom. With a complicated look on his face, Luke stared at the dilapidated dock not far away, before he turned back in his car without any hesitation. Bullseye had really been crazy enough to blow up his own car. Of course, Bullseye had left on a boat by then before blowing up both his car and the dock. The man had created 4 explosions in this area in the last 10 minutes, and Luke would be held responsible if he didn't run off in a timely manner. Besides, he didn't have a boat. It would be impossible for him to catch up to Bullseye. Quickly leaving Los Angeles, Luke sank the car in a bay. He took a big detour, and then returned home in a cab. When he got home, Selena was coming out of the basement. She asked, "Are you okay?" After some reflection, Luke shook his head with a smile. "I'm fine. Actually, I'm feeling pretty good." Selena observed him for a moment, then nodded. "All right." Luke was amused. "Okay, I'm going to take a shower. Go watch TV first." Selena was confused. "Huh," Luke said, "check the breaking news." After a shower, he watched the news on the serial explosions along the LA coast. He felt lucky after watching for a while. Thankfully, there hadn't been anyone at the factory or at the dock, and no innocent victims were injured. The 2 cars that were blown up before they reached the dock had injured 3 people, but not too badly. Chapter 266 Power at the lowest level. Luke could finally relax. If there had been multiple deaths tonight, the case would have been thoroughly investigated. Now that nobody had died and only 3 people were injured, it wouldn't be too serious an investigation, right? Well, maybe not. Those people who had been keeping an eye out for Bullseye, including Wales, would definitely pursue him even more intensely. Bullseye had caused quite a scene, but had escaped with his life. After Bullseye ran out of daggers and bullets, Luke could have worn him down. After the battle, Luke estimated that Bullseye's physical attributes should be 5 times the normal. Bullseye's body was weaker than Luke's, so he could only withstand Luke's attacks with his terrifying skills in shooting and knife throwing. However, Bullseye's instinct for danger was as good as Luke's. He dodged in advance and avoided Luke's shots many times. Bullseye was quite tough in both offense and defense. The bombs that he was insane enough to carry on him also helped him escape. No wonder he was Kingpin's top fighter, and was able to live so well in New York. If he were less capable and brutal, he would have been killed a long time ago. Regretfully, the battle was another tie since Bullseye retreated before Luke could defeat him. So, Luke still didn't know what Bullseye's abilities were. But he wasn't overly anxious. Bullseye was based in New York, a grand battlefield which Luke was destined for. He would have Bullseye's abilities one day. Drinking drive. Pepper, Selena suddenly said, "Is there anything you want to tell me?" Shifting his gaze from the TV to Selena, Luke asked, "You really want to know?" Selena hesitated for a moment, but then lifted her chin. "At the very least, you can tell me more about Bullseye and the female shooter we encountered." Luke thought for a moment, and decided that it was impossible and unnecessary to keep it a secret. In a few years, many extraordinary people would show up, and a certain playboy would even publicly reveal himself as a superhero on TV. As his partner, Selena had already encountered some of those extraordinary beings. It wouldn't hurt for her to know more about them beforehand. So, Luke explained the other side of this world in a simple and straightforward way. In summary, he said that there were a lot of unusual guys in this world. Like regular guys, some of them were good and some were bad, except that regular guys needed weapons to do bad things, while those unusual guys had super abilities for that. Hearing that explanation, Selena said, after a long moment, "You're talking like they're street gangsters." Luke chuckled. Actually, despite the fact that they have abilities, they usually resolve problems the same way gangsters do. If a problem couldn't be resolved through negotiations, it could be resolved through battle. Selena's excitement faded after she heard such a boring answer. She asked again, "Is that why you want me to train harder?" Luke shook his head. "It's not just you, but the both of us who are training harder. I'm not invincible. Do you remember that woman we saw in Las Vegas?" Selena answered quickly, "That long-legged woman." Luke nodded. "I could barely hit that red-skinned monster, while he could only escape in panic from that long-legged woman, which suggests that she's levels above us in strength." Selena asked, "How many levels?" Luke said, "It's like the difference between school, state, country, and world champions. She might be one of the best in the world, and we're just beginners." Selena immediately got it. Luke looked at her and sighed. "I'm not demanding tremendous things from you, but you should at least distinguish yourself on the lowest level to increase your safety." Selena said, "Huh, that sounds easy." Luke looked at her with complicated feelings. "That's the level that Bullseye is at. How much more training do you think you'll need before you can fight him?" "Selena, you've got to be kidding me. How can he be at the bottom?" Luke sighed and raised his head to look at the ceiling. "I'm sorry, but he's truly at the bottom." Of course, this was purely from a combat perspective. Actually, it wouldn't be hard for Bullseye to assassinate anyone with super abilities. His abilities were too suited for killing. Selena watched TV for a while, then went to bed. Luke, on the other hand, turned off the TV and returned to his workshop. With his physique and his elementary self-healing, it would be too wasteful if he didn't work hard. His 2 hours of sleep were only for getting rid of his mental, not physical, exhaustion. Even though Luke's mental strength had increased, he could only reduce his sleep time and not completely do away with it just yet. Speaking of which, he had to boost his mental strength to 20 as soon as possible. A lot of things would change after he crossed this threshold. He was only one level from there. After what happened tonight, He didn't believe that Bullseye would remain here any longer. A lot of innocent people had been put in danger when Bullseye created the explosions, and he would definitely receive special attention for causing such panic. Thinking this, Luke sent a message to Damon, and soon received a reply. He read the message and was greatly relieved. Damon and Mindy had been smart enough to drive away immediately after the explosions. The two of them were now leaving Los Angeles to go back home. If they hung around, they would probably be found out when the various law enforcement agencies descended on this case the next day. Bullseye had Kingpin to cover for him, but it wouldn't be easy for Damon and Mindy, who were essentially lone wolves, to conceal themselves well enough. The next day, Luke and Selena had breakfast and went to work. They asked Elsa for updates after they reached the police department. Feeling like they had gotten lucky, Elsa replied, "It should be Bullseye. That guy was hiding in Los Angeles all this time and never left." Chapter 267 Acting chops. Luke put on a shocked expression. "Really? What did he do?" Pondering for a moment, Elsa told Selena to close the door. "Dustin told me something. I pulled some strings as well." Even though the door was shut, Elsa's voice was low when she said, "I heard that Bullseye clashed with an unknown person in an abandoned factory. They had a huge fight, and more than 30 people died. In the end, Bullseye ran to the coast and escaped on a boat." Luke said in disbelief, "Who was it? Do we have such a tough gangster in Los Angeles?" Elsa shook her head. "Unlikely. He could have been Bullseye's own kind, if you know what I mean." Luke and Selena looked at each other thoughtfully. Elsa thought that they were thinking about the previous cases. "So, this case is none of our concern now. Homeland Security and the FBI are in town to look for Bullseye. He can only sneak back to New York where Kingpin has the most power, if he doesn't want to be found out." Luke said with relief, "So I'm safe now." Selena's expression was quite weird. Elsa said, "Presumably, yes, but Bullseye hid himself for a long time when we thought that he had left, so you should still be careful. You'll stay in the police department to guide Elizabeth until we confirm that Bullseye is gone." Luke and Selena said, "Got it, boss." Elsa said, "Elizabeth has the case files. You can go help her." Luke nodded, and as usual, Selena gave Elsa a box of desserts. Elsa deftly put the box in her drawer. Tiramisu was more to her liking, and she had enjoyed it very much the day before. Luke and Selena returned to their desks. Looking at Selena's odd expression, Luke warned her resignedly, "Do you know what acting is? Even Mr. Stu was a better actor than you. The more knowledgeable you are, the more acting you'll have to do. It's fine in front of Elsa, but your expression might have betrayed you if we had been talking to someone else." Selena nodded silently. She had to admit that Luke performed quite well and acted as if he really didn't know anything about last night. She, on the other hand, had almost burst into laughter back then. While they were talking, Elizabeth and Billy came over. The two rookies had specifically picked desks that were very close to Luke's, so that it would be easier for them to ask for help. They greeted each other, and Elizabeth started to give an overview. Their roles were similar to Luke and Selena's. Elizabeth was responsible for analyzing the intelligence, and Billy was responsible for the grunt work, such as warning or arresting the rogues. Elizabeth said, "We have 3 new cases. The first case is a house in Weaver. The house's new owner reported that there was a body there yesterday, but the officers didn't find anything. The second case is in Beverly Hills. The maid of a celebrity was hit with blunt force in the head, and may die from the injury. The last case is also in Weaver. The body of a woman was found on a street bench. It was reported 10 minutes ago, and we're going to check it out." Selena asked, "What's with the first case? Is it necessary for us to investigate when there aren't any bodies?" Elizabeth said, "The case wouldn't have been written up if the new owner hadn't mentioned the daughter of the previous owners. She went missing a year ago when she was 5. The mother died of a heart attack brought on by grief a month after she went missing, and the father killed himself in the house." "What about the celebrity's maid?" Selena asked again. Elizabeth said, "The celebrity said that she was sleeping, and has no idea who hit her maid." Selena chuckled and looked at Luke, who was spinning a pen between his fingers. Luke thought for a moment and said, "Go and take a look at the body on the bench. We'll study the files on the other 2 cases first." Elizabeth nodded and gave them the case files before she left with her partner. Luke looked at Selena and asked, "Do you want to pick first?" Without any hesitation, Selena picked the case of the celebrity's maid. Luke grinned. He knew that would be her choice. She had always hankered for the gossip that showed up in police cases which involved celebrities. Since she never leaked details of an investigation, Luke didn't stop her. They each picked up a case file and started reading. It took Luke 10 minutes to read the documents in his hands. One of them was the new owner's statement, and the other was information on the missing girl from a year ago. There was nothing surprising in either document. There were too many haunted houses and missing girls in America. However, when the documents were placed next to each other, it became quite bizarre. Why did the new resident claim that he saw the little girl? That was quite odd. Seeing that he had finished reading the file, Selena asked, "Do you want to read this with me?" Luke nodded and sat on the arm of her chair to read the file together. Selena was reading the statements, so she gave Luke the report on the crime scene that she had already read. Luke glanced at the report and asked, "Jennifer Perry, the woman in the Dior perfume commercial?" Selena answered casually, "Yes, she's in the commercial where she wears all those sparkly diamonds, and takes off her clothes while she's walking." Luke said, "I thought it was a diamond commercial when I first saw it." Selena said, "She's rich and famous, so this case is confidential." Luke remarked, "Rich people do have privileges." Selena said, "Chances are that Elsa gave this case to us precisely because of your experience in dealing with rich women." Luke, "Are you talking about the professional men who offer special services?" Luke's phone rang while they were bickering. He looked at the number and picked up the call. "Elizabeth, what's up?" Chapter 268 Weird Body and Another Assault. Elizabeth said over the phone, "Luke, the female body on the bench in Weaver is weird." Luke asked, "Weird how?" Elizabeth said, "Do you remember the case of the haunted house in Weaver?" Luke was confused. "Are they related?" Elizabeth replied, "If I'm not mistaken, this woman on the bench seems to be the mother of the missing girl." Luke was stunned. "The woman who died of a heart attack?" Elizabeth said, "That's right. We're asking forensics to check her fingerprints, her DNA and her dental records." Luke rubbed his chin. "Stay there and keep me informed." After he hung up, Selena asked, "What's going on?" Luke patted her head and said, "I think you just missed a jackpot." Selena shook her head, refusing to be petted. "Do you have to do that when you're talking?" Luke said, "The body on the bench in Elizabeth's case might be the dead mother in my case." Thinking for a moment, Selena was shocked. "You mean the mother who's been dead for a year?" Luke nodded and asked, "Now, which case should we work on first?" Selena hesitated for a moment, but refused the temptation. "Let's follow up on Jennifer's case first, then catch up on progress with your case along the way." Luke was lost for words. It seemed that Selena was unwilling to give up either case. It did make sense. That was Jennifer Perry, one of the best actresses in Hollywood. She was much more famous than a B-list star like Katie. Luke simply indulged Selena's wish, and put his case file aside. Without new information, there wasn't much he could do, at least not until the identity of the female body was confirmed. Focusing on Jennifer's case, he read the case file for a moment, then laughed. "Does this big star live in the wilderness of Texas? A maid bleeding out in the living room for hours before she was discovered? Are her security guards all like Cell of One? In that case, it's a miracle that she's still alive." Selena nodded. "The security guards claim that they aren't authorized to enter the house at night unless it's an emergency." Luke said, "So, the house is actually a sealed container, and no one outside knows what happened inside, is that right?" Selena replied, "Yes. There were only 3 people in the house that night: the victim Millis, another maid called Manny, and Jennifer, our star." Luke almost laughed. "Fantastic. So, there's a 50% chance that we can find the perpetrator by randomly picking one of them, right?" I take that back." Looking at the photo of the maid's head wound as well as the medical diagnosis from the hospital, he changed his opinion. He flipped back and re-examined the file and photos. Mulling for a moment, he shook his head. "No weapons were found," Selena said, without raising her head. "Not yet. There are no matching items in the house. Neither Jennifer nor Manny are very strong, are they?" asked Luke. Selena nodded at first, but then shook her head. "Jennifer is normal, healthy, at most. As for Manny, we'll have to meet her in person to be sure. If Manny isn't a professional, it would be hard for her to bash Millis's skull in like this." Narrowing his eyes, Luke said, "Let's go to the celebrity's house." Selena was surprised. "We're leaving the police department." But she quickly came back to herself and put the case file in her purse. "Okay, let's go." When she saw the look on Luke's face, she finally remembered that she didn't have to stay in the police department as Elsa had instructed. Luke had forced Bullseye to flee last night. Did Selina really need to worry about Bullseye? No, at least, not when she was with Luke. They drove straight to Jennifer Perry's house in Beverly Hills. Looking at the mansion behind the gate, Selina's eyes glowed. Luke, do you think there'll be, never mind. Forget I asked. She had remembered her fantasy of 100 maids and a butler with a classic British accent when she saw the big mansion. However, the statements she just read suggested that there were only 2 regular maids in this mansion, and all the other employees would leave after they finished their daily work. Luke pressed a button on the gate and said, "I'm Detective Luke from LAPD. This is Detective Selina. We're here about Melissa's injury from last night." In the meantime, he showed his badge to the camera so that the security guards could get a clear look. Selina did the same. A moment later, someone said, "Just a minute." After that, there was nothing. After waiting for almost 10 minutes, Selina couldn't take it anymore. She asked in surprise, "What's the meaning of this?" Luke chuckled. "Elsa and I waited for quite a while when we visited Katie. Then, a maid ran out screaming that Katie was dead." Selina burst into laughter. "That's just a coincidence. There's no way that'll happen again." The gate suddenly opened, and a male voice rang out anxiously. "Detectives, please come in." Manny was attacked. Both Selina and Luke were speechless. The mansion was in chaos when they entered. Luke roared, "LAPD. Everybody, stay where you are." Stunned, everybody looked at them. Luke said coldly, "Miss Jennifer Perry and the person who discovered the injured maid will stay. The rest of you, leave. No talking to each other and no phone calls. Are we clear?" Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment. A moment later, a beautiful woman with long brown hair waved her hand and said, "Just listen to this, Detective." Luke looked at her and asked, "Miss Perry, have you called for an ambulance?" Jennifer answered in the affirmative. Luke nodded and dropped Selina a hint. Selina immediately understood his meaning. She quietly walked to the window and took out a phone that Luke had made, before she activated the voice-gathering function and pointed the phone at the 4 security guards on the porch. Noticing that Selina had done what he wanted, Luke focused his attention on the beautiful woman in front of him. The Dead Star Katie's security guard. Chapter 269 Ruined crime scene. Jennifer Perry was 27 and in the prime of a woman's life. Her career was soaring and she ranked among the top 5 female stars in the country in terms of earnings last year. She was successful from every perspective. Now, in the face of this tragedy in her living room, she was more perplexed than shocked. Luke gestured for her to sit down. Carefully avoiding the mess on the floor, he examined the maid who had been moved to the couch, and shook his head. The woman's skull was fractured from the blow. It remained to be seen whether she would survive. Luke didn't have the ability to save her. He only knew field first aid, not brain surgery, so he stopped after a brief examination. After calling the police department for reinforcements, he asked a male security guard, "You were the one to discover her?" The guard nodded quickly. "Yes. When I came in, Luke interrupted him. "What's your name and your job here?" The guard replied, "My name is Thompson Morris. I'm the head of security here." "What's her name? What does she do?" Luke pointed at the maid on the couch. "Manny Scott. She's a maid here," replied Thompson. Luke nodded. "Stay here." He circled the living room and frowned deeply. He had yelled when he entered just now precisely because the 5 security guards and Jennifer were trampling all over the crime scene around the maid. He was positive that most of the clues in the room were gone. Also, while trying to rescue Manny, they had spilled her blood everywhere in the room. There were tissues, towels, blankets and a first aid kit around Manny, all stained with blood. The people here all had varying amounts of blood on their clothes as well. They were only trying to save Manny. But it was actually futile. Regular first aid was useless for Manny's injury, and all they had managed to do was ruin the crime scene. The forensics department would probably curse like crazy too. Luke dropped his head in his hand when he saw the countless bloody footprints of 6 people all over the room. "Thompson, tell me how you discovered Manny," said Luke. Thompson, the head of security, hurried to explain. The situation was very simple. He had been telling Jennifer that Luke was at the gate, and was asking for her permission to let Luke in when he heard Manny scream. He ran through the back door of the living room, only to see Manny lying on the floor, so he cried out for help. The other security guards arrived and helped lift Manny onto the living room couch. It wasn't until then that Thompson remembered Luke, and hurriedly unlocked the gate to let the two detectives in. Luke was speechless. Do you really think that those security guards helped? If anything, they only helped the criminal. All they had done was seriously mess up the crime scene and increase the number of suspects from 2 to 6. Luke grumbled inwardly, if we were in a detective TV show, you would definitely be the murderer, and this would be your ploy to sabotage the crime scene. Though he complained, he didn't really think that it was Thompson who had committed the crime. After being a detective for a while, he knew how unreliable preconceptions could be. Other detectives might only be able to follow their gut, but Luke had sharp nose. Although the scents in the room were a complete mess and smelled like a complicated knot, he could still work with that. Jennifer's smell was the simplest. It was the only one to come from upstairs, and carried over the shortest distance. Then there was Manny's smell. Those two could be ruled out first. Judging from Manny's wound, the security guards were more likely suspects than Jennifer. Luke said, "Stay where you are. Thompson, you can sit on the couch if you're tired. Don't bother me." Then, he circumvented the mess of blood and footprints on the floor and began his investigation. It might be tricky for other people to uncover the criminal, but Luke had a lead, which was the weapon. According to Thompson's description, and considering how fast Luke had arrived, it was impossible for the criminal to get rid of the weapon so quickly. Manny's blood and the criminal's scent was bound to be on the weapon. Sniffing for a moment, Luke realized something, but he didn't say anything. He reached Selena, who was by the window, and asked a question with his eyes, but she shook her head. That meant that none of the security guards outside displayed any anomaly. However, Luke already had a theory about who the perpetrator was. It might seem difficult to uncover the person, but Luke was able to lock onto the man directly with his sharp nose. The most challenging problem in the case was resolved, and all that was needed now was evidence. 20 minutes later, forensics arrived. Luke stopped them and whispered something to the person in charge, who nodded slightly. One of the two forensic scientists dealt with the people outside, and one dealt with the room. Everybody took off their blood-stained clothes and shoes, which were all evidence. Then, those people had to leave the mansion until the forensic scientists were done with their work. Jennifer was no exception. Accompanied by Selena, she took off her shoes and changed out of her clothes, before she sat down in her garden. Luke re-entered the living room and pointed at the bottom of a cabinet not far away from the back door. Seeing Luke's motion, one of the forensic scientists turned on his flashlight and found an extendable baton under the cabinet. There was obvious blood on the stick. Luke, on the other hand, went up the stairs to the second floor. He opened the door to one of the rooms and took a deep breath. No mistake. This was Jennifer's bedroom. Only her scent and that of the two maids were in this room. However, Luke's expression turned strange, and he didn't walk into the room. Chapter 270 Big Reveal. Observing the room from the door for quite a while, Luke confirmed his findings with sharp nose again before he closed the door. He went downstairs and called Selena. "Where are the maids' rooms?" Selena asked Jennifer, and soon replied, "The rooms are on the first floor below Jennifer's room. Manny's room is the one with the blue door, Millis's room has a red door." Luke hung up when he was standing outside the rooms. Neither room was locked, but Luke didn't enter. He simply activated sharp nose again. A moment later, he went to the garden, an even stranger expression on his face. He sat down in front of Jennifer in the garden and asked, "Miss Perry, did you notice anything wrong when Millis was wounded last night?" Jennifer said calmly, "No, I didn't feel well last night, and I went to bed early. I didn't hear anything." Luke remarked, "That's understandable. I can tell that your room must be soundproof." Jennifer nodded. "I have trouble sleeping and any noise will wake me up, so my room has to be quiet." Luke asked, "How long have your maids been working for you?" After a brief silence, Jennifer said, "Manny will have worked for me for 3 years and 2 months. Millis has been here for 14 months. Luke asked, "Are they close?" Jennifer said calmly, "I think they're okay. At least, I've never seen them fight." Luke coughed and said, "Do you allow your employees to engage in romantic relationships with each other?" Jennifer was stunned. "What?" Luke asked with an odd expression. "If a security guard falls in love with a maid, will you fire them?" Jennifer nodded quickly. "Of course, it's stipulated in their contract when they're hired, since it may affect their work. I believe the police have similar rules, right?" Luke nodded and said, "Yes. So, you're unaware of any sort of relationship like that here?" Jennifer was stunned. "Huh," Luke said, In other words, you didn't sense that any of them were together, otherwise someone would have been fired, right? After a brief silence, Jennifer nodded and said, yes. Luke said, okay, that's all for now. Miss Perry, you can stay here or get some rest somewhere outside, it's going to be a while before forensics is done. Jennifer said, got it. I'll be right here, I won't cause any trouble. Luke nodded and left with Selena. After they left the house, Selena asked, did you find anything? And Luke said, I can roughly guess who hurt Manny, but I can't determine a motive. Selena urged him, just spill. Luke said, let's talk in the car. Don't talk about a case in an unsecure environment, remember? Selena immediately shut up. Actually, this was an understanding between the both of them. It wasn't just work cases, their secrets, such as some of Luke's movements or their equipment, weren't to be discussed in an unsecure environment. If Luke was capable of making a gadget to remotely eavesdrop on his targets, it was possible that other people had similar equipment. After they got into the car, Luke pressed a button to make sure that it was safe. Then he said, Manny was attacked by the security guard named Morgan James. Selena didn't say anything and simply waited for him to finish. Luke chuckled. Morgan is in a secret relationship with Millis, who was hurt last night. Selena's eyes glowed when she heard the exciting news. Luke continued, Manny, on the other hand, is in a relationship with Thompson, the head of security. Oh my God, Selena asked in shock, why was Manny attacked? Was it because she discovered that Millis and Morgan were in a relationship? But that's just a job. There's no need to kill her, right? Luke chuckled and took out his phone. Boss, I need a search warrant for Jennifer's house. Elsa was surprised. Why? You know that this may cause trouble. If the big star is upset, she may hire a lawyer specifically to file a complaint against you. Luke said, I know, so I'm only asking for a warrant to search the rooms of the maids and the security guards, not her own room. Elsa was relieved to hear that. All of the security guards were suspects, and it was routine to search their rooms, so she said, okay, I'll apply for it. Luke said, Boss, I need a warrant ASAP. Certain evidence may disappear when forensics is done and those people return to their rooms. Elsa immediately realized that Luke had found something, and the search warrant was meant to help preserve legitimate evidence. She said, an electronic search warrant will be sent to your phone in 10 minutes at most. In fact, Luke received an electronic search warrant on his phone after just 5 minutes. Luke and Selena got out and went back inside. They found Jennifer in the garden and showed her the search warrant. Jennifer's face immediately changed. You can't do that. Then, she realized that both Luke and Selena were looking at her with smiles, as if they were expecting her to change her stance. Jennifer gritted her teeth. I'm going to call my lawyer. Luke grinned. Miss Perry, even if you call your lawyer, it'll take him at least an hour to find the judge and cancel the search warrant. Our search will be done by then. Do you think that's going to help? Jennifer looked even more awful. What do you want? She, too, knew that her lawyer couldn't help, but there were certain things in her home that couldn't be found out. What she was scared of was the paparazzi who was fanatical about her private affairs, not the police. Luke didn't stop smiling. Miss Perry, we're police detectives, here on a case. 2 serious assaults that could have turned into murder happened here. Jennifer hesitated, her expression changing. What are you trying to say? Chapter 271 Secret Recordings and Murder Weapon. Looking Jennifer in the eye, Luke said calmly, please cooperate with us while we work on this case. What you do with your employees is none of our business. Miss Perry, you're rich and you probably know a lot of people, but you can't reduce the negative impact this incident can have if the truth gets out. If that happens, you don't believe that you can keep what happened here a secret from the media, do you? Struggling with herself, Jennifer finally said in a low voice, can you promise me? She didn't really know what she wanted to say. Luke smiled. Miss Perry, you don't have a choice. It'll be a huge problem for you if this case isn't resolved quickly. You may still run into problems after the case is resolved, but those will at least be easier to handle. In any case, Jennifer wasn't an idiot. After all, an idiot wouldn't have been able to become a top national star. She finally nodded and said, then I'll go in with you. Luke thought for a moment before he agreed. He wasn't worried that she might cause trouble. On the contrary, this star might reveal some more interesting information during the investigation. After the 3 of them went in, Luke asked Selena to search the rooms. Very soon, she found a lot of sex toys in the maids' rooms. Some of them were electric, and some were manual. They were also made of different materials. Selena gave Luke a weird look, and Luke gestured for her to continue. Very quickly, at a hint from Luke, Selena found a hidden compartment under Melissa's bed. There were a lot of videotapes inside the space. Jennifer's face looked quite ugly since there had to be a reason why those videotapes had been so carefully hidden. Luke glanced at Jennifer but didn't say anything. He took out an evidence bag and put all the videotapes inside. "Miss Perry, can we go to your room?" asked Luke. Jennifer quickly refused. "Your search warrant doesn't include my room." Luke nodded. "If that's the case, we'll do it here." "Selena, close the door." After the door was shut, Luke put on gloves and picked out the videotapes that had "me" on them. Then, he chose the most recent videotape and inserted it into the VCR in the room. A moment later, the TV started playing the recording. Selena, who was staring at the screen, was utterly shocked. Luke was silent. He had muted the TV earlier, so the room was utterly silent. 10 seconds later, he replaced the videotape with another one that had "all" on it. Jennifer blushed so hard she looked like she was going to explode. What do you want?" Luke pressed the stop button, took out the videotape, and turned off the TV. He turned around and looked at the star serenely. "It's very simple. I want you to help me resolve this case as fast as possible. As for these videotapes, it's possible that they aren't related to this case, right?" Jennifer was unconvinced. "Then give them to me now." Luke waved his hand. "Forgive me, but I can't return them to you until we've cracked the case. After all, this is proof that you might have a motive to kill them." Jennifer gnashed her teeth. "If you take them away, how do I know that you won't copy them?" Luke said, "It's very simple. We'll close both cases today, so I won't have to take the videotapes away." Jennifer said in disbelief, "What? How is that possible?" The smile on Luke's face disappeared, and he looked at her calmly. "Miss Perry, do you really not know anything? I want you to confess everything that you know. You have nothing to hide now, right?" He waved the videotape in his hand. Jennifer was both embarrassed and slightly angry. After a long while, she finally sighed. "Fine, what do you want to know?" Luke said, "Do the security guards know about your relationship with the two maids? Tell me, even if you only have suspicions." Jennifer quickly shook her head. "That's impossible. We only do it in secret. That's why I forbid the security guards from entering the house at night." Luke asked, "Did you ask Millis to record the videos?" Jennifer gnashed her teeth. "No way, I'm not an idiot. She recorded them secretly." "Exactly what did she want?" Luke said, "Maybe to keep the videotapes as souvenirs, or maybe to threaten you with them someday." "Anyway, Millis recorded the videos without your knowledge." Jennifer nodded regretfully. "Yes." Luke asked again, "What about Manny? Did you notice anything abnormal about her?" Jennifer said, "Not really, except that." She paused in embarrassment. Luke raised his hand, telling her to continue. She could only lower her head and say in a soft voice, except that they fought for my affections every now and then." Selena was completely dumbfounded by the conversation. What the star had done was a real eye-opener for her. Luke nodded and asked, "What do you think of Thompson, the head of security?" Jennifer was confused. I think he's been doing a good job." Luke almost laughed, but he managed to hold back. "What about that Morgan?" Jennifer thought for a moment before she shook her head. "He's nothing special." Luke was lost for words. "Let's go. Miss Perry, you can come with us if you don't trust us." Jennifer asked, Where to?" Luke said, "To search the security guards' rooms. After all, they're all suspects now, aren't they?" 10 minutes later, Luke and the forensic scientists left the security guard's dorm with an evidence bag. Jennifer was outside the dorm with Selena, who was holding the bag that contained the videotapes. Seeing Luke as well as the item inside the evidence bag, Jennifer blushed again. What are you doing?" Luke said mysteriously, "This is the murder weapon." Both Jennifer and Selena exclaimed, "What?" Clearly, neither of them was convinced that the item could be a murder weapon. With a strange smile on his face, Luke said, "Although it's designed to satisfy the ladies, who says that it can't be used to fracture Millis's skull?" Jennifer and Selena were both shocked. They had never considered such an unbelievable possibility. Chapter 272 I've never seen such a murder weapon before. Luke showed them the item and said, "Do you see the blood on it? That should be Millis's." He gave the evidence bag to the forensic scientist who was with him. The forensic scientist was clearly surprised as well. "I've never seen such a murder weapon in all my years of work." This murderer is truly a genius. Luke glanced at him. Just keep it to yourself. This case hasn't been resolved yet. The middle-aged man shrugged. Trust me, nobody likes to listen to the details of my work. Luke chuckled and had nothing to say about that. Most people didn't know how disgusting forensic work could be. Sometimes, forensic scientists could be haunted by weird smells for days after going out just once on field duty. It was also one of the reasons why it was even harder for a forensic scientist than a regular police officer to find a soulmate. Investigate the murder weapon first, Luke said. I'll be waiting to close this case. The middle-aged man nodded and said, the results will be out by tonight. I'll call you. This was a critical case which had to be resolved before the media took note and reported it, or the police's abilities would be called into question. The forensic scientist would have prioritized this case even without Luke's reminder. The forensic scientist left with a bunch of evidence, and Luke returned to the mansion. Let's go see your room, said Luke. Jennifer didn't hesitate this time. After all, now that this detective had videotapes of her greatest secret, she had nothing left to hide. Going around her room, Luke looked at her and asked, what were you doing when Millis was attacked? Embarrassed, Jennifer said in a low voice, I wasn't doing anything. Luke pointed at the closet in the corner of her room. Do you want me to open the closet and check it? Jennifer exclaimed, no, that's unnecessary. I was actually waiting for Millis in my room. She said she was going to fetch something, but she never returned. Luke asked, why didn't you go look for her? You have a convenient call system in your house, right? Jennifer lowered her head and said, Manny was here, too, so I forgot. Luke raised an eyebrow. So, before Millis was attacked, you, Manny and Millis were together. Jennifer could only nod, not even daring to look at him. Selena completely shut up. She found it impossible to understand the lifestyle of the rich and famous. Luke wasn't surprised at all. He had discovered too many secrets with sharp nose. Sense would never lie. His physical attributes were much higher than those of a normal person, and his sharp nose had been enhanced too. Given enough time, and provided that the environment wasn't spoiled by wind or a storm, he could pick up subtle scent details with sharp nose. For example, it wasn't strange that he had detected the scents of the two maids in Jennifer's room, but the smell of certain body fluids of theirs certainly wasn't normal. What was even stranger was that the distinctive smells were mixed together and came from various clothes and personal items. There were similar clothes and items in the maids' rooms as well. While Selena was still feeling shocked over the videotapes, Luke had already seen it coming. What about this morning? Did you hear Manny scream when you were speaking to Thompson? Luke asked. Jennifer nodded. I did. Luke asked, are you sure you heard Manny scream during your conversation with him? Jennifer frowned for a moment and nodded slowly. I did hear Manny scream suddenly when we were talking. Can the security guards enter your house at night without alerting you? Luke asked. Jennifer shook her head. They each have a remote to open the door, but I receive a notification when any of the remotes are used, and I can track who opened the door. Luke asked, what if you open it from inside? Will there be a record of that? Jennifer was stunned. Why would I open the door? Wait, are you talking about the maids? She suddenly got it, and shook her head. There'll be a log of it if the door is opened from inside, but the maids can't erase that. On the other hand, Luke was thinking that if the security guards were conspiring with the maids, they could enter the house without Jennifer realizing it at all. That's all my questions for now. Luke asked, we're probably going to be here for some time. Can we drive our car in? Naturally, it was impossible for Jennifer to refuse. Very well, Miss Perry, you're free to leave now. We'll be here for a while. Luke's eyes briefly stopped on the videotapes. Jennifer could only continue nodding. She certainly didn't want them to take the videotapes out of her sight. Luke quickly parked the car in the courtyard. Then, he talked to Selena for a long time in the car. After that, Selena kept Jennifer company, and Luke fetched some food and water for them from the kitchen. As one of the top stars, Jennifer had all kinds of exquisite food in her house. Selena wasn't picky about the food, but she drank the Dr. Pepper that was in Luke's car and not Jennifer's Voss water. While Jennifer was distracted, Luke re-entered Millis's room and watched the only videotape that had a special number on it. Then, he chuckled, feeling bored. At that moment, he suddenly recalled what Takagi had said before, what kind of terrorists are you? You only want money. Now, he was of a mind to shout, what kind of love is this? The murder weapon and the videotapes were enough to show what happened. However, Luke couldn't close the case yet, because he didn't have any proof. Unless the criminal had left evidence on the murder weapon, the case couldn't be closed, even if he knew every detail of it. He then talked to Selena for a while, and told her to take a nap in the car while he kept Perry company. Luke had some water and asked, "Miss Perry, what will you do when the case is over?" Jennifer was clearly at a loss. I don't know." Luke nodded and said, "Understandable. The star would definitely be traumatized after this incident." Suddenly, his phone rang. Chapter 273 Call your family when you're in trouble. Luke listened to the call, only to be stunned. He simply said, "Got it." Jennifer appeared calm, but her eyes were fixed on the detective. She asked, "What happened?" Luke leaned back in his chair and looked up at the blue sky. Miss Manny Scott just passed away in the hospital. Various emotions flashed across Jennifer's face, before she eventually sighed and covered her face with a hat as she leaned back in her chair. Luke secretly shook his head, but didn't interrupt her silent crying. He rose and went off to make a call. "Hey, are the results for the murder weapons out yet? Are you at least done with that extendable baton?" A moment later, he hung up helplessly and sighed. It seems that he isn't a complete idiot after all. The examination of the extendable baton had revealed two things. Firstly, it was indeed the weapon that had been used to smash Manny in the head, since it had her blood and hair on it. Second, there was only one person's fingerprints on it, and they belonged to Thompson. As for the rubber product for ladies, it had Millis's blood on it. So, someone must have struck Millis in the head with it last night. However, there weren't any fingerprints on this rubber product. One of the murder weapons had been found at the back door of the living room, and the other in a corner of the communal bathroom for the security guards. Therefore, it was impossible to convict anyone using the murder weapons. After a brief hesitation, Luke finally made a call. "Grayson, it's me, Luke. Are you free to talk?" Old Grayson replied casually, "No, but I can give you 5 minutes." Luke was amused. "I'm working a case. I've found the murder weapon, but it belongs to someone else, and the criminal's fingerprints aren't on it. Do you have any suggestions?" Old Grayson: "What kind of weapon?" Luke: "An extendable baton." Old Grayson: "Where did it hit?" "The head." Luke: "Yes." Old Grayson: "Check whether the victim's blood can be found on the suspect's clothes." Luke: "The suspect pretended to be rescuing the victim along with everybody else, so he has a lot of blood on his clothes." Old Grayson: "Is that so? Have your forensic scientist send me the photos of the blood on his clothes. I'll take a look at it." Luke: Am I allowed to do that?" Old Grayson: "I'm asking for photos, not the evidence itself. I'll tell you if I find anything." "Okay, I'm very busy. Send the photos to me by the end of the day." Luke: "Okay." A moment later, he contacted the forensics department and asked them to send the photos. The forensics department didn't argue. After all, it was the top expert in the country who was asking for the photos. As insiders of the trade, they knew even better than Luke what a marvelous man Gilbert Grayson was. In less than an hour, old Grayson called back. "Something's wrong with the blood in photos M12, M17 and M33. The pattern can only have been caused by high-speed spatter. If necessary, have your forensics department find an expert on blood pattern analysis. This will suffice as proof." Luke asked, "What if the blood was caused when someone waved a hand?" There were a number of people around. Old Grayson: "That's unlikely, unless someone was behind the suspect and moving like they were throwing a baseball. But even then, the pattern would still be a little different. Forget it, I'll give you a number. You can tell her that I sent you, and have her do a blood pattern analysis for you. I need to warn you, however, that her fee is very high." Old Grayson was a busy man, and hung up right after that. After thinking for a moment, Luke didn't call the number. Instead, he forwarded old Grayson's conclusion to the forensics department. Very quickly, the forensics department called back. "It's true that something's wrong with the blood pattern." Luke asked, "Will that convince the judge?" The forensic scientist said, "Yes, unless the suspect is rich enough to hire a more professional expert to disprove our conclusion." "So, is he rich?" Luke looked at the security guard's dorm and chuckled. "Well, I don't think so." The forensic scientist said, "That's not a problem then. Unless he's been saving all his money for years and not spending on anything, he can't afford an expert like that." Luke hung up the phone and thought for a moment. One case had been taken care of, but what about the other one? He made another call. "Elsa, Any updates on Jennifer Perry's case? Elsa replied, the chief has asked once. He hasn't started pressing yet, but I believe we'll be under a lot of pressure in a day or two. Luke said, I've found a suspect, and I'm pretty sure he's guilty, but we only have a blood pattern analysis, which isn't enough to prove that he's the murderer. Can you handle him? Elsa said, give me his file. I'll deal with him. Huh, wait, why aren't you coming back? Luke said, because there are 2 cases and 2 murderers, and I've only found one of them. Elsa, fine, I'll try to find more leads for you on my end. Luke, don't put too much pressure on yourself. It'll be good enough if you can take care of the suspect. I'll work harder on my end too. Luke hung up and then called Elizabeth. Elizabeth, help me look into someone, check his criminal record, relationship history, and personal assets. Send the info to Jennifer's house when you're done. A moment later, Elizabeth drove over with the files. She asked Luke curiously, have you made any progress? Luke nodded and said, well, with any luck, both cases here will be closed today. Elizabeth's eyes glowed. So fast, Luke said, both our boss and you helped a lot. It would have taken me days if I had to investigate the cases on my own. Elizabeth certainly didn't take that seriously. You're flattering me. All I did was gather the info for you. While reading the files, Luke asked, did you find anything? Elizabeth said, 2 things. Firstly, Thompson is going through a divorce with his wife. Secondly, his mother has been receiving regular bank transfers. Guess who's been giving her money? Luke said, I bet it isn't Thompson's wife. Elizabeth was amused. If she were that generous, she wouldn't be demanding so much alimony from Thompson. Luke chuckled, haha, I can see that. Thanks, Elizabeth, that's very helpful. He then walked into the house. Chapter 274. Taking Morgan down. Elizabeth hurried to follow him. Can I come with you? Luke said without looking back, this is your case in the first place. Were you planning on hiding in the back? Hearing that, Elizabeth happily followed him into the mansion. In fact, although it was her case, Elsa had asked Luke to investigate it. Elsa had previously hinted to Elizabeth that as long as she worked hard when she was with Luke, he wouldn't wrong her. Elizabeth had been slightly confused by that back then. At first, she thought that Luke would give her guidance in return for the dirty work that she would have to do for him. However, after a few cases, she realized that she had been overthinking things. After closing her cases with a lot of help from Luke, she gave him the reports, but Luke simply took out mention of his involvement from them. That way, Elizabeth and her partner took full credit for those cases. She had been quite uneasy when she handed in her first report to Elsa, but Elsa had simply said, keep it up, and listen to Luke. Elizabeth immediately got it. Luke wasn't interested in taking credit for solving a case, and was simply focused on cracking them. Of course, Elizabeth knew why he was so self-assured. It was because he was the most efficient detective in the Major Crimes Division. Luke didn't really need the credit, while Elizabeth and her partner would certainly remember the favor. Luke was too lazy to claim credit for Elizabeth's cases. Besides, the system gave him experience and credit points when Elizabeth's cases were solved, which was good enough for him. In recent days, Elizabeth had been energetically carrying out tasks for Luke. For example, she could have spent 5 hours looking into the man, and nobody would fault her for it. However, she finished the task in an hour. After Luke and Elizabeth came in, Elizabeth obediently greeted Selena. Her goal was to become a competent female detective just like Selena. Of course, it would be even better if she could have a male partner like Luke. Luke brought Thompson to the garden. He showed him the recorder he was holding and said, I'm going to record our conversation. Is that okay with you? Thompson frowned and hesitated for a moment, but noticing the odd look on Jennifer's face, he could only nod and say, of course. Luke said, very good. Let's get started. What's your relationship with Manny like? Stumped for a moment, Thompson said sadly, we're quite close. I think we're friends. Luke. Oh, what kind of friends? Friends who only say hi in passing, friends who can talk, or friends that are even closer? Thompson. We talk now and then. After all, we both work here. Luke. Where were you after 12 last night? Thompson. In my room, sleeping. Luke. As the head of security, you don't have to patrol at night. Thompson. We have 2 shifts. I wasn't on duty last night. Luke. So, you weren't in Manny's room last night? Thompson looked rather tense, but he still said calmly, no. Luke nodded and said, okay, you can take a break. Suddenly, Luke's phone rang. He looked at the number and walked off to one side. He talked over the phone for a while and looked at Thompson, who had just gotten up. Thompson, who had been uneasy in the first place, became even more so. Bewildered for a moment, he finally stepped away. However, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Luke several times as he went on his way. Luke had been staring at him while talking on his phone. Thompson's heart was heavy. He had a bad feeling. In fact, the call Luke received wasn't entirely about Thompson. The call was from Elsa. Morgan hadn't been able to withstand the pressure, and had confessed. Morgan confessed a lot of things, but they weren't very important. After Luke found the bloodstain evidence, Elsa found even more solid evidence from the surveillance footage brought to her. Jennifer's mansion in Beverly Hills had a lot of surveillance cameras. Morgan had been a security guard for a long time, and had planned it all out when he attacked. However, Luke's arrival this morning had been outside his expectations, and something went seriously wrong when he tried to shift the blame to Thompson. After examining the footage, Elsa found that all the security guards had alibis except for Thompson and Morgan. Therefore, it could have only been Thompson or Morgan who had the opportunity to kill Manny. Jennifer wasn't a suspect. Unless she had super abilities, she didn't have the strength to make a dent in Manny's skull. She wasn't an action movie star, and she worked out only to maintain her figure, not to increase her strength. Since Jennifer had been talking to Thompson when the crime happened, Morgan was the prime suspect. However, Morgan couldn't be convicted on the footage alone. After all, nobody could prove that the 5 security guards and Jennifer were the only people in the house, and it was possible that someone else had snuck in. The blood pattern analysis, however, was the turning point. The bloodstain which old Grayson had taken note of could have only been caused by hitting the victim with a stick. With the 2 pieces of evidence, Morgan couldn't get away, not without the best lawyer. Moreover, he had been in the interrogation room, and had no idea that Manny was already dead. So, he thought that it was only an assault, and had no idea that it had turned into a murder. After Morgan pleaded guilty, he confessed a lot of things, including why he had attacked Manny. He claimed that it was in retaliation because Manny had injured Millis first. Only the 3 women had been in the house last night. Jennifer liked Millis, who was younger and better. It was highly unlikely that she would kill Millis. It was more likely that Manny had done it, fearing that Millis would replace her. Besides, it was also Manny who had found Millis unconscious in the living room. But after hearing what Elsa said, and recalling the files he had read, Luke understood where Morgan was coming from. Both maids had a special relationship with Jennifer. It was possible that one of them had attacked the other out of jealousy. If Luke didn't have sharp nose, he might have also believed that Manny was a suspect. However, with sharp nose, he knew that it was Thompson who had attacked Millis. Chapter 275 Perfume and Camera. Then what about the evidence? Luke thought for a moment, before he led Elizabeth into the house. On his way, he asked, "Elizabeth, how's the other case coming along?" Walking behind him, Elizabeth said in a low voice, "It's really weird. That body, really is the mother." Luke hadn't expected that answer, and paused for a moment. "Let's not be hasty. We'll finish this case first before we think about that body that's still fresh even after being dead for a year." Elizabeth nodded, and had absolutely no doubt that Luke would be able to solve this case today. As they walked, Luke asked, "What would you do to find evidence that it was Thompson who did it?" Elizabeth knew that Luke was using this case to teach her. She immediately frowned and mulled it over. She had just read Thompson's file. The man was quite suspicious, but there was no evidence to link him to the assault on Millis. No fingerprints, no bloodstains, no eyewitnesses, no surveillance footage, nothing at all. Even though he was lying, that wasn't proof that he had committed the crime. Thinking for a moment, Elizabeth suggested, "The crime scene, Millis was found in the living room, but from what I saw in the report, the living room was too clean and tidy to be the crime scene." Luke nodded. "Go on," Elizabeth said. "Could she have been attacked in her room?" Luke nodded, but then shook his head. "We checked her room, but we didn't find anything." Elizabeth frowned. "Is it possible that we missed something?" Luke said, "It's possible. Do you have any other thoughts?" By then, they had reached the hallway which separated the maids' rooms. Looking to the left and right, Elizabeth was suddenly struck by an idea. Could it have happened in Manny's room? Luke smiled. "Yes, that's a possibility. Let's go in and take a look." They pushed open the door and entered, and looked around Manny's room. After her conversation with Luke, Elizabeth immediately found it odd. Wait, why do I feel that? Luke finished the thought. This place has been reorganized. This room wasn't exactly tidy, but the items in the room were all in place, as if they had just been put back. Luke and Elizabeth observed the room. Manny was a woman, and didn't have OCD. There were a lot of things in her room. The room wasn't exactly dirty or messy, but there was perfume, makeup, and accessories everywhere in the room. Elizabeth was amazed. Do maids really make so much money? She can afford Dior perfume. Let me see. This one is from last year, designed for youthful women. Well, these two are from this year, one for mature women, and the other for girls. Slowly surveying the room, Luke asked, she's only 24. She's still a girl, isn't she? Elizabeth was silent for a moment, before she said, but this perfume is only designed for those around 20. Judging from her other bottles of perfume, she doesn't look like someone who would choose the wrong perfume. Luke said, what if she suddenly wanted to feel young instead of mature? Elizabeth said, well, that's indeed a possibility. Luke asked, find anything else? He thought that Manny might have indeed felt threatened by Millis. Millis was only 20. She was much younger than Manny. The perfume for girls was clearly more suitable for Millis, but Manny had still bought it. It was obvious what she had been thinking. Wait, something wasn't right. Sensing something, Luke went over to the perfume and sniffed it. With his sharp nose, Luke sensed Thompson's and Millis's scents on the perfume bottle, but not Manny's. That was interesting. To put it simply, Manny had never touched the perfume that was on her dresser, but Millis and Thompson had. Also, the perfume smelled familiar. Luke remembered it from Jennifer's room, but mixed as it was with the other perfumes, he hadn't paid much attention to it. Now that an entire bottle was in front of him, Luke immediately sensed that something was wrong with this perfume. Carefully smelling the perfume for a while, he said, Elizabeth, take another look around the room. Are there any other items here that don't match Manny's style? Elizabeth looked around and saw something. I don't think Manny would like this art piece, would she? Also, it doesn't fit here, right? She was referring to an elegant, abstract statue on the top of a black, square pedestal. It sat on a box to one side of the mirror. Luke looked at it and then remembered that there was a similar statue in Jennifer's bedroom. He didn't touch it, and merely activated his sharp nose. Same as the perfume bottle, it only had Millis's and Thompson's scents on it, though the latter's scent was faint, which clearly indicated that he had only touched it briefly. In the meantime, Luke smelled something else inside the statue that was out of place. Luke put on a pair of gloves and observed it for a moment. Then, he pressed a particular area, and part of the pedestal fell open. Elizabeth exclaimed, wow, a hidden camera. She was taken aback. The pedestal turned out to be hollow, and a tiny camera had been installed inside. Luke took out the camera, only to find that its battery had run out. Elizabeth, see if you can find the charger for this camera in Millis's room, said Luke. Elizabeth immediately went to Millis's room, and soon returned with a charger. Luke plugged in the charger and pressed the playback function on the camera. Then, they heard Millis's voice. Haha, Manny, you're screwed. Haha, with these videotapes, Jennifer will do anything I tell her. All her money will be mine. Haha. Elizabeth was dumbfounded. Two maids were fighting over Jennifer's money. Several seconds later, however, Millis disappeared off camera after a dull thump. Chapter 276 Boss, I'm done. On the camera screen, Millis was struck in the head from behind with a red rubber product, and she collapsed to one side. Then, a man growled in a low voice, you want to ditch Manny and take all the money. The money is mine. Mine. Go to hell, B*TCH. As he roared, there was the sound of the rubber product hitting flesh. Elizabeth was completely lost for words as she looked at the video. On the screen was the twisted but clear face of a man, and it was none other than Thompson, the head of security. Luke didn't say anything. After the man beat Millis up in a frenzy, he suddenly came back to his senses and began to clean up the mess. He was a little panicky, but still organized. He put the items that Millis had knocked over with her fall back in place, before he dragged the unconscious Millis out. Then, the room was quiet once more. Luke played the video at 24x the normal speed and confirmed that nobody entered the room again, until the camera stopped recording when it ran out of battery. He raised his head and looked at Elizabeth. It seems that this case is over now. Elizabeth, you did a great job. Keep it up. Elizabeth. Okay. Elizabeth found some evidence bags and packed up the statue the camera, and the perfume bottle. She then left the room with Luke. In the garden, Luke spoke to Jennifer, who was still in a daze. "Miss Perry, please summon your security guards here." Jennifer didn't ask anything and simply called for them. The 4 security guards who were resting in the dorm soon arrived. None of them looked good. They hadn't been asked many questions, but it was still rather irritating. Everybody was eyeing them as if they were all murderers. Also, Morgan had been taken away in the afternoon, never to return. After being co-workers for so long, they inevitably felt sorry for him. Looking at the security guards, Luke said, "Okay. Green, Ram and Ricky, you can go now." The 3 of them looked at each other before they left. Luke looked at Thompson and said, "Thompson, let's go. We need you to help us with the investigation at the police department." Thompson suddenly rushed toward Jennifer while he reached for his gun at the same time. All the security guards, including Thompson, were armed. Shaking his head, Luke stepped forward and blocked his way. He raised one hand to stop Thompson from reaching for his gun, then punched him in the stomach with his other hand. Thompson immediately collapsed. Luke's punch looked light, but Thompson felt as if his stomach was cramping. Luke handcuffed Thompson unhurriedly and said, "Thompson, what should I say about you? Trying to take Miss Perry hostage in front of 3 police detectives. Should I commend you on your courage?" It was over for this guy. There were cameras on Luke's car, which wasn't parked very far away, and they had recorded yet more evidence to use against Thompson. Thompson couldn't say anything at all. There was nothing but panic and fear in his eyes. He had no idea why he had done that either. Maybe because Morgan had been taken away, or it was the way Luke had looked at Thompson, and how he had been kept back when his coworkers were told to go. Everything seemed to be telling Thompson that his assault on Millis had been revealed. He wasn't wrong. Luke had asked all the security guards to come over in case Thompson grew suspicious and fled. While Luke could still catch Thompson even if the latter ran away, he certainly wouldn't give up an easier approach. Jennifer appeared calm, but she looked at Thompson with abhorrence and disgust. Luke made a call. "Boss, I'm done on my end. I'll have Selena and Elizabeth bring Thompson in." Elsa was at a loss. "Huh," Luke said, "I found evidence. Elizabeth will give you the report later. She did a good job today." After hanging up, Luke said, "Selena, you and Elizabeth take Thompson to the police department in our car. Elizabeth, give me your car key. I'll drive it back when I'm done here." Both girls nodded and returned to the police department with Thompson and the new evidence. Could Thompson escape from a car that Luke had modified? Not unless he had super abilities. Watching the car drive away from the back door, Luke picked up the videotapes on the table and said, "Let's go, Miss Perry. I need to watch all the videotapes." Jennifer couldn't remain calm anymore. "Why, haven't you already arrested the suspects?" Luke said casually, "Miss Perry, forgive my bluntness, but you are at the center of both cases, and you could be a suspect too. Too many celebrities have killed to keep their secrets safe." Jennifer was lost for words. As they talked, they returned to Millis's room. An hour later, Luke came out, empty-handed. Before he got into the car, he looked back at the security guard standing at the gate in the beautiful mansion close by, before he shook his head. Beverly Hills, rich people, hee. He met Elsa back at the police department. "Boss, you're not taking a break." Elsa had just come out of the interrogation room. She shook her head. "Millis is also dead, from bleeding in her brain." Luke immediately understood. One assault case had escalated into 2 murder cases, which was much more serious. However, Elsa was feeling relaxed, since the cases had already been solved. Evidence on both criminals had been found. There was practically no way for them to turn things around now. "Where's Elizabeth?" Luke asked. Elsa said, "She's taking Thompson's statement in the interrogation room. She'll become used to it after she works on more cases like this." Luke nodded his head. It was better to give the rookie detectives this part of the job since Elsa and Luke had taken care of the critical portion. Elizabeth and her partner could freely familiarize them with the standard procedure for resolving cases. After they entered Elsa's office, Luke finally asked, "Is there anything I should pay attention to with these cases?" He was sure that he hadn't made any mistakes during the day, but he still asked Elsa the question out of habit. After all, she was the person in charge. Elsa shook her head. "No. Are you interested in the information we managed to get?" Chapter 277 Maids Are Security. Luke nodded and said, "Just the gist will be fine." After Elsa told him the gist of the interrogation, Luke said, "All right, boss. You shouldn't talk anymore. You spent the whole day yelling at the suspects, didn't you? Elsa had some water and lowered her voice. Did I have a choice? I have to raise my voice to put pressure on them. Luke asked again, what about Selena? Elsa said, she's watching Elizabeth and her partner in the interrogation room. Luke rose and said, then I won't disturb you any longer. Boss, you should take a break, you deserve it for cracking 2 murder cases in one day. Elsa nodded and watched Luke leave for the interrogation room. In the interrogation room, Elizabeth and Billy were bombarding Thompson with questions, and Selena was observing Thompson as well as the detectives through a one-way mirror from next door. She would notice any unusual reactions on Thompson's part as well as any flaws the rookies might have. Once she noticed something, she would remind Elizabeth and her partner via their earphones. It was hard for a suspect to withstand the joint assault of multiple detectives in the interrogation room. Seeing Luke come in, Selena asked curiously, what did you do back there? Did you? He. Luke rolled his eyes. Didn't you see what her personal hobby is? You're getting more and more dirty-minded nowadays. Selena snorted. Then what did you do, exactly? Luke coughed and said, I watched all the videotapes. Selena was lost for words. And you're saying that I'm getting more dirty-minded? Luke said, those videotapes have to do with the cases, after all, and if we follow procedure, they should be processed. However, do you think that's a good idea? Selena immediately shook her head. Unless necessary, it was best not to take the videotapes back to the police department, in case someone copied them and sold them for money. They had to do with Jennifer Perry's private life, and could easily sell for millions of dollars. Few officers would care about ethics or professionalism with so much money on the line. Since I promised Jennifer that I wouldn't take the videotapes with me, I could only watch the videotapes there in case I missed anything. Don't forget that Jennifer is the employer of the 2 victims as well as the 2 suspects. How can we be sure that she's clean? Luke said. Selena thought for a moment and nodded. That does make sense. What did you find in the end? Luke nodded. There are 3 types of recordings. 2 are of Jennifer and either one of the maids, and 1 is of all of them together. There's nothing else. Selena clicked her tongue and looked at him. You must have really enjoyed it. Luke chuckled. As long as you're willing to pay, you can go to San Fernando Valley and immediately make a dozen movies like that. Alright, I think this is basically over now, right? Have Elizabeth come out. I'll give her back her car key. Selena rolled her eyes and said something into her headset. Elizabeth soon came out to take the key. Luke gave her some encouragement. We'll be counting on you to wrap up the cases now. Also, don't be hasty with the Weaver case. I'll read the case file tomorrow, and then we'll decide what to do. Elizabeth nodded quickly. Got it, don't worry, Luke. You too, Selena. Selena chuckled and pretended to look affronted, before she grabbed her purse and left. Luke smiled and waved goodbye. Elizabeth was feeling quite upbeat. Luke was obviously implying that she would get the credit as long as the cases were wrapped up. What Elizabeth and her partner needed most was credit. As soon as they had more credit, they wouldn't have to worry about making mistakes all the time. Seasoned detectives tended to be mean to rookies, which wasn't unusual in any trade. But the more cases they wrapped up, the less cocky the veteran detectives would act around them. Luke and Selena left the police department and drove home. When they got back, Selena took off her coat, kicked off her shoes, and threw her purse to one side, before she jumped on the couch. Oh, home sweet home. That mansion was beautiful, but I didn't feel comfortable there at all. Luke smiled and said, I'll make dinner. Go and take a shower first. Ignoring him, Selena turned on the TV with the remote. Let me see, where are the TV series 1 lined up? Haha, they're right here. From the videotapes and the intelligence gathered, as well as the confessions that Elsa and Selena had related to him, Luke could guess what had happened in both cases. In short, the cause was one simple reason: money. Millis and Manny had been receiving copious bonuses from Jennifer for their extensive and personal service. However, Millis, who was younger and less docile, had gotten it into her head to blackmail her employer after secretly recording their exploits. By her reckoning, she would earn at least $1 million from it. But she had been careless and was discovered by Morgan when she set up the camera, and she had been so scared that she confessed her scheme. Morgan, on the other hand, was no gentleman at all, and had threatened her. Also, he was more professional and audacious. He promised he would help her with the recordings and the blackmail, on the condition that he get half of the money. There was no way Millis could refuse. Morgan also disdained her lack of ambition, and felt that the videotapes were worth $10 million at the very least. Chapter 278. Don't be blinded by money. Melis's eyes were opened by Morgan. With his help, she was able to put her plan into action. However, Melis might be young, but she definitely wasn't an idiot. She did make the recordings, but she lied to Morgan and said that she couldn't make the videotapes because of Manny. However, she secretly recorded Morgan planning the blackmail operation, which was on the videotape that had a unique number on. Melis had placed the hidden camera disguised as a piece of artwork in Manny's room to test that it was working while she was putting on her makeup. Her declaration about teaching Manny a lesson and making Jennifer listen to her was all about the videotapes. If she did get $10 million, she certainly wouldn't work as a maid anymore. Furthermore, the perfume was something that Morgan had gotten for Melis, which had an aphrodisiac quality. The last time Melis had put on a bit of the perfume, neither Jennifer nor Manny had noticed anything out of the ordinary, and instead had been very stimulated. So, Melis planned to use more of it this time. With the perfume and the cameras, she would be able to shoot a lot of scandalous things about Jennifer. She had come up with an excuse, then gone to her room to fetch the perfume. Fantasizing how she would become rich off the recordings, she made the gloating statement in front of Manny's mirror while freshening up. On the other hand, Thompson had been hitting on Manny while they worked together, and had promised that he would marry her after he divorced his wife. While Manny was older than Melis, she wasn't as cunning, and she did plan to be together with Thompson. Sensing that Jennifer preferred Melis, who was younger, Manny had planned to resign as well. However, she was reluctant to say goodbye to her paycheck and her special bonuses. Thompson occasionally asked Manny for money, and had her transfer it to his mother's account, with the excuse that he didn't want his wife to have access to it. Last night, Thompson went looking for Manny on the spur of the moment. He didn't find Manny in her room, and instead found Melis talking about monopolizing Jennifer's love and money. Manny had been waiting for Thompson's divorce to go through. She had transferred a lot of money to his mother's account, but still hadn't got any updates on the divorce. She grew suspicious of Thompson's motive, and was reluctant to give Thompson's mother more money. However, Manny gave him the excuse that Jennifer liked Melis more, so she didn't get as much of a caretaker fee anymore. Manny claimed that Jennifer was mentally weak and couldn't fall asleep unless someone was next to her at night, and whoever spent the night with her would receive a caretaker fee. Thompson didn't doubt that. He could tell that Jennifer liked Melis better after the latter was hired. Divorce proceedings weren't going well for Thompson. It was likely that he would lose all of his money and have to pay years of alimony. Manny had no money either, and judging from Melis's statement, it seemed that she was about to oust Manny. For Thompson, that was like breaking his moneymaker. Thompson, who had been feeling anxious all this time, exploded with rage, and smashed Melis over the head with a random thing that he grabbed behind her. After he came back to himself, he cleaned up the mess, but mistook Melis's perfume for Manny's and left it in Manny's room. After the assault, Thompson couldn't leave the mansion to dispose of the weapon, so he could only hide it in the communal bathroom. That way, nobody could trace it back to him even if the weapon was found. After learning of Melis's injury in the morning, Morgan, who had been conspiring with her, knew very well that Melis shouldn't have been in the living room at all because she had videos to take that night. Jennifer, Manny and Melis couldn't have been the only ones in the house last night. Recalling how Melis told him that Manny was in her way, and thinking that he had lost $10 million, Morgan was so enraged that he stole Thompson's baton and attacked Manny from behind. He didn't know that, just like him, Thompson could sneak into the mansion through a window. The only difference was that Thompson snuck through Manny's window, while Morgan snuck through Melis's. Little did he expect that Luke would show up that morning. As a result, his simple yet effective plan to set Thompson up failed. Selena, who had finished dinner and was resting as she digested the food, remarked, "Those men and women certainly worked really hard for the money, didn't they?" Luke agreed with her. "So, never be blinded by money." Selena rolled her eyes. "I'm very poor. You can stop worrying about that, because nobody has ever bedazzled me with money." Luke was amused. While Jennifer and Manny were innocent, everyone else involved deserved what happened to them. Jennifer Perry had paid for those special services, but nearly lost everything for it. Neither Melis nor the security guards had been satisfied with their salaries, and they all wanted to earn more from the owner of the mansion. Actually, everybody involved in the crime, including Jennifer herself, were slaves to money and desire, and couldn't resist temptation. Luke subconsciously looked at Selena, who was rolling over the couch like a caterpillar, and was amused. At the very least, he knew someone who preferred food over money. Selena didn't take a shower before dinner. Hence, while she was resting after dinner, Luke said, "Since you haven't showered yet, and we didn't work out during the day, we'll go to the gym now." Selena was lost for words. In the end, Selena took a shower and went to bed before 12 without needing Luke's help. She had exercised her brain more than her body today, which was practically a holiday for her compared with the training she had suffered in the last few days. After his shower, Luke confirmed that Selena had indeed gone to bed. He then returned to his workshop and continued working. It was a blessing to be ignorant sometimes. Selena, for example, could sleep soundly at night, while Luke had to bustle about every day. What was ironic was that he had earned the ability to overwork by overworking. It was quite hilarious. However, he wasn't sure if Bullseye had already left, so Luke couldn't go out just yet to clean up the streets, and could only stay home at night to make equipment for himself. He actually quite enjoyed the work. Chapter 279 The cases in Weaver. Ever since the system's appearance, Luke had gotten more and more fond of guns. Guns were weapons that he could openly use for the long term. With Tony Stark's abilities, it wasn't hard for him to make his own special weapons. Gun modification was like an instinct that was in the Playboy's blood. Beginning with Howard Stark, who was Tony Stark's father and also a Playboy, they invented a lot of weapons, including the iron suits ultimately developed by Tony Stark. Although Tony Stark shut down the weapons division of his corporation, he never abandoned his pursuit of more powerful arms. Though Luke wasn't as good as Tony Stark, it wasn't hard for him to make guns with Tony's abilities. After he made 2 special pistols for himself, Luke fiddled around with other firearms. While he could use a pistol as a police detective, it was impossible to take a rifle out with him when he was on duty every day. So, the other guns he designed were for his vigilante pursuits. He had to make them himself so that there were no records of them anywhere. Like his pistols, these guns were built for different purposes and not just for killing. Seeing more and more guns in his inventory, Luke was actually quite excited despite his grumbles of overworking himself. He hadn't liked them before because he hadn't been good with them. It was like people who weren't smart and didn't like school. Now that he had enough abilities, he enjoyed making his own toys and defeating his opponents with them. He was busy the whole night. He went to bed later than Selena and got up before she did. After making a simple breakfast, he woke Selena up. After breakfast, Luke nodded at the box on the table. "Work harder today, alright. Your dessert for the day is inside." Selena quickly finished her sandwich and opened the box. "This is green tea cake." Luke nodded and said, "It's the first time I've made it. If you like it, I can make other green tea desserts, but if you don't, I'll work on something else next time." Selena had a piece of the cake and remarked, "The taste isn't bad. I guess we can have it every couple of days." "Luke, it seems you're not sold on it. Perhaps I'll make something else for you." Selena, "Darling, you're so considerate." Luke, "It's nothing. You can have as much as you want as long as you don't slack off in your training." Selena immediately turned gloomy. "Can we talk about something less depressing on this beautiful morning?" Luke, "Okay, I'll talk about it once we get off work then." Selena split the green tea cake and packed them into multiple paper bags. Since Luke said he would make her more food, she decided to use the cake to bond with her less agreeable colleagues. Selena was quite comfortable doing so. As a gorgeous and friendly woman, it wasn't strange for her to give other people gifts. Luke, on the other hand, might appear polite, but he always seemed distant to his colleagues. So, Selena had to bond with their colleagues in his place. After they arrived, Selena began to distribute the cake. They hadn't come too early. By the time they arrived, 80% of the detectives were already there. Each paper bag contained 4 slices of cake for each team of detectives. Luke didn't leave, and simply smiled and nodded back at the colleagues who thanked him. After Selena was done distributing the paper bags, they went to Elsa's office. Elsa teased Luke, "You didn't prepare anything for me." Luke chuckled and shut the door, and Selena gave her 2 bags. "Boss, here are some sweets for you and Dustin." Elsa quickly hid the food and said, "You did a good job yesterday. Even Director Brad praised you." Luke and Selena weren't that excited. This wasn't Houston, and they weren't shut out here. While it might be too much to say that they had a lot of friends in the police department, they didn't really have any enemies. Elsa, Dustin, the director and the deputy director wouldn't give them any trouble, and would even offer help when necessary. Luke and Selena's life here was much better than in Houston. Elsa only mentioned Brad because she didn't want them to feel that they were being ignored, even if they were still young and weren't in a hurry to be promoted. "Are you going to investigate the 2 cases in Weaver today?" asked Elsa. Other detectives might take a break after resolving a major case, but she knew that these 2 wouldn't. Luke nodded and said, "I'm going to read up on them first. These cases might be tricky." Elsa nodded. "All right, if you haven't found any leads in 3 days, the cases will be transferred to the FBI." Selena found that odd. Were these crimes committed by a serial killer? Usually, the FBI wouldn't intervene unless a case was important or involved multiple murders and locations. These 2 cases were hardly major ones, so it could only be a serial killer. Elsa shook her head. "It's not clear, but Dustin already told us to pay extra attention in case we run into any trouble." Luke frowned. Trouble? Elsa didn't keep it a secret from Luke. The FBI has already decided that they'll take over in 3 days. Luke nodded. "What's the boss's opinion?" "He was actually fine with it." Elsa shook her head. "The boss has no objections. If the FBI wants to take over, just let them." Luke immediately got it. There wasn't anything to be gained from the cases in Weaver, so the police department would be happy to give them away to the FBI as a gesture of goodwill. "We'll go take a look first." Luke didn't give an answer right away. Elsa nodded. Luke and Selena then left Elsa's office and returned to their desks. At an adjacent desk, Elizabeth raised her head and gave Selena an inquiring look. Selena said, "Fine, Elizabeth, you can come over. There's no need to stare at me like that." Elizabeth rose with a smile and said, "Thank you for the cake, Selena." Selena could only chuckle. Elsa and Dustin were the only people in the police department who knew where the cake came from, while the rest of the officers thought that it was Selena who made it. Chapter 280 Haunted House in Weaver. Luke said, "Tell me the problems with this case." He then picked up Elizabeth's case file and browsed through it. Billy, Elizabeth's partner, was standing nearby. He was a quiet man, but Luke was very satisfied with him as he was calm and patient. Elizabeth had worked hard. Although she had helped with the Jennifer Perry case yesterday, she had still managed to gather a lot of new information for this case as well. Elizabeth said, "The biggest problem is that the female body has been identified to be Vivian Violent, who was buried a year ago." Luke nodded. "Okay, what about the missing little girl?" Elizabeth said, "We'll have to start with the Remus family who recently moved to Weaver." After listening to her explanation, Luke and Selena had a rough overview of the case. The Remus family, which was made up of a couple and their son Gary, bought a house in Weaver. The night they moved in, however, they ran out of the house, crying for help. When the police arrived, the family claimed that there were ghosts in the house that wanted to kill them. The police officers searched the house but didn't find anything. The Remus family was freaked out. They decided to leave the place. They asked the police officers to take out some of their belongings for them, so that they could leave. However, when they questioned the family, the police officers noticed that all of them mentioned 2 people. One of them was Harry Violet, a father who used to live here until he killed himself after his daughter went missing, and the other was Tessa Violet, the missing daughter. They were the ghosts that the new family encountered. As to why the new family knew the identities of the ghosts, the photos of the father and daughter had still been in the house when the new family moved in. The police officers would have laughed and let them leave if the new family had only seen Harry, but since the girl Tessa was a registered missing person, the family was asked to stay at a motel for the time being until Luke could ask them more questions. Luke thought for a moment and said, "Let's go and question the Remus family first, then check Vivian Violet's body." The 4 of them left and soon reached a motel. They found the Remus family at the motel. The family seemed tired and scared. Despite the warm LA sunshine, they shivered now and then as if they were cold. Luke showed them his badge and talked to the family. Half an hour later, Luke and his group left for the morgue. On their way to the morgue, Elizabeth asked, "Luke, did you notice anything?" Luke replied, "Although many people are good liars, I don't think this family is lying. Many critical parts of their statements are identical, like their descriptions of the father and daughter's appearances. Also, they used different phrasing in their descriptions, so I don't think they memorized anything beforehand." Selena asked, "You don't really think that the house is haunted, do you?" Luke didn't say anything, but murmured inwardly, I can't say anything for sure yet. When they checked the body at the morgue and listened to the coroner, even Selina fell silent. Vivian had been dead for a year, but the body was as fresh as if she had passed away just 2 days ago. Her fingerprints, her DNA and her dental records all proved that she was Vivian Violet. Elizabeth had investigated the lady's grave and found no signs of excavation, but to open her coffin required her family's permission as well as court approval. Since Vivian's family was all dead and it was hard to reach out to any other relatives, her coffin couldn't be opened yet. 3 days later, the FBI would take over, and whether the coffin could be opened or not would no longer be the police office's business. Luke even examined Vivian's body personally to confirm that she wasn't a fake. Selina didn't really dare touch it. She wasn't scared of bodies, which she had seen a lot of, but this case was still too creepy for her. After they left, Luke simply said, let's take a look at their house. Half an hour later, they arrived at No 1120 on Westchester Road. Looking at the house, Selina was again amazed. Another mansion, Luke chuckled. This house covers around 1,000 square meters and has 3 floors, which includes 6 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms. Our salaries are barely enough for us to pay for the upkeep, much less to rent the house. The gate wasn't locked, and the 4 of them smoothly entered the front yard. Luke said, Elizabeth, Billy, take a look around the place. The 2 naturally had no objections. Although the case had happened inside the house, there might still be leads outside. Luke and Selina wandered up to the front door, which wasn't locked either. Luke shook his head. How scared they must have been. They didn't lock any of the doors. He stepped inside. The moment he did, his face changed, and he retreated so quickly that he bumped hard into Selina, who had been about to enter behind him. Rubbing her chest, Selina exclaimed, ouch. You did that on purpose, didn't you? She wasn't being unreasonable. Luke's movement had been so violent that even her breasts hurt. Luke pulled her along as he walked away. He then took out his phone. Elizabeth, is Billy with you? The both of you come back. Don't enter any part of the house, including the basement, garage, and tool shed. Elizabeth and her partner returned a couple of minutes later. They were both puzzled. What's wrong, Luke? Luke simply told everybody to get into the car. He didn't speak until they returned to the police department. We'll drop this case. I'll talk to the boss later. After a brief hesitation, Elizabeth asked, Luke, can I ask why we're dropping it? Pondering for a moment, Luke said in a low voice, a psychic will be able to do more than we can on this case. Elizabeth and Billy looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what to say. They didn't really believe that Luke was a coward, because everybody said that Luke was the detective most capable of fighting in their department. Then, was he scared of ghosts? Looking at them, Luke asked, let me put it this way. If this case is a supernatural one, how are you going to resolve it? Elizabeth and Billy looked at each other and shook their heads silently. They certainly didn't have an answer. They were detectives, not exorcists. The system's hidden ability. Luke spread his hands and said, so, we're not following up on this case anymore. Just give it to the FBI. We're police detectives, we work with the living. Elizabeth and Billy nodded with bitter smiles. They didn't want to upset Luke. After all, it wasn't a case that they had to crack. Luke then took Selina to Elsa's office and informed her of their decision to drop the case. Elsa wasn't too surprised. It wasn't unusual for a police detective to refuse to work on certain weird cases. However, it was the first time that Luke had dropped one after he started investigating it. Before he left the office, Luke casually asked, right, who's coming from the FBI? Do I know them? Elsa said, I think it's one of their senior researchers, but I don't know exactly who. Luke said, okay, I'll go read the case file first. Elsa lowered her head and waved her hand, implying that he could get out. Since he had dropped the Weaver case, Elsa naturally gave him a new one. After they returned to their desks, Selina asked in a low voice, are we really abandoning the case? Luke nodded. Yes, as police detectives, we should stay as far away from such cases as possible, since there's barely anything we can do except get ourselves killed. Selina nodded her head. Luke wasn't an ordinary detective, but even he was unwilling to investigate any longer. It was not hard to imagine how dangerous the place had to be. But at that moment, Luke wasn't feeling frightened, but delighted. When he had set foot inside the house, the system had suddenly reacted. System. Unknown negative energy detected trying to establish a link with the host. Do you accept? Of course Luke didn't accept. The system was bound to Luke's soul, and didn't react to most dangers. It existed as a support tool all this time, and never stopped Luke from doing anything. Luke had been figuring out the rules of the system by running his own tests. Now that the system had voluntarily sent out an alert, it didn't seem right at all. Luke certainly wasn't an idiot to accept the link. Remembering the people who had died in that house and the Remus family who almost went crazy, Luke felt it was best that he stay away from tricky and weird beings. He was only capable of elementary self-healing and physical attacks for now, and couldn't deal with supernatural creatures. A reckless adventure wasn't worth it. However, there was still a silver lining. If the negative energy in the house was ghosts, and the system could reject a connection with them, then by extrapolation, could the system reject the invasion of those with mental super abilities? Did that mean that the system could help him resist mental attacks? Luke was quite happy about that. This was much more important than finding out the truth about the haunted house. More importantly, it was an unnecessary risk, since he had another guy who had mental abilities. Bobby. Luke wondered if the head of his company's PR department had made any progress in mental communication. Later, he could have Bobby use mental communication on him. It would be a safe and convenient way of obtaining results. As he was thinking, the phone on the desk rang. Selena answered it, then said, "Dustin wants you in his office." Luke nodded. "You can read this case file first." He then got up and left. When he arrived at Dustin's office, he was stopped before he entered. Dustin got up and walked out, wearing his jacket. Hinting for Luke to follow him, he said in a low voice, "Jennifer is here." Luke asked, "That big celebrity?" Dustin nodded slightly and continued in a low voice, "She's waiting for you in the director's office." Luke was puzzled. "Huh, is she here to file a complaint about me?" Dustin looked at him weirdly and continued, "No, she's here to thank you." Luke, "You're not being sarcastic, are you, boss?" Dustin found that strange. "You resolved a huge problem for her. It was her employees who caused the problem, not you. Why would she complain about you?" Luke, "I certainly can't tell you that I watched a dozen videotapes of her naked." Dustin continued, "She said that she's here to thank the police department, but she won't talk until you get there." Luke immediately got it. "She wants to make a donation." Dustin said, "We're not sure, but it's possible, and it won't be a small amount." Luke said, "I don't think I get to decide that for her, right? What if the star was here only to express her gratitude verbally, and the bosses thought that it was Luke who blew it?" Dustin knew what he was thinking. "No, you won't be blamed even if she doesn't donate anything. But the more generous she is, the more credit you'll get." Luke, "It's not a pay rise or a bonus. What good will that credit do me?" Of course, he only thought that to himself. He actually didn't really care about a bonus, either. He cared more about garnering support in his department. Take the Weaver case, for example. He could drop it without an explanation, which was precisely the police department's implicit support of him. Other detectives would have had to explain themselves if they wanted to give up a case, and if their boss got angry, they might be ordered to keep working on it. Luke didn't have any such trouble. He was now free to choose the cases he wanted to work on, just like his uncle Old Grayson. At the director's office, Dustin nodded and had Luke go in, and he simply said, "Director, Luke is here," at the door, before he left. Well, Dustin had been Director Brad Pierre's trusted subordinate for a long time. That was why he was so casual. Brad waved his hand at Luke in greeting, and Luke saluted the chief of the police department after he closed the door. "Director, Luke Coulson, reporting for duty." Brad nodded and said, "Have a seat." Luke sat down on the couch and glanced at Jennifer Perry, who was opposite him. Luke was calm and even smiled at her politely, but the big star involuntarily looked away. Chapter 282 We're not professionals. Thankfully, Director Brad broke the awkward atmosphere with a long and monotonous speech. It was basically what Dustin said to Luke earlier, but couched in very subtle and implicit terms. After he was done, Brad said, "Luke, Miss Perry would like to express her thanks to you alone. You'll talk to her in the reception room." The reception room was right next to the director's office. They went in and Luke closed the door. After a brief hesitation, Jennifer said, "I was saved a lot of trouble thanks to your efficiency. I'll give you $1 million as a personal reward." Luke shook his head in amusement. "No, Miss Perry, I didn't contribute that much to the case, so the reward is unnecessary." He certainly didn't want to take the money. On one hand, the money wasn't much to him, since he was living in a villa and had $1 million in his bank account as well as another $1 million which he looted off criminals. On the other hand, Jennifer's offer was a blatant attempt at keeping him quiet. If he took the money, he would feel like he was blackmailing her. Biting her lip, Jennifer said, "Please take it." Luke knew what her intentions were. He thought for a moment, then said, "Will you be donating to my police department this time?" Stunned for a moment, Jennifer said, "Yes, I'll donate $1 million to the police department." Naturally, it was meant to keep the police officers who were involved in her case quiet as well. As for the 2 security guards who had committed murder, it didn't matter what they said. The most important thing was to prevent the police from backing up their statements. Luke nodded. "Make it $2 million then. If you're willing, I would be very happy if you could donate half the money directly to the Major Crimes Division." Jennifer was surprised. The Major Crimes Division? He was giving away $1 million to the police department. For what? A bunch of medals? Luke nodded and said solemnly, "Yes. I work hard because I'm paid by the police department, not by the victims." "Okay, Miss Perry, I didn't take your videotapes with me yesterday. I think my attitude should be clear enough. There's no need to worry about it. I have better things to do." Jennifer almost felt ashamed after hearing that. Was she really overthinking it, and he was only trying to be a good police officer? After duping Jennifer, Luke returned to the director's office with her. Luke said, "Director, Miss Perry and I are done with our talk." Brad looked at them and nodded. "Okay, you can get back to work." Luke saluted and left the office. Selena was idly reading the case file when Luke returned. Her eyes glowed as she asked, "What did they give you this time?" Luke chuckled. "Why don't you think that Dustin summoned me to scold me?" Selena said, "Of course he won't scold someone like you who works hard and doesn't want a promotion." Luke agreed with that. He gestured for Selena to lean in close, and he told her about Jennifer. Selena was speechless. Luke said, "Just keep it to yourself. Don't tell anyone, not even Elsa or Dustin. Do you understand?" Selena was dazed. "Huh," Luke said, "it's all about acting, Detective Selena. You can't get a promotion or a pay rise without acting skills." Selena said, "Okay, got it." Soon, the phone on Luke's desk rang again. He picked it up and talked for a moment, only to look confused. "Selena. Acting. It's all about acting, Detective Luke." "Luke. Hold that thought, it's possible that I might have to act later." Selena was surprised. "What?" Luke said, "The director just told me that the star wants to ask for a favor." Selena said, "Did she suddenly change her sexual orientation?" Luke chuckled and went to the director's office again. 10 minutes later, he returned. Selena looked at him curiously. While Selena wasn't a fan of any star in particular, Luke knew that she paid attention to everything about the stars, particularly embarrassing gossip on them. "All right, get ready. Give your case to Elizabeth for now. We have a new mission," Luke said with a smile. Selena quickly rose and handed the case to Elizabeth. She then came back and put on her coat. Luke helped her pick up her purse, and they both walked out. Selena asked, "What's our new mission? Where are the files?" Passing Selena's purse to her, Luke said, "Let's talk in the car." They went to the parking lot and got into the car. Luke then drove the car over to a Benz Sprinter, before he rolled down the window and gave a honk. The Benz Sprinter slowly started up and moved forward, and Luke followed it. Selena looked at the car and asked curiously, "Is that Jennifer's car?" Luke said, "Of course. No regular person can afford such a luxurious car." Selena said, "How much does it cost?" $100,000. Luke said, "I don't know, but the car has been modified. Chances are the modifications cost more than the car itself." Selena nodded. "Is she our new mission?" Luke said helplessly, "She's too rich for me to refuse her." Selena found that strange. What happened? Apparently a lot of accidents have been happening in the production team that she's joining, so she's hiring us to protect her for a couple of days on set, said Luke. Selena. What? We're not professional bodyguards, Luke. But she gave us money. Selena. Huh, what money? Luke. $1 million to the police department, and another $1 million exclusively to the Major Crimes Division. Selena. Okay, in that case, I can protect her 24/7. Luke. We just need to watch over her on set. You don't have to be so excited. The money isn't for you, anyway. Selena. But we'll definitely receive bonuses. I think we can celebrate at a big restaurant later. Luke couldn't argue with that. They had cracked the earlier case, and would certainly receive huge bonuses for it. It would be too outrageous if they got nothing after the police department received such a huge donation. As they spoke, Luke drove the car all the way to Hollywood. Chapter 283. Watching people shoot a horror movie. Hollywood was in Luke and Selena's area, but they rarely dropped by. Mostly, it was because Luke had been on too many vacations or work trips. Selena had always dreamed of working in this place. She was quite keen on meeting celebrities in person. Very soon, they followed Jennifer's car to a film set. With Jennifer's car leading the way, the guards at the gate simply gave Luke a temporary pass and let him in. Luke parked the car, but it wasn't until 5 minutes later that the star finally got out of her own car. Luke was confused when he saw Jennifer wearing a hat and a pair of big sunglasses. Nobody can see your makeup at all, and you'll have to put on makeup again before you start shooting, so what were you doing in your car for the last 5 minutes? Of course, he didn't really intend to ask the silly question out loud. He simply waited 5 meters away with Selena for Jennifer to enter the set. The star, however, waved her hand at Luke, and he had to go over. He didn't have a choice. After all, he was being paid. "Miss Perry, how can I help you?" asked Luke. Jennifer raised her hand. "Call me Jennifer." "You too, Selena. You don't mind me calling you by your names, do you?" They shook their heads. "Can you stay by my side later except for when I'm filming?" she asked in an extremely low voice. Luke and Selena naturally nodded again. It was good to be in closer proximity to Jennifer since their mission was to protect her. The trickiest mission was trying to protect a client who forbade the guards from remaining close by, in which case the guards might not arrive in time when there was an emergency. After walking 100 meters, they entered the set. Selena almost exclaimed in amazement at the scene. It was a big forest set. At first sight, it was almost like a real forest. Of course, that was only in Selena's case. Luke had already detected the smell of modern electronic equipment which didn't feel like the air of a forest at all the moment he entered. Also, some fans and unknown equipment nearby were humming softly, so the place wasn't half as quiet as a real forest would be. Quite a few people greeted Jennifer when she entered. Jennifer simply nodded and barely said anything back to them. When she reached a camera, 2 men raised their heads from where they were sitting and looked at her. "Jenny, you're here." "Hey, Jenny. Do you feel any better?" Jennifer nodded at them. "I'm fine now. It was just a little cold." The 2 men suddenly noticed Luke and Selena behind her. One of them, who was slim and had a beard, found it strange. "You changed bodyguards?" Jennifer chuckled. "They're only temporary." The director was silent for a moment, but he said in a low voice, "Okay, if that's what you want." Luke and Selena clearly saw the director's face. It was obvious that he too was aware of the rumor that it wasn't safe in his crew. Done with making small talk, Jennifer sat down not far away. Many people immediately surrounded her. While they put makeup on Jennifer and got her into her costume, an assistant director gave her notes on the scenes to be shot next. Naturally, the assistant director wasn't teaching Jennifer how to act. He wasn't qualified to do so. He was simply telling her where the cameras would be and how the lights would be arranged so as not to waste Jennifer's precious time. Jennifer merely nodded now and then without saying anything. The staff nearby had to cater to her whims, and didn't dare ask her to be more cooperative at all. Selena clicked her tongue, amazed by the big star's demeanor. Unlike Selena, who was curious about Jennifer, Luke focused on the set. He didn't activate Sharp Nose fully, because the place didn't smell great. However, there weren't many dangerous objects here. The only smell of gunpowder was from the props department. Certain crimson bags didn't reek of blood, but of ketchup and honey. This explained why actors in horror movies could run so fast when they were bleeding all over. Clearly, their blood gave them too much sugar. Since Jennifer was still getting ready, the director shot other scenes first. It wasn't because Jennifer wasn't famous enough, but because the director wanted the other actors to adjust their mindsets first, in case they lost their cool when Jennifer started shooting. Jennifer was only appearing as a guest star in the movie. The director of this movie was also the one who picked Jennifer as the lead in the movie which made her famous. So, Jennifer was here to return the favor and take part in the director's new movie as a guest star without being paid. Luke knew this partly because Jennifer had told him earlier and partly because he had gotten Selena to look at the file. It might or might not be very helpful for his temporary bodyguard gig. In any case, without the information, he would have found it hard to understand why Jennifer would star in a low-budget horror flick. Luke had actually watched the movie which shot Jennifer Perry to fame before. He never thought that he would personally watch her shoot a horror movie one day. It did feel rather strange. In a quiet forest, a woman in a thin dress stumbled along and looked back every now and then, fear written all over her face. As she ran, her breasts almost bounced out of her dress. Suddenly, her face changed, and she screamed loudly. Chapter 284 Fake Body, Cut, shouted Pierce, the director, and he jumped out of his chair. Sarah, what are you doing? The woman in the thin dress was at a loss. What's with your face? Is it your time of the month? You're only scared, you haven't lost any limbs yet. You're acting like you've already been stabbed 100 times, when everything has only just started. Again, Pierce scolded her and returned to his seat. A moment later, they did another take. Dumbfounded, Selena said to Luke in a very soft voice, "Is this acting?" I thought that the actress did quite well. I would have taken out my gun if I ran into her, it did seem like someone was chasing her. Luke smiled. You'll see what truly great acting is like today. Maybe you won't look so silly anymore after you watch them. Selena was dissatisfied. Are you any better than I am? Luke smiled and didn't tell her that as a transmigrator, he had been acting since he was 5. After another 10 minutes, when even Luke felt that it was too much, the director finally approved the take. To be honest, Luke really couldn't tell the difference between the first and last takes. All he knew was that those breasts were indeed huge and perky. Jennifer was all dressed up. Seeing that Luke and Selena were interested in the filming, she said, Pierce's demands can be very high. He often shoots the same scene a dozen times until he's satisfied. It may seem outrageous, but you have to admit that his work always has a unique vibe. Luke nodded, not really interested. Some strict directors could even literally traumatize the actors and actresses on set. These actors and actresses had to see a shrink after several months of torture, and it wasn't unusual for them to take a hiatus for a year or two after they returned to acting. Just as the crew was preparing the second scene, someone exclaimed in shock, "Ah, Frank's dead." Everybody looked at the screaming woman, who was Sarah Pock, the movie's lead actress. At that moment, she was trembling and pointing at the forest set. She had clearly been changing into her costume when she noticed the anomaly. Frightened, she pointed at the forest, and had yet to button up her dress. But few people had the time to gawk at Miss Potch's partial nudity. Everybody exclaimed and looked at where she was pointing. Luke quickly patted Selena on the shoulder and said, "Watch Jennifer and don't get distracted." "I'll go over and take a look." Selena immediately withdrew her gaze. She nodded and paid attention to her surroundings. Luke stepped forward and flashed his badge. LAPD. Stay where you are and don't come any closer. The few individuals who had been about to come forward stopped and looked at Pierce. Pierce frowned and glanced at Jennifer. Jennifer nodded at him and got to her feet. Hence, Pierce didn't say anything. Both of them had known each other for many years and worked together on many movies, and he trusted Jennifer. Jennifer approached him and told everyone else to leave, before she explained the matter to Pierce and Todd, his writer, in a low voice. On the other side, Luke had entered the forest set and was walking toward the body that was strung up. The moment he entered, his face changed. Who was this guy? Was this some kind of joke? When he approached the body, his sharp nose told him that the man was still alive. Gloomily, Luke picked up a random branch prop and whacked the man's butt. The body suddenly moved and shouted, "Ouch! Stop, that hurts." Everybody on set was confused. Exactly what was going on? Even Luke almost exploded with anger, despite his usual good temper. "Get down here and tell me why you're doing this." The body obediently unhooked himself from a barely discernible metal rope at his waist, which had been holding him securely to the tree. When he dropped down, he couldn't help but lick the sweet and sour taste of the fake blood off his lips. Luke said, "Name, age, occupation, address, and social security number. I'll be taking you back to the police department if you don't give me your details." The body smiled awkwardly. "Officer, it was just a joke. You don't have to arrest me, do you?" Luke turned to the side. "Miss Jennifer Perry, do you think this is a joke that won't affect your performance later?" Jennifer's calm was restored. She shook her head and said, "No, it's made me uneasy, which may affect filming." Luke turned back. "Now, do you want to be a guest in our interrogation room at the police department?" The body could only give in now. He certainly knew who Jennifer Perry was. Since she was the victim, and he had indeed disrupted filming on set, it was possible that he would be kept in custody for a day or two. Luke then took him to a corner and interrogated him. 10 minutes later, Luke calmly returned. Jennifer was already filming. When Luke returned, Selena asked in a low voice, "What's that about?" Luke shook his head. "That guy is just an extra. Somebody paid him to play a dead body, claiming that it would help build up the atmosphere of a horror movie." Selena's eyes bulged. "And he believed that?" Luke chuckled. "It does happen a lot. After all, many production teams have done bizarre things for a film." He even suspected that someone had intentionally fabricated the rumor of frequent accidents in the crew. "So you let him go?" asked Selena. Luke said, "No, I handcuffed him to a prop over there. He'll stay there until Jennifer is done." Chapter 285. Pac is dead and the body still lives. As Luke and Selena talked, Jennifer started shooting another scene. They stopped talking and focused. It would be embarrassing if anything really happened to the big star. Pierce approved her scenes after just 2 retakes, but it still took almost an hour. In fact, the 2 retakes weren't entirely necessary, but Jennifer's performance was slightly different in each one. So, Pierce was free to choose any of the takes he wanted during post-editing. When Jennifer walked back, she suddenly pointed at the ceiling in fright. "What's that?" Luke turned around, only to see a person hanging from the ceiling in a corner. Everybody was horrified at first, but then realized that it might be another practical joke, like what Mr. Body had done earlier. "Selena, have them bring that person down." Luke, however, frowned and pointed at the person, before he ran to where Mr. Body was handcuffed. Ducking around the miscellaneous items on his way, Luke saw Mr. Body and came to an abrupt halt. He then drew out his pistol. Bang, bang, a rope was immediately shot apart, and Mr. Body, who had almost suffocated, fell down, gasping harshly. Luke turned around and gestured at Selena, who took out her gun as well. He then freed Mr. Body and asked, "Who did this?" Mr. Body shook his head in pain as he coughed hard. Luke took off the noose from around the man's neck and sniffed it, only to frown, not because there weren't any scents on the noose, but because there were too many. Most of the scents belonged to the props manager as well as his assistants, but that couldn't prove anything, as they were responsible for most of the props. The scents of other people on the noose were vague. That could be because they had touched the rope a long time ago, or because they had only touched it briefly. It was hard to tell the difference, particularly when the scents of a dozen people were all jumbled up. Putting the noose aside on a nearby wooden shelf, Luke observed the murder contraption that had almost turned Mr. Body into a real body. The fatal setup was very simple. A rope with a noose on one end had been tied to a wooden plank that was part of a windmill. As soon as the windmill turned, Mr. Body, whose hands were handcuffed to a prop, wouldn't be able to resist at all when the noose tightened around his neck. For filming convenience, it was an electric windmill, and the switch was on the ground nearby and turned on with a rope that was tied to it. Luke hadn't noticed it earlier since the environment was quite noisy with all kinds of machines and props. Also, Jennifer had been shooting a group scene in the forest. Although the camera was mostly focused on Jennifer, the other extras had to work hard to scream, stumble and fall, creating all kinds of noise. Luke wasn't God. He couldn't catch everything that was happening around him when his attention was fixed on Jennifer. Frowning, Luke carefully examined the clues he had. He couldn't detect any scent of a stranger, which was interesting. Luke slowly walked around the set. A few minutes later, he stopped and shook his head. There were too many people here. The production team, plus the staff which the actors and actresses had brought with them, amounted to more than 50 people. Also, this was a movie set, and people bustled to and fro all the time. It was hard to tell who the murderer was. He returned to Mr. Body again and asked, "Mike, can you talk now?" Mike struggled to nod. Luke asked, "Who attacked you?" Mike shook his head. "I didn't see. Just now, the windmill behind me started turning, and a noose just started to strangle me." Luke frowned. "Did you hear anything unusual?" Mike shook his head again. "No, I was strangled all of a sudden. I didn't notice anything." Luke didn't find that odd. To teach him a lesson, Luke had handcuffed him to a low iron shelf so that he could only squat there. It would be hard for him to turn around and see what was behind him. "Let's go, but don't say anything to anybody, got it?" Luke instructed him. Mike nodded and wobbled after him. Luke took the man, who had almost died for real after faking it, to Selena and whispered something to her, before he asked Jennifer, "Jennifer, are you done with filming?" Jennifer nodded. Luke said, "Then would you please leave first?" Jennifer knew what he meant. Her agreement with Luke was that he would protect her during filming. As soon as she left the set, Luke's job as a bodyguard would be over. He would then be free to fully dedicate himself to the case. Jennifer was well aware of the young detective's ability to crack a case. She didn't say anything else, and simply nodded. She then said something to Pierce and Todd, before bidding them farewell. Seeing her off, Luke turned to look at Pierce. "This is now a crime scene, so please cooperate with us by not moving around or talking to random people, and no one can leave without permission." Pierce silently looked at the naked body that was on the ground not far away. Luke looked at Selena, and she nodded and said, "I've contacted the police department. Forensics is on the way." Luke was quite satisfied. Selena did a great job as support. She had certainly learned a lot while working with Donald. Luke then bent his head and looked at the body that had been cut down from the ceiling. He was already familiar with the person, who was none other than Sarah Pock, the movie's lead actress. Now, her pretty eyes were closed and her naked body was covered with a blanket. Her mouth was half open, but she wasn't breathing. A doctor in the crew was performing CPR on Sarah, but Luke knew that Miss Sarah was already as dead as could be. Luke didn't see her chest move, and had already detected the smell of excrement when she had still been hanging from the ceiling. Selena had examined her pulse earlier and confirmed that she was dead. Chapter 286 narrowed down the range. Luke seemed to be observing Sarah's body, but he was actually discreetly surveying everybody's reactions. Regretfully, while their reactions weren't entirely the same, nothing suspicious really stood out. Luke didn't find that odd. The murderer attacked two people after Luke identified himself as a police officer. The suspect had to be a psycho, since no sane person would commit a crime when they knew police officers were present. Luke and Selena began to ask everybody questions. Both of them were using recorders that Luke had modified, and they didn't have to write everything down themselves. Half an hour later, Elizabeth and Billy arrived. Elsa and her new partner Simmons, a young white detective, also showed up soon after that. Their help would be indispensable since there were too many people that had to be questioned. This was also a major case. The lead actress of a movie had been killed right in front of police officers and hung from the ceiling. It was a provocation no matter how you looked at it. The murderer had even attempted to kill one other person. Did they really think that the police was nothing? Luke quickly explained what happened to his colleagues who had just arrived. Frowning, Elsa asked, "Did anyone see you handcuff Mike?" "No, I handcuffed him in a corner. Nobody could have seen him behind all the items in the way unless they were nearby." Luke shook his head. He knew why Elsa had asked the question. It meant that the murderer's attack on Mike wasn't planned, but improvised. After all, the murderer couldn't have known that Luke was a police officer, or that he would handcuff Mike in that corner. Elsa turned gloomy. What is his goal? To provoke the police. Killing a suspect that Luke had handcuffed was even crazier than killing a random guy in front of him. Luke would have been in serious trouble if Mike had been killed. Mike didn't deserve to die because of his prank. If the incident was reported, Luke would probably be demoted and transferred out. If Elsa lost Luke, her team's efficiency would definitely plummet. Elsa said in a low voice, "We'll be working overtime today. Does anyone have a problem with that?" Nobody said anything. They certainly didn't have the courage to openly object to their boss. Elsa said, "Luke, you can take action freely. The rest of you will investigate the crew with me. Let me know if you find anything." Everybody nodded, and the crew was divided into several groups for questioning. Luke wasn't given a task because Elsa knew that he had a mysterious way of cracking cases. He could often find suspicious things after roaming the crime scene for a while. Hence, Elsa would rather not squander Luke's ability by having him interrogate the crew. Luke walked back and forth on set, mainly around where Sarah had been hung and where Mike had almost been strangled. But he didn't find anything. The murderer was quite cunning. The murder weapons he used were all props that had been touched by a lot of people, just like the noose around Mike's neck. After examining the crime scene, Luke deduced that the murderer must have used a simple yet practical trap to hang Sarah instead of doing it himself. When Sarah stepped into the trap, the noose dropped around her neck and tightened. Sarah was only 1.6 meters tall, and according to Jennifer, it helped Sarah cut a more pitiful-looking figure in the movie. Sarah wasn't a strong woman. The moment she stepped into the trap, the noose tightened around her neck and she was hung. Luke could totally imagine how desperate she must have felt with a bunch of people right in front of his eyes, yet she couldn't cry for help at all. Luke wasn't entirely disappointed after his inspection. The murderer was bold and used carefully devised traps. It was a good thing for the murderer, because it would be hard for the police to track him down. However, the murderer still left clues behind. And there was an obvious one in Sarah's death. Why was the murderer so confident that Sarah would set foot in his trap? This wasn't a jungle, and the murderer had only set up one trap, yet somehow, he knew that Sarah would fall into it. The trap range was very small, just 20 centimeters off, and it would have missed Sarah. Luke found that interesting. Else didn't contact him, which meant that she hadn't found anything yet. The forensic scientists were already on the job when he returned to Sarah's body. Luke questioned them, and their replies were within his expectations. Sarah had indeed died by hanging, and hadn't been strung up only after she was strangled, otherwise, the body would have exhibited a different set of marks. Also, there wasn't anything unusual under her fingernails. Clearly, the murderer hadn't given her a chance to struggle. Perhaps, the murderer had simply and silently watched her step into the trap and get hung. Cold-blooded and scheming, the murderer felt like a serial killer. As far as Luke could recall, though, many serial killers did like to use strangulation, but few would silently hang their victims next to a crowd. Soon, the forensic scientists took Sarah's body away. Until further examination, it was impossible for Luke to acquire any other leads from them. Luke circled the set again. This time, he calmed down and carefully analyzed the smells on the nooses that had been used to hang Sarah and Mike. Although he couldn't directly find the murderer this way, he could narrow down the range of suspects. There were traces of 20 people on the two nooses, which was roughly half of the crew of around 50 people. Following that, there were only 5 targets whose scents were on both nooses. It was only 1/10 of all the people on the set, which was good enough for his investigation. Chapter 287 The Biggest Suspect. 1. Luke went to Elsa and whispered something to her. After hearing him out, Elsa rearranged the tasks and had the rookies continue the interrogation, while she and Selena began to question the 5 biggest suspects. Luke stood behind them and observed the suspects' reactions during the interrogation. When the last man came in, the others greeted him. "Hey, Todd." He was none other than Todd Vince, the second in command on the crew. He was the writer and the first assistant director on the movie. Other than Pierce, the director of the movie, he was the most powerful man in the crew. After a few minutes of questioning, Todd got up and left. After a moment, Elsa turned back and looked at Luke. "Did you notice anything?" Luke approached them and said, "Maybe, but tell me what you found first so that I don't influence your view." Evidence was needed to convict a criminal. He could basically deduce who the murderer was, but that wasn't proof. Selena thought for a moment, then said, "As I recall, I didn't see the props manager and his assistants during the filming." Elsa pondered for a moment before she shook her head. Luke said that the murderer used a trap to kill Sarah, so he didn't have to be there. He could be using you and Luke as his best alibi. Luke nodded inwardly. Nobody knew how Sarah had stepped into the trap, and it was impossible to identify the murderer since the trap could have been set up much earlier on. Elsa said, "Even the people that were in your line of sight could still be suspects. They might have set up the trap before you arrived." Both Selena and Luke nodded. Doing so ran the risk of the trap being exposed earlier on, but it also made it much harder to investigate. Elsa looked at Luke and asked, "Now, can you tell us what you discovered?" Luke said, "Todd is the biggest suspect." Both Elsa and Selena were stunned for a moment. Elsa then asked, "Why him?" As the writer and an assistant director, he was always with Pierce, and a lot of people would have been paying attention to him. Luke had found an excuse. He spread his hands and said, "Precisely because he didn't have time to commit the crime." Elsa realized what Luke was getting at. He used a trap to murder Sarah because he couldn't disappear for long. Luke nodded and added, "Secondly, as the writer and an assistant director, he's one of the few people in the crew who can tell Sarah where to go." Elsa and Selena were struck with realization. Although Sarah was only a C-list actress, only Pierce and Todd could order her around in the crew. In this low-budget horror movie, she was the biggest star. Of course, in that regard, Pierce held even more power. If he told Sarah to take off her clothes and give him a lap dance, she would still do it. But Pierce didn't have a motive, and his scent wasn't on the two nooses either. Luke had compared the scents at the crime scenes with what was on the murder weapons to identify the murderer. Nobody had been near the area where Sarah had died today, but Todd's scent was present from the previous day, as well as Sarah's. Without looking at security footage, nobody else would realize it since everybody was busy filming and wouldn't be keeping track of each other's whereabouts. If Jennifer hadn't brought Luke by today, it was possible that Todd might have tricked everyone. If it's Todd, what's his motive? Selena was puzzled. He's the writer and an assistant director. What good will it do him for this movie to be haunted by negative news? Neither Elsa nor Luke could give her an answer, because there were too many possibilities. In any case, Elsa simply made a decision. I'll have Billy and Simmons continue investigating the set as a distraction. Everybody else will focus on Todd and try to find his weak point. Luke and Selena certainly had no objections. It was best for the 3 female detectives to interrogate the crew since they were less aggressive as women and would communicate more easily with them. Both the detectives and the crew members were exhausted by yet another round of questions, but nobody complained. Who knew whether the crew would still exist after this incident? Many people in the crew were relying on this movie, and the police detectives were also hoping to close the case as fast as possible to minimize the negative impact. An hour later, Elsa returned and met up with Luke again. There's something wrong with Todd. Luke didn't respond and simply waited for her to continue. But Elsa just had some water and hinted for Elizabeth to pick up where she left off. Elizabeth gave everybody a bottle of water and continued, based on our investigation, Todd was actually close to Sarah. In fact, it was Todd who recommended her as lead actress. Luke continued listening. However, it seemed that Pierce wasn't satisfied with Sarah's performance and was thinking about replacing her, Elizabeth went on. Luke was puzzled, but filming has already started. Won't they lose a lot of money if they replace the lead actress now? Elizabeth said, there'll be losses, but filming only started a week ago, and because Pierce has been unsatisfied with Sarah's performance, progress has been slow. If the lead actress is replaced, filming will proceed much more smoothly. Luke nodded. If Pierce was satisfied with the performance of the new lead actress, it was possible that the crew could save on weeks or even months of filming, so replacing the actress actually wouldn't be a waste. Elizabeth said, Todd and Sarah were more than close. Apparently, they were quite intimate. Looking at Elizabeth, Selena interjected, that isn't strange, but that's just our speculation. Nobody said anything outright. After adding that, she gestured for Elizabeth to continue. Elizabeth smiled awkwardly. She was quite embarrassed to talk about it. As a new police detective who had just graduated from college, she wasn't ready to face the ugliness of reality yet. Chapter 288 The Biggest Suspect 2 Several people in the crew mentioned that Todd wasn't around for a bit before Sarah's body was spotted, but he was only gone for roughly 5 minutes, said Elizabeth. That's about everything we know. Luke nodded and looked at Elsa. Elsa concluded, so, Todd is indeed suspicious, but we don't have any direct evidence. She looked at Luke and asked, did you find anything else? Luke shook his head, no. Elsa frowned and said, then let's call it a day and head back to the police department. Although Todd was a suspect, it was unlikely that he would run off, given his reputation in the field. It wasn't common for the police to crack a case in one day. The 2 Jennifer Perry cases were exceptions because Luke happened to be there. Luke said, we'll have to interrogate Mike at another time. We should at least figure out why he was almost killed. Elsa nodded. He's been sent to hospital. We can visit him later. Everybody in the crew was relieved, because they could finally go home and get some rest. However, what Pierce said bummed them out. They were told that filming would be postponed until further notice. Elsa took Luke and Selena to the hospital, while the other detectives returned to the police department to sort through the files. They found Mike at the hospital. The film crew was covering his medical fees. Although the accident was partly Mike's fault, Pierce would rather that Mike didn't make a fuss about it. Seeing Luke come in and close the door, Mike grew anxious. He was pretty scared of Luke after being taught a lesson. Luke didn't ask him any questions, and instead left the job to Elsa. A moment later, after some prodding by Elsa, Mike finally confessed what he knew. The person who hired him to scare people on set was none other than Sarah Pock. The detectives looked at each other, feeling creeped out. Sarah told him to pretend to be a body hanging in midair, but very soon became a real one herself. Well, she was even worse off than Mike, who at least had kept his clothes on, while she had hung naked. Elsa prompted Mike to continue. In order to convince Mike, Sarah had mentioned that this was Todd's arrangement and that Mike wouldn't get in trouble for it. Mike dreamed of becoming an actor and knew who Todd was, so he had accepted the task without much hesitation. The detectives looked at each other and confirmed that something was off about Todd. However, there was no reason for him to kill Mike. Sarah hadn't betrayed herself at all when she saw Mike's performance. Even Pierce, who hadn't been satisfied with her performance, didn't notice anything wrong. After Sarah's death, nobody would believe that Todd was involved in this case, because Sarah could have been using Todd's name to dupe Mike. But if Mike had died today, there would certainly have been even fewer connections between Todd and Sarah's death. They didn't get any more useful information after that. Mike had only ever talked to Sarah and had never seen Sarah with Todd. His words couldn't be used as evidence, and could only point them in a direction for investigation. However, his statement did convince Elsa that Todd was a suspect. It was a lot easier to investigate Todd alone than it was to investigate 50 people. After that, everybody went home. The three rookies naturally had to work overtime. Elsa simply called them and told them to continue with the investigation before she went to bed. That was the perk of having newbies. They had to work hard if they wanted to establish themselves in the major crimes division. After dinner at home, Luke and Selena did some low-intensity training. Selena then went to bed, and Luke continued working at night. He wasn't really concerned about the new case. It wouldn't be strange if they couldn't find any evidence to arrest Todd in the end. He had worked on almost 100 cases in the Major Crimes Division, and had only cracked 30 of them. Even then, he still had the highest cleanup rate in the division. One had to learn to give up every now and then as a detective. The next day, Luke and Selena went to Elsa's office and found the three exhausted rookies reporting to her. They simply nodded at her and listened to what the rookies had to say. After hearing their report, Elsa looked at Luke. It seems that this case is getting tricky. Luke nodded. We can't convict Todd without any proof. Actually, everybody knew that the trickiest thing was Todd's identity. He wasn't powerful, but he knew too many people in show business. As long as some of them talked to the media might give the police department quite the headache. Elsa thought for a moment before she said, I'll follow up on the case with Elizabeth's team. You can go work on other cases. That way, the three rookies would get some experience and the efficiency of the team as a whole wouldn't drop. Luke nodded. I'll visit Jennifer later and see if she knows anything. Elsa simply nodded and dismissed everybody. After Luke and Selena left, he called Jennifer. It was Jennifer's private number, which Luke had obtained yesterday. Jennifer hesitated for a moment before she told Luke that she would call him back. A few minutes later, she called Luke. Pierce is at my place. Do you want to talk to him? Of course Luke wanted to talk to him. Pierce had worked with Todd for more than a decade and would be a convenient source of intelligence. When they reached Jennifer's home, Luke saw that the security guards had been replaced. After checking their badges, 2 new security guards let them in. Luke and Selena met Jennifer and Pierce in the familiar garden. Both of them were enjoying their coffee under an outdoor umbrella. After Luke and Selena sat down, Jennifer summoned a maid, a plump lady in her 40s who made good coffee. After the maid left, Jennifer said, Pierce, those 2 detectives are very capable. Something happened here a few days back, and they fixed the problem in a day. You can chat with them, and I'll go put on a face mask. She then left after that. Chapter 289 2 Experiments. Luke and Selena's conversation with Pierce ended roughly 40 minutes later. After they left Jennifer's mansion, Selena remarked in the car, that's show business. Todd wanted to direct this movie himself. Luke shrugged. Politics are inevitable once you reach a certain level, even if you're only a police officer. Haha, you're talking nonsense again. Selena smiled and said, but that life seems so extravagant on TV. I don't think it's as hard as ours. Luke chuckled. It depends on whom you're comparing them with. Everybody has to work hard if they want to live better lives. Talking in the car, they soon reached home. Selena found that strange. Why are we back home? Luke said, we put off your training because of the investigation. Since Elsa said that this case isn't urgent, we can make up for it now. Selena closed her eyes in pain. No wonder you said that nobody's life is easy. I already feel how hard mine is. Luke smiled but didn't say anything. He, for one, had never complained about working overtime at night. The team worked on the case at the film set for a few days before Elsa lowered the case priority. It wasn't the first time that Luke had run into something like this. He wasn't bothered at all. 2 nights ago, however, Todd had been mugged in a strange incident on his way home. The criminal punched him in the belly and dragged him into an alley. Then, Todd was forced by the crazy thug to play blackjack with him. In the end, the man suddenly stopped dealing and picked up a random stick. Thump. The writer passed out in the alley after a strong hit to the head. System. You have defeated Todd Vince and have received a list of his abilities. Todd Vince's abilities. Basic English, Basic Writing, Basic Ropework, 100. Credit points. Naturally, Luke was the crazy thug. Everything that he was reluctant to do on a good guy, he tested on Todd. He defeated Todd 20 times in blackjack. Plus the punch he gave Todd when he first captured him, the man lost 21 times. After subduing Todd with that last whack, he received the system notification and learned basic ropework. Inferring from Todd's ability, Luke basically figured out how he had killed Sarah and almost killed Mike. Basic abilities actually weren't basic at all. The system only listed the excellent skills of ordinary people, and these were categorized as basic abilities. Todd, for example, was a successful writer, and the system acknowledged his abilities in basic English and basic writing. On a scale of 100, the skills that most people were capable of were below 60, and the system simply ignored these. Abilities classified as basic actually weren't necessarily on the same level, it was just how the system categorized them. The basic ropework which Todd was capable of was one of the better basic abilities. He could lasso a running bull or horse from dozens of meters away, and was even better than champion cowboys. However, he wanted to be an actor, and he used his ability to kill people. Luke didn't kill Todd. The guy was the best test subject. Looking at Todd's history, this was the first time that someone in his crew had died. He must have killed Sarah Park for a reason, and it remained unknown what deal Sarah Park had made with him. Luke planned to keep Todd alive and see how unlucky he would become. He was still figuring out more ways to learn other people's abilities. For example, he couldn't learn Bobby's mental communication ability yet, because Bobby didn't really feel grateful toward him. Luke felt that it was because Bobby wasn't rich yet and couldn't openly approach Shira. However, Luke didn't know when his company would make a fortune. Todd had committed a murder, but wasn't a serial killer, so he was the perfect test subject for Luke. Luke magnanimously let him go, then shifted his attention to his company. According to reliable sources, Bullseye had returned to New York, and Luke could stop being so wary now. He talked to Bobby first. After speaking to Bobby tried mental communication on him, and as expected, Daddy's system appeared again. System. Spiritual energy trying to establish a link with the host. Do you accept? Naturally, Luke refused, but he was quite excited. The system could really prevent other people from spying on his thoughts, which was very important. All this time, he had been worried about running into people with powerful mental abilities, such as Professor X, White Queen and Jean Grey. His system and the truth he knew about this world must not be detected by these people, or he might end up in a laboratory and spend the rest of his life as a lab rat. The system now gave him protection. While he didn't know how far this protection extended, it was still important. At the very least, the system would warn him when someone was trying to peek into his head, so he would always know if someone was trying to learn his secrets. In that case, it would be possible for him to run away when he met unbelievable men like Professor X. He didn't believe that Professor X in a wheelchair could be faster than he was. With Tony Stark's crafting abilities, and with enough time and money, who knew how far Luke's future combat ability could go? After that important experience, Luke asked Bobby about his progress in selling the technology, and Bobby said awkwardly, "Miss Jenny is very capable. She reached out to a senior manager at Google. We have a meeting in a day or two." Luke chuckled and patted his shoulder. "Don't feel ashamed. Her father is a magnate. You don't have that benefit. Were you of any help during the discussion?" Bobby nodded, but added in a strange tone, "However, Miss Jenny seems to be missing you." Luke nodded, got up and said goodbye to Bobby. Chapter 290 Luke's reassurance and Selena's conscience. When he was at the door, Luke said without turning back, "Bobby, you need to learn to control your abilities, all right?" Bobby nodded with a bitter smile. "I know. In fact, I can only sense intense emotions, like when Miss Jenny misses you." Luke waved his hand. "Okay, I'm not criticizing you, but it would be best if you can fully control your ability. Keep it up." He was both slightly disappointed and reassured. Bobby didn't seem very gifted when it came to his mental ability. It was highly unlikely that he would turn into another Professor X. After he left, Luke called Jenny. "Hey, how've you been?" Jenny was all dressed up and was about to leave when she received Luke's call. She said in delight, "Ah, Did you learn from Bobby that I'm going to negotiate with Google? Luke was stunned for a moment. Negotiate? Jenny smiled. I reached out to a vice president at Google with my personal connections. He's actually my dad's friend. I call him Uncle Lamarck. He happens to be in town and is very interested in your product after my introduction, so I'm meeting him today. Luke smiled too. That's good. Since you're busy today, I won't waste your time anymore. Jenny hastily stopped him. Wait, are you only calling me to ask about work? She sounded upset. Luke chuckled. You're my assistant. Of course I care about work first. Okay, can I now invite the beautiful Miss Gwennis to dinner? I'm free tonight or tomorrow night. Jenny rolled her eyes and said, okay, it's a deal. You'll have dinner with me tonight and tomorrow night. Stumped, Luke smiled. As you wish, Miss Gwennis. After teasing each other for a while, Luke hung up. Given his physical attributes, he was in fact willing to accept Jenny's invitation every day. However, he couldn't spend too much time on her. 2 nights were already extravagant enough. He only slept for 2 hours at night nowadays, and devoted the rest of the time to making equipment and training. Having dinner with Jenny meant that he would lose at least 20 hours of work and exercise. However, he needed to relax every now and then to avoid psychological issues. That night, Luke found a hidden gem of a 3-star Michelin restaurant that served Western food in Los Angeles. He barely went to restaurants as he could cook himself. However, Jenny was clearly very familiar with restaurants like these. They hadn't grown distant despite not seeing each other for days, and had actually been keeping in touch by phone. Jenny was aware that Luke was busy with tricky cases, so she didn't insist that they meet. Luke naturally didn't tell her about the cases he worked on. It wasn't because he didn't trust her, but because his cases couldn't do anything except make one feel uncomfortable. He simply entertained Jenny with the more hilarious cases he encountered when he had been on patrol in Houston. Now that he thought about it, Brock's arrangement back then hadn't been all bad. At the very least, it gave him a lot of stories to tell. He wondered how the man was doing after he unfortunately lost his job because of Faraday Page. Luke would feel much better if he knew that the man wasn't doing great. Neither of them went home after dinner, but left for a hotel. Luke didn't go to another 3-star hotel. He found a 4-star one in Beverly Hills. Jenny hesitated and said, actually, 3 stars is fine. Luke chuckled. That's fine. I made a fortune recently. They checked in and chatted in their room over a bottle of wine. Jenny told him about her meeting with her uncle. That Vice President Lamarck was very interested in Luke's navigation map, and said that he would give it consideration. Then, Jenny couldn't help but ask, will you really not consider lowering the price? Luke thought for a moment, then shook his head. They can buy it if they want. If they don't, it's fine. Jenny was surprised. Why? Luke said with a smile, because of developed capacitive touchscreens. So, it doesn't matter now whether or not the technology can be sold. Jenny asked, why? Luke said, with capacitive touchscreens, we can start our own phone company. If Google is interested, however, we can negotiate with them over the capacitive touchscreens too. There was no Apple or Steve Jobs in this world, so it remained unknown who would usher the world into the age of touchscreen smartphones. Jenny was rather shocked. While she had inherited her father's business talent and had picked up many things quickly, she couldn't always foresee whether or not something would make money. So, she was simply overwhelmed with disbelief after hearing what Luke said. Jenny had seen and used the touchscreen phone that Luke had made. It was indeed convenient, but she wasn't ambitious enough to build a major company on it. Luke shrugged and said, it's fine. You're an MBA student, and I'm just a high school graduate. I'm waiting for you to make our business flourish. We're still young, anyway. Jenny rolled her eyes. Are you mocking me by explicitly saying that I'm an MBA student when you're a high school graduate? In her fury, she jumped on his back and attacked Luke's ears. Luke simply smiled and pulled her in his arms. The night was too great to be wasted on talk of money. Luke went to work the next day, completely refreshed, leaving Jenny sound asleep. They had been busy until 2 in the morning and busy again later in the morning. She was completely exhausted. Thankfully, she didn't have to work, and there were no classes on the weekend. It was also why she had invited Luke to dinner 2 days in a row. Luke picked Selena up on his way and gave her the dessert that he had bought at a store as her snack for the day. While having the chocolate mousse, Selena grumbled, well, you're not entirely inconsiderate. Luke chuckled. Did it hurt your conscience to say that? Chapter 291. Old Grayson's friend Luke and Selena had no urgent cases for the day. In the morning, they went to investigate a theft at a mansion. Because the lost accessories were valuable, the case was given to the most capable squad in the Major Crimes Division. The rich always had special privileges in this country. After examining the crime scene at the mansion, Luke and Selena went for lunch. In the afternoon, they practiced shooting at a range, as the theft case wasn't really important. They weren't in a hurry to crack it. After 2 hours of practice, they were about to leave the range and get into their car, when Luke's phone rang. He looked at the number and picked up in surprise. "Grayson, what's up?" Old Grayson was much busier than Luke was, and the two of them hardly talked. Robert and Catherine, on the other hand, contacted him every couple of days to catch up. After a brief silence, Old Grayson asked, "Do you know Todd Vince?" Luke was stunned. "I do. I met him recently." Old Grayson was obviously surprised. A moment later, he said, "I need to ask you a favor." Luke asked, "What is it?" "Old Grayson, I have a friend who just flew into Los Angeles. She might be going after Todd." Luke was shocked. What? He certainly hadn't seen that coming. After his surprise, he immediately asked, "She?" "Old Grayson." "Yes. So, you must stop her at the airport." "I'm on my way." "Luke." "Fine. What's her full name?" An hour later, Luke called Old Grayson in his car. "Grayson, your friend wasn't on the plane, although she did buy a ticket." Old Grayson replied, "She might have gone straight to Todd." Luke couldn't help but ask, "Why?" "Old Grayson, she suspects that Todd killed her sister." Luke. "What? Who's her sister?" "Sarah Pock, an actress," replied Old Grayson. Luke. "I know her. I actually investigated her case a couple of days ago." "Why does your friend think that Todd killed Sarah?" Only Elsa's team knew that Todd was the primary suspect. They had never disclosed that. Sarah's sister should have been in Las Vegas. How did she learn of it? Old Grayson said, "The letters and recordings that her sister sent to her hinted at it." Luke was lost for words. Was this a coincidence? He thought for a moment, then said to Old Grayson, "Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on Todd in case your friend does anything that she'll regret." Old Grayson said, "Thank you. Give me Todd's address. I'll be there in 2 hours." After Luke hung up, Selena was already checking for updates on Todd. "Todd is resting at home today after he got food poisoning yesterday." Luke found that odd. "How do you know that?" Selena said, "He got a stomachache in a restaurant yesterday, and argued with the chef, so the restaurant called the police." Luke realized that Todd's run of bad luck might be starting. He asked casually, "Was it the restaurant's fault?" Selena shook her head. "Not sure, but Todd was the only customer who had diarrhea yesterday." Luke smiled and said, "So, in other words, all we need to do is keep an eye on Mr. Todd's home. With his bad luck, Todd would probably run into disaster, such as a vengeful sister, even at home." They went to Todd's home, which was also in Beverly Hills. Though it wasn't a big mansion, the house was extravagant enough for a writer. Of course, Todd's horror fiction was quite famous, or Pierce wouldn't have personally hired him as his writer. It was already evening, and the sky was getting dark. Luke drove the car around Todd's house and set up 4 surveillance cameras. He then parked the car dozens of meters away to wait. After night fell, a woman drove to Todd's house. When she pressed the doorbell, the door opened soon after. Luke and Selena were both surprised. Why would Todd let her in? The woman who had just entered was precisely Old Grayson's friend. They had just seen her photo that afternoon. Luke thought for a moment and said, "I'll go in and have a look. You stay here and let me know if you notice anything." Selena nodded. Luke quickly got out. He put on a pair of gloves and new shoes, before he avoided the surveillance cameras and climbed a wall into Todd's house. A lot of police officers patrolled this area. Most burglars wouldn't try anything here as they might be caught easily. So, the walls around here weren't too high, though most of the houses had alarm systems installed. As long as the alarm went off, the patrolling officers would arrive in less than 5 minutes. That was the privilege of being rich. It was also the reason why Luke could sneak in easily. Todd lived alone. He used to be married, but was now divorced. Apparently, his wife could no longer stand his queer temper. Luke wasn't in a hurry. Old Grayson's friend didn't seem to be in a rush, nor was she carrying knives or guns. However, Luke did smell the scent of a familiar rope. It seemed to be some kind of prop, the same rope that Sarah Pock had been hung with. Luke approached the door and exerted a bit of force, but it was locked. He took out a gadget and stuck it into the keyhole. A moment later, the door unlocked with a click. Basic theft turned out to be a very convenient ability. After he entered, Luke observed the room unhurriedly. At the end of the hallway, he stopped and brought out a camera. A good show was taking place on the couch in the living room. Todd said, looking unhealthy, "Where is Dr. Burley? Why isn't he here?" The woman in a nurse uniform smiled gently. "He's taking care of an emergency patient, so he sent me here. He said that I could give you a shot first, and you can go to the hospital if you still don't feel well tomorrow." Todd was angry. "I pay him to be my personal doctor. How can he do this?" Chapter 292 Professional Code. The nurse had long black hair and sultry lips. Her eyes and her smile were charming too. She didn't get annoyed, but explained patiently, "Yes, but you know that he's also the personal doctor for a few other people. His patient is in really bad condition. If you want, you can call him after he's done with the surgery." Todd grumbled but eventually gave up. He had been suffering diarrhea for an entire day, so he had to ask his personal doctor to come see him. As they talked, the nurse had already given Todd the injection. Luke took a sniff with a strange expression, but he didn't say anything. Thinking for a moment, he placed the mini camera on a shelf not far away and started recording. Very soon, Todd was immersed in a strange state. He looked like he was murmuring soundlessly in a daze. The nurse kept smiling. "Mr. Todd, how do you feel?" Todd, "I'm a little uncomfortable." The nurse, "You've been busy." Todd, "Yes." The nurse, "What have you been busy with?" One person asked a question and the other answered, and Luke observed and recorded them. He couldn't help but feel amazed by old Grayson's friend, who was clearly a professional, with her nurse costume and her truth serum. Their conversation reached a critical point. "Did you kill Sarah Pock?" "Yes." Luke saw the veins pop on the back of the nurse's hands. She was clearly holding herself back from exploding with rage. She asked again, "How did you kill her?" "I told her to wait for me in the corner where we often had sex. She stepped into the trap I set up and was hung." "Why did you kill her?" Luke was curious too when he heard the question. Todd replied dizzily, "Because she hit on me first. She then blackmailed me into making her the lead actress after she found evidence that I killed Kelly. But she was already the lead actress. Why did you still kill her?" Pierce had already made up his mind to replace her next week. She said that she would drag me into hell if she couldn't be the lead actress. Luke was surprised. This Sarah obviously wasn't simple either, considering that she had the courage to threaten a murderer. But who was Kelly? Thinking quickly, he recalled that the only Kelly around Todd was his ex-wife. It was said that his ex-wife went out traveling after the divorce and never returned. It seemed that Kelly might not have wanted to go on that trip. At that moment, Luke's phone buzzed. He connected it to his earpiece and heard old Grayson's voice. "I'm outside Todd's house. Where is she?" Luke looked at the nurse who seemed calm but had tears running down her face, and saw her give Todd another injection. After she put the syringe back into the medical kit she had with her, she took out a string of rope. Luke thought for a moment and quickly typed, "I'll bring you in." Old Grayson hung up the phone on the other side. Luke quietly retreated and opened the gate by pressing a button in the house. Old Grayson frowned when the gate opened, but he then saw Luke waving at him. He quickly ran to Luke. Old Grayson had always been a graceful and scholarly man. Luke had never seen him run or look so anxious before. It seemed that the lady inside was very important to old Grayson. Old Grayson was about to say something at the front door, when Luke hushed him, ushered him inside, and pointed at the living room. Old Grayson looked at the living room, only to see a rope dangling from a glamorous chandelier. Todd was gradually becoming more conscious. He looked at the beautiful nurse in fear. What do you want?" The nurse said calmly, "I told my sister that she could give a man a lot of things, such as her body or her heart, but she must never give them power, because they can use that to hurt her anytime they want. It seems that she forgot my warning." Old Grayson couldn't help but walk out. "Enough, Lady Heather, stop." The nurse, who was putting Todd's head into the noose, was stunned when she turned around. "Gil," Old Grayson said helplessly, "I told you to stop. There are better ways. Why do you have to sacrifice yourself?" Luke was quite surprised. His uncle didn't seem to be blaming this Lady Heather for getting revenge, and was only implying that she shouldn't do it herself. Also, Lady Heather stopped after Old Grayson told her to. What was that about? Luke simply stayed back and fiddled with the camera in his hand. He had retrieved it after recording Todd's confession. The video might not be enough to put Todd in jail, but it could ruin his reputation. More importantly, the guy might have killed his ex-wife, and Sarah had that evidence. If Todd could be convicted for both murders, the guy would spend decades in prison. While Luke pondered the matter, old Grayson was already embracing Lady Heather, who was weeping. "Okay, let's go." Then, he left with the charming Lady Heather without looking at Luke at all. Luke scratched his head. Did he have to clean up someone else's mess again? He went back to the living room and packed up the irrelevant stuff, before he called the hospital. "This is LAPD. I have a patient who is in a coma due to food poisoning. Please send an ambulance." He then left the house and put Lady Heather's professional tools in old Grayson's car. Old Grayson had rented a car and come straight here after his plane landed. Now, the car would take the mature lady as well as her professional tools away. Old Grayson looked at Luke and said, "Call me if you run into trouble." Luke smiled. "Don't worry, I will." Old Grayson nodded and drove away. He wasn't worried about Luke. In fact, he was even more familiar with Luke's style than Robert was. It was also the reason why he came to Luke when he needed help in Los Angeles. It was because Luke was trustworthy and wasn't bound by rules. Chapter 293 Pull Yourself Together. After seeing old Grayson off, Luke told Selena what happened in the house. The two of them entered the house again and saw that Todd was calling the police in a panic. Luke said in amusement, "Mr. Vince, you can hang up. I'm in charge of your case." As he spoke, he couldn't help but step back and give Todd a strange look. "An ambulance will take you to the hospital soon. So, can you pull yourself together and not soil your couch?" Before he even finished speaking, he and Selena both stepped back again. Todd was delighted at first, but then exploded with anger. "Why are you here? Are you with that woman?" Luke had no choice but to turn off his sharp nose. "It seems that you aren't thinking straight. This is my partner. Of course I'm with her." "Todd, no, I'm not talking about her." Shocked, Luke and Selena retreated right up into the hallway, and Luke simply shouted, "Mr. Vince, let's focus more on talking instead of doing." Todd's face was pale from near dehydration, but diarrhea wasn't something that one could control. At that moment, the ambulance arrived. Two paramedics rushed inside. "Where's the patient?" Holding their noses, Luke and Selena pointed at the living room. The paramedics ran over, and a while later, carried Todd back out with dark faces. They confirmed with Luke, "Is this the man, detectives?" Luke and Selena were now at least 10 meters away from the door. They simply nodded. "That's him, right? He's Todd Vince, a famous horror writer." 10 US Todd rose up on the stretcher in fury, only to lose control of his bowels again. He immediately lay down and shouted weakly, "Just you wait. Just wait." Luke and Selena looked at each other, not really worried. Todd wasn't actually a big deal. It wasn't easy for the police to deal with him, but it wasn't easy for him to deal with the police either. They belonged to different worlds, and it would be hard for the man to get back at Luke. As for the female nurse, Todd might not remember what he told her. Even if he did, what could he tell the public? That he killed Sarah in order to hide the fact that he killed his ex-wife. So, Luke simply got into his car and followed the ambulance to the hospital. He had to make sure that there was a proper ending to this incident. If Todd insisted on taking revenge on old Grayson's friend, chances were that Luke would have to reason with him. While he was thinking this, the ambulance up ahead ran a red light at an intersection. This was very normal. Ambulances and police cars were allowed to run lights in an emergency, as long as they paid attention to the other vehicles around them. However, a speeding car appeared from the right and slammed into the ambulance. The ambulance doors at the back were smashed open, and a stretcher flew out. The stretcher skidded over the road on its wheels, right into the path of a fast-moving truck at the intersection. Dumbfounded, Luke could only remark, "What the heck?" After a long pause, Selena murmured, "Was that Todd on the stretcher?" "Luke, let's go down and take a look." Neither of them went over to the truck that had stopped. They put up lights at the scene of the traffic accident as a warning to passing cars and checked the ambulance first. After a brief inspection, Luke was relieved. The paramedics and the ambulance driver only had scratches and were fine on the whole, mainly because the ambulance had been hit in the rear while they had been in the front. Luke had them call another ambulance, before he went to check the car that had been speeding. After a quick glance, Selena whistled. "Wow, it's still March, right? Isn't she cold?" In the driver's seat was a muddle-headed young girl who was only wearing a bikini. She was stuck behind the airbag, and was looking around bewilderedly. She had clearly heard Selena's whistle. Luke said, "You take care of this. Remember to have the hospital run a blood test." If she was speeding in a bikini in LA in March, she was probably driving under the influence. Luke would rather not waste his time on her. Finally, he checked the truck. The truck must have been carrying goods out of the city, when there wasn't any traffic at night. But now, the driver was gloomily examining the accident. Seeing Luke and his badge, the middle-aged man immediately cried, "Officer, I didn't break any road rules. That damn thing simply flew under my truck." Luke looked at him and nodded. "I know, don't worry. My car's dash cam captured everything." The driver was relieved. "Really? That's wonderful." He was happy because his boss would probably fire him if he was blamed for this accident. Luke nodded and said casually, "That's right. That guy deserved to die anyway." The driver was too excited to hear what he said. "Huh, what did you say, Luke?" Hee. Staring at Todd, whose eyes had popped out under the truck, Luke sighed and said, "If you had seen this day coming, would you have done things differently?" He then rose and said to Selena, "Have them take care of the body. Todd's dead." Selena rolled her eyes. "I would be more surprised if he was still alive." She then made the call. Luke thought for a moment, then called old Grayson. "Todd was just hit by a car. He's dead." "Old Grayson, did you?" "Someone crashed into his ambulance and knocked him into the path of an oncoming truck." Luke rolled his eyes. What was old Grayson thinking? If it was Luke, he would have disposed of the guy far more cleanly. Old Grayson gave a rare apology. "Fine, I'm sorry." Chapter 294 Closure and Business Introduction. Luke said, "So, did Lady Heather's sister ever mention where is the evidence that Todd killed Kelly?" "I suspect that Kelly refers to Todd's ex-wife." "Old Grayson, I'll ask." Luke hung up and waited. Half an hour later, old Grayson sent Luke a message that there was a basement in Todd's house that had been sealed for 2 years. Seeing that another ambulance had arrived and the paramedics had started working, Luke looked at the truck inside. It seems that they really will be plagued with bad luck. Slightly disappointed, he walked to his car. Selena greeted him. "Okay, let's call it a day. I've transferred the job over to the hospital and the police department." Luke relaxed. He didn't have to waste time talking to other people anymore. "What do you want to eat tonight?" Selena said, "Barbecue." Luke was amused. "Okay, let's buy the meat first and then go home." After the barbecue, Selena did the dishes and went to train, while Luke went out again with Secretary Jenny. Since Luke had agreed to 2 nights, he certainly had to keep his promise. At midnight, Luke received old Grayson's call. He answered the phone on the balcony. "Hey, what's wrong?" Old Grayson said, "Nothing, I just want to take her back sooner." Luke thought for a moment and said, "Ask her if she wants to sue Todd for compensation over Sarah's death. If she does, she better gather all the evidence together quickly, since the matter of Todd's ex-wife will be reported tomorrow." Todd was dead, but he still had property under his name. As Sarah's sister, Lady Heather had the right to sue Todd. Once it was proven that he was Sarah's killer, Sarah's family would be able to get a share of his assets. But if Lady Heather was slow to act, Todd's money might all go to his ex-wife's family as compensation, and it would become tricky then. After a brief silence, old Grayson said, "Okay, I'll talk to her. Also, thank you, Luke. Let me ask you something. Are the two of you?" "Forget it. Bye." As soon as he started to ask the question, he felt that he had crossed the line. So far, old Grayson had never asked questions about his personal life, so it was obviously inappropriate for Luke to do so in return. If there was anything between them, old Grayson would have introduced her outright as his girlfriend or wife. The next day, Luke and Selena found Elsa and told her what happened last night. Of course, they simply said that they went to Todd's house because they received information from a source. Elsa looked at Luke and asked, "So, what's the lead?" She wouldn't ask who the source was. She wouldn't tell Luke who her sources were either. They were a detective's personal connections. The more people knew about them, the more danger they would be in. Luke said, "Todd probably killed his ex-wife and buried her in cement in his basement." Elsa was stunned. Holy sh*t. That guy's so ruthless. She trusted Luke because most of what Luke said had turned out to be true so far. "Are you going to follow up on the case?" asked Elsa. Luke quickly shook his head. "If your new partner is free, boss, it'll be a good opportunity for him to gain more experience." Elsa rolled her eyes. "Okay, I'll remind Simmons to take a few more evidence bags with him. Luke gave her a thumbs up and left. What were the bags for? To contain the vomit, of course. Todd had been single for years, which meant that his ex-wife had been missing for years. Luke certainly wasn't interested in examining a body that had been buried for years. Luke's phone rang after he left Elsa's office. Looking at the number, Luke picked up the call. Hello, Jennifer. How can I help you? After a brief hesitation, Jennifer said on the phone, I've hired a new security team, and I was wondering if you could help me take a look at them. Luke thought for a moment before agreeing to her request. The woman had just donated $2 million to the police department. It wouldn't be good if he came across as too cold. He spoke to Elsa before leaving for Jennifer's house with Selena. Jennifer received them in the garden. After the maid served them some drinks, she said, Thanks for dropping by. I've been feeling uneasy since what happened a couple of days ago, so I'm hoping that you can check my security arrangements and see if there are any flaws or shortcomings. Luke was speechless for a moment. He then said, Jennifer, I'm afraid you might have misunderstood something. We're police detectives. We're not trained to protect people, and we might not be able to pick out the flaws in your security if they exist. Jennifer was completely lost. But I thought you're quite good. You found Thompson out so quickly. Luke was amused. Cracking cases and protecting key figures are two different things. I really don't think I can help. Thinking for a moment, he then said, However, I know a professional who's good at it. Jennifer asked, Your colleague? Luke shook his head. Do you know Shira? Jennifer frowned and thought for a moment. The singer. Luke nodded. Yes, she hired a bunch of professionals as security guards for her concert. There's a guy called Brian who's quite good. If you want, I can help get you his contact. Jennifer didn't seem reassured. But you don't know them well, do you? Luke chuckled. Brian and his team are professionals. Also, you're only hiring them to inspect your security, not to protect you forever. You don't have to worry. After a brief hesitation, Jennifer agreed to the plan. Luke called Shira and asked about Brian's team. They were indeed professionals, and they charged pretty high, too. Shira had paid almost $100,000 for their protection services at her concert previously, and that was still a family-friend rate since she knew someone in Brian's team. Brian's team was picky as well. They only accepted quick and short jobs, and refused tricky ones that might take a while. Shira specifically stated that the team was made of retirees, and they weren't really doing this for the money. Chapter 295 A favor for Elizabeth. Luke told Shira about Jennifer's request. He didn't mention Jennifer's name, and only described what she needed. Shira said that Brian would probably accept the job as long as he was free and the pay was good enough. Luke got Brian's number. He hung up after thanking Shira. Close by, Jennifer overheard most of the conversation, and was quite satisfied. Those people had proven that they could be trusted when they worked for Shira before. Luke contacted Brian and soon received an affirmative reply. Brian was happy to work for the big stars, who never hesitated to pay. After a brief conversation, they agreed that they would meet and talk in person. Half an hour later, Brian arrived, and he didn't come alone. Luke rose with a smile. Hey, Brian, it's nice to see you again. Brian replied with a smile as well. It's you. It's Luke, right? I didn't expect to work with you again. Luke quickly shook his head. You're flattering me. I really don't know much about protection. That's why I told her that she should hire you. Brian nodded with the same shy smile on his seemingly plain face. Luke turned and smiled. Hi, we meet again, Kim. You're even more beautiful than last time. Brian, Selena and Jennifer looked at him curiously. Thinking back, Kim exclaimed, You're that guy from the plane. Luke nodded with a smile. Haha, it seems that I haven't been completely forgotten yet. What an honor. Looking at everybody, he explained, I sat next to Kim and her friend on the plane when I was on a work trip. After we landed, I was too busy to contact them again. Everybody felt amazed by the coincidence. Finally, Brian introduced Kim to everyone. Nobody asked why he had brought his daughter to a meeting with his potential employer, but they could guess when they saw how excited Kim was at meeting Jennifer. However, Kim was very obedient. Except for exchanging greetings at the beginning, she didn't take part in the discussion. Brian was an efficient person, and after getting a quick outline of what Jennifer wanted, he simply said that he could take the job without asking for more details. Luke then rose with a smile. I think we've done our part here. Jennifer, call me if you have any problems. Jennifer nodded. Okay, thank you, Luke. It was already 11 by the time they were done. Luke and Selena simply bought some Mexican food and brought it back to the police department. When they met Elsa, Selena said, "Haha, you have something good to eat today, boss." Elsa nodded at them and said, "I've asked Simmons to follow up on Todd's case. Are you interested in a new case?" "What case?" Luke was curious. Generally speaking, when Elsa asked them whether or not they were willing to take on a case, it wasn't a simple one. Elsa picked up the phone on her desk to make a call. "Elizabeth, come in." Elizabeth soon arrived. She smiled at Luke shyly. "Hey, Luke, Selena." Elsa asked her to close the door. She then said, "Elizabeth asked me for help with this case. Since none of our cases here are urgent, I thought you might want to lend a hand." Luke and Selena looked at each other. "Is the case somewhere else?" Elsa nodded and let Elizabeth speak. Elizabeth explained the situation to them. As it turned out, Elizabeth was from a town in Arizona. She had come to LA for college, and had stayed after graduation. Her mother, her sister and her brother still lived in her hometown. The town had been experiencing a rash of missing cases recently. At first, it was pets. A couple of days ago, however, 2 people disappeared. Luke found it strange. "Is it really okay for us to go?" They went to Woodsburg last time because of Deputy Director Kondra's connections. Also, Woodsburg was still part of Greater Los Angeles. However, this case was in a different state altogether. It wasn't regulation for them to step in. Elizabeth said in embarrassment, "My mother is the town sheriff." Luke and Selena were both enlightened. So, it was a female version of Robert. For the most part, sheriffs were the chief of the police in towns like these. They didn't really need to get anybody else's permission if they wanted to ask an outsider for help, as long as they were willing to pay. But could Luke and Selena ask for money in this case? Looking at Elizabeth, both of them sighed and knew that it was impossible. It was the classic case of doing someone a favor. Elsa didn't order them to take the case, either, but told them to decide for themselves. They were free to take it or leave it. After all, the Woodsburg case helped them earn Kondra's appreciation, but they probably wouldn't get anything from this one. Elizabeth was a new detective who didn't really matter. After a brief silence, Luke simply asked, "Does your mother know that we're coming?" Elizabeth cheered up. "If you're willing to go, I'll call her and ask her to give you as much help as needed." Luke dropped his forehead into his palm. "So, your mother doesn't know that you came to us?" Elizabeth simply chuckled and didn't reply, but her answer was obvious. Luke sighed and said, "Elizabeth, talk to your mother first and make sure that she won't be unhappy about us going over, all right?" Luke was already being very nice to Elizabeth. Other veteran detectives might have simply berated Elizabeth as an idiot. Elizabeth had only asked for Luke's help because she knew how good-natured he was. Her mother was anxious. Her sister and her brother had also called her and told her creepy rumors that worried Elizabeth. That was why she had made this outrageous request. She wouldn't have dared ask for Luke's help if she didn't know him well. The police department in her mother's town only had the budget to cover Luke's accommodation and food at most. Elizabeth ran out happily to call her mother. On the other hand, Elsa looked at him and asked, "Why didn't you refuse her?" Luke chuckled. "If you wanted to turn her down, you would have done so already. I know that you like her." Elsa nodded and said, "Yes, she's careful and smart, and unlike some of the other ambitious newbies, she's willing to study the case files as instructed. She'll be as good as Selena in a few years." Chapter 296 You are and always will be. Selena laughed in amusement. "Boss, I'm only a high school graduate. She'll definitely be better than me." Elsa chuckled and said in a low voice, "If you and Luke want, you can register at a third-tier college and get a diploma in a few years. By then, you can easily be promoted." Luke didn't respond to that. He didn't want to do office work. As for Selena, he looked at her. Selena glared back at him warily. "When would I have time for college?" Luke thought about all the survival training that he had arranged for her, and realized that she really didn't have the time. However, he decided to ask Jenny if there was any college where they could get a diploma by shelling out a little more money and spending less time in class. Ignoring them as they winked at each other, Elsa said, "However, I can only give you 1 week on this case at most, and that includes your trip both ways." Luke shrugged and said, "Not a problem. If he couldn't resolve the case in a week, it would be pointless to remain there any longer. It was a matter of attitude if he went or not, while it was a matter of luck if he could crack the case." Luke and Selena were then driven out of the office. Half an hour later, Elizabeth returned happily. Luke, Selina, my mother is glad for your help. Luke looked at her. Elizabeth, tell us the truth. Your mother's attitude will determine what investigation methods we can use. Elizabeth ducked her head. I persuaded her. She's willing to help you with whatever you need, except, Selina asked, except that we're only helping with this case and we can't disrupt local order. Elizabeth lowered her head in silent confirmation. Luke said, raise your head, Elizabeth. Elizabeth subconsciously raised her head and looked at him. It's your family, Luke said calmly. There's no shame in wanting to help your family. So, don't act as if you've done something wrong. Elizabeth nodded slowly. Okay. Luke suddenly chuckled. Besides, it was Elsa who asked me for this favor. Do you think I could refuse? Selina simply snorted. She certainly didn't believe that. If Luke didn't want to go, Elsa wouldn't force him to work on this case. Elizabeth nodded and was well aware of that. She knew that it wasn't Elsa but Luke who had the ultimate say on the matter. However, Elsa had shown her support by asking Luke to help her, and Luke had also accepted the case. Both of them were very kind. Luke continued, exactly, what is going on over there? Tell us everything you know. We don't want to mess anything up. Elizabeth told them about the case in detail, and Luke frowned. Your mother can totally contact the FBI now, can't she? Considering the severity of the issue that Elizabeth had described, what mattered most was keeping everybody safe instead of preserving the local sheriff's dignity. Elizabeth smiled bitterly. She would have done that, but in the last couple of days, Wade, the town mayor, told everybody that the town isn't safe and that they should accept Vitello's terms and move. Now, many people are suspicious that Wade is behind everything. My mother isn't sure either. Luke asked, do you believe your brother? Elizabeth turned solemn. Mike and I have always been close. He hardly ever lies, and he wouldn't do so about something so horrible. So, I thought that you might be able to help. Because the two of you are the most capable detectives in LAPD, she secretly thought to herself. Luke and Elsa appreciated Elizabeth not just because she was pretty, but also because she was smart. She knew that Luke had once defeated 50 criminals on his own, plus he cracked the 2 Jennifer Perry cases on the day of his investigation. Nobody could ensure her family's safety better than he could. After talking for 20 minutes, Elizabeth gave the files on her hometown to Selina to analyze on the way. Luke and Selina wasted no time and simply set off. They were still driving the squad car which the police department had given to them. After Luke's modifications, it was far more useful than any other vehicle. Elizabeth's mother also faxed over a request for help. Although it was a bit unbelievable that a town in Arizona would ask LAPD for help, the fax made everything official. After hanging up the phone, Selina glanced at Luke and snorted. Need I remind you that you're not supposed to date your student? Luke. What, Selina? Also, you're not supposed to date your colleague, either. Luke was absolutely unmoved. Okay. Bored. Selina sighed. Your good student has done all the paperwork. We're now on an official work trip. Luke nodded and didn't say anything. Selina. Were you hitting on her just now? Don't act as if you've done something wrong. It wouldn't have ended well for her if she had tried this on another old detective in our division. Luke. But I don't think I'm old. I'm still young. Stumped for a moment, Selina then realized his meaning, and said angrily, I'm also young. I'm only 24. Luke. Of course you are, but you'll be 25 soon. Selina sighed. I remember the good old days in Shackelford when someone called me an angel. Luke chuckled. Yes, you're an angel, and you always will be. Selina snorted and focused on the files. After acquiring elementary self-healing, Luke drove most of the time since he didn't get tired. Selina was exhausted after reading the files, and she took a nap. Eventually, they reached Boomtown territory in the glow of the setting sun. An old sign next to the road said, 20 miles to Boomtown. This town used to be a prosperous one, hence its name. But after the gold mines here dried up, the town fell into inevitable decline. Now, the mayor was communicating with a corporation in the hopes of selling the town as a whole. However, the residents who had lived here for decades were reluctant to leave. The two parties were at an impasse. Chapter 297 The most beautiful sheriff other than you. Boomtown hadn't been peaceful recently. Several pets and even 2 residents had gone missing, which made the mayor sound even more persuasive. When Luke and Selina entered the town's territory, they found the view pretty amazing. Different from Texas that was vast and spacious, this place lay between a wide open plain. and a mountain, and they drove along a hilly road. Suddenly, there was an ear-splitting noise, which made Luke frown. A moment later, 3 motorbikes made a racket as they sped by their car. Luke calmed down. They were off-road bikes, and this was a wild country road. The noise was understandable. However, a police car with flashing lights suddenly showed up behind them. Luke slowed down and moved closer to the edge of the road. He didn't speed up again until the police car passed him as well. The police car didn't slow down or block him, which meant that it wasn't after him. After another several hundred meters, Luke saw the 3 motorbikes again, as well as a police officer who was writing the unlucky rider's tickets. Luke whistled and said, "Selena, that's the most beautiful sheriff I've ever seen other than you." Selena rolled her eyes. "I would be happier if you were praising just me, Luke." Luke said, "Hey, I'm stressing that she's a beautiful sheriff. Get a clue." Selena immediately got it. "Is that Elizabeth's mother? Unbelievable. Elizabeth is 22. How can her mother be so young and beautiful?" Luke shrugged. "That's why I'm amazed. If this is Elizabeth's mother, she must be well over 40. Selena said, "Definitely, unless she gave birth to Elizabeth when she was 15 or something." As they talked, they stopped behind the police car. After they got out, they looked into the police car when they passed by, and Selena sighed. "I think we're right. I don't think there's another beautiful sheriff in this town who happens to have a gorgeous daughter and son." Luke saw the teenage girl and the little boy in the police car too. They both took after their mother. Most importantly, the beautiful sheriff and the passengers all resembled Elizabeth. After writing the tickets, the sheriff returned, not looking too happy. When she saw Luke, however, she still put on a polite smile and asked, "Are you in any trouble? Did your car break down? Or are you looking for directions?" Luke asked with a smile, "You must be Ms. Samantha Parker, right?" The sheriff nodded and said, "Yes, and you are." Luke said, "Ms. Parker, we're Elizabeth's colleagues from Los Angeles. She must have told you about us." Samantha looked at them in surprise. "You're Elizabeth's colleagues?" She felt that Luke looked more like a freshman from her daughter's college. Selena, on the other hand, did look like a detective. Luke said, "My name is Luke Colson. This is Selena Hayek. Elizabeth must have mentioned us to you." Selena nodded at her as well. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Ms. Parker." Samantha was finally convinced of their identities. "I didn't expect you to arrive so soon." Luke shrugged. "Elizabeth has been doing a great job. Since she asked for help, we certainly had to come as soon as possible. If you don't mind, can we talk in town?" Samantha also realized that it was inconvenient to talk on the road. She nodded and said, "Do you want to come to my place? You can follow my car." Luke nodded with a smile. 10 minutes later, both cars parked in front of a house. After they got out, Selena couldn't help but say admiringly, "Wow, what a beautiful place." Luke looked around and nodded in agreement. Not far away was a majestic mountain. A classic American house sat among the trees beyond a lawn. The house was plain but big, and covered more than 200 square meters. The yard, surrounded by a white fence, was well tended. It was obvious that the owner of the house was a patient and diligent woman with good aesthetic taste. Samantha opened the door, and her children promptly entered the house. Samantha said, "Come in, please." Luke and Selena stopped talking and entered the house. There were no extraneous decorations in the house, everything had a practical use. The outdated design clearly hinted at how old the house was, but it was clean, warm and homey. Luke and Selena were led to the living room. After asking what they preferred, Samantha gave Luke a bottle of water and cola to Selena. Few people in this small Arizona town drank drive pepper. They were the only 3 in the living room. Elizabeth's siblings had returned to their rooms. Finally, Luke and Selena showed Samantha their badges. It was standard procedure that couldn't be disregarded, in case something went wrong with their investigation. Samantha examined their credentials carefully. After returning the badges, she grew solemn. "What do you want to know?" Luke said, "Let's put the pets aside first. Have you found the missing residents?" Samantha shook her head. "No, those 2 lived on their own on the edge of town, so there's no telling whether they left of their own accord or ran into any danger." Luke asked, "Are you aware of the situation your son mentioned?" Samantha was puzzled. "Mike, what did he say?" Luke and Selena looked at each other, lost for words. Obviously, Mike hadn't told Samantha anything because he didn't think she would believe him. Luke thought for a moment and asked, "Can I talk to Mike in private?" Samantha hesitated for a moment, but looking at Luke's friendly appearance, she nodded her head. After asking where Mike's room was, Luke headed over and left Selena to talk to Samantha. He knocked on Mike's door, and the boy said from inside, "Mom." Just a minute. Chapter 298 Mike's discovery and the entomologist. Luke waited patiently and didn't go in until Mike said he could. Mike looked at him in surprise. "Why are you here?" Luke said with a smile. "Can I sit down?" He pointed at a stool in the room. Mike nodded. Luke sat down and looked at Mike, who was slightly nervous. "I have a sister who's in high school and a 5-year-old brother too. He's smart, just like you." Mike nodded and looked at him curiously. Luke said, "Your sister Elizabeth and I are good friends. I'm here because she told me that you found something weird, and I'm very interested in it." Mike grew alarmed. "What is it?" Instead of giving a straight answer, Luke simply said, "Do you know that I have an uncle who is an entomologist and a forensic scientist? His favorite snack is fried insects." Mike was shocked. Looking at his face, Luke chuckled. "You know that you can like something in many different ways, and eating is one of them." Mike was lost for words. Luke said, "So, can you show me your big discovery? If it's interesting, I can have my uncle analyze it. He's interested in unique insects." Mike still hesitated. Luke said, "Hey, kid, your sister asked me to help you. You don't want your mother to think you're a liar, do you?" Mike's trust in his sister and his sense of disquiet finally outweighed his fear of this stranger. He rose and took something out from a drawer. "This is it." Luke narrowed his eyes and sniffed the object. "You also told your sister that you spotted a terrifying monster." As he asked the question, Luke examined the object in his hand. Mike hesitated, but nodded again. "Yes, it's too big. It's like a moving cabin." Deep in thought, Luke asked, "Do you mind if I show this to my uncle?" Mike, Luke. I'm going to take a picture of this and send it to him." Of course, Mike had no objections. Elizabeth had told Luke that her brother loved insects. That was why Luke had used old Grayson as a lure. After sending a picture of the object and a message to old Grayson soon called back. "What did you just send me? Is it a movie prop?" Luke, "No, I'm holding it right now. I've confirmed that it's real." Old Grayson, "Where are you?" Luke, "Boomtown, a small place in Arizona." Old Grayson, "Boomtown. Wait, I think I know someone who lives there." Luke, "Who is it?" Old Grayson, "Joshua Taft. He specializes in spiders." Mike exclaimed, and Luke turned his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Mike said, "I found this when I visited Joshua's spider farm." After a brief silence, Old Grayson asked, "Are you with someone?" Luke, "He's the person who discovered this object. I got it from him just now." Old Grayson, "Has something happened to Joshua?" Luke looked at Mike. The boy shook his head. "I don't know. Mom hasn't allowed me to go back to the spider farm after the recent incidents. I did try calling Joshua, but he didn't pick up." Luke, "Did you hear that, Grayson?" Old Grayson, "Try to help him if you can, but don't put yourself in danger. I don't want Robert to scold me." Luke, "Got it. It's rather tricky here. 2 people are missing. Don't come yourself, I'll update you." Old Grayson was silent for a moment, before he sighed and said, "Okay, be careful. Right, take a clearer picture of that object, preferably with a ruler next to it." Mike, however, interjected, "I have some analytical data on my computer. If you want, I can send them to you, Mr. Grayson, if you have an email address." Luke, Old Grayson, "Okay, thank you. Right, what's your name?" Mike, "You can call me Mike." Old Grayson, "Thank you, Mike. I'll send my email address to you. Goodbye." After ending the call, Luke gave Mike the email address which Old Grayson sent him. Then, Luke watched the little guy skillfully operate his computer and send out all the files. Luke couldn't help but ask, "Can I take a look at the files?" Mike said, "As long as you don't tell my mom." Luke raised 3 fingers and said, "I swear." Then, he lowered his head and examined the files on the computer. A moment later, he said in surprise, "Did you gather all this yourself?" Mike, however, didn't seem proud of it. "Well, I like studying them, and I've been writing reports on them, but Mom always says that the place is dangerous. I can't go there often." Luke actually agreed with Samantha, since clearly, something had happened to Joshua. As a mother and a police officer, Samantha was more focused on safety than her child was. If not for his mother's warning, This little boy might not be standing here now, whole and healthy. A moment later, Luke frowned and asked, "How many spiders are there in Joshua's spider farm?" Mike thought for a moment before he shook his head. "I'm not sure. He often raises new spiders. But the last time I counted them, it was already over 200. Luke was lost for words, and wondered if this was a joke. Looking at the model of a spider next to a human in the files, Luke was almost creeped out by the comparison of body size. A spider the size of a basin was certainly frightening. Arthropods, including but not limited to spiders, scorpions and centipedes, had always been Luke's least favorite creatures. When he thought that he might have to face some kind of massive spider, he felt distinctly ill. But Luke didn't have a choice. He couldn't call for backup, because he had nothing but the forearm of some prey hunted down by the spiders, which he had gotten from Mike. If police officers could be mobilized based on speculation, all of them would have long died of exhaustion. Luke thought for a moment and said, "Mike, your mother is right. Joshua's spider farm can be really dangerous now. You've already seen a monster, right? So, listen to your mother and don't go there." Chapter 299 Luke's fear of lack of firepower. Looking at Mike's depressed face, Luke smiled and patted his head. "Hey, I'm Elizabeth's backup, and I'll save those in trouble. You're too small to fight the big monster, right?" Mike was suspicious. "Are you really that good? Even Elizabeth asked for your help." Luke chuckled and showed him the pistol in his holster as well as his badge. "Do you see these? Remember, keep it a secret between you and your mother. If anyone else finds out that your sister asked for our help, she'll be in trouble." Mike nodded obediently. Luke liked the kid, who was really smart, maybe even smarter than Elizabeth. He was obviously gifted, to be able to write up those reports at his young age. He was also quite sensible, unlike other innocent and naive kids. After giving the kid the reminder, Luke rose and left his room. Back in the living room, Selena was reading the files by herself. Luke asked, "Where's Samantha?" Selena pointed in one direction without raising her head. "She's cooking." Luke nodded and walked to the kitchen. "Samantha, do you have a minute?" A moment later, Samantha was surprised after hearing Luke's request. "You're not going to have dinner here. I can go with you." Luke shook his head solemnly. "Samantha, I think the situation is very bad, but what we have isn't enough for us to call for reinforcements, so we better investigate it as soon as possible." Hearing that, Samantha untied her apron. "I'll go with you." Luke thought for a moment before he nodded. "All right, as for food, Selena, fetch some of the sweets from our car so that Ashley and Mike can have that for dinner." Selena immediately went out. Samantha was stumped a little. That didn't feel right. Shouldn't she be the one entertaining the guests? Why were the guests offering her food instead? Luke said, "Samantha, you better remind Ashley and Mike to keep the doors and windows locked." Samantha frowned but still did so. It was common sense which she always told her children, and it was certainly handy now. A few minutes later, the three of them left. Samantha led the way in her car, and Luke and Samantha followed behind her. They first went to the home of Peter, the deputy sheriff. The bald, middle-aged man looked upset. "Checo, my cat, just screamed in the ventilation duct and then went quiet." "Is he?" Samantha and Luke looked at each other and had everybody go into the house. Luke went to the living room and took a deep breath at the ventilation duct. He then stood up. "Is this the spot?" Peter burst into tears. "Oh, yes, my poor Checo. Something must have happened to him." Luke said nothing and simply turned to Samantha. "Let's go to the homes of the missing residents first." After saying goodbye to the weeping Peter, Samantha asked in a low voice, "Did you find anything?" Luke said, "That cat is indeed dead, but I don't think we should say that to Peter's face, right?" Samantha asked, "Exactly what killed it?" Luke chuckled, "You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Let's just look for more evidence for now." An hour later, Luke had examined the homes of the two missing residents, the homes of the missing pets, and even Joshua's spider farm. Regretfully, he discovered that while Peter's unlucky cat had been dragged off by a spider, the other missing pets weren't attacked at home. The spiders on Joshua's spider farm, on the other hand, had completely disappeared, and their scents were scattered all over the nearby mountain. Luke discovered a lot of new caves on the mountain, but they were too narrow for any human to squeeze through. Remembering the number of spiders that Mike had mentioned, Luke certainly wasn't crazy enough to explore the caves. It wasn't like Selena was inside one of them this time. He still couldn't call for reinforcements. Backup might not come even if he exaggerated the severity of the matter. The police received all sorts of alerts every day, and would die of exhaustion if they checked every single one. No reinforcements would be deployed unless there was concrete evidence for raising the alarm. Luke and Selena returned to Samantha's home, and after some discussion, left once more. They bought a bunch of bullets and clips from the only gun store in town. With Samantha there, they weren't asked any questions about their purchase. Luke simply bought 1,000 bullets and 10 clips each for his pistol and his rifle. Samantha was completely shocked. Selena explained with a smile, he has this fear that he doesn't have enough firepower. He won't feel safe until he has enough bullets. Samantha was lost for words, but affected by their attitude, she borrowed an M4A1 and 3 clips from the store. Earlier, she had asked Luke if he needed a gun, and offered him 2 models. But Luke had declined the moment she told him what they were. Those guns were obsolete, and weren't even semi-automatics. Luke would be crazy to face a swarm of spiders with those guns. He had to admit that the place was too poor. Samantha and Peter were the only officers of the town's local police department. Boomtown had declined, and the townsfolk didn't have the money to hire more officers. Samantha and Peter's salaries were very low. Other than the Glock 17 which both sheriffs carried, the rifles and shotguns which the police department had were all antiques. There were even Winchester shotguns. That was also the reason why Samantha merely borrowed an M4A1 instead of buying it. Thanks to the sheriff's good reputation in the area, the owner of the store offered her an automatic M4A1, which was the ultimate treasure of his store. Luke wasn't interested in the weapons at the police department. He wasn't the nostalgic sort, and even if he were, he would have also chosen the M4A1. While not the best gun, it was the rifle which the American police were most commonly equipped with now. There were 2 M4A1s and 1 Benelli M1014 in Luke's car. Chapter 300 Hellhound Bruce. In fact, Luke had a tremendous amount of clips and bullets in his inventory, but since he had the time, he naturally didn't mind creating cover for himself. If a battle did happen later, nobody would really be able to tell how many clips he had used, or which bullets were his. Later, Samantha drove them to a hotel in town, which was next to a fast food restaurant. Luke and Selena were satisfied with this arrangement, which was very convenient for them. They checked into the hotel and then ate at the restaurant next door. In a corner booth, Selena asked in a low voice, "Is it bad?" She was too familiar with Luke, and could infer from many small details that Luke was in a somber mood. Luke took a bite of his hamburger and looked out the window. "I'm not sure, but it never hurts to be careful." Selena nodded. "I know. Why else would you ask for a double room? You're scared that the spiders will attack me at night, right?" Luke nodded. "You're too sound a sleeper. It's not improbable that the spiders will capture you and bring you back to their cave in the middle of the night." Selena was lost for words. Suddenly, they saw many of the townspeople, including the customers in the restaurant, gather in one place. Luke observed them for a moment, before asking the waitress at the counter about it. The waitress, a middle-aged woman, replied unconcernedly, "They're joining the town meeting. Wade is once again trying to make them sell their houses and their land." Noticing that Luke was confused, the waitress asked, "You're not from around here, are you? I've never seen you before." Wade is the mayor, and a bloody capitalist and leech. Luke thanked her with a smile and turned around, but he murmured inwardly that the townspeople only had themselves to blame. For electing Wade as mayor, he would have already been kicked out of office if he didn't have supporters. Once they knew what it was about, Luke and Selena lost interest in the matter and went to their room. The owner of the hotel had quite a complicated expression when she watched the two of them return to their room, as if she was recalling the good old days of her youth. The next morning, Luke and Selena set off for McCormick Mining Corp. This company was the biggest mining company in town. However, after Mr. McCormick, the owner of the company, passed away a few months earlier, the company had gone bankrupt, and was waiting to be liquidated. Gladys McCormick, McCormick's sister, was running the company for the time being. When Luke pushed open the door of the so-called company, the bell over the door rang, letting the owner of the house know that a visitor had come. This was actually just a small bungalow. Luke saw a 50-year-old lady who was typing, a cigarette in her mouth. Without turning to look, she said, "We're not hiring anymore." Luke chuckled and was about to say something, when the black and white bulldog next to the old lady ran over and bit Luke's pants, growling intimidatingly. Luke was amused. He gestured at Selena to talk to the lady, before he crouched down and petted the naughty dog. "Oh, are you a hellhound?" What a fearsome attack! The little guy threatened Luke at first, and seemed to ignore Luke's hand. Very quickly, however, it lay on the floor to reveal its belly at Luke's comfortable scratches. Luke picked it up with a smile and kept scratching its belly and chin as he went forward. The old lady was a little embarrassed. Bruce is a little naughty, but he isn't really a biter. Luke nodded. I know, Ms. McCormick. He's just a good boy who wants a playmate. Isn't that right, Bruce? The bulldog grunted in his arms and narrowed its eyes comfortably. This old lady was none other than Gladys McCormick, who was the manager of the mining company for the time being. She would soon lose that identity, however, since the company was about to close down. Naturally, Luke and Selena had come to her about the mines in the mountain. The caves dug out by the enormous spiders which they had found last night probably led to the mines. Anyone who knew about mines understood how dangerous an unfamiliar mine could be. One could easily get lost inside, or encounter a collapse or an explosion. Anyone who rashly entered an unknown mine might very likely die down below without a sound, and their bodies might never be found. Naturally, Luke had come to the mining company for information on the mines, including maps and dangerous locations, so that it would be easier for him to find the spider's nest. Mines were undoubtedly still safer than the small, newly dug out caves that he had found yesterday. At the very least, Luke could fight in the mines. After hearing their explanation, Gladys frowned. Although this company is shutting down, my brother said before that he had discovered a new mother lode in the mines, so, Luke and Selena looked at each other, and were somewhat at a loss. It couldn't be said that this old woman was being stingy. McCormick Corp had always mined gold, and it was possible that the deceased owner of the company had left some clues in the files. If new gold lodes were found, that would mean a huge fortune. Luke didn't try to convince the old lady, since he would have the same concerns if he were in her shoes. Besides, she wouldn't believe him even if he told her that there were big spiders in the mines. Luke and Selena could only say their goodbyes. Putting the bulldog down, Luke said, "Goodbye, Bruce. I'll bring you a bone next time, all right?" Bruce scrambled around his feet, and only went back reluctantly after Gladys called for it a couple of times. After they left, Selena looked at Luke. "What do we do now?" Luke said, "Let's go look for Samantha. The residents here trust her. After all, she's lived here for 38 years, she'll be much more persuasive than two strangers." When they went to Samantha's house, they saw a handsome middle-aged man talking to the beautiful sheriff at the door. Samantha was holding a bunch of flowers that had obviously just been picked. Luke parked the car at a distance as he didn't want to disrupt the sweet moment. Selena said enviously, "I haven't received flowers for a long time." Luke chuckled but didn't say anything. Luke didn't drive the car over until the man was gone. He greeted Samantha. "Hey, you're looking pretty good today, Samantha." Samantha was smiling, and was clearly in a better mood than yesterday. She invited Luke and Selena into the house. Luke and Selena didn't have time to waste, and simply told Samantha about the information they wanted on the mines as well as Gladys's attitude on the matter. Chapter 301 Tricky Mines, and the spiders attack. Samantha was blank for a moment. "You should have come sooner. Chris was here just now." Recalling the handsome middle-aged man, Luke asked, "Is he the man who just left?" Samantha nodded. "Yes, he's old McCormick's son and now owns those mines. Do you want me to call him and ask him what he thinks?" Luke and Selena were of course happy about that. Instead of going into the house, they sat on the porch and stared at the town in the morning sun. "What a beautiful place," Selena remarked. "It's a shame that this is going to be abandoned." Luke simply nodded, but he didn't feel much regret. There were too many such beautiful and remote towns in America as well as China in Luke's last world, but for various reasons, these towns often eventually ended up as desolate lands that nobody ever visited. After a dozen minutes or so, Samantha returned in embarrassment. "He must be in the mines. I can't reach him. Do you want me to take you over there?" Unwilling to waste more time, Luke immediately accepted her offer. A moment later, the three of them set off in two cars again. When they reached the mines, Luke observed the environment and found that it was only 1 kilometer away from the spider farm in a straight line, with a small hill in between. He suspected that the spiders had found their way into the mines and had made their new nest there. They spoke to Chris via a walkie-talkie and asked him to come up. Samantha talked to him in private for a moment, before they went over to Selena and Luke. They shook hands politely, and Chris said with a bitter smile, "My aunt is too obsessed with this place. After all, she and my father worked here their whole lives." In any case, I think I can help. There are a few old miners who know the mines better than I do. You can ask them about the details. How does that sound? Luke thanked him and felt greatly relieved. Old miners were sometimes more helpful than maps. They knew a lot more about the specific situation that wasn't indicated on a map. They didn't go into the mines yet since it would be too dangerous. Chris also mentioned that new exploration was happening again underground, and it was possible that there was high-density gas in the abandoned tunnels. Before the existence of a new mother lode was confirmed, few people dared to risk their lives in mines filled with gas. A few old miners were summoned. They talked to Luke and Selena in turns. In the end, Luke found out that the mines on the Spider Farm's side happened to be a hotbed of gas, and that workers hadn't explored that part yet. Luke got a strong headache. If the place was brimming with gas, he wouldn't be able to shoot down there. Then, did he have to rely on a sword? He wasn't the Hulk, with boundless physical strength. It would be dangerous to fight the spiders in their nest, but he also couldn't blow up the mines just because of the suspicion of enormous spiders. These were gold mines, even if they had dried up. Many miners and families in town were still hoping to find new mother lodes to revive the town. In order to resolve the problem of enormous spiders, Luke would have to investigate it himself after he made full preparations. After he obtained concrete evidence, he could report to the FBI and have them take care of the monsters. After the conversation, Luke made a deal with Chris, and would wait for the latter to bring information on the mines to the fast food restaurant in town at noon. He also made it clear that he only needed maps, and he didn't need more geological information on the mines. Luke and Selena then tactfully left, and didn't ask Samantha to go with them. Seeing how she and Chris made eyes at each other every now and then, they knew that something had to be going on between those two. When they returned to the town, Luke and Selena began to examine their guns carefully. Their equipment would most likely come in handy later, and they couldn't be negligent. They brought all the clips with them. Luke even placed a few tear gas grenades in the car. Selena didn't suspect anything. The weapon compartments in the front and back of the car were all organized by Luke, and she knew how many guns there were in them. However, she didn't know how many clips there were, though there definitely had to be more than 10. So, she had no idea that Luke had thrown yet another 10 clips and 20 tear gas grenades inside from his inventory. It was noon by the time they were done with preparations. They had lunch at the fast food restaurant. Chris came as promised and gave them the maps of the mines. Watching him leave in a hurry, Selena chuckled. He shaved. It seems that he's quite into Samantha. Luke rubbed his face regretfully. He had been planning to grow a beard so that he would look more mature. The type of neatly trimmed beard which Tony Stark had wasn't bad. Luke had plenty of time, and his hands were nimble and precise, so it wasn't troublesome for him to trim his own beard. Unfortunately, while he did have facial hair, it wasn't lush or thick enough yet for him to trim it into an attractive shape. Selena chuckled when she noticed what he was doing. Just drop the idea, you'll be a pretty boy for the rest of your life. That left Luke speechless. His face was indeed quite fair, and it never tanned because of his self-healing ability. In the afternoon, they studied the maps in a corner of the fast food restaurant. Luke felt that he had to explore the mines the next morning. If guns couldn't be used, he could go in with cold weapons such as a bow or a spear. If he ran into any danger and he didn't want a fight to the death, running away was always an option. He also had irritant sprays and gas masks in his inventory, which might be of some use against the spiders as well. His time in this town was limited, and he couldn't waste it. It slowly turned 6 in the evening, and the sky turned a golden color at sunset. Suddenly, Luke pricked his ears. He frowned and said in a low voice, "Selena, let's go and get the guns, and be careful." Selena followed him and asked in a low voice, "What's up?" Luke continued in a low voice, "The spiders are out." Looking at the sunset, he remembered what Mike said. Most spiders were scared of the light, which was why they liked hunting at night. As they walked, he called Samantha, but the beautiful sheriff was the first to speak when she picked up the phone. "Luke, something happened. Gladys was captured by spiders." Luke was lost for words. Why did that line sound so familiar? With no time to waste, he simply said, "I was going to tell you that I've spotted spiders attacking the residents. If possible, gather everybody in a safe place." Chapter 302. A quick change, and a request for reinforcements. A little panicked, Samantha subconsciously asked, "What place is safe?" Luke reminded her, "Buildings with entrances and exits that can be locked easily." Also, they have to be made of concrete. Wooden houses won't stop the spiders. Samantha said, "What? Let me see. Right, the shopping center. The shopping center that the mayor put up is very solid." Luke said, "That's good. Also, we may have to show our badges when we rescue the residents." "You won't mind, will you?" Samantha said without hesitation, "Not at all. I give you permission to use weapons in order to ensure the safety of the residents." Luke said, "Okay, stay in touch, and contact me if anything goes wrong." He then hung up the phone. They left the fast food restaurant for their car. There was only a last bit of dying light in the west. It was already dusk in the town. When Luke had been on the phone, Selena had already retrieved 2 bulletproof vests from the car. She put on one and clipped on the magazines and other equipment on it. After Luke ended the call, Selena tossed him the other bulletproof vest. Luke had made these bulletproof vests himself. All sorts of useful gadgets could be clipped onto them, and they didn't carry the LAPD sign. As Luke put on the bulletproof vest, Selena threw him an M4A1, then picked up a Benelli M1014 and 2 clips. Luke caught the M4A1 with one hand and the tactical backpack that Selena threw at him next with the other. He unzipped the backpack and took out the clips that were inside. He then clipped the tear gas grenades to his vest as well. Selena was also completely fitted out at almost the same time. They then took out their badges and hung them on a special metal chain around their necks. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. Luke said, "Follow me. Watch your back and above you." He then started running. He was fast but not sloppy. In a rescue, he also had to ensure his own safety. It would be a joke if he got himself in danger. The other customers in the fast food restaurant were dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did a young couple suddenly turn into 2 awesome police officers? No one would mistake them for criminals. After all, they were all very familiar with the typical way that police officers wore their badges. There were only 2 sheriffs in town, and the people here had been feeling anxious recently. So, it wasn't unusual that the sheriffs would look for outside help. The curious customers walked to the windows and watched the 2 running officers, wondering what they were doing. Luke and Selena soon ran to a house 50 meters away. They shouted, "Police!" and kicked their way in. A horrified old man inside was crying for help. "Help! There's a monster inside, a huge monster." Luke simply waved his hand at the old man to back away. He then changed positions and aimed at the door. An enormous spider with a body bigger than a basin and with legs that could wrap around a man appeared. Bang! Bang! The head of the spider exploded, and its body knocked down a lot of things when it collapsed. Luke quickly walked into the room and kicked away the body of the spider that was twitching. He then took out a jackknife to cut open a human-shaped cocoon on a chair. Inside was an old woman who took deep breaths and started coughing. Luke didn't waste time talking and simply picked up the old woman. "Do you have a gun? If you do, take it with you, and drive her to the mayor's shopping center. If you see any spiders on the road, don't stop, and just ram into them, got it?" He was talking to the old man. The old man could only nod blankly. He finally came back to himself when he saw the 2 fully armed individuals take his wife out of the house. He hurriedly took out a shotgun from a cupboard and several boxes of bullets, then grabbed the car key from a side table and followed them out. Luke and Selena put the old woman in the car and watched the old couple drive off. With his sharp ears, Luke could already hear unusual noises in many parts of the town. There were cries of fear, the sound of barking, and the occasional gunshot. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the mountain in the east, only to see faint black spots jumping their way over. That was where the mines were located. Luke dialed another number. He ran as he waited for someone to pick up the phone. He didn't wait for long. A man said calmly, "Detective Luke, it's been a while. Is there anything I can help you with?" Luke had already killed another giant spider in another house further away. Pulling a hysterical, middle-aged woman out and throwing her to Selena, he said, "Hello, Captain Wales. I'm in Boom Town in Arizona. I believe you'd be interested in the fact that a huge number of giant spiders have appeared here." The man immediately asked, "What giant spiders?" Luke raised his hand and fired as he sent flying a spider that had just been about to sneak up on Selena. It dropped to the ground in a burst of disgusting fluid. As calm as ever, Luke said, "Those I've killed are 30 to 50 centimeters long, not including their legs. Each of them can hunt down a human being on their own, and they're now hunting the residents here. I'll send you pictures. You have to take action right now." Bang, 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 bang. Selena opened fire decisively, and another giant spider that scuttled out from the side exploded with a splatter of that disgusting greenish-black fluid. Wales said, "Hang in there. I'll send you reinforcements right away. Stay in touch." He then hung up the phone. Luke relaxed a little. S.H.I.E.L.D. was quicker to respond to a crisis than the real FBI. The 20 spiders he saw were valid enough evidence for him to call for reinforcements. While thinking this, he took out his fake phone and sent Captain Wales several photos of the spiders, both dead and alive. He then quickly recorded an announcement with his fake phone and played it on a loop before putting it back into his chest pocket. "Attention, everyone. Giant spiders have appeared in town and are attacking people. If your house is solid and can be sealed off, please stay inside and wait for assistance. Otherwise, please leave as soon as possible and drive to the new shopping center, where you will find Sheriff Samantha. Bring whatever weapons and ammunition you can find. On your way there, don't stop, and don't let any sudden appearance of the spiders on the road stop you." This way, he and Selena wouldn't have to waste time repeating their explanations when they rescued people. Selena was relieved as well. She really didn't know how to comfort those residents who were almost scared witless. Chapter 303 The Nature of Human Beings. Thanks to the memories of his previous life, there was one principle that Luke was aware of. What were human beings like? They were repeaters by nature. Recalling classic cases in marketing and advertising, he knew that a long speech often wasn't as effective as a simple one played on a loop, which was the easiest to remember in a short period of time. At that point, night had already fallen. The few lamps on the town's main road also lit up, but they only made the previously peaceful town look even more terrifying. There seemed to be a giant spider lurking in every dark corner where the light couldn't reach. Luke was firing his M4A1 much more frequently, but he still maintained a fixed rhythm. Naturally, his gunshots attracted many residents who were fleeing in panic. Gunshots meant human beings who were resisting the monstrous spiders. When the residents approached the source of the gunshots, they heard Luke's announcement on repeat. Luke and Selena basically didn't have to say a word as they simply focused on hitting the spiders that were after the residents. Luke had no time to talk. For each resident that he saved from the giant spiders that were hunting them, he was rewarded with 20 experience and credit points by the system. This was simply the best raid for experience and credit points. He and Selena cooperated well. He was strong, his reactions were swift, and his shots were precise. There was barely any recoil from the M4A1 for him. Selena's M4A1 had also been modified with additional fittings that could help her control the gun more easily. She was mainly responsible for eliminating the spiders that slipped through. She didn't fire as frequently, but her reactions were also very quick. Just like that, one attacked and the other covered for him. The gunfire wasn't especially rushed, and they killed all the giant spiders that came within 100 meters of them. Not long after that, they heard a broadcast by Samantha on the street. "Folks, this is Sheriff Samantha. We are now in a state of emergency. Giant spiders have appeared in town and are attacking people. If you don't have solid shelter, please take your weapons and ammunition with you, and drive to the shopping center. I will establish a defense line there and protect everyone. This is not a joke, I repeat, this is not a joke. Please take action immediately for your own safety." Luke and Selena were relieved. The broadcast was quite loud, and many people should be able to hear it. The broadcast should be on the town's radio frequency, so it should be able to reach even more people listening to it at home. This made Luke and Selena's rescue mission a lot easier. So, Luke and Selena calmed down and focused on eliminating the spiders nearby. One good thing about Boom Town was that it had a long, broad street that passed through more than half of the town. It was the street in front of the fast food restaurant, and led to the mayor's shopping center. So, Luke and Selena only needed to clear this street, and the residents within a few hundred meters down the road who came running at the sound would be able to reach them. As for the residents who were still hiding in houses further out, there wasn't much that Luke and Selena could do. If they entered those complex buildings, their cleanup range would be significantly reduced, and if the lifeline that was the main street wasn't guarded, more residents would die. Suddenly, a police car charged over from a small side street after a hasty turn. Luke was stunned for a moment. Was this Deputy Sheriff Peter's car? There were only 2 police cars in town. Samantha's was an SUV, but this was a regular vehicle, so one could tell right off the bat. Luke immediately noticed that the car was packed. At first glance, he saw Samantha, Peter, Ashley and Mike. There also seemed to be 2 other people whose faces he couldn't see. When that car appeared like it was on fire, giant spiders suddenly swarmed out of the side street after it. Not only did the spiders leap down the street, they also climbed and covered the walls and roofs of the buildings around them like a tide. Luke quickly ducked behind a car on the roadside and finally fully opened fire with his M4A1. Bang, 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 bang. A giant spider that had pounced on the top of the police car was sent flying, and another was blown up while it was still in the air. Bang, 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 bang. 3 spiders that had been about to climb up the back of the police car exploded and writhed on the ground. Retreat and get the car, Luke shouted. Selena immediately started to back away. She wasn't as fast as Luke. If she didn't retreat in time, she would drag Luke down here. She ran 100 meters, got into the car, and drove it away from the curb. Luke began to pull back as well. But unlike Selena's mad dash back, he faced the flood of spiders as he retreated backward. His M4A1 also fired non-stop, the triple bursts almost sounding like one, as the spiders that were chasing the police car were hit and fell one after another. At that point, the police car had reached him and was starting to slow down. The window rolled down to reveal Samantha's anxious face. Without looking at them, Luke shouted, "Don't stop. Head for the shopping center now." In the meantime, he switched to a one-handed grip on the M4A1 and drew out his Glock with his left hand. The police car paused for a moment, as if they were hesitating. But then, they saw Luke run backward, so fast that he was already ahead of the car. Peter, who was driving, mumbled, "Holy sh**t. Did this guy specially practice running backward?" Samantha had already come back to herself. Looking at Luke's car up ahead, she said, "Speed up. He's covering us." His partner has already driven the car over and is waiting for him. Peter hurriedly sped up, and the car rushed to the shopping center. The overwhelming tide of spiders consumed all the Glock's bullets. Luke put the gun back into his holster and reloaded his M4A1 as he kept running. Bang, 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 bang. Killing the closest 3 giant spiders to him, Luke got into the passenger seat after Selena opened the door for him. At the same time, Selena sped up and followed closely behind the police car. Luke put the M4A1 in a box nearby and quickly reloaded his Glock. Rolling down the car window, he raised his hand and aimed. Bang, 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 bang. 2 spiders exploded in a burst of disgusting fluid and struggled on the ground. At this point, even Luke couldn't kill each spider with one shot anymore. Chapter 304 Fierce Battle and Instant Kill. In the brief battle just now, Luke had fired non-stop and used up almost 3 clips. The M4A1 had heated up quickly, and smoke could be seen wafting out of it. The gun barrels of modern rifles had long lifespans overall, but if they were fired incessantly and the barrel overheated, this would greatly affect the gun's accuracy. It was even possible that the bullets might get stuck or even explode inside the gun. It was unlikely that a gun which Luke had modified would explode, but stuck bullets could be fatal in a fierce battle. He didn't want to lose this gun when the battle had just started. Although he had more guns in his inventory, he didn't plan to use his unregistered secret weapon unless it was necessary. The Glock was much less powerful than the M4A1, but Luke was very familiar with this gun. Since it was smaller, it was more suitable for use in a car than the M4A1. He didn't think about trying to kill the spiders anymore, and simply stopped them from jumping onto the car and obstructing it. Samantha's car was in front of them. If he didn't stop the spiders behind him, Samantha would soon be surrounded by this troop of spiders. Luke used up 2 Glock clips very quickly. He then grabbed Selena's M4A1. She hadn't fired as much as Luke, so her gun was still usable. Bang, 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 bang. Luke missed a target as the car was moving at high speed, and a spider almost hit the car. Thankfully, he reacted fast enough and shot the spider again at the last moment. Finally, they reached a relatively tall and new building. It was a shopping center built by Wade, mayor of the town. Who the hell knew why he had built a shopping center when the town was about to go bankrupt, but it was now the only shelter that the residents of the town had. Unlike the houses of the residents, which were mostly made of wood on muddy ground, this shopping center was a concrete building and a lot more solid, with a metal roller shutter over the entrance. Drawing out the Glock again, Luke said, "Don't park our car at the entrance. Drive 20 meters away." Selena was surprised. What? Luke said, the spiders will definitely charge at the entrance later, and I don't want my car to be painted in the green and black fluid from the spiders. Selena, bro, you still have such high demands when we're fleeing for our lives. Still, she did as Luke said. Seizing that brief moment, Luke took out the Benelli M1041 and its bullets from the box. The car screeched to a stop 10 meters to one side of the shopping center. Selena grabbed the M4A1 that Luke had just reloaded and got out. When Luke got out, he raised his right hand and pulled the trigger. With a bam, a spider that had been scuttling towards Samantha's family from the side was blown away. Samantha's family was fine, but unfortunately, the disgusting fluid splattered over Peter, dyeing him black and green. Samantha, go inside and gather everybody on the second floor to stop these things, Luke shouted. He had noticed that the second floor had a lot of windows that could be opened. It was possible for the spiders to crawl in through the windows, but if everyone worked together, those windows would also be of great use in a counterattack. Samantha's family was still in a panicked state. After all, a bunch of spiders had chased them all the way here. After Luke said that, Samantha shouted anxiously, "There's a huge spider behind us. It's chasing us, too." Luke smiled grimly. "I know, I'll take care of it." As he spoke, the ground shook slightly, and he fired his shotgun, blowing away 3 spiders that had come rushing in within 10 meters. Luke's gaze then shifted to a turn in an alley. On the other side, Selena was urging Samantha and the others to enter the shopping center. Only after they were inside could they roll down the metal shutter over the shopping center's entrance. Selena was well aware that if Luke wanted to enter, he wouldn't use the entrance. As the shutter slowly rolled down behind Luke, Selena quickly ran to the second floor and said, "Samantha, get people organized. Half of the men with guns will come with me to get rid of the small spiders on the second floor." Everybody was lost for words. Were spiders that could wrap their legs around a human being small? Luke fired his shotgun and blew away the few spiders that were close to him. He then dropped to one knee. He put the shotgun on his bent leg, drew out the Glock with his left hand, and then quickly loaded a few special bullets into his shotgun from his belt of bullets. 2 spiders dropped down on Luke from a nearby building. While loading the bullets with his right hand, Luke raised the Glock in his left hand. Bang, 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 bang. The 2 spiders jerked and fell in front of him in a spray of fluid. Bang, bang. Without raising his head, Luke shot a spider that was crawling down from the top of the shopping center and planning to attack him from behind. He then put the Glock back into the holster and rose. The Benelli had been reloaded. Luke picked up the shotgun and raised it. As the ground shook, a gargantuan thing emerged from around the corner of a street nearby. It was almost as tall as a house. Including its furry legs, it was almost 10 meters in diameter and looked like a tank. It turned out to be a super huge tarantula. Bam, 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 bam. The semi-automatic Benelli unleashed the fiercest firepower, and Luke shot 7 bullets into the huge monster. The tarantula, as huge as a house, was truly intimidating, but it didn't have quick responses. It had barely shown up when 7 enormous holes appeared in it. Being hit consecutively by a shotgun in a range of 30 meters wasn't a privilege that a human being could enjoy, since they would have been blown away after the first hit. This monstrous tarantula obviously wasn't made of steel either. A mix of black, yellow and green fluid spurted out from the 7 enormous holes in its body. It came to an abrupt stop and convulsed like mad, and didn't seem half as horrifying as before. Calmly, Luke put the Benelli, which had run out of bullets, on his back, and raised the M4A1, which had already cooled down. Bang, 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 bang. 3 spiders that had drawn close while he was dealing with the enormous tarantula were blown up mercilessly. Then, Selena shouted from above, "Grab the rope." Looking around warily, Luke grabbed a rope that had been dropped down and said, "Pull me up." The rope immediately stretched taut, and it clearly wasn't just one person who was pulling, holding his gun in his other hand. Luke quickly ascended to the second floor. Chapter 305: The Missing Mayor and the Mysterious Cave. Bang. Bang. After another 2 shots, Luke killed a spider that had planned to ambush him from the top of the building, and kicked its body away. In a reclining position, he aimed in a different direction. Bam, bam. A spider that had jumped to attack from another wall was shot down. Luke let go of the M4A1, allowing it to dangle from his arm by its sling, while he exerted his strength with both hands and regained his balance. He kicked out with his right leg, as quick as lightning, at the head of a spider right below him before its long claws reached him. The spider's head collapsed under his boot, which had a special alloy in it. It smashed to the ground in a bloody pulp. The people who were hauling on the rope from the second floor all wondered what Luke was doing, as the rope was trembling non-stop. They might not have been able to hold the rope steady if there weren't 4 of them. This string of attacks in fact all happened in the space of 5 seconds, and Luke was finally pulled up to the window. Grabbing the windowsill, Luke crawled in quickly and shouted, "Selena, tear gas grenade." Selena understood in a flash and took out a tear gas grenade, which she flung down at the open area in front of the entrance. As the smoke rose, the aggressive spiders suddenly paused, before they started to scatter. Luke shouted, "Whoever has guns, shoot now. Don't let the spiders break in. Also, aim before you shoot. Cooperate with each other in groups of 4 and make sure that there's always someone in your team who's shooting." While shouting, he rushed past several windows and threw his tear gas grenades as well. He chucked the tear gas grenades a little further away than Selena, at around 20 meters away. The spiders were forced to go around the quickly rising smoke. As a result, their speed and movements were restricted. The people in the shopping center were already opening fire, but thanks to Luke's reminder, they weren't shooting too quickly. However, Selena's tear gas grenade had been too close to the shopping center, and some unfortunate fellows accidentally inhaled the smoke and could only retreat in tears to take a break for the time being. That couldn't be helped. Compared with the setback that the spiders were facing, however, this was an insignificant loss for the town residents. After throwing the tear gas grenades, Luke had already begun to reload all his guns. He gave the shotgun to Selena after it was reloaded. In this shopping center stronghold, and with the cooperation of the residents, a semi-automatic shotgun was more useful than the M4A1 for Selena. While observing the battle, Luke had someone summon Samantha. Samantha was still on the first floor as she organized for everybody to retreat deeper into the shopping center, and had gotten the residents who were armed to establish a defense line so that the spiders wouldn't flood in through the entrance. Samantha came up very quickly, and Luke said swiftly, "I've already called the FBI for help, but it'll probably take at least an hour for them to arrive. We need to be prepared to defend this place for that long. Also, we need to think about an escape route. Where's Wade? Isn't this his property? Ask him if there's an evacuation route." His plan was to have Samantha lead a retreat if something happened, and then he would blow up the shopping center's exits after the spiders were lured in here so that they wouldn't be able to get out so quickly. But it was best to sound out Wade's attitude first. Luke had a feeling that the mayor wouldn't be too happy about it. It would suck if he sued Luke later for destroying private property and wanted compensation. Samantha said, "Okay, I'll go find Wade." Just as she was about to leave, Luke stopped her and gave her a walkie-talkie. "Take this. Use the first frequency." Samantha was relieved, because running up and down to talk was too time-consuming, and could easily cause problems. The residents downstairs were still in a panicked state. A single foolish yell about the spiders breaking in might cause them to lose control and scatter. Seeing that everybody was safe for now, Luke told Selena and Samantha that he would check the roof to prevent the spiders from breaking in that way. After all, spiders were all great climbers. The shopping center only had 3 floors, and Luke reached the 3rd floor very quickly. Who knew what Mayor Wade was thinking when he decided to build a shopping center here? The 2nd floor of this shopping center was basically empty, with a small number of goods piled up here. The 3rd floor was even more unbelievable. It was utterly stark and didn't have any fittings at all. Only the basic layout had been completed, and the cement floor was still the rough type that could scrap your skin off if you fell. There weren't any windows either, so no spiders would be able to crawl in through here. While laughing at the mayor's business incompetence, Luke went up another flight of stairs to reach the door to the roof. His keen hearing had already picked up the rustling of the spiders outside the door. He glanced around but didn't find anything appropriate. Hence, he simply took out several long steel wires from his inventory, and sealed off the door with some pipes and the handrail. That way, even if the door was broken down, the spiders would be cut up by the steel wires when they crawled in because of their enormous size. After that, Luke set up a camera on a pillar 10 meters from the door to the roof and activated it, before he returned to the 2nd floor. He couldn't go to the roof. Opening the door would create an opportunity for the spiders to break in. It would be better to deal with the spiders on the 2nd floor instead. When he returned, he saw that most people were wearing earplugs. Samantha had found the earplugs in a store on the 1st floor, since incessant gunfire in an enclosed space was a little hard on the ears. With the earplugs, they could endure the noise with some difficulty. Some discomfort was still better than the spiders breaking in and eating them. At that moment, Samantha spoke via the walkie-talkie. "Luke, Wade's gone. Someone said that there's a cave in the basement, which is a branch off an old mine." Luke was stunned. A mine opening, right here? This was the center of town. How could there be a mine opening here? It wasn't on the maps that he had seen either. Chris suddenly interjected, "This town was actually established above the very first gold mine, but this mine has been abandoned for decades, so isn't marked on the maps. Wade's shopping center is precisely on this old mine." Luke asked, "What are you thinking?" Samantha had mentioned the cave clearly not because she was worried about Wade's safety. In fact, many residents would probably celebrate if the mayor died. Samantha said, "I was wondering if we could evacuate everybody from town through this old mine. There are too many spiders in town. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you."